when this individual makes contact with a distinct ivory sphere that assesses a participant's standing and total strength, essentially nothing occurs. It simply turns slightly more obscure. The deeper the hue, the more powerful the individual interacting with the orb, which signifies that he is an F-tier failure. Kangwoo is crushed by this outcome. He departs immediately after receiving his new identification card that enables him to access E-rank portals. The young woman observing feels pity for him, as he is likely to perish shortly due to such a diminished status. Yet abruptly, absolute obscurity begins to saturate the crystalline sphere until it shatters. The young woman is astonished. This has never occurred previously. Even S-rank gamers merely transform the orb into a deep gray. It never becomes entirely black, and certainly not to the extent of shattering it. She cannot resist pondering who on earth this individual truly is. The matter is, Kangwoo has recently come back following a period of being the infernal sovereign in the abyss for 10,000 years. Every demon quaked and recoiled at the mere glimpse of him. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly disinterested in the underworld, prompting him to choose to make his way back to the earthly realm. Subsequently, one of his attendants, referred to as Balak, inquires why he wishes to return when he already possesses all that is found in the abyss. His inquiry is greeted with a profound hush. The infernal monarch gazes upon his wretched minion, and Balak quivers uncontrollably while simultaneously attempting to evade eye contact. Icy perspiration trickles down Balak's visage as he remembers the might of avarice which the demon sovereign wields. This ability enables the demon sovereign to assimilate the physiques and abilities of demons he touches. It also led to the demise of the 7 infernal princes, who were excessively potent to eliminate one another. Within the royal chamber, the minor demons are trembling with dread, as they suspect their sovereign is displeased with them. The ominous presence of the might of excess hangs over Balak, and he appears to have embraced his destiny. The demon monarch replies, inquiring about his possessions, declaring that he has resided in the underworld for 10,000 years. He informs them that the monotonous scenery and routine carnage occurring in the domain only served to deepen his disdain for the location. He removes his headgear. At last, we encounter our sorrowful main character, Kangwoo, who has been ousted from the opening chapter of his own narrative. Anger contorts his features, and he declares that there must be a way for him to possess everything. Balak presumes that Kangwoo is famished and requests a few demons to concoct a feast for their sovereign. The attendants hurry in with a platter, and Balak informs Kangwoo that while the meal might be subpar, he ought to appreciate the devotion of the wretched attendants. Balak unveils the platter and presents a repulsive octopus cranium to his sovereign. Kangwoo declines to consume it and hurls it at Balak's head. Something so sordid and abhorrent is certainly not something that an average individual desires to consume. He begins to exude an intense, rage-fueled energy and declares that he desires to feast. Kimchi stew. Perplexity arises as the fiends ponder the meaning of Kangwoo's words. They begin shouting like mindless fools and presume that the dish is the supreme cuisine for their monarch. They presume that kimchi is a dish brimming with crimson uncooked flesh. However, Kangwoo informs the imbeciles that it is not the case. Balak participates with their nonsensical conjectures, eager to dismantle any beast to present its entrails to his sovereign. Kangwoo, conversely, is simply weary of being encircled by utter buffoons. The fiends lack an understanding of what constitutes a meal and merely indulge in their foes following a victorious battle. Balak believes that eliminating the 7 princes of hell provides enjoyable diversion for Kangwoo, yet all the boy desires is to peruse novels like any ordinary individual. He subsequently strikes his hand against the earth and speaks to Kangwoo, pleading for his demise as he feels inadequate to please his sovereign. If only the imbeciles could acknowledge Kangwoo for a moment, it would be tolerable to have their presence. Recognizing that there is no prospect for his attendance, Kangwoo desires to have at least one person he cherishes. At that moment, he perceives a woman entering the space and inquires if she is not someone he could cherish. Her name is Lilith, and she reigns as the sovereign of succubi. As she glides towards Kangwoo's throne, every other demon cannot resist her allure. Before Kangwoo's throne, she inquires of her beloved ruler whether he is content with her affection. Her visage reveals the reason Kangwoo will never be enamored with such an unattractive entity, particularly with those appendages. Lilith endeavors to adopt an endearing demeanor. However, Kangwoo is utterly repulsed and deterred by this loathsome demon's existence. She proposes to share the night with him, but he perceives it as a menace and commands her to refrain from attempting it. Lilith seizes his arm with her appendages, and Kangwoo appears as though he might be on the verge of vomiting at any instant. The minor demons observe her as she coquettes with their sovereign and feel a pang of jealousy, longing to partake in some of that excitement. In the meantime, Kangwoo is doing everything in his power to free himself from her soiled appendages. The succubus, succubus, famed for devouring the spirit of men, was far from the enchanting woman others perceived her to be. Kangwoo shielded his gaze and implored her to simply vanish. Balak's endearing appearance is more tolerable for him in contrast to Lilith's appearance. Although appearances aren't the sole aspect of an individual, Lilith is simply an entirely different scenario. Kangwoo subsequently tightens his hand into a fist and resolves that he must make his way back to Earth. Lilith and Kangwoo are utterly astonished upon listening to his recent statement. They beckon to him, wishing that he isn't being earnest and merely teasing them. However, after enduring that dreadful place for 10,000 years, nothing will alter Kangwoo's perspective. While Balak and Lilith anticipate his reply, he reassures himself that the arrangements are at long last finalized. Kangwoo steps away from his seat of power and declares that it is at last the moment to claim the accolades following a millennium of suffering. He subsequently instructs Balak to arrange something for him. Balak gazes at him with a forlorn demeanor, yearning for his monarch to reconsider his decision. However, Kangwoo coerces Balak to complete it without delay. Balak yelps like a coward and expresses regret for instigating Kangwoo. He commands the minor demons to summon an individual referred to as Eamon and to ready the armors of the 7 sovereigns of the underworld. Shortly thereafter, Amon, the unsettlingly appearance shaman, arrives and commences his invocations. A cool breeze permeates the space as a radiant glow starts to brighten the figures surrounding it. The camera zooms out, revealing a radiant glow radiating from the center of an elevated platform. Balak subsequently informs Kangwoo that the arrangements are finalized. Tears brim in Lilith's eyes as she observes her sovereign turning away, prepared to return to the realm from which he originated. Balak accompanies her weeping session as Kangwoo discards his armor onto the ground. The anguish is evident in their gaze as they cling to the hope that their sovereign is not truly abandoning them. Nevertheless, Kangwoo elevates himself onto the dais and displays no indication of uncertainty. As he advances towards Eamon, the shaman informs him that infusing a considerable quantity of mana into the armors of the 7 princes of hell might distort the limits of space and time. Should this occur, it could forcibly generate a fissure in the dimension. Kangwoo pays attention to his caution and prepares himself. He begins emanating a violet halo from his form as he reflects on his deep desire to return home. Kangwoo concentrates his thoughts as the currents of mana surge and envelop him, ultimately culminating in the creation of the countless demon portal. The portal creaks ajar and an immense surge of mana bursts forth into the chamber. Amon endeavors to protect himself from the tremendous force emanating from Kangwoo. The enchantment is far too overpowering for him, and he concedes its splendor. Several of the sculptures begin to tremble as a result of the overwhelming enchantment until one of their eyes flares to life. The remaining statues subsequently respond in kind as Kangwoo's enchantment intensifies. Upon Amon observing this, he informs Kangwoo that the portal will soon unveil itself as the sculptures have responded to his magical energy. At last, the gateway fractures before Kangwoo and swings open. Even though he won't have any relatives, partner, or companions awaiting him upon his return to Earth, he feels grateful merely to escape the barren nightmare. As he approaches the entrance, Lilith urgently cries out to him. He perceives her relentless sobbing and lamenting, which causes him to hesitate momentarily. Balak attempts to soothe her as she inquires of Kangwoo whether he is genuinely departing from her. Steering clear of direct gaze, Kangwoo urges her not to weep. The final thing he requires is to behold that dreadful visage once more. Yet Lilith instantly begins to flush foolishly. His gentle remarks entirely transform her disposition and enable her to feel as though she can begin emitting joyful sounds. Strangely enough, bubbles begin to emerge from the openings on her form until fluids commence pouring forth. That dreadful scene undoubtedly left Kangwoo traumatized for eternity. The sheer revulsion is evident on his expression as Lilith expresses her desire to accompany him. Without hesitation, he leaps through the portal before he perceives any further abhorrent sights. Lilith hurries to the threshold of the gate and exclaims to him that she will accompany him regardless of what transpires. Kangwoo offers a faint grin and gestures with an obscene hand signal towards her. He wishes to never encounter the unhinged woman again in his lifetime. He gradually lowers himself into a command chamber, contemplating how desperately he longs to return to the familiar world he once knew. He subsequently descends next to a sphere and becomes elated at the prospect of returning home. The sphere abruptly begins emitting an electric jolt, and a portal swings ajar, stating that a nuclear fissure has been identified. The room's walls are encircled by protective fortifications. Suddenly, another window appears, indicating that the Gaia defense mechanism has begun functioning. Kangwoo is utterly baffled and has no understanding of the situation. Countless alerts begin to illuminate all around, and they are all asserting that the strength of the core surpasses the capability. He peruses the alerts as they continue to appear, yet he remains oblivious to their meaning. Subsequently, another prompt emerges indicating that the Gaia system is nearing a state of overload. The protective systems engage, and the electrical surges escalate. Kong-woo is hit by the electricity, almost having his brain scorched to a crisp. Once more, the system issues additional peculiar alerts, stating that exclusion regarding the fundamental fissure is deemed unattainable. Kong-woo is filled with fury by the assaults and endeavors earnestly to withstand them. Subsequently, the system begins to affix a stamp upon him. As he attempts to seek vengeance and resist, Kong-woo loses consciousness. A short while later, he stirs from slumber and lifts his eyelids to feel the sunlight on his skin. He glances about and observes that he is situated in a woodland, contemplating whether he has reached planet Earth. Nevertheless, he is experiencing considerable discomfort as he attempts to rise and assess the condition of his body. Upon the emergence of the status window, he finds himself perplexed by what he is observing. The status panel indicates that the majority of his abilities have been confined, and his additional attributes are significantly subpar. This is how he transitioned from a monarch to a failure lost in the wilderness. Kong-woo glances and realizes that his abilities are indeed restricted. As he continues to assess his situation, a piercing scream emanates from the forest. Kong-woo swiftly pivots around and observes a few hideous goblins advancing towards him. The goblins sprint towards him, eager to chop him into pieces, yet he doesn't recall encountering beings like these during his previous visit to Earth. Kong-woo gathers energy for an incantation to eliminate the wicked beings, but is astounded when his skill abruptly disappears. He then remembers that sorcery is feeble within the countless demon stronghold. At this moment, the goblins have completely overwhelmed him, leaving him with very few options. He maintains his poise and tightens his fist, prepared to unleash an alternative strategy he has prepared for the beasts. In the flash of an instant, Kong-woo carves through the goblins like skewers before they can seize the opportunity to strike. From his limb emerged a sinister weapon that he wielded to vanquish his adversaries. The silhouette of yet another goblin hovers above him as he maintains his stare fixed on the creature. The system interface subsequently informs him that he has vanquished an E-class standard creature. He acquires additional expertise as he vanquishes the final goblin and elevates to stage 4. The lifeless forms of his adversaries are scattered everywhere as he seeks to comprehend the nature of the creatures he has just faced. It's not merely that. The experience points and progression do not seem logical, as he can sense his own increasing strength. He gazes upon the heap of lifeless corpses strewn across the earth and is rendered mute. Subsequently, he resolves to investigate what information he can gather by examining the location initially. Fortunately, he retains the capability of insatiable appetite, thus he directs it towards the corpses of the deceased goblins. Kong-woo can acquire certain knowledge about their physiques, but is unable to gain any insights into the environment he inhabits. However, his magical attribute rises by a single point due to the utilization of his skill. Kang-woo's expression is one of dread and bewilderment as he observes the system discussing sorcery. He berates his destiny as sorcery is a force that ought to reside solely in the underworld. He believes that there's a strong possibility he isn't on Earth because of the presence of magic there. Kong-woo becomes frantic at the notion of not returning to Earth. The sole reason he endured in hell for an extended period was the hope of returning to his home world. Then, abruptly, he perceives a piercing shriek emanating from the depths of the forest once more. He appears somewhat reassured upon realizing that the cry does not resemble that of a beast or an evil entity. As the screams echo again, he becomes certain that the voice belongs to a human. Kong-woo dashes to the site swifter than the blink of an eye. As he hurries to the spot, he fervently wishes to finally encounter another human and anxiously hopes that whatever he faces possesses no appendages. The image of Lilith races through his thoughts, prompting him to beseech even more fervently. He ultimately reaches the source of the cries and observes a swarm of goblins encircling a young woman. Upon closer examination, he evaluates her characteristics and perceives that she possesses everything that can bring a man happiness. Upon observing that the girl lacks any tentacles, waterworks well up in his eyes, and he releases everything. He ultimately managed to witness something that didn't provoke an instant urge to vomit. As he revels in this moment, the goblins are on the verge of terminating the unfortunate girl's existence. She shuts her eyes and embraces the harsh destiny that is destined to engulf her, yet unexpectedly perceives the goblins shrieking for their existence. Upon lifting her eyelids, she witnesses Kong-woo annihilating the beings ruthlessly. She is completely unaware of how he managed to eliminate them so quickly, but at least she is out of danger. Kong-woo offers assistance to the young woman, and she expresses her gratitude with the purest expression emotion a young woman can possess. As their fingers make contact, he experiences a surge of joy to finally experience the warmth of a real girl. Despite his shaking, he attempts to uphold a calm demeanor in her presence. The young woman anxiously expresses her gratitude once more and presents herself as Han Seola. Nevertheless, Kangwoo continues to quiver like a failure, and Seola ponders what is troubling him. He abruptly seizes her hand and unexpectedly makes a proposal. Now, she is thoroughly unsettled by this strange individual and cannot comprehend his bizarre behavior. Seola is bewildered by his words, and he comes to the realization that he was overly enthusiastic to think clearly for a moment. Kangwoo offers an apology and introduces himself, yet she continues to feel perplexed. He inquires about her injuries, and she assures him that it's nothing critical and that she is all right. Nevertheless, her legs are quivering significantly, and she possesses a severe injury encircling her knee. Seola stumbles and collapses onto Kangwoo. Then a mobile device tumbles from her garment. He observes the device as it falls and deduces that he is unquestionably on Earth. Subsequently, he assists Seola in taking a seat and opts to address her injury with basic first aid. While tearing a fragment of his fabric to secure the wound, he discovers he can effortlessly converse with her. He bans the injury and remembers that he prohibited the usage of demon language in Hell to ensure he wouldn't lose his grasp on Korean. Finally, he is able to engage in conversation without overwhelming himself. After bandaging her injury, Seola modestly expresses her gratitude to him for caring for her. He hands her smartphone back to her, and as she extends her hand for it, he realizes that the year is 2023. He is astonished to discover that he has spent 5 years in torment. Kangwoo is bewildered to witness that creatures manifested on Earth during those 5 years, despite his efforts to manage time effectively. Subsequently, he opts to take a break with Seola, given the difficulty she would have in navigating her surroundings. As they recuperate, Kangwoo contemplates ways to acquire further insights about the realm he inhabits. He and Seola engage in conversation, during which she discloses that she found herself in the forest while undertaking a solitary gate expedition. Even though she emerged as a divine contender, she perceives herself as foolish for attempting to confront an irranked gate solo. All these peculiar discussions regarding players and hunting are truly perplexing Kangwoo. He subsequently inquires about her level, to which she responds that she is a level 6 player. When she asks how he found himself in the forest, Kangwoo gives a somewhat ambiguous reply. Seola attempts to evade eye contact while grinning at her. He moves nearer to her, resulting in their bodies making contact, and Seola becomes entirely crimson when that occurs. Attempting to evade the uncomfortable circumstance, she swiftly rises and proposes that they set off. Kangwoo remains concerned about her wound and inquires whether she will recover. Her legs are still shaking uncontrollably, yet she assures him that she will be all right. He wraps his arm around her and proposes to assist her as they stroll, but Seola feels too anxious in the presence of such an attractive guy. Nonetheless, Kangwoo persists in his offer of help and declares that he will accompany her. She indicates their destination and entrusts herself to his guidance. The expression on his face reveals his joy at finally being in the company of another person. Even though it has been 10,000 years since he last conversed with a human, he feels relieved that she is not overly wary of his true nature. He intends to proceed in this manner and gradually acclimate to earthly culture. Shortly thereafter, they ultimately reach their endpoint. At that location, an expansive gateway remains, and Kangwoo remains unaware of the destination it will take him to. He is firmly persuaded that traversing such a dimensional tear is not an occurrence that can transpire on Earth. Lacking any tools that could forge such an opening before him, he contemplates how the expansive portal is being upheld. Seola then releases his hand and urges him to quicken his pace so they can depart. They traverse the gateway, and Kangwoo shields his eyes as they traverse the spatial fracture. Upon finally lifting his eyelids, he can hardly fathom what greets his gaze. Initially, he observes a stranger seeking members for a goblin hunting expedition, but he wasn't alone in his efforts. Numerous additional individuals were engaged in various activities, including managing an advanced terminal. There is even an individual attempting to convince a burglar to become a member of his group by any method possible. In the midst of everything, Kangwoo observes that they all possess ordinary characteristics, and most crucially, not a single individual has tentacles. Before him lies a vibrant, advanced metropolis teeming with numerous humans. Seola gazes at him as the stunning panorama of the city causes him to shudder. Ecstatic tears stream from his eyes as he is overwhelmed with happiness to return home at last. Seola observes the frayed condition of his cloak and hesitates anxiously for a brief instant. She subsequently captures his focus and modestly invites him to share a meal at her home. Kangwoo can hardly fathom it, as if a fantasy has has materialized. Not only does he ultimately return home, but the first attractive woman he encounters is already inviting him out. Sayola, with her charming personality, expresses her gratitude and offers to treat him to a meal as a way of repaying him. It seems as though circumstances couldn't improve further for him, and he's already in a state of euphoria. Kang-woo attempts to portray himself as a suave individual, asserting that it would be inappropriate for him to decline such a plea. In the meantime, a few individuals draw their focus and request that they hold on. As he pivots, he observes two law enforcement officials requesting to examine their identification badges. Sayola attempts to reveal her card, yet Kang-woo lacks the faintest notion of their discussion. Trapped in a predicament, he is compelled to resort to the hidden advantage he possesses. The hue of his eyes abruptly transforms to obsidian, while his pupils shift to a verdant shade. Possessing this power, he can compel his target to perceive what he desires and alter their understanding of reality. This capability is referred to as the force of forgetfulness. Unbeknownst to the officer, a wicked fiend enveloped his vision, while Kang-woo raised his middle finger towards the officer. Now, in a trance-like condition, the officer authorizes Kang-woo's fictitious identification. Subsequently, he and Sayola depart as the second officer endeavors to restore his colleague's composure. Upon arriving at Sayola's residential building, she informs Kang-woo that they must use the stairs since the structure lacks an elevator. Kang-woo continues alongside her, appreciating each and every minute aspect he overlooked about his world. From the aroma of a vintage flat to the cramped staircase, to the frigid banisters, and towards the tarnished pane, it's gradually dawning on him. To cap it all, he has the opportunity to visit Sayola's residence and possibly partake in some excitement. At that instant, Kang-woo is convinced that he is destined for a joyful future. As he daydreams about a life with Sayola, she is warmly embraced by her mother. Kang-woo's aspirations and desires are completely shattered upon hearing Sayola address her mother. Sayola's mother greets her with concern, fearing she might be injured, but Sayola reassures her that she is okay. In the meantime, Kang-woo contemplates whether he was genuinely invited solely for a meal. Sayola then presents him to her mother and explains how Kang-woo had rescued her earlier. The mother clasps his hands and sincerely expresses her gratitude for caring for her daughter. She is uncertain about how to reciprocate, but Kang-woo reassures her not to be overly concerned. She welcomes him in and guarantees that she will prepare a scrumptious dish. Kang-woo graciously expresses his gratitude to her, despite his desire to be alone with Sayola. Nevertheless, it is an improvement over his agonizing days in torment. Sayola's mother proceeds to the kitchen and requests her assistance in preparing the dish. As Sayola departs to change, she glances at her phone and notices that her mother had messaged her earlier. The mother advises her to maintain communication whenever she is venturing into perilous situations. Kang-woo observes the device in her grasp and recalls that he must collect some information. He subsequently requests Sayola's consent to utilize her mobile device and fabricates a story about misplacing his own. Sayola encourages him to feel comfortable as she offers him her phone, placing it in his hands. Kang-woo begins to behave like a young child with a fresh plaything as he glides his fingers across the surface of the phone. Subsequently, he approaches the table and resolves to take his task earnestly. He initiates a search for news articles from the year 2018 and discovers something intriguing. Half a decade ago, the planet was upended. Unusual portals began to manifest across the globe, and dreadful beasts arise from within. Weaponry proves ineffectual against these abhorrent entities, and the communist Chinese military is completely powerless against them. An international coalition for emergency response is established under America's guidance, with Korea becoming the 9th nation to participate. The inaugural participant emerges from the United States, yet her identity remains a mystery to all. Nonetheless, the quantity of participants began to increase globally, leading individuals to contemplate whether they represented the salvation of mankind. While Kang-woo peruses the news piece, he observes that everything commenced on the very day he descended into the abyss. He comprehends that he became ensnared in one of the numerous portals that manifested that day. He dismisses the articles as trivial conjectures and resolves to uncover further specifics about the occurrence at a later time. Subsequently, his dish is prepared and presented. As he expresses his gratitude, his gaze is instantly drawn to the splendid feast laid out before him. It appears remarkably exceptional, yet there is no denying it. It's nothing short of the marvelous kimchi soup he has been yearning for an eternity. They urge him to relish his food, but Kang-woo is too astonished to utter a single word. With apprehension, he grasps his spoon and scoops a portion of the broth into it. Sayola and her mother subsequently take a seat and prepare to dine as well. Sayola observes that Kang-woo is behaving strangely. His hand quivers gently as he attempts to savor the dish. Meanwhile, Sayola and her mother are eagerly anticipating to discover her if he genuinely enjoys the flavor, but he remains utterly silent. Kong-woo simply continues to consume his food, ladling spoon after spoon of his dish, departing, which left Sayola and her mother considerably concerned for him. During the meal, he recalls how he plunged into the abyss of Inferno 10,000 years past. In that place, he embraced infernal power to endure and transformed into a creature akin to a demon. Because of his human nature, his palate was perpetually unfulfilled by the repugnant creatures he was compelled to consume. He needed to consume them to endure, yet they all had the flavor of refuse vehicles. Gradually, he was unraveling mentally, yet the sole aspect that succeeded in maintaining his composure was his intense yearning to return to his abode. Now, after numerous years, he has finally returned and can relish the flavor of exquisite cuisine. Tears cascade down his cheeks with each morsel of the dish, overwhelmed by the experience. Sayola and her mother are rather anxious as they remain oblivious to the cause of Kangwoo's heightened emotions. With her mouth full of food, Kang-woo expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Sayola and conveys how exquisite the meal is. Nonetheless, Sayola modestly expresses to him that it is she who ought to be grateful, yet her demeanor reflects her delight in knowing that he enjoys the meal. She expresses regret for not providing him with anything further. However, you can be certain he could savor the kimchi for the next millennium. Kang-woo informs her that the dish is truly delightful and inquires if he might have an additional serving of rice. Sayola rises to fetch him another bowl, and her mother is pleased that he enjoys the meal. The alleged monarch of the underworld persists in devouring his meals like a destitute vagabond and expresses gratitude to the heavens for his ability to return to the mortal realm. His atrocious table etiquette fails to provoke any annoyance in Sayola. Rather, she simply gazes at him with admiration. Abruptly, a deafening blast erupts, yet Kang-woo is too absorbed in his food to perceive it. An unfamiliar figure looms amidst the debris and swirling dust, uttering curses at whatever compelled him to force open their entrance. Sayola and her mother hastily emerge to confront the lunatic who has intruded into their residence. The man advances, and we observe an unattractive brute shouting for Sayola to emerge without delay. He approaches her and inquires who authorized her to pass through the entrance. The audacity of the miscreant ignites a fury within Sayola, and she appears prepared to dispatch him to the great beyond. Even though she trembles and feels frightened, she instructs him to leave her residence. The ruffian feels affronted by her command and can scarcely comprehend what she has said to him. Sayola reiterates her words and identifies him as Han Taehyun, inquiring who on earth he thinks he is to intrude upon her residence in such a manner. She cautions him to keep his distance as she has now become a seasoned competitor. Yet judging by the expression on Taehyun's face, he likely believes she's lost her mind. He erupts in laughter after she attempts to portray herself as a formidable individual. Taehyun derides her statements and pretends that her words captivate him. Moments later, he alters his demeanor and strikes the wall next to her. He is infuriated that a minor player like her has the audacity to assert she is a genuine competitor. Sayola protects her mother with her physique and cautions Taehyun to maintain his distance. Taehyun gazes at their mother with a look of revulsion. He is furious about the reality that their father passed away prematurely and their mother brings in minimal income. This infuriates Sayola, and she berates him, declaring that he is the cause of their woeful condition. He dismisses her frenzied shouting and begins pulling her along to the Andrus Guild. Sayola fights to escape and informs him that she will never join such a pointless guild. Taehyun is distressed that she would express herself in that manner and asserts that she is assisting her in gaining entry to a desirable gathering. Sayola ultimately loses control and sinks his teeth into his hand, causing blood to splatter all around in the aftermath. He swiftly swats her aside before she can take any action. Their mother hurries to Sayola as she descends onto the ground with discomfort. At this moment, Taehyun is exceedingly furious. The vessels on his forehead begin to bulge when he clenches his jaw, and he inquires if she believes she can endure by merely engaging in kind acts. It's not as if their existence is a simple one. He urges her to arrive calmly and transform into a sacrifice. Observing that she perceives herself as a seasoned participant, he concludes that they ought to resolve their differences through a confrontation, as they are both competitors. Their mother pleads with her foolish son to cease being so unkind to his sister and assures him that she will improve for their sake. She gently takes his hand, but Taehyun dismisses her and forcefully shoves the unfortunate woman to the ground. Sayola begins to weep when her mother collapses onto the floor and quickly hurries to check if she is okay. As she yells for their mother to awaken, Taehyun exhibits no indication of regret. Rather, he is infuriated that their mother would have the audacity to disturb him after he instructed her to leave him alone. Sayola fixes her brother with a penetrating stare, yet he is not in the slightest intimidated by her. terror. His presence casts a formidable shadow over his mother and sister, seemingly challenging Sayola to make another move. He recalls to her that she occupies a subordinate tier, whereas he is a stage 2 metahuman. There is no possibility that she possesses the capability to confront him. Taehyun taunts her and questions whether she is naive enough to believe she could be his equal. He seizes her lips and labels her a fool whose sole merit lies in her attractive visage. The sole purpose he requires her assistance to enter the Andrus Guild is to enhance the senior member's perception of him. Beyond that, she is essentially worthless to him. Abruptly, he observes that something is amiss. When he creates a commotion in the residence, this individual is solely concerned with his appetite. Taehyun ponders who this oddball is and what on earth he is up to. Kangwoo utterly disregards him and persists in devouring his meal like a ruffian, completely unconcerned. This infuriates Taehyun, who contemplates whether Kangwoo believes they are dining in a fine establishment. Annoyed, he strides over to Kangwoo and inquires if he is incapable of sensing the atmosphere. Conversely, Sayola is genuinely anxious about Kangwoo becoming entangled in her familial troubles. Taehyun shouts to the sovereign of the underworld, yet Kangwoo continues to disregard him and persists in his eating. One could observe the tranquility he exuded as he savored each spoonful of his dish. Taehyun subsequently feigns departing, merely to shatter the table and scatter the food all around. Kangwoo's tranquil dining experience is shattered, and he is still attempting to comprehend what has just occurred. Sayola is utterly stunned, while Taehyun persists in wreaking havoc throughout the area. Kangwoo remains in disbelief as his meal gradually descends to the floor before him. It feels as though he has just stepped into his most dreaded nightmare. Sayola cries out to him like a quintessential maiden in peril, and he cries out in anguish as his beloved kimchi soup has been ruined. Kangwoo collapses to the ground in anguish, while Taehyun questions if he is merely another psychologically unstable youth. Even Sayola is entirely unsettled by Kangwoo's response, and her sibling inquires where she encountered such a vagrant. Amid the turmoil, all the simpleton is concerned with is his kimchi soup. While he continues to lament like a spoiled child, Taehyun attempts to capture his focus. He urges him to cease being a pitiful failure and rise to his feet, yet Kangwoo continues to grieve the disappearance of his food as though he has suffered the loss of a beloved offspring. Abruptly, Kangwoo directs a malevolent stare at him, his eyes glinting with wickedness. Taehyun is taken by surprise as he senses a sinister and malevolent presence emanating from Kangwoo. This is precisely why one should never disturb a man while he is savoring his preferred dish. Kangwoo is prepared to sever his extremities for squandering his meal, and Taehyun appears utterly terrified. Taehyun becomes increasingly enraged as he clenches his teeth, lips, and tightens his hand into a fist. His hands are enveloped in vivid azure fire, and he is ready to end Kangwoo's suffering. If only he realized who he was on the verge of confronting. He dismisses the notion that Kangwoo is a fiend and inquires if he has lost his mind. Taehyun swiftly intercepts an unforeseen assault and focuses on the origins of the enchantment. There, Sayola stands wielding a mystical staff, pleading with Kangwoo to flee as she confronts her sibling. However, she is perplexed when Kangwoo reveals his infernal blades from his limbs. He quickly dashes toward Taehyun, poised to carve him up like a skewer. In the meantime, Sayola is utterly astonished and is completely at a loss regarding what she is observing at this instant. Kangwoo skillfully evades Taehyun's strike with ease. Taehyun presumes that he lacks sufficient speed when he notices Kangwoo approaching from his left with a strike. Unfortunately for him, Kangwoo feigns the strike and delivers a knee to his abdomen. Taehyun has the breath taken from him, but swiftly recuperates and attempts to deliver another strike. Kangwoo evades it, and Taehyun begins to flail about wildly. Taehyun's actions are effortlessly decipherable, and Kangwoo delivers another strike to his flank. Unfortunate fellow likely has never experienced such embarrassment before. Amidst the blood streaming from his nostrils, he seizes Kangwoo's legs and asserts that the assault isn't particularly forceful. He attempts to thrust the demon sovereign down onto the ground. However, Kangwoo demonstrates his fragility by delivering another devastating punch. RMC cleaves the miscreant with his weapons, departing him significantly beaten and marked. Taehyun scarcely has a moment to recuperate when Kangwoo launches yet another assault. He unleashes a fire from his hands, yet the demon monarch effortlessly sidesteps it. Following a deceptive maneuver with an additional feint, Kangwoo delivers a blow to Taehyun's abdomen. The fool drops to his knees, swearing himself and pondering who on earth Kangwoo truly is. Taehyun finds it difficult to rise when Kangwoo restrains him by placing his foot on his head. He remains optimistic that he can accomplish something, yet Kangwoo hasn't finished imparting a lesson to him. The Dark Sovereign pierces him with his daggers, and Taehyun cries out in anguish, screaming in agony like a young girl. Kangwoo advises him to toughen up and behave like an adult, urging him to cease his childish behavior. This is merely the onset of his suffering. Kangwoo intends to ensure he compensates for every solitary drop of kimchi soup he wasted. Taehyun fails to comprehend why this individual is so worked up over a cauldron of kimchi soup, yet he is unable to grasp the trials Kangwoo has endured over the last 10,000 years. Kangwoo seizes him by the locks for deriding his cherished dish. With lethal fury in his gaze, he inquires of Taehyun whether kimchi stew holds no significance for him. Taehyun realizes his mistake and attempts to express his remorse, but he ends up stumbling over his words. Before he can even clarify his situation, Kangwoo begins to repeatedly strike his head against the ground. That kimchi stew must have been extraordinary for him to behave in such a manner. Crushing the man's skull simply isn't satisfactory for Kangwoo, and Taehyun is hardly remaining aware. Kangwoo instructs him to declare that kimchi stew is holy while he enumerates 1 and 2. Taehyun continues to endure the agony of Kangwoo's daggers embedded in his arms. Subsequently, his torment commences as the demon monarch enumerates 1, to which he responds by uttering kimchi soup. Kangwoo drives his daggers further into the criminal's arms due to his insufficient volume. Correct. At present, Taehyun is lamenting every moment of his existence. He finds it hard to accept that he is enduring such immense suffering and disgrace. The fiendish monarch, appearing increasingly unhinged, begins to tally once more, and Taehyun exclaims emphatically in his reply. He looms over the unfortunate individual like a deity as Taehyun acknowledges that kimchi stew is a revered entity. Nevertheless, it is hardly sufficient to appease Kangwoo. He pounds down on Taehyun, urging him to wail more fervently as if he were venerating a deity or declaring his affection. Sayola remains in place, observing the terrors that her sibling is enduring. She is simultaneously bewildered and frightened as none of this appears to be coherent to her. Kangwoo persists in tormenting her sibling, shouting at him to cry out with every ounce of air he possesses. The unfortunate fellow is doing all he can. However, attempting to please Kangwoo is akin to striving to triumph in a basketball game while blindfolded. For him, it lacks the appropriate resonance, prompting him to instruct Taehyun to shout until his voice ascends to the 7th octave. In a state of apprehension for his safety, Taehyun is left with no alternative but to comply. He bellows at the peak of his voice, extolling the splendid essence that is kimchi stew until Kangwoo is ultimately content. The formidable demon sovereign ultimately sheathes his weapons and alleviates Taehyun's suffering. He glances downward at him one final time and advises the individual to refrain from disparaging kimchi stew ever again. Taehyun reclines on the ground in utter agony, pondering what precisely is amiss with our erratic, unpredictable host. Subsequently, the residence is restored to its previous state, and all the damaged furnishings are gathered in a corner. Sayola's mother is receiving treatment and resting on the sofa as her daughter cares for her injuries. The attractive woman remains deeply concerned about her mother. She then glances toward the kitchen to assess the situation. There, Taehyun is lamenting like the pitiable failure he is, as he is compelled to wash the dishes and tidy up his clutter. He laments the occurrence of encountering Kangwoo and wishes that the individual would simply vacate the premises. Not only was he completely humiliated, but Kangwoo also pilfered his attire. Conversely, Kangwoo remains entirely indifferent to the unfortunate soul and is merely browsing on his phone. In the meantime, the defeated individual persists in weeping like a coward and ponders how he found himself in this predicament due to some ridiculous kimchi. He gazes at Kangwoo with a resentful expression for subjecting him to such immense anguish. Kangwoo perceives his stare and gently sets his cup aside, prompting Taehyun to yelp and hurriedly revert to his dishwashing responsibilities. He inquires of the defeated individual whether he feels exasperated by the discomfort stemming from the kimchi. Clearly, Taehyun recognizes that it's a cunning question aimed at provoking him to disparage his cherished dish, yet he remains unfazed. The infernal sovereign reflects on his tumultuous past in the abyss and remarks that Taehyun remains oblivious to how fortunate he is to don garments, consume food, rest, and inhale peacefully. He advises the defeated youth to cherish every existence on the planet while he has the opportunity. Taehyun responds obediently, yet in his thoughts, he is concocting a malevolent scheme. He bides his time to update Andrus so they can assist him in avenging all that Kangwoo has inflicted upon him. As he continues to fantasize, Kangwoo shouts at him and instructs him to join at the table once he has finished with the dishes. Taehyun modestly positions himself in front of him, resembling a frightened feline, and Kangwoo informs him that there is no substantial advantage in preserving his existence, as he cannot contribute positively to the world. Taehyun suppresses his fury and recognizes the extent of his own futility. However, Kangwoo seizes him and declares that he will not take his life. From the expression in his gaze, it is evident that Taehyun will wish for his own demise when the demon monarch has finished with him. Kangwoo gazes at him with a threatening expression, and Taehyun is engulfed by the sinister ambience. Abruptly, the defeated individual perceives a fiend in front of him when Kangwoo unleashes the demon Orobus ability of terror. The fiend Orobus cradles Taehyun and imbues him with unthinkable terror. Taehyun shouts and implores the demon to depart as he gazes down at him with his mystical third eye. He yells like a coward as the shadowy fingers begin to slither across his form. In the meantime, in truth, Kangwoo merely stands above him as he wails and pleads, losing control of himself. Kangwoo issues him a last admonition, cautioning him that he must not even think of mentioning the events that transpired in the residence. The fiend Orobus is recognized for seizing its victim's essence and inscribing a terror that can never be eradicated. Furthermore, it also transforms the target into a thrall of the demon sovereign. Kangwoo subsequently instructs the fool to scram after observing his pitiful and wretched condition. Taehyun then departs, shaking after enduring an overwhelming degree of humiliation. Meanwhile, Kangwoo felt relieved to have finally concluded his dealings with him. Seola observes as her ineffectual brother finally exits the residence, but is left utterly astonished by the occurrences that unfolded. Once more, she is rescued by her gallant champion, Kangwoo. The purported knight resumes browsing his phone and comes to the realization of his financial plight. If he intends to endure in this realm, he must acquire funds at the earliest opportunity. He subsequently discovers something captivating. He comes across a piece discussing enchanted stones and figures. He realizes he can utilize them to generate income. Kangwoo then requests Seola to display the magical stones she has in her possession at that moment. She rummages through her bag and extracts an earrank magical gem that they obtained from the goblin previously. Based on the piece he reviewed, the deeper the hue of the gem, the greater its worth. Kangwoo attempts to scrutinize the enchanted stone, yet he cannot perceive any enchantment emanating from it. He can perceive something, yet it is not sorcery. He reminisces about acquiring a point of sorcery after assimilating the essence of the goblins, yet he contemplates what lies within these enchanted stones. He understands that it's not malevolent energy, but rather a distinct form of energy referred to as magic. Nevertheless, he remains unaware of the source of the malevolent energy. Kangwoo hands the stone back to Seola and resolves that he must gather more of them to line his pockets for the time being. To achieve this, he requires a player card and remembers his interaction with the law enforcement officials. Seola informs him that there are no nearby player assistance centers. However, the nearest one is the Seoul Station location. She must head there too and inquires if he would like to accompany him. Observing the condition of their home and her mother, Seola informs him that she is endeavoring to generate income to assist her family. She feels silly for attempting to approach the entrance impulsively, and gratitude to Kangwoo for assisting her and imparting a valuable lesson. The Demon King sincerely aspires to support others in the same manner, and acknowledges that he has at last encountered a celestial being after witnessing nothing but malevolent fiends for years. Seola subsequently states that she is attempting to grasp the fundamentals once again and achieve her second awakening. He expresses his good wishes for her, but harbors no intention of assisting her at this time. Subsequently, Seola prepares herself so they can begin their departure. As she enters her chamber, Kangwoo contemplates how accompanying her will merely diminish his hunting proficiency. As harsh as it may seem, he recognizes it as the unvarnished reality. At this moment, he must concentrate on restoring his abilities and disregard any distractions that may impede him. In the meantime, Seola selects a white garment to don. The Demon King approaches the window and gazes outside, reflecting on the necessity of reclaiming his powers to ensure his survival in this realm. He reminds himself that he must strive to excel just as he did throughout those years of torment. Seola subsequently emerges and inquires whether he possesses his identification, but it is clear that he does not. She resolves that their initial stop needs to be the municipal office to obtain one for him. After a while, Kangwoo gazes at his new identification during a train journey with her. He appears to be quite distressed that he managed to obtain a new identification without any difficulty. Upon his arrival to retrieve the identification, the woman present inquired if he required anything further. Kangwoo informed her in the negative, yet he was astonished that there had been no report filed regarding his absence. He felt a profound sorrow that, after all those years, no one realized he was gone. His thoughts plunge into profound despondency, and he remembers the dreadful days in torment once more. Fortunately, Seola regains his awareness and jolts him from his reverie. She indicates towards the window, informing him that they will shortly reach the player station. Kangwoo gazes through the window, enchanted by the stunning and graceful panorama of the city. Seola expresses her enthusiasm enthusiasm for the splendid scenery too. Kangwoo slips his identification back into his pocket and remarks that circumstances will change from this point forward. He glances at Seola and remarks on how magnificent the city appears. Their train ultimately reaches the player assistance hub, and they disembark from the train. She indicates the direction for him, and they reach the headquarters of the player. The structure is indeed colossal, with numerous participants engaging in their various activities. Meanwhile, Kangwoo remains astonished by the sheer size of the location. Seola expresses that she possesses something for him. She gives him her old phone so that he can reach out to her later. Kangwoo expresses his gratitude and praises destiny for bringing such a guardian angel into his life. She subsequently departs to enroll in the introductory courses, and they exchange their goodbyes. Seola mentions that she will arrive a little tardy and proposes that they share a meal together later. Our lad readily embraces the offer, and just like that, he has lined up another appointment with the most sought-after girl in the neighborhood. Kangwoo gazes at the structure once more, observing the multitude of participants milling about. He then spots a kiosk where he can enter his identification and obtain a ticket. Kangwoo approaches the kiosk and slips his card into the slot. The device verifies his identity and issues a queue ticket for him. Following that, instructs him to proceed to the examination room with the ticket. The ticket unexpectedly begins to radiate, leaving him perplexed. A marker appears on the surface, directing him to the location of the examination chamber. He proceeds there and takes a seat on a bench to await his opportunity. Two additional players begin conversing behind him. The silver-haired man states that he received a D grade after completing his examination. His companion reassures him that he will achieve a B grade on his upcoming assessment, but the man merely chuckles in response. He thinks it's trivial in comparison to athletes such as Baekangyeon or Cheonju. As the men converse, Kangwoo browses the web on his mobile device. He catches snippets of conversation regarding the Big Five Guildmasters who achieved S rank during their initial awakening. It is said that individuals can be recruited by these prestigious Big Five guilds upon reaching S rank, yet the individuals conversing feel they still have a considerable journey ahead before accomplishing such a milestone. Kangwoo then reminisces about the Big Five guilds and their respective guildmasters. From Mir's Kim Jaehyun to Red Rose's Cheonju to Hanul's Baekangyeon, Sonari's Jung Hyunju, and Onuri's Cha Minyuk, these individuals secured a position among the top 5 guilds in Korea, and Kangwoo is convinced that he will encounter them once he completely regains his abilities. He is certain that he will undoubtedly encounter them while reviewing his statistics. His expression reveals his urgency to swiftly recover his abilities, as his statistics are remarkably inadequate. Even though he is convinced that by harnessing the characteristics of a competitor, he will be capable of surpassing his former self. Finally, his number gets called and he's invited into the testing room. Following an extended wait, Kangwoo enters and is instructed to sit down once more. It appears they need to evaluate the strength of your endurance first. In any case, the chamber is lively with numerous participants, and he approaches a counter where one of the employees assists him. The woman verifies his identity and, subsequently, he presents him with a crystal sphere intended to evaluate his abilities. The sphere is designed to alter its hue according to his status. The greater his capabilities, the darker the appearance of the marble will become. Nonetheless, Kangwoo is concerned that his abilities may manifest too intensely. He rests his hands upon it, and the marble begins to radiate with an intensely luminous white hue. He believes he has blundered, and the girl is astonished to witness that an individual's abilities can be so luminous. Once the examination concludes, she informs our son that he is an F tier and requests him to remove his hands from the marble. He cannot accept what he listens to and is utterly astonished by the outcome. So much for reigning as the sovereign of the underworld. The assistant then leads him through the aspects he must pay attention to, yet Kangwoo remains too bewildered to utter a word. It's reasonable that his abilities are restricted, but being classified as F rank is a far cry from what he anticipated. The woman informs him that he will receive an E rank player card, granting him access to gates of the corresponding level. Unfortunately, he can only access higher ranked gates if accompanied by a guardian. Kangwoo still contemplates whether his rank is a reflection of his innate abilities. He muses that if Balak were aware of his situation, he would likely desire to tear the woman limb from limb. Abruptly, he senses the resurgence of his past torment from hell. He then inquires of the woman what steps he must take to elevate his rank. She asserts that his status will elevate to D rank if he completes the fundamental course, the identical program that Seola is presently undertaking. The alternative approach involves him displaying the quantity of magical stones he has exchanged and utilizing them to elevate his status. Kangwoo promptly opts for the alternative concept as it proves to be more advantageous for him. Equipped Equipped with the strength of narrative protection, he can accumulate the stones effortlessly. Just as he is about to depart, the woman instructs him to hold on for his player card. She proposes to assist him in enrolling for the introductory course, but he advises her not to concern herself with it. She empathizes with him and believes that his low position is excessively startling for him. As the doors swing open and Kangwoo departs, the attendant contemplates that he will perish swiftly if he enters the portal. In her view, it would be more advantageous for him to abandon the notion of being a player, particularly as someone who is categorized as F-rank. Abruptly, she observes that the marble sphere is gradually reversing its rotation. The sphere becomes entirely obscured and begins to fissure, causing her to ponder whether it is damaged. It then splinters as she extends her hand toward it, yet it perplexes her since she is convinced that Kangwoo's classification was F-rank prior to his departure. She gazes at the broken sphere with trepidation in her eyes, attempting to comprehend what has just transpired. Even when Bai Kong Yoon underwent the examination, his hue was merely deep gray. She summons the front desk attendant to assist her in replacing the marble and dismisses the notion that anyone could truly possess an entirely black color. Subsequently, outside the structure, we observe individuals positioned before a portal attempting to enlist others to become part of their various factions. Much akin to a traditional role-playing game, players require defenders, healers, and sorcerers, yet thieves are generally unpopular. Kangwoo observes a youthful lad who is a pickpocket attempting to join various gatherings, yet none of them are welcoming thieves. He empathizes with the unfortunate boy and ponders why all are shunning criminals. Nevertheless, he remains indifferent to the entire situation. He presents his player card to an official who verifies his status and enables him to advance to the entrance. Kangwoo traverses and reaches a woodland region. Nevertheless, he requires some time to recuperate since anything related to teleportation causes him to feel nauseous. Following his warm-up, he resolves to seek out creatures. Suddenly, someone from behind summons him. He reflects on the past and perceives an enormous silhouette looming above him, contemplating whether it might be a bear. The peculiar individual inquires of Kangwoo whether he is pursuing game solo and if he has experienced a second awakening. A female member of his squad then informs him that they have completed their arrangements, and she discloses that his name is Taisu. Following that, Kangwoo informs him that he has not experienced a second resurgence. Upon receiving this news, Taisu becomes enthusiastic, causing his fellow party members to feel a bit apprehensive. With an expression of a smug simpleton, Taisu informs Kangwoo that it would be advantageous for an E-rank to collaborate with a group since he has not completed the foundational training. The demon monarch is already weary of the man's antics as he attempts to summon Kangwoo to his celebration. His colleagues are rather displeased as he failed to confer with them prior to extending an invitation to an unfamiliar individual. Taisu endeavors to make them comprehend Kangwoo's predicament, yet he does so in an intimidating fashion. Given their heightened anxiety, he resolves to decline the magical stones they offer to include Kangwoo in their group. They acquiesce to his proposition. However, Kangwoo informs them that he intends to pursue his hunt solo. The last thing he requires is a band of subordinates impeding his progress. Taisu, being somewhat of a brute, disregards his own words and promptly dives into the introductions. He inquires of Kangwoo regarding his name, and the demon sovereign presents himself yet continues to inform the dimwit that he has no intention of participating in a group. Taisu chuckles at him and urges him to speak informally. Although he appears to be an elderly man, he claims he is merely 24 years of age. Kangwoo finds it hard to believe as he looks sufficiently mature to be the patriarch of a realm. Taisu. He then retrieves his player card, which verifies his birth year. Kangwoo agrees to converse informally, yet contemplates what on earth transpired during the 5 years of his absence. He expresses his gratitude to Taisu for the proposition once more and informs him that he has already made arrangements for himself. At this moment, even Taisu's companions appear rather concerned. The dullard chooses to part ways with Kangwoo, as he is adamant about pursuing a solitary path, yet he cautions the demon sovereign to be wary of a formidable goblin referred to as the hobgoblin. It's a formidable boss creature that is significantly superior to the ordinary goblins and considerably more challenging to combat. Kangwoo expresses his gratitude for the council and concedes that Taisu is indeed a rather pleasant individual. Taisu departs with his companions, and they exchange their goodbyes. Kangwoo remarks that he would have accompanied them had he genuinely been a novice F-rank player. Nevertheless, this is an undertaking he is more suited to handle independently. With that resolved, he ventures into the woods to commence his pursuit. He dashes through the woods with electrifying swiftness and observes traces of goblins throughout the path. Shortly thereafter, he reaches a campsite teeming with numerous unsightly goblins. He glides into the establishment, seizing, eliminate his initial unfortunate victim before the others become aware of him. Swiftly, he extends his arm blades and cleaves through the subsequent goblin, stating that he has discovered a windfall. The goblins are terrified to their core, yet resolutely clutch their arms and prepare to confront him. As the nobleman that he is, he offers a hand to creatures and requests for the confrontation to commence. The unfortunate goblins surge toward him with a seething fury, yet they don't stand a chance against the monarch of fiends. One by one, Kangwoo deftly cleaves off their heads before they have an opportunity to execute even a single assault. An increasing number of goblins spring toward him, yet none of them can contend with the sovereign of the underworld. The abhorrent creatures fail to present a significant challenge for him, and he persists in slicing through the swarm effortlessly. The conflict endures interminably, and these goblins are completely oblivious to when to stop. It seems as though their minds have decayed excessively for them to realize that they must flee. Subsequently, the goblins begin to understand that they are engaged in a vain struggle and start quaking. Following the butchery of numerous adversaries, Kangwoo becomes aware that a substantial number of goblins remain. Nevertheless, he is thrilled by the abundance of opponents available for him to engage with. Thus, he persists in his barrage without reluctance. Shortly thereafter, he is ultimately exhausted after battling extensively. Before him spread innumerable lifeless goblin corpses, and he recognizes the difficulty of vanquishing each one. Suddenly, he notices the system window appear, displaying a notification. It informs him that he has acquired experience points from vanquishing the goblins, and his rank rose by 4 points. Kangwoo also observes that he can accumulate demonic energy points through advancement as well. Following, he makes contact with one of the lifeless goblin corpses and releases the force of excess upon the others. Using his abilities, he perceives remnants of infernal energy, yet observes that it does not originate from the enchanted stones. The level of infernal energy present within the creatures' bodies also varies according to the timing of their demise, indicating that if he is capable of feasting on recently deceased creatures, he can acquire infernal energy at a faster rate. Thus, he commences harnessing the energy and feels pleased that he can effortlessly vend the enchanted stones while simultaneously obtaining the infernal energy he requires. Upon harnessing the energy, all that remains for him is to collect the enchanted gems before he departs. As he collects the rocks, he begins to envision the quantity of poultry he could acquire from selling them all. As if that weren't sufficient, he believes that removing the meat from the goblins and extracting their bones is analogous to consuming chicken. He begins to salivate and contemplates heading out to share a meal with Sayola as soon as he has the funds. The idea of Sayola nourishing him like a romantic partner drives him wild, and he begins collecting the stones as if he were a vacuum cleaner. The location abruptly begins to tremble with a deafening noise, and the atmosphere feels peculiar. Kangwoo swiftly perceives that something is amiss and pivots to discover the source of the commotion. Emerging from the forest is an enormous goblin, and Kangwoo contemplates whether this could be the hobgoblin Tesu had mentioned. With every stride this behemoth takes, the ground quakes beneath its weight. The creature appears utterly horrifying with its lethal stare. It focuses its attention on Kangwoo and utterly spirals out of control with a piercing shriek. The demon sovereign is astonished upon witnessing that the creature possesses the ability to wield sorcery. The hobgoblin lunges directly at our lad, delivering him a brief opportunity to respond swiftly before an assault strikes. Kangwoo draws forth his weapons and prepares to engage with the creature. He remains tranquil and collected, as he believes that his infernal energy far surpasses the hobgoblin's sorcery. However, he is not entirely secure just yet. The beast brings its blade crashing down towards Kangwoo, yet the dark sovereign manages to evade at the last possible moment. Notwithstanding its considerable bulk, the hobgoblin remains agile enough to maintain its focus on Kangwoo and launches another assault. Kangwoo is ensnared in a challenging predicament, yet he can still intercept the strike while airborne. Nevertheless, the goblin continues to trail behind him, poised to crush our young hero like an insect. It brings its sword down once more, unleashing nothing but mayhem and devastation on the field of combat. Kangwoo, fortunate, intercepts the assault with his swords. The challenge he encounters now is the overwhelming physical power of the goblin, attributed to the disparity in their masses. He deflects the creature to the side and attempts to launch another strike. However, the hobgoblin obstructs him with its shoulder guard. Given that Kangwoo's attributes remain considerably insufficient, his strike glances off harmlessly, and the rebound propels him backward. This precarious predicament indicates to him that he must seek a larger opening and act swiftly. The goblin lashes out wildly at him, yet Kangwoo manages to dodge every assault adeptly. No matter the size of the creature, the goblin can maintain a relentless onslaught of strikes without creating any vulnerability. abilities. Kangwoo persistently evades the strikes and has yet to glimpse a chance to deliver a hit. Every assault comes perilously close to severing his head, and he acknowledges that the hobgoblin is on an entirely distinct plane from the insignificant goblins he battled previously. It is anticipated from a high-ranking creature. He leaps aside as the goblin strikes at him once more, ultimately cleaving a tree in two. At this stage, the creature is essentially ravaging its own domain, and there are no minions to assist it. To Kangwoo, it is merely another target poised to face its pointless demise. He subsequently hurls one of the craniums of the deceased goblins over the creature's shoulder. The hobgoblin gazes upon the cranium of its fallen ally and instantly becomes furious at Kangwoo's taunts. It rushes towards him, yet this is entirely a component of Kangwoo's strategy. Kangwoo tightens his hand into a fist, amassing tremendous might and fury. He subsequently releases the demon Crossel's force of wrath and channels all that energy into the hobgoblin. The ultimate outcome? The creature remains entirely unperturbed, or so you believed. It abruptly becomes even more furious and prepared to annihilate Kangwoo. The infernal sovereign is pleased that his scheme succeeded as the hobgoblin strikes at him once more. He is capable of evading the assault, yet all the trees in the background are cut down in a single strike. The hobgoblin persists in its senseless assaults, disregarding its environment completely. Kangwoo then clarifies that the technique he employed is designed to enhance the target's strength multiple times over, but it transforms the objective into a frenzied lunatic as well. With its perceptions obliterated, the creature continues to flail about haphazardly, annihilating everything in its view. The turmoil continues, yet Kangwoo evades every assault effortlessly. The circumstances facilitate his ability to evade. He dashes in for an assault since his adversary has neglected numerous vulnerabilities, dismissing its safeguards. He rapidly severs the creature's limb, subduing it completely, but the goblin has not surrendered yet. Now even more enraged, it strikes down at Kangwoo. However, the demon monarch has already secured this victory. Kangwoo pierces its skull, vanquishing it and marking it as the inaugural creature to be overcome by a power-up. Kangwoo is relieved to have concluded the arduous struggle and expresses that it was rather exasperating for him. While lamenting how effortless it could have been with his abilities, the system generates a notification directly in front of him. Due to independently eliminating a monster lair, he is granted a 150% bonus in experience points, resulting in an increase of 3 levels. Furthermore, he activates his second awakening special skill as he has reached level 11. Kangwoo commemorates this significant triumph, and we observe that the secondary awakening skill is referred to as unquenchable appetite. This will enable him to assimilate greater amounts of infernal energy from vanquished foes through his capacity for greed. Coupled with the advantages of being a participant, he is certain to grow more formidable with this skill. Without delaying, he gazes at the vanquished hobgoblin and resolves to experiment with his newfound abilities on. Kangwoo unleashes the force of insatiability, and an ominous veil engulfs the lifeless corpse of the creature. He observes that the haze is more opaque and contemplates whether it's a consequence of his unique power. The power is triggered, and he starts to assimilate greater amounts of infernal energy. His infernal energy metric subsequently rises by 3 points. With this enhancement, he is certain to become more formidable by vanquishing more powerful creatures. Following the absorption of the energy, he chooses to examine how the rise in infernal energy influences his power. Kangwoo reflects on his abilities and is astonished by what he uncovers. He's not merely double the strength, yet the strength is thrice as formidable as he anticipated. He ponders why it's escalating so rapidly, as unforeseen surges in electricity can be rather perilous. In his contemplation, he traverses the countless fiend portal. In its superficial depths, Kangwoo observes that the barrier on the entrance has diminished in strength. He continues to be baffled as to why this occurred because, apart from the realization, he fails to perceive any remarkable alterations. A notion arises in his mind moments afterward, and he believes that each time he activates an awakening, the barrier on the countless gate will diminish in strength. Our lad offers a faint grin before his demeanor transforms into one of utter madness. If he continues to elevate his intensity in this manner, he will undoubtedly be able to reclaim his former abilities. This provides him with a motivation to seek out superior-ranked gates and advance as rapidly as possible. He observes the hobgoblin's enchanted gem and grabs it. With an even more outrageous grin upon his visage, he establishes his subsequent objective for the third awakening at level 20. Subsequently, the setting transitions to an eatery bustling with patrons indulging in food, beverages, and merriment. We observe Kangwoo and Sayola seated at a table, and Kangwoo is indulging like a miserable glutton. He is genuinely indulging in the poultry and gulping it it down with a refreshing glass of ale. Merely similar to any ordinary individual, the cuisine provides him immense pleasure, and he cannot refute it. Sayola appears somewhat uneasy with his routines, but she doesn't have many alternatives at this point. She inquires whether the cuisine is genuinely that exceptional, and he asserts that it is unparalleled. It's at that moment she sets off the snare and questions him if it surpasses the kimchi stew she prepares. Our lad finds himself in a dilemma as he cannot bring himself to offend a woman's culinary skills. Fortunately, he provides the appropriate response, expressing that he adores her kimchi stew more than the chicken. Sayola chuckles and claims she was merely teasing, yet we all understand he would have been in serious trouble had he not selected his words with care. Kangwoo chuckles awkwardly in response and feels relieved that he didn't make a mistake. She offers him a portion of her chicken too and perceives it as a means of expressing her gratitude for everything he has accomplished. As Kangwoo continues to have a mouthful of sustenance, she chooses to pose an inquiry to him. She inquires about his relatives or companions, and he leisurely sips his beer prior to responding to her. He angrily sets the glass aside and informs her that he possesses neither relatives nor companions. A utensil tumbles from the table due to the manner in which he forcefully set down his glass, and the unfortunate fellow informs her that he lacks even a home. If only Balak were aware of what his esteemed monarch was uttering about them. Sayola expresses worry by inquiring where he rests, and Kangwoo reveals to her that he has no place to turn. As he grasps the utensil, Sayola appears quite distressed and agitated. Shin subsequently extends her home to him as he has no other options available. Kangwoo is taken aback by her generous offer and inquires if she is genuinely certain about this. As she reaches for an additional fork, she reassures him not to be concerned, as he is unaware of the extent to which he has assisted her. Thus, he accepts her proposal and extends best wishes for both her and himself regarding it. They are both relieved that he will not need to spend the night outdoors. Nevertheless, Sayola senses that numerous burdens are pressing upon Kangwoo's heart, and he has not yet released them. Subsequently, Kangwoo recalls that he possesses something intended for her. He slides a stack of currency toward her and mentions it should amount to approximately 3 million won. Sayola is taken aback and questions why he is presenting her with such a substantial sum. He explains that it should be regarded as compensation for permitting him to reside with her, yet she modestly declines his generous proposal. She asserts that it would be inappropriate for her to accept it, particularly in light of everything he has done for her. Kangwoo maintains his stance on being magnanimous, taking into account that her household is not in the most favorable financial position either. She attempts to decline it once more, but he persists and urges her to accept it as funds for groceries. In this manner, it will turn out to be beneficial for both of them. After contemplating for a moment, Sayola agrees to accept the funds and expresses her gratitude. Kangwoo becomes captivated by her adorable gaze and assures her not to be concerned about it. Sayola subsequently vows to utilize the finest quality meat to prepare a kimchi stew for him. Count on Kangwoo to become immensely thrilled at the prospect of indulging in his beloved dish on a daily basis. He refers to her as a celestial being and pledges to increase his income by selling enchanted gems to bring her joy. It feels as though they are already united in matrimony. Once Kangwoo concludes his festivities, he subsequently inquires whether there are any D-ranked portals in the vicinity. Sayola informs him that there is one close by, but she has refrained from entering it due to the presence of lizardmen. Upon learning of the lizardmen, he resolves that he must journey there the following day. He is resolute in his quest to conquer more formidable creatures to expedite his awakenings and accumulate substantial wealth. As he reaches for a morsel of chicken, he begins to ponder the flavor of lizard meat and inquires with Sayola. Subsequently, in the evening, the illumination of a chamber activates in Sayola's residence, and she informs Kangwoo that he may remain there as the chamber once belonged to her sibling. While seated on the plush mattress, he expresses his gratitude for providing him the opportunity to rest peacefully. As Sayola departs, she extinguishes the illumination and they bid each other good night. Kangwoo shyly grins at her until she shuts the door. He then reclines on the mattress and reflects on how he hasn't experienced such solace in the past 10,000 years. The tranquility and serenity he possesses enhance everything significantly. As Kangwoo drifts off to slumber, he acknowledges that he made the correct choice in coming back to Earth. The following day, he ventures towards a dungeon entrance and observes a throng of gamers seeking new members. As per usual, now classified as a D-ranked player, he perceives that there are groups assembling to enlist individuals to assist them in attaining their third awakening. As he walked by, Kangwoo spots the earlier thief who is perpetually pleading to be included in a group. As usual, nobody desires the child's presence, and even Kangwoo begins to feel sympathy for him. Nevertheless, he proceeds to to verify his identity with the officials and moves on to pass through the entrance. He enters yet another dense and shadowy woodland, yet there is an enchanting aura enveloping the surroundings as well. He prepares his physique and readies himself to embark on a journey through the perils that await beyond this threshold. He subsequently unleashes the force of tranquility to render his steps as gentle as a plume. Subsequently, he dashes into the woodland. He remembers Sayola informing him that lizard folk are attuned to sound, yet they possess poor vision. She recommended that he approach them quietly, as they might converge on him simultaneously. Kangwoo then swiftly spots a few lizard men, but due to the ability of silence, they remain unaware of his presence. He observes that there are 3 of the creatures, and you can observe that his gaze is poised to annihilate. He also remembers that Sayola suggested the vulnerability of the lizard men to flames and how utilizing it proves to be highly efficient when pursuing them. Kangwoo promptly unleashes the power of hellfire bestowed by the devil Andrus and unleashes the fire upon his unaware adversaries. Prior to the beings comprehending the unfolding events, the flames reach them, and the hue of their complexion responds to the fire. Within moments, Kangwoo begins to scorch the lizards intensely, and all the wretched beings can do is wail in despair. The inferno is too intense for them to endure, prompting them to plunge into the river in a desperate bid to extinguish the flames. Regrettably for them, Kangwoo discloses that it cannot be extinguished consistently unless it is expelled using infernal energy or magical prowess. The unfortunate beings are incinerated thoroughly, and Kangwoo further explains that the fire consumes the essence of the target's vitality rather than their corporeal form. Consequently, Kangwoo harnesses the strength of insatiability on his corporeal form to assimilate the energy he requires. Upon assimilating the infernal energy, Kangwoo recalls that Taehyun's faction is recognized as Andrus and deduces that he derived the name from a specific source. If circumstances do not favor him, he is ready to obliterate everything and ravage the terrain. He is interrupted and swivels to observe additional lizard folk perched on the trees behind him. They appear rather displeased with the treatment of their companions, yet the Demon King merely perceives this as a delightful opportunity to acquire additional strength. Subsequent to engaging with them, he begins contemplating whether to pursue lizard men in groups or individually. Abruptly, he perceives an individual summoning him and glances over to identify who it is. The individual presumes that Kangwoo is a novice due to his gear and inquires whether he would like to participate in their guild expedition. Kangwoo already appears annoyed by their existence and subsequently inquires of the group what their guild's name is. The head of the faction wears a triumphant expression as he proclaims that they belong to the Andrus Guild. Kangwoo gazes at the amulet that the foolish-looking individual is donning and appears quite disenchanted by the guy's effort to appear stylish. He diverts his gaze to depart and informs them that he has no desire to accompany them. The inept-looking party chief becomes irate that Kangwoo shows no enthusiasm for them. The young woman next to him inquires about their plan, expressing concern that their mentor will disapprove of the circumstances upon their return. The man then resolves that they will assault Kangwoo and haul his nearly lifeless form away. This is the outcome when a gathering is directed by an utter fool. They all wear malevolent expressions and eagerly anticipate creating havoc for Kangwoo. The commander clasps his arm guards together and informs his comrades that they are about to impart a genuine lesson to the demon monarch. It's evident just how absurd this sounds. In the meantime, Kangwoo is swiftly navigating through the woods and incinerating every lizard folk he encounters. The pitiful creatures continue to wail in despair as the fire consumes them, yet they are powerless to intervene. Kangwoo begins assimilating their corporeal forms immediately after vanquishing any one of them. Eventually, he succeeds in securing the space surrounding him and devours all the lizard men present. As he assimilates the final one, he contemplates that it would be wiser to take the chance and prioritize rapid advancement. Nevertheless, he reflects on the situation and questions what specific actions he ought to take. He is once more disrupted by an individual shouting to him. He promptly identifies the voice as belonging to the foolish-appearing party leader from before. The man arrives accompanied by his followers and informs Kangwoo that he is overseeing their new member's performance in the hunt. Kangwoo perceives that he's just another dimwit who enjoys tormenting the vulnerable and chooses to go along with it. He informs the leader that there's no cause for concern as he is faring exceptionally well in his solo pursuit. The chief dismisses his claims and ridicules his statements as Kangwoo's attire remains intact and there are no bodies in his vicinity. Kangwoo informs him that he is taking a break, which only intensifies the man's agitation. The individual inquires of Kangwoo the reason behind his discourteous behavior towards his superior, and the demon lord retorts that his antics are becoming rather tiresome. This infuriates him, and he appears poised to tear our guy apart. Kangwoo remains unfazed by his menace menaces and even inquires if he desires to engage in a confrontation. One of the unsightly attendants is incited by his remarks. However, the commander advises him against attempting any actions. The child contemplates why their captain would permit such behavior to go unpunished, yet the captain intends to impart a lesson to Kangwoo personally. Judging by the boy's demeanor, it's evident he is eager to wipe the floor with this fool's backside. The head of the group then warns him that he will come to rue his foolish antics. Kangwoo, conversely, is eager for whatever the individual has planned. The fellow brandishes his blade and begins striking against his metallic forearm guards. The remaining team members observe with intrigue as the turmoil gradually develops. The fool reminds Kangwoo that lizard folk are attuned to noise. However, the demon monarch remains thoroughly unamused by his trivial antics. Kangwoo gently leans his head and grins as they await the arrival of the lizardmen. A powerful gust sweeps through the area while the chief persists in creating resounding clamor with his blade. The waters begin to tremble in reaction to the multitude of lizardmen that are drawing near to the location. The group leader instructs the sorcerer to summon an enchanted shield that will safeguard them from the creatures. Now, shielded by the obstruction, he taunts Kangwoo and inquires about his next move. He instructs the demon monarch to kneel and implore for assistance, as he believes the lizardmen will prove overwhelming for him to confront. Nonetheless, Kangwoo is eager for this. He contemplates whether this is the entirety of the deception that the simpleton has prepared. The party chief begins to feel anxious, and Kangwoo advises him that he ought to commit fully when employing underhanded tactics. The demon sovereign's gaze shifts to crimson, and he brings his hands together, releasing the catastrophic force of audio, which is certain to draw numerous creatures. The members of the Andrus Guild are taken by surprise when the ground begins to tremble uncontrollably beneath their soles. Kangwoo persists in thudding the earth, generating an even louder commotion. The party chief, now fearful for his wretched existence, implores him to cease before the situation spirals out of control. Kangwoo abruptly ceases producing sound and grins at the chief. The guy labels Kangwoo as insane for his recent actions, and the situation is poised to become rather intriguing. Within the confines of the barrier, the group members are apprehensive about the lizard folk who are gradually advancing from the forest. In just a few moments, they find themselves encircled by a swarm of these serpentine beings, and they are all gripped by terror. Their sorceress begins to shake uncontrollably, as she has never encountered such a multitude of lizard men previously. The commander urges her to regain her composure, fearing that the shield may collapse at any instant. He verbalizes his frustration towards Kangwoo and berates him, inquiring whether he intends for them all to perish in that place. Kangwoo derides his remarks and leaps onto a tree limb. The faction chief gazes at him with trepidation, praying that the malevolent sovereign isn't on the verge of fleeing and abandoning them to their wretched destiny. Kangwoo subsequently informs him that he is already aware of the lizardman's heightened sensitivity to noises. Following that, the creatures charge at the group members and begin assaulting the shield. The sorceress is exerting all her efforts to maintain the barrier, yet the onslaught is becoming increasingly relentless with each passing moment. The party chief channels all his fury towards Kangwoo as he realizes that his time is nearly over. He berates the infernal sovereign, questioning his sanity for desiring the demise of them all. Kangwoo is utterly oblivious to the subject at hand, for there is no possibility that he will perish like the others. He takes care to inform the group leader that they alone will face demise. Kangwoo mobilizes his ability of quietude and employs it to keep the lizard men from detecting his presence. The creatures disregard him and continue pursuing the members of the Andrus Guild party. While they continue to attempt to tear the barrier asunder, the party leader ultimately comprehends that Kangwoo possesses the power to manipulate sound. At that moment, the obstruction dissipates, and his companions swiftly turn into a fleeting feast for the creatures. He shouts at the sorcerer to reinstate the shield, yet when he pivots, he observes that she has been pierced by a lizardman's tail. The unfortunate girl gazes at him with glistening tears in her eyes as the beast prepares to consume her. The man collapses to the earth and observes as the girl is annihilated before him, aware that there is nothing he can do. Encircled by the remains of his deceased companions, the despondent party leader trembles in dread and strives to remain silent to evade a similar destiny. One of the reptilian warriors clutches the lifeless form of a fallen ally, observing the terror unfolding before him. In an instant, his whole squad was reduced to mere pulp. The boy's lifeless form relinquishes the weapon he gripped and endeavors to endure the dreadful spectacle in front of him. The next occasion he glances upward, he realizes that he has become the subsequent victim of these creatures, and he implores Kangwoo for compassion and to rescue him. He confesses that he was mistaken for attempting to portray himself as superior. Kangwoo joyfully exclaims proclaims his name, Xian Bei, and extends his best wishes for success in the battle. The unfortunate fool berates the infernal monarch with all his might as the lizard folk commence devouring him while he is still living. In mere moments, the reptilian creatures transform the unfortunate individual into a delightful banquet for themselves, while Kong Wu observes their indulgence. He believes that combating malevolence with a greater malevolence and lethal intentions with an even more ferocious intent is the superior approach. Following the demise of the Andres Guild faction members, Kong Wu proceeds to ignite the remaining creatures and tidy up the area, even though he appears rather disheartened by the simplicity of the entire experience for him. Subsequent to incinerating them with his fire, he subsequently unleashes the force of veracity to consume the malevolent energy he requires. Abruptly, the system presents a notification, informing him that he is unable to wield the force of gluttony against individuals shielded by the Gaia system. He remembers that lifeless human cadavers, he comes to understand that participants are safeguarded by the aforementioned Gaia system. He feels disheartened to discover that he is unable to devour their remains and assimilate their powers. Nevertheless, the quantity of infernal energy he is able to harness still stands as the paramount consideration for him. Kangwa's sinister energy attribute subsequently rises to 30 points. He observes this and feels pleased that his infernal energy has grown considerably in comparison to the past. It's not merely the volume that is influenced. Kong Wu harnesses the might of hellfire and observes that the caliber of his infernal energy has likewise escalated. At this point, all he needs to do is advance. Eager for his third resurgence, he grasps the final enchanted gemstone near Sunbee's lifeless form. Kangwa's third awakening is imminent, given the substantial game he has recently pursued. He then ventures further into the woods to seek additional prey before departing. 3 days afterward, in Siola's residence, our lad is enthusiastically devouring a pot of his preferred dish, as per usual. He expresses to Siola how delightful her culinary skills are, and she inquires whether he plans to go hunting once more. He claims he is, and that he will return approximately at mealtime. Siola is anxious that he may be overexerting himself since he hasn't rested in the past few days. While she places the kettle on the stove to heat some water, Kongwu reassures her that he is okay. She also informs him that she will complete her lessons in a few days and that she will commence goblin hunting from that day onward. She is uncertain about the outcome, yet she aspires to attain her second enlightenment at the earliest opportunity. Kongwu guarantees her that she will arrive there swiftly. Subsequently, Siola presents him with another cup of tea to rejuvenate himself prior to his departure. Our protagonist has no alternative but to embrace her proposal, as he is quite the devoted admirer. Abruptly, Siola recalls an overlooked detail and inquires whether he has heard any recent updates concerning the entrance. She mentions that there have been whispers about individuals referred to as cow players in the vicinity. It might merely be speculation, but she cautions him to exercise caution when approaching the gates. Cattle enthusiasts are recognized for feigning their standings and assaulting competitors. Kongwu believes these speculations have arisen due to his interaction with the Andres Guild group. He was certain that he glanced about one final time to ensure there were no observers. Their physiques appeared as though they had been slain by the reptilian humanoids, so if the alleged bovine player is indeed him, then he has no reason for concern. Nonetheless, he senses that he cannot be entirely confident and ought to brace for uncertainties while concentrating on advancement. Following a prolonged pursuit, he ultimately attains level 20 and activates his third awakening. The system informs him that the third awakening ability is now accessible, and he observes that his magic has escalated to an entirely new tier. Kongwu experimented by harnessing the force of hellfire, validating his assumptions. Each time he ascends in rank, the barrier on his countless infernal portal diminishes, allowing malevolent energy to permeate, thereby enhancing his powers. He subsequently observes an enchanted gem and chooses to examine it more closely. Owing to his third awakening unique talent, he is now capable of assimilating the enchantment within the magical stones by transforming it into infernal energy. Kongwu harnesses the power from the enchanted gem and is astonished by the sheer volume of energy he can obtain, comparable to the entirety of demonic energy derived from an entire beast. In this case, he can accumulate demonic energy at double the speed, but he will need to forfeit earning income from the magical stones. He pulls out his smartphone to review his income and observes that he has accumulated a substantial amount over the last few days. Consequently, he won't need to visit the enchanted exchange in the near future. He additionally mentions that he will possess ample leisure time to utilize his unique talent a bit more. Kongwu removes his shirt and secures it around his hips as he prepares to engage in additional hunting. He revels in the warmth of the sun for a moment before crouching down and propelling himself skyward with the strength of the heavens. In an effort to gain a distinct perspective of the forest, we observe that the might of the heavens bestows upon him a set of wings, allowing him to hover and glide effortlessly through the atmosphere. He recalls that he has yet to meet the leader of the lizardmen. Regrettably, Kangwoo is unable to obtain a distinct perspective of the woodland, and due to insufficient demonic energy, he cannot wield the authority of governance at that moment. He abruptly perceives a voice beckoning and realizes that it belongs to Taisu himself. As Kangwoo nears the location, he witnesses a pair of individuals who resemble delinquents, making things difficult for Tiso. Kangwoo considers that this is an unusual circumstance and contemplates the reason for all the commotion. He then observes Tiso positioned before the unfortunate thief from earlier, who was pleading to be included in others' gatherings. Tiso is brimming with rage and inquires of the two players why they are assaulting their own comrade. The two tormentors become annoyed by Tiso's boisterousness, as it may potentially draw the lizardmen's focus. As they persist in their squabbling, Kangwoo observes that the unfortunate thief has been deceived and deduces that the two tormentors are the cattle handlers he had previously heard about. He feels relieved that the gossip does not pertain to him. Conversely, a fiery-haired tormentor abruptly assaults Tiso and commands him to be silent. Tiso deflects the assault with his substantial shield. However, the force gently nudges him backward. He is genuinely frustrated with the two athletes, yet it appears that he has also been exhausted. The two tormentors are exasperated by Tiso's resilience, and they ponder whether he has merely experienced his second awakening. Tiso resolutely clutches his shield with every ounce of his might and decisively pounds it into the earth. He then informs the cow participants that he will not be surrendering without a struggle. He triggers a capability that envelopes his shield in a crackling orange glow. Nonetheless, the two competitors remain undeterred by this, as they are confident that Tiso cannot surpass them due to his failure to activate this third awakening power. In spite of Tiso's efforts to maintain a resilient facade, he appears exceedingly fatigued and seems unlikely to endure against them for an extended period. The two competitors gradually draw near to him, prepared to conclude their minor dispute and hasten his demise. The player with emerald locks then suggests to his companion that they cannot eliminate the dullard. Kangwoo observes their remarks and contemplates their significance. He persists in watching from the underbrush, anticipating how the scenario will develop. Meanwhile, Tiso grapples with maintaining his proficiency. Kangwoo recalls their meeting and contemplates whether he ought to assist the individual. As one of the tormentors prepares to end Tiso's suffering, Kangwoo observes something quite peculiar regarding the participant. He emerges from concealment and discloses his identity. The player becomes perplexed, yet our protagonist discerns that the aura surrounding the player's armaments is of a malevolent nature. This captivates his curiosity about the identities of these participants. The participants then request that he disclose his identity and inquire whether he is merely a bystander or a hapless misfit. Tiso, conversely, is utterly astonished to encounter Kangwoo after some time and is completely unaware of the reason behind his sudden appearance. Besides that, the two foolish tormentors warn Kangwoo not to entertain the notion of escaping unscathed, given that he is aware of the ongoing situation. The green-haired participant then informs his unattractive associate that they don't need to apprehend Kangwoo intact, implying that he is free to act as he wishes. At this moment, Tiso is increasingly bewildered upon hearing them declare that they have met their target by apprehending both him and the feudal burglar. Naturally, this brings immense joy to the crimson-haired brute. He directs his axe towards Kangwoo, poised to cleave the demon king, and dashes forward to strike. The demon monarch remains utterly unperturbed as the imbecile approaches him. Tiso cries out to Kangwoo in terror. However, the player is merely moments away from severing the demon king's head. Kangwoo simply strikes the imbecile across the visage, and his companion observes. As the fool collapses to the earth, he swiftly rises, prompting his companion to question what on earth he is doing. The crimson-haired individual attempts to clarify that something is amiss, yet he remains oblivious to Kangwoo approaching him. Before he has a chance to respond, the malevolent sovereign delivers a rapid strike and relentlessly batters the fool. Tiso is rather astonished to witness Kangwoo effortlessly thrashing the individual, and ponders whether he is the same Kangwoo she is familiar with. The additional tormentor dashes in to rescue his ally and brandishes his blade. Just as he is on the verge of severing Kangwoo's head, our lad strikes him with the force of annihilation and renders him unconscious. The force propels the man violently into a tree, and he gets the breath knocked out of him. The man ineffectively collapses onto the earth, and all his companions can do is observe like a failure. Kangwoo grabs the crimson-haired imbecile by the locks and begins interrogating the nitwit. In a frigid manner, he inquires of the individual about the source of the malevolent energy. The imbecile taunts Kangwoo and questions how he is aware of that, but has his head forcefully forcefully struck against the ground for failing to respond to the inquiry. The infernal monarch lifts his gaze once more and asserts that he is the one inquiring in this domain. He offers the harasser another opportunity to act like a compliant youth and inquires about the source of his malevolent power. The individual responds that he cannot disclose it, and Kangwoo instills remorse for his response by unleashing the force of terror. The fiend materializes before the unfortunate simpleton and bestows upon him a haunting dream unlike anything he has ever encountered. After becoming frightened like a coward, he subsequently discloses that he obtained the malicious power from his guild leader. Kangwoo observes the wretched simpleton divulge the details, but his companion abruptly instructs him to be silent and refers to the individual as Seo Taiho. Unfortunately, Taiho persists in quaking from the dreadful dream he has just experienced. His colleague shouts at him and inquires if he is thinking clearly. Kangwoo perceives his interruption as unpleasant. He generates a sphere of infernal energy and unleashes it. Taiho's companion with it, instructing him to remain nearby for the time being. Subsequently, he redirects his focus toward the frightened Taiho and inquires about the guild leader. Frightened for his wretched existence, Taiho discloses that the organization is none other than the Andres Guild. He informs Kangwoo that the guild leader performed a ceremony and bestowed upon him his abilities. Kangwoo inquires about the essence of the ceremony. However, the individual is reluctant to discuss it. He resolves to torment the simpleton further in order to extract the information he requires. Taiho begins to shake significantly and attempts to discuss the ceremony. Abruptly, he begins to convulse in agony and froth at the lips. He wails in agony until he expels a significant amount of blood and breathes his last. Kangwoo is exceedingly furious at this moment. He claims that the guild must have installed a mechanism in Taiho to obstruct him from discussing the ceremony. Subsequently, Taisu advances towards him and inquires whether he is indeed Kangwoo. Meanwhile, the burglar eventually stirs from his sleep and contemplates the situation. Kangwoo verifies his identity to Taisu, and the thug is pleased that it is truly him. They both observe that the burglar has regained consciousness, and Taisu addresses the youth as Taihyun. Taisu presents the defeated individual to Kangwoo and informs him that the Demon King rescued them. The hulking figure ponders Kangwoo's presence, as he believed he was at the E-rank gate. Kangwoo handles it awkwardly and remarks that he was merely present for a task. Taisu subsequently deduces that the Demon King is not an inexperienced participant and concludes that this is the rationale behind Kangwoo's earlier refusal of his proposal. He expresses his gratitude to Kangwoo for rescuing them from those deranged tormentors. As Taisu vigorously shakes Kangwoo's hand, Taihyun attempts to express his gratitude to Kangwoo as well, but he is too shy to voice it loudly enough for anyone to hear. Taisu demonstrates his delight upon discovering that Kangwoo is a top-tier player and vows to repay the kindness for rescuing him. Subsequent to the Demon King expressing his gratitude, he draws their focus to the Andres Guild and remarks that their standing is far from exemplary. As they gaze at the two lifeless figures, Taisu expresses his astonishment that the guild had such inept players among their ranks. He grabs his phone to notify about the issue and mentions that he will inform the Warang Corps. As per his statement, the Warang Corps is a participant faction overseen by the authorities. Once Taisu informs them regarding the Andres Guild employing bovine players, they will investigate the issue promptly. Kangwoo reflects on his previous statement and advises him to refrain from disclosing the issue for the time being. Both Taisu and Taihyun appear perplexed and speculate about Kangwoo's motive for his choice. Kangwoo subsequently informs them that he will manage the Andres Guild on his own, as he possesses that fierce determination. Taisu halts briefly and subsequently acknowledges Kangwoo's choice, as he holds the Demon King in high regard. Kangwoo instructs them to dismiss the events that transpired there, but abruptly Taisu drops to his knees. Our lad is perplexed and contemplates why this oaf is engaging in such foolish antics once more. Taisu subsequently presents himself to Kangwoo, expressing a desire for them to collaborate in holding the Andres Guild accountable for their misdeeds. The Demon King is thoroughly unsettled by this proposition, and simply fails to grasp what this fool is expressing. Taisu appreciates the notion that Kangwoo intends to exact retribution on the Andres Guild personally. At the very least, that's his conviction. Even the corpses in the vicinity are unsettled by his demeanor. He perceives that Kangwoo's notion of fairness resembles those portrayed in films and expresses his admiration for cinema. Nevertheless, it does not alter the unsettling appearance he has, particularly considering the steam emanating from his nostrils like a wretched imbecile. Taisu subsequently pounds his palms against the earth and confides in Kangwoo that he has developed feelings for his strong sense of fairness. To express his gratitude, he once more implores Kangwoo to allow him to accompany him on his adventure and vows to repay him throughout their travels. At this juncture, our lad is thoroughly unsettled and he merely perceives Taisu as a different iteration of Balak. As though he's not already contending with enough, the burglar interjects and expresses his desire to extend his gratitude too. He refers to himself as a dudakbong and vows to reimburse Kongwu somehow. Kongwu is primarily preoccupied with the strange term he just used and inquires of the unfortunate individual what it signifies. Taehyun clarifies that it is a phrase designated for marauders, as they are poor at inflicting harm or absorbing hits. Kongwu recognizes that it relates to the reason thieves are perceived as a nuisance. With tears glistening in his eyes, Taehyun remarks that it is the lamentable destiny of athletes like himself. Taisu then speaks up and proposes that Taehyun should form a team with Kongwu if he intends to compensate him. Although Kongwu realizes that this is in no manner advantageous for him, an array of feelings starts to surge within Taehyun, and he begins to become teary-eyed. He truly values the recommendation, yet he concedes that he was merely a pitiable encumbrance to Taisu and ultimately only managed to endure being assaulted. Taehyun aspires to gain sufficient strength to support both Kongwu and Taisu. Although Taisu recognizes his bravery and determination, Kongwu is convinced that these two fools have utterly lost their sanity. Subsequently, Taehyun inclines his head to bid farewell. Nonetheless, Kongwu concedes that it's not unfavorable to have individuals beholden to him. The sole issue he faces at present is managing Taisu. Following the dullard's parting with Taehyun, Kongwu inquires about his ranking. Taisu discloses that he has attained level 12 and recently achieved his second transformation. Regarding his foundational education, his initial awakening ability is classified as C rank, which enabled him to advance by engaging in hunting activities. Kongwu is rather astonished by this and inquires about the tier of his secondary awakening skill. Taisu informs him that the skill is classified as a rank, and Kongwu concedes that the dimwit possesses greater potential than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, he ponders why the dimwit has not affiliated with a guild thus far. Taisu subsequently mentions that he was still contemplating the idea of joining a guild, but believes that it's unnecessary at this moment. Kangwa's countenance reveals that he is completely clueless about what this fool is saying. Unfortunately for him, Taisu expresses that he has resolved to accompany him while projecting that fervent, unintelligent facade of Balak. Nonetheless, he remains quite a good partner for Kongwu. It is understood that an individual who attains an elevated status for their second awakening is likely to exhibit superior capabilities in their third and fourth awakenings. Upon remembering that Sayola will soon experience her second awakening, Kongwu agrees to Taisu's plea and incorporates him into his squad. Subsequently, Taisu requests his contact information in the event that a circumstance emerges requiring his assistance. As Kongwu inputs his contact information into the phone, he requests a favor from him. The clueless individual impatiently anticipates his new associate's plea, much like a child yearning for a candy treat. Kongwu subsequently advises him to assemble a group and enhance his skills alongside someone who will be finishing their foundational training in a few days. He also mentions that his new ally is a restorative practitioner, and Taisu expresses his eagerness to accompany them. Upon storing his information, Taisu vows to assemble an exceptional gathering and ensure Kongwu is not disappointed. Subsequently, Kongwu deliberates on whether he ought to proceed to the Andres Guild without delay or not. Shortly thereafter, he lifts the barely conscious cow participant and endeavors to ascertain that the individual is still breathing. The unfortunate fellow strives to escape. However, Kongwu has several inquiries for him and advises him not to fabricate answers if he still values his humble existence. With a fiendish expression, he instructs the individual to nod if he comprehends. The despondent man consents, and Kongwu releases his grip from his neck. As Kongwu discovers that the individual's name is Kong Keelho, Taisu appears quite anxious regarding his questioning techniques. Kongwu then glances at Keelho with a repulsed demeanor and begins to pose inquiries to him. He recollects that the individual mentioned seizing a player and returning them. Upon listening to this, Keelho begins to perspire anxiously and informs Kongwu that he has no recollection of expressing anything similar. Kongwu swiftly strikes the imbecile's visage, causing the unfortunate individual to cry out in agony. The apprehension in Keelho's gaze reveals that his awareness had undoubtedly returned following that strike. Kongwu inquires if he recalls now, and he informs the Demon King that individuals are intended to be seized alive to serve as offerings. The unfortunate, ineffectual individual persists in quaking in apprehension as Kongwu reflects on the statements he has just conveyed to him. Kongwu then hurls him aside. He also recalls that Han Taehyun mentioned the identical topic. Abruptly, he formulates a thought and begins to grin in a menacing manner. He swiftly seizes Keelho and regards him with a fiendish stare in his eyes. He then informs the unfortunate individual that he has a request to make. With that expression in his gaze, you can be certain that Yahello is destined to lament ever having been born in this realm. Subsequently, Yahello is observed strolling by a desolate passageway while carrying some baggage. An individual abruptly halts him and directs a flashlight towards his visage. Upon verifying Yahello's identity, the peculiar man remarks that he and Taiho departed to seek offerings. He questions why it took him such an extended period, yet he is taken aback by the disarray of Yahello's visage. The individual ventured into a deranked gait, so it was perplexing for him to appear so injured and marked. In addition to that, he inquires about Taiho, and Yahello informs him that the individual has passed away. None of this is comprehensible to him, leaving him utterly bewildered by the information he has just received. Yahello attempts to dismiss the subject, yet the individual persistently inquires how on earth Taiho managed to perish in a downgraded dungeon. While transferring the baggage, Yahello informs him that there was a formidable player within the dungeon, and he was only able to eliminate the individual due to Taiho's assistance. The man inspects the suitcase and discovers a corpse within. He observes that the physical state is satisfactory, and the offering is still inhaling. Nonetheless, he informs Yahello that he is behaving strangely, but Yahello responds that it's due to Taiho's passing. The guy advises him to overlook all of that and claims that having a smaller group is preferable. Through the offering, they will have the opportunity to undergo baptism, and Yahello can claim all the malevolent energy for himself now that Taiho has perished. Nonetheless, the unfortunate fellow still appears rather uneasy and anxious about an issue. His fatigued demeanor intensifies when the peculiar individual inquires if he might exert a bit of authority this time. The man subsequently presumes that Yahello likely eliminated Taiho to seize all the power for himself. Yahello, incensed by his comments, shouts at him to simply attend to the sacrifice before departing. As he dashes away, the man contemplates his destination. Yahello merely disregards him and continues sprinting, attempting to flee from the location as swiftly as he can. After, he carries the baggage into the structure, contemplating that Yahello is likely more affected by Taiho's demise than he had anticipated. Subsequently, the man with the briefcase enters an unusual chamber that appears to be hosting a cult gathering. The individual on the platform is the guild chief, and he informs the man that he has arrived tardily. The subordinate elucidates what Yahello conveyed to him and discusses Taiho's demise, yet the only concern of the guild leader is the offering. The commander instructs the individual to fetch it promptly as their time is limited. He unfastens the zipper of the suitcase, and the guild members commence their chant. Subsequently, we observe the guild leader transporting Kangwa's corpse to the sacrificial platform. He calls upon the strength of Andres, noting that it has been a year since his transformation, and implores his deity to endow him with extraordinary abilities. The enchantments persist in the backdrop as Kangwu is ready to be utilized as an offering. The chief contemplates that he can satisfy the desires of his adherents with infernal power, as it is what they seek as participants. Following, he removes his mask to unveil a decayed visage beneath and proceeds to initiate the ritual. He instructs one of his disciples to fetch some enchanted gems, and the servant unveils a chest brimming with innumerable gems. As the longing of his adherents intensifies, the authority becomes increasingly vilified, and the guild leader aspires to transform into a full-fledged demon. He subsequently inquires of his adherents regarding who is intended to undergo baptism, and the individual informs him that it was intended for Yahello, but the simpleton fled. Upon hearing this, the chief determines that there will be no immersion this occasion. The adherents can hardly fathom what they are hearing. However, the leader instructs them to be silent. He informs them that solely those who labor merit baptism and emphasizes that without his teachings, they won't even have an opportunity to be baptized initially. Nevertheless, he chooses to accept the burden for himself as there is no proprietor. Subsequently, he pivots to his subordinates and informs them that the ritual is about to commence. The unhinged ruler shatters an enchanted gem and releases the malevolent energy, permitting it to permeate the atmosphere. Numerous peculiar symbols on the ground begin to illuminate around the shrine as the ritual unfolds. Given the abundance of enchanted gemstones in his collection, he shall have the capacity to conduct additional rituals and continuously nourish himself with the energy to become more powerful. An abrupt fissure in the cosmos emerges, unleashing a torrent of malevolent energy that surges forth uncontrollably. The chief desires nothing beyond assimilating all of it into his being. However, it will be excessively perilous for him and could lead to his demise. This is the reason he requires a conduit to assimilate the energy. If he permits the offering to consume the energy until their demise, he can partake in the blood of the remains, and he'll possess all the cultivated infernal power he requires. Thus, he starts channeling the energy into Kang Wu's physique. The unfortunate fellow remains oblivious to the fact that he's excavating his own tomb at this very instant. He implores that the malevolent force will engulf Kong Wu and end his existence. What a foolish supplication, to be frank. Kong Wu persists in absorbing the energy while feigning considerable anguish. The guild leader contemplates whether his unique skill is classified as a rank due to his impressive endurance. Naturally, this only amplifies his joy, as the extended duration of the medium allows him to gather greater quantities of demonic energy. The blood vessels on Kong Wu's visage begin to protrude, and his physique starts quivering from the agony. He continues to draw in additional energy, and the unhinged commander is astonished by the astonishing prowess of this medium. At this juncture, he is exceedingly thrilled, instructing Kong Wu to continue wailing helplessly and harness as much energy as he can. The pace of energy absorption continues to escalate, and Kong Wu gradually begins to reclaim a greater portion of his abilities. Ultimately, the pace begins to become absurd, and the chief ponders why it remains unceasing. It fills him with intense fear, prompting him to plead for the procedure to cease. However, at this juncture, there is no chance for his salvation. His admirers begin to feel anxious as they are unable to comprehend the situation. Their faction chief subsequently yells out frantically, imploring for the energy siphoning to cease by any means essential. Eventually, it halts, and the leftover energy spreads throughout the entire space. Overcome with disbelief and astonishment, the guild leader collapses to his knees and scrapes at the earth. He fails to comprehend how his strategies could have veered so drastically off course. Kong Wu finally rises and declares that the enhancement enabled him to ascend by 20 tiers. The leader, wearing a bewildered expression, inquires how and ponders what on earth Kong Wu is referring to. The demon monarch subsequently inquires whether he may conduct the ritual once again for him. He wears a smug and derisive expression as he presses the guild leader to hasten the ceremony just one more time. Experiencing significant exasperation, the guild leader abruptly logs off, which causes his admirers considerable concern for his well-being. He vilifies Kong Wu and attempts to assault him right away. However, Kong Wu quickly evades the fireball, and it ultimately annihilates the barrier situated behind them. The infernal sovereign derisively praises his feeble assault. This prompts the guild leader to begin casting spells indiscriminately. The relentless onslaught of fireball incantations continues unabated, fueled by the fact that this individual is reacting as if he discovered Kong Wu in an intimate moment with his spouse. Subsequent to the multitude of assaults, he gazes upward to ascertain whether the demon monarch has perished. Regrettably for him, Kong Wu remains unharmed due to the substantial quantity of infernal energy he possesses at the moment. Circumstances are quite favorable for Kong Wu currently, but this unhinged leader is not particularly pleased with all of this. He urges his followers to cease lingering like non-playable characters and confront Kong Wu. All of them begin sprinting toward our lad. As their commander shifts aside like a coward, Kong Wu unsheathes his arm blades as one of the acolytes draws near him and hastens toward the unfortunate fool before they are afforded an opportunity to strike. Following the dismemberment of that individual, he swiftly addresses the remaining bothersome underlings. With his gaze locked on the chief, one of the minions addresses their master as Cho Deokyeon. The unhinged guild chief bursts into malevolent laughter, a wicked expression spreading across his visage, and evokes another potent fire incantation referred to as the Might of Inferno. Once Kong Wu observes his cunning ploy, he erupts into fits of laughter. Deokyeon becomes infuriated by his ridicule and remains perplexed by how Kong Wu manages to wield demonic energy. Nevertheless, he senses that the demon lord's strength cannot exceed his own. Yet Kong Wu reveals to him the genuine might of hellfire. Deokyeon is utterly astonished and has no comprehension of how Kong Wu manages to summon such an immensely potent incantation. He begins to shake and struggles to comprehend how anyone could possess greater authority than himself. His physique starts to quiver even further, and when he gazes at Kong Wu, he holds the visage of an authentic fiend. He swiftly comprehends that he stands no opportunity of vanquishing the demon monarch and extinguishes his diminutive spark. Astonishingly, he drops to his knees and Kong Wu inquires about his activities. Deokyeon abruptly begins addressing Kong Wu as the magnificent embodiment of Andrus, and Kong Wu is astonished by the antics this idiot is executing. It was likely the sole alternative he could devise to escape being incinerated. Deokyeon begins to venerate, referring to Kong Wu as their deity, sovereign, and the savior himself. As he persists in extolling our lad, his adherents are astonished by the actions of their leader. He begins shouting at his devotees, urging them to partake in the veneration of Kong Wu. For some inexplicable reason, he is convinced that Kong Wu is the individual who will guide them to everlasting life. Kong Wu swiftly comprehends that this imbecile is endeavoring to execute the most ridiculous ruse imaginable. The other adherents drop to their knees, and Deokyeon persists in embellishing the demon monarch, wishing that his minor performances will prove effective. Kong Woo terminates his incantation and approaches the ineffective individual who remains quaking intensely. Deokyeon expresses that he is so flooded with emotion that he feels as though he might explode at any instant, and Kong Woo concedes that the individual isn't entirely foolish. The demon sovereign chooses to indulge in the moment and harnesses the force of the heavens, unfurling his infernal wings. Deokyeon regards his rescuer with admiration like a feeble coward. As Kong Woo cackles like a lunatic, Kong Woo proclaims himself as Andrus, the sovereign of hellfire and the ruler of all demons. He subsequently instructs Deokyeon to send away all his aides, allowing them to converse privately. Shortly after the supporters depart, Kong Woo begins to pose some inquiries to Deokyeon. To begin with, he instructs him to cease the nonsense and put an end to the dreadful exhibition of adoration. Deokyeon continues to appear exceedingly frightened for his safety, but then inquires of Kong Woo about his true identity. The infernal monarch instructs him to be silent, asserting that he alone possesses the authority to pose inquiries in this vicinity, while Deokyeon's sole responsibility is to provide answers. Once that is established, Kong Woo gazes at him as though poised to devour him whole and inquires of the simpleton how he manages to conjure a fissure using sorcery from the enchanted stones. Deokyeon asserts that he acquired the knowledge following a sermon. He informs Kong Woo that one day, an individual adorned with a devilish mask approached him and claimed that he could attain immortality if he adhered to the sinister faith. Kong Woo hurls him to the floor, berating him as an idiot for accepting something he was completely unaware of. Deokyeon subsequently clarifies that the individual swiftly dominated their guild and instructed them to select between perishing or obeying his commands. Terrified for their wretched existence, they were left with no alternative but to embrace the masked individual's doctrines and adhere to his commands. Kong Woo subsequently inquires about the location of the masked individual, but Deokyeon responds that he has not encountered the person since that day, adding that they received their instructions via post. Nonetheless, Kong Woo confronts him for obeying the masked individual's commands like a wretched canine. Deokyeon attempts to explain that it's due to the man's overwhelming strength. However, Kong Woo remains unconvinced. The sovereign of demons understands that he may have been compelled initially. However, Deokyeon undoubtedly persisted with the rituals due to the allure of tremendous authority. He ponders the identity of the masked figure and concludes that this is not an issue he can readily dismiss. He subsequently instructs Deokyeon to provide him with the correspondence containing the directives. The faction chief presents the missive, and Kong Woo is astonished to find that there is merely a single correspondence. You can observe how this individual must be the most imprudent guild leader of all time. Kong Woo unseals the correspondence, revealing a message that urges one to embrace the infernal power in order to transform into a demon and recruit as many participants as feasible. This notion is utterly perplexing to him. He subsequently inquires with Deokyeon whether he is the sole recipient of this doctrine. The guild leader responds that he has encountered no one else. Kong Woo is convinced that Deokyeon cannot be the sole participant in this, given that it is a strategy to bolster the strength of the malevolent cult. Furious at the reality that the malevolent faith is attempting to transform the planet into an inferno, he seizes Deokyeon and imparts 3 directives to him. He advises the guild leader to examine the infernal cult, to cease conducting the rituals, and to maintain confidentiality about the recent events. Deokyeon laments like a feeble weakling and consents to all of Kong Woo's stipulations. Following that, the demon monarch instructs him to leave, and he scurries away like a coward. Kong Woo continues to sense an obligation to rectify the aftermath of all the heinous acts perpetrated by the Andrus Guild. The authorities will apprehend him as soon as he begins probing the issue, yet he believes it is valuable to explore the infernal faith. He intends to eliminate Deokyeon and his supporters as soon as they have fulfilled their usefulness to him. With all matters arranged for the time being, Kong Woo pauses for a moment and begins to recuperate. Shortly thereafter, he returns to his residence and acknowledges the sole female in his existence. Sayola appears quite anxious, given that Kong Woo departed quite some time ago and has not reached out to her since. He glances at his phone and observes that she attempted to reach him numerous times, but he was too occupied to pay attention. He expresses remorse to her and assures her that it was of no significance. Sayola feels a sense of relief that nothing harmful occurred to him. Kong Woo then gazes at her tenderly and expresses his gratitude for her concern. He assures her that he will reach out the next time he is out later than usual, and she begins to flush like a young maiden. Subsequently, she heads off to prepare the evening meal, and Kong Woo asks for his preferred dish. Sayola informs him that she is already already in the process of crafting kimchi stew with the finest quality meat. Brimming with enthusiasm, he expresses his gratitude for her consistent preparation of a delectable dinner for him each evening. She also reveals the wonderful news by informing him that she has experienced her second awakening, and Kang-woo is unable to fathom it. Sayola begins to feel overly self-assured and instructs him to pay close attention. She discloses that her unique talent is classified as B rank and is referred to as the gift of illumination. Kang-woo clearly lacks any understanding of what that entails, but he is pleased that they will have the opportunity to create an exceptional team with Tae-soo. With the three of them, he is confident that they will be significantly more powerful than other groups. He inquires whether she has received any guild propositions thus far and wishes to know which one she intends to affiliate with. Sayola, feeling anxious, confides that she isn't truly considering joining any guild. Rather, she aspires to assist him in any possible manner. Kang-woo expresses his gratitude for encountering such a divine being, yet advises her that it would be unwise for them to collaborate at this moment. He proceeds to shatter her heart further by proclaiming that her present self will be of little assistance to him. Sayola ultimately feels quite despondent, and he regrets having to deliver the news to her in such a manner. Nevertheless, he believes she will prove to be considerably more beneficial to him in the future. Because of his immense power, he will struggle to acquire sufficient experience from confrontations if he assembles a team at this moment. To adequately develop his skills, he seeks to create a group with individuals who are well-matched. Kang-woo subsequently informs Sayola that he is acquainted with a tank character with whom she ought to team up and progress for the time being. Once she accumulates sufficient expertise, they can collectively assemble a group and attempt a more challenging rank gate. Sayola becomes quite enthusiastic upon hearing this and consents to join forces with Tae-soo to create a group. He believes they will progress rapidly owing to their elevated rank unique skills. Conversely, Sayola is eager to advance and reunite with Kang-woo. He assures her that he will support her with all the essentials until that moment arrives. Observing her joy elicits a faint grin from Kang-woo. As he contemplates the timing for advancing both her and Tae-soo, Sayola presents him with his meal. As per usual, the vessel of kimchi stew is consistently a delightful spectacle for him, and he spares no moments to seize a spoon and begin delving in. Sayola instructs him to hold on for a moment so he can sample the dish with an additional element. Subsequently, she adds a portion of ramen into it, and the vessel begins to radiate with the presence of a divine being. As he extends his hand towards the chopsticks, he pledges to eradicate the malevolent faith and safeguard this realm and his beloved sustenance at all costs. The following day, Kang-woo proceeds to the Player Assistance Center to obtain his C-rank player card. The female staff member subsequently informs him that the card will be sent to his email address the following day. He desires it to be completed that very day, but she explains that the magical stone identification must be incorporated into the card. Kang-woo subsequently departs, feeling disheartened that he is unable to obtain the card on the same day. For an instant, he acknowledges that he has not genuinely experienced a complete respite since his return to Earth. Recognizing his inability to address the infernal faith at this time, he chooses to seize the opportunity to recuperate thoroughly. He subsequently strolls through the city, contemplating what activities he might engage in during his downtime. He retrieves his phone and navigates through a selection of webtoons. Kang-woo recalls that he frequently perused them prior to being pulled into the abyss. He resolves to refrain from returning to that same practice and reminds himself that he ought to relish every experience available to him. He unexpectedly spots a computer shop in close proximity and ventures inside. It's an appearance he has never encountered previously, and he is astounded by how incredible the establishment appears. Kang-woo accesses one of the gaming terminals and discovers that he can even request some meals from the options available. He proceeds to request a bowl of ramen, having heard it is more flavorful in PC lounges. As he awaits his meal, he chooses to engage in one of the most favored games available there. The game features a strategic RPG format, requiring players to assemble a team comprised of various roles. He selects a character that embodies his tumultuous nature, reflecting the mayhem he incites on the battleground. Subsequently, the match commences, and he is astonished by how remarkable a game can appear. In the game, he receives gold each time he slays a creature. His allies swiftly recognize that he's inexperienced, and the chat windows begin to resemble the Call of Duty lobbies on Xbox. Subsequently, an individual arrives to present his ramen, placing it on the table for him. As his fellow players continue to falter, Kang-woo begins to savor his delectable dish. The writings continue to emerge, yet the Demon King is completely indifferent to his allies at that moment. The only thought occupying his mind is how incredible his ramen tastes, particularly with the inclusion of pickled radish. Subsequently, he quenches his thirst with a bottle of fizzy drink and contemplates whether whether he has reached paradise. Kong-woo ultimately glances back at the computer monitor to witness the demise of his character within the game. He becomes startled when he unexpectedly hears someone exclaiming about how terrible their teammate is in the match. Kong-woo is bewildered and glances back to identify the individual shrieking like an unhinged banshee. He notices a young woman gazing at him, and she impolitely inquires what he is staring at. She advises him to seek attention elsewhere as she is experiencing a particularly foul disposition. Subsequently, she observes his gaming display and is uncertain whether to classify it as fortune or misfortune. Kong-woo is not just an incredibly bad novice, yet she discovers it more exasperating that he is relishing a dish of ramen amidst all this chaos. She approaches him and insists that he rise from his seat while she remains courteous. Kong-woo is completely oblivious to the identity of this eccentric woman or the meaning behind her words. This merely intensifies her anger, and she refers to him as a troll while trying to seize his shirt. Kong-woo quickly evades her grasp, and she is astonished by how swiftly he moves. He then instructs her to cease her tormenting behavior and inquires about the reason for her aggression towards him. She endeavors to seize him a few more times, but our lad possesses superior reflexes compared to her. The eccentric woman then unleashes her full might and endeavors to assault him with complete intensity. They engage in a minor altercation, and Kong-woo evades all her strikes more swiftly than lightning. Their motions are incredibly swift and challenging to monitor. Nevertheless, he evades each and every strike, and she ultimately ceases. When she comes to understand that he is not an ordinary individual, she ponders his identity and inquires if he was dispatched by the mere guild. Kong-woo responds that he has no comprehension of what she is referring to, and that he is not affiliated with any guild. She charges him with deceit, as she finds it hard to accept that an individual with his talents is not affiliated with a guild. Kong-woo inquires about her faction, and she mentions that she is a member of the Crimson Guild, one of the leading 5 factions. Upon impulsively revealing that, her foolish mind comprehends that she is supposed to maintain that knowledge confidential. Kong-woo proceeds to request his invoice, causing the girl to lose her composure as he behaves as if she is invisible. His expression isn't particularly joyful either when he notices that she continues to converse with him. This eccentric girl keeps pestering him, insisting that he provide her with a genuine response. She mentions that she has never encountered an A-rank player without a guild. He presents her with his player card, which identifies him as a D-rank player. Nonetheless, she finds it hard to accept that he is truly a novice. The young woman realizes that something is amiss, for if he were truly a D-rank competitor, she would have vanquished him. Subsequently, Kong-woo takes his departure and extends his goodbyes to her. She remains in disbelief and questions whether Kong-woo is truly the person she believes him to be. As Kong-woo exits the edifice, he possesses an exceedingly troubled expression on his visage. He hasn't recovered all of his skills, but he still possesses his reflexes acquired from years of combat experience. Nonetheless, encountering an individual on an equivalent plane was the least anticipated outcome for him. He reflects on the final maneuver that the girl employed against him and acknowledges that she momentarily vanished from his sight. He would have been vanquished, but his narrative shield remains intact and operational. He is astonished by the girl's proficiency and contemplates who she truly is. Nevertheless, he feels a sense of relief for having evaded her. At that moment, he unexpectedly observes something. In the meantime, the girl he recently battled swings open a window and vaults out with impressive acrobatic skills. When she is confident that the way is unobstructed, she retrieves her phone and places a call to her organization. The Red Rose Strategy Group addresses and identifies her as Cha Yeonju. They link her to human resources, and a gentleman recognized as Park Hyun-woo inquires about her troubles. As the head of the guild, she informs him that he must look into a significant matter on her behalf. Hyun-woo inquires whether she is alluding to the adherent of the malevolent faith, but she remains somewhat uncertain. Yeonju claims that the man is concealing his true identity, since she remains unconvinced that Kong-woo is a D-ranked competitor. As Kong-woo possesses a D-tier player card, Hyun-woo realizes that he lacks a mana detection apparatus. This facilitates the concealment of a counterfeit card, as cards classified as C rank and higher are more challenging to replicate. Yeonju is extremely exasperated by her interaction with him, and Hyun-woo informs her that if Kong-woo is a D-rank devotee, he would be inclined to eliminate competitors of the same tier. She subsequently informs him that he does not belong to that tier, as Kong-woo possesses the ability to anticipate her actions. Upon receiving this information, Hyun-woo finds it hard to accept, as there hasn't been a solitary adherent of a demonic faith proficient enough to respond to her actions. Yeonju has explored the malevolent faith for an extended period, and no one has been able to reach her caliber, yet she she recalls Kangwa's actions and ponders what precisely he is. Owing to the proficiency of the demon monarch, they believe that he could potentially serve as either the overseer or the figurehead of the infernal faith. Becoming increasingly exasperated, Yeonju presses a button and grasps it tightly. She subsequently instructs Hyunwoo to gather additional details regarding Kangwoo promptly. Subsequently, she disconnects the call. She's uncertain whether Kangwoo is affiliated with the sinister cult or not, but she can assert with certainty that he could effortlessly wipe the floor with her backside. In the meantime, Kangwoo observes that a button has been torn from his coat, so much for possessing quick reflexes. Remaining in the tranquil passageway, Yeonju asserts that if Kangwoo is genuinely a D-rank competitor possessing such exceptional abilities, then there's little possibility of her sustaining her status as a top-tier competitor. Conversely, Kangwoo concludes that it's time for him to venture into a C-rank gate immediately after he receives his player card. He glances backward for a fleeting instant as though he sensed an unfriendly presence in proximity. Subsequently, Yeonju makes her way back to the computer gaming center and observes that her position has diminished due to Kangwoo being a worthless novice. She vows to eliminate him for disrupting her victorious run. Kangwoo senses the foreboding atmosphere from the far end of the city. The following day, Kangwoo proceeds to a C-rank portal. From the pamphlet, he discovers that the entrance is beset by adversaries such as trolls. The officers halt him at the entrance and inform him that he may only gain entry if he holds a C rank and is part of a group of 5 individuals. They inform him that the primary monster, the leading troll, has emerged within the entrance, and individual play is prohibited whenever the primary monster makes an appearance. Nevertheless, Kangwoo perceives this as a fortunate chance for himself. The main monster unexpectedly materializes just as he obtains his license. The narrative protection is unparalleled. In the vicinity, several participants choose to disperse for the day because of the emergence of the formidable boss creature. Kangwoo observes that C-rank portals possess a distinct atmosphere in contrast to the lesser-ranked ones. The athletes possess significantly improved gear, and the scrutiny is also more rigorous. The evaluation poses a significant challenge for him, and he contemplates how he can gain entry solo to seize the accolades before additional competitors begin to arrive. In his wake, he perceives a few participants getting invigorated to defeat the main troll and secure a substantial amount of cash. Meanwhile, other players exhibit a lack of assurance in their skills. He perceives the doubt and apprehension of the majority of the participants nearby, as they are all voicing their grievances regarding the formidable antagonist. This inspires him with the wicked notion to infuse a touch of fury into the scenario, and it becomes evident why he holds the title of the ruler of demons from the outset. He stealthily approaches a participant engaged in dialogue and unleashes the force of fury upon the individual. The participant is swiftly engulfed by the power, resulting in a transformation of his demeanor. He begins inquiring of his colleagues why they consistently behave this way, and they ponder why he is abruptly behaving so oddly. A man begins to recount how he was often assaulted by bullies during his junior high years, expressing a deep-seated desire to tear the tormentors to shreds for the suffering they inflicted upon him. With the emergence of barriers, he believed his desires had been fulfilled, and he could ultimately cease being a pitiable coward. However, he abruptly begins shouting and inquires why they must yield to the demands of beasts. His companion becomes anxious due to his peculiar conduct and fails to observe when Kangwoo similarly activates the fury skill against him. The young man's demeanor also shifts, and he begins asserting that they ought to annihilate all the creatures and cease quaking in terror. An additional random participant enters the chaos and declares that she will not pardon the creatures for taking her younger sibling's life. One of the men bearing a blemish on his visage surveys the chaos that gradually unravels in front of him. This provokes his agitation, prompting him to partake in their antics, proclaiming that he will compel those who underestimate him to bow before him. Individuals begin to shout regarding the elimination of the creatures, and the entire location swiftly transforms into a frenzy. The sentinels begin to feel anxious and ponder the reason behind the commotion created by the participants. Before they realize it, the players rush towards them, insisting that the entrance be unbarred without delay. The participants ultimately begin rushing through the entrance like oblivious automatons. One of the sentinels subsequently informs their command center. As he conveys the information to his colleagues, Kangwoo glides by them and moves toward the entrance of the gate. Witnessing all the eccentric participants collaborate is truly a delightful spectacle for him. He is now able to pass through the entrance and gather all the benefits that lie within. Kangwoo traverses the gateway and emerges in an arid landscape. The region is remarkably expansive and entirely distinct from the locales he has previously visited. Kangwoo conceals his visage from the blistering sunlight and comprehends that locating the formidable formidable creature will be challenging in such an expansive area. He subsequently reviews his statistics and observes that he can now utilize a unique skill. His infernal energy metric exceeds 50 points, which will suffice for him. Upon reviewing the statistics, he springs to the summit of a vast mound. Furthermore, he unleashes the observational abilities of the demon Astaroth, and this enables him to attain a comprehensive perspective of the whole region. Considering the abundance of knowledge he possesses, he surveys the vicinity and observes an immense throng of trolls. Among them, he stumbles upon the whereabouts of the principal troll. Subsequently, he relinquishes the power as it appears to exact a toll on him. As I contemplated how to tackle the swarm of adversaries, he observes a cluster of athletes dashing directly into the expansive dunes of the desert. He perceives this as an advantageous chance to incorporate them into his schemes once more. As the participants contend with the scant adversaries, he makes a direct approach to the leader alone. As he bounds through the area, he spots a few trolls and chooses to entice them. Kong Wu descends and unleashes his unique power to initiate his assault. Utilizing his abilities, he summons an elongated infernal scepter and begins to perform an exhibition. Like an inferior combatant, he begins twirling it until he fixates on his target. Subsequently, he hurls it directly at the chief troll and vanquishes the formidable creature in a heartbeat. The system grants him additional experience points for vanquishing the formidable boss creature and playing the most significant role in its downfall. After that, he ascends 4 tiers. Not only did this conclude so swiftly, but even he struggles to comprehend how effortless it was. How on earth can a formidable boss creature be defeated in just a single strike? Kong Wu ponders whether the chief troll is genuinely a formidable boss creature or merely an inferior imitation. He gazes at the status screen for verification, yet he remains perplexed as to why a C-rank 8 boss is so feeble. After conducting further examination, he comes to the conclusion that he possesses an innate strength and has significantly improved from his previous state. He subsequently cuffs his sleeves when he realizes that pursuing safety while hunting is no longer a viable choice for him. He leaps from the incline and extends his arm blades, prepared to engage with the remaining feeble trolls. He resolves to alter his intentions and relish the carnage like the lunatic he truly is. The trolls begin charging toward him immediately, yet Kong Wu remains resolute, prepared to greet them. The excitement of the instant prompts him to break into a grin, and, with a sinister gleam in his gaze, he proclaims his intention to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. In an instant, he glides through the throng without uttering a word. The trolls pivot and are perplexed by the recent events. Abruptly, the symbols on their skin begin to radiate, and they all exploded. The infernal sovereign looms as their crimson liquid cascades onto the desert floor and envelopes him. The spectacle of his foe's downfall fills him with immense delight, and he asserts that he harnessed the might of the sword to induce internal detonations within the trolls. Subsequently, the system informs him that he has ascended 2 tiers, and he has unlocked a proficiency called Terra Blade. Additionally, the system reveals that he can employ registered abilities with enhanced accuracy. An increasing number of trolls begin to appear. As Kong Wu continues to peruse the details from the interface, he resolves to experiment with his newfound ability on the newly appeared subjects. His claws extend, and he releases a violet-hued material onto the earth. The terrain begins to be delineated, and the trolls have yet to comprehend the terrors that lie ahead. The trolls endeavor to close in on Kong Wu, yet upon their contact with the indicators, a knife emerges and pierces their foot. They begin to navigate their wretched existence, yet they are unable to evade the carnage. The more they traverse the markings, the more blades emerge and pierce them ruthlessly. Following the delight in the slaughter, Kong Wu observes how his weapons have significantly improved in effectiveness after evolving into a proficiency. With all the creatures vanquished, it's time for him to seize his accolades. Kong Wu begins to assimilate their forms, and in the course of events, he acquires 2 points to his infernal energy attribute. He is rather disheartened that he merely received 2 points and understands how challenging it is to advance when your rank is elevated. Nevertheless, it remains a respectable pace for him, and he has merely 4 additional tiers to conquer prior to achieving his 4th awakening. After consuming the corpses, he resolves to engage in further hunting before returning. Subsequently, the remaining participants arrive and express their annoyance when they are unable to locate the formidable creature. They ponder whether the administration misjudged, as they failed to notice a solitary minion as well. The fellows recall having witnessed a few trolls fleeing the scene. They additionally discover remnants of the primary troll's remains, yet there are no indications of the cadaver. As a result, they become disheartened and conclude that returning is a more advantageous choice for them. One of them attempts to propose that they should hunt for a bit longer, yet even he becomes exasperated exasperated ultimately. As they all express their grievances, Kong-woo is observing them covertly and feels reassured that they have not detected his presence thus far. He opts to merge with the throng and execute his getaway amid the turmoil. As the participants exit the gates, they converge upon the sentinels and begin demanding recompense for squandering their time. Amidst the turmoil, Kong-woo seeks his opportunity to flee, but someone shouts at the audience to silence, and he pivots to observe the commotion. A contingent of troops advances towards the location, and they are identified as the Whoring Corps. Everyone begins to feel anxious as the emergence of the Corps signifies unfavorable tidings. The soldiers then clear a path for a woman with silver hair to proceed. The athletes acknowledge her arrival and call her the leader of the 3rd Division of the Whoring Corps, Baek Wei-eun. She appears to be the type of individual who perpetually seems to have a rough day, and you definitely wouldn't want to cross her. She strikes her blade against the earth and commands everyone to silence. Her gaze sweeps across the vicinity, and she informs them that there have been accounts of a cow player manifesting at demoted entrances. As the participants who have attained their 3rd enlightenment, Kong-woo appears exceedingly anxious at this moment as this predicament is unfavorable for him. Irritated by the present circumstances, he contemplates what measures he must take to evade Baek and her troops. He maintains his gaze on her and hopes that he remains undetected. Baek is keenly observing everyone, prepared for any potential antics. The troops attempt to reassure everyone by stating that the examination is not intricate. They merely intend to look for individuals on their list of suspects. Nonetheless, Kong-woo is aware that he has committed some wrongdoings, and he wishes that he is not included on that roster. Numerous gazes are fixated on the surroundings, complicating his attempts to flee. He also realizes that it will be challenging to evade Baek. Fury begins to accumulate within him as he searches for a means to extricate himself from the predicament. Abruptly, Baek steps towards him and requests to examine his player card. He anxiously participates and presents it to her. As she peruses the card, Kong-woo contemplates the vigilance he must maintain moving forward, as the cow players have already begun their advance. Subsequently, he engages in conversation with Baek, who expresses that she cannot abandon her subordinates to handle all the tasks. Our guy subsequently attempts to charm her, expressing that she is genuinely impressive. Baek is doing her utmost to identify any discrepancies in his card, yet he diverts her attention once more with his inquiries. She affirms that there has been an influx of cow players recently, which is the reason they are performing random evaluations. Subsequently, she authenticates him and returns the card to him. Kong-woo gazes downward as he picks up the card and notices that her hands are trembling slightly. He discusses how the cow players are eliminating competitors for profit, and she shares the same perspective, yet he is aware that this is a falsehood. He is also aware that the authorities are in pursuit of the malevolent organization. Baek swiftly says goodbye and proceeds to the subsequent individual. As she prepares to depart, Kong-woo inquires about the name of the alleged individual so that he can notify the player if he encounters them. She expresses her gratitude for his proposal but advises him to entrust the task to the experts. Kong-woo consents to avoid appearing any more dubious. Noticing that he has recently attained a C rank, she suggests that it would be advantageous for him to progress in D rank gates, and he expresses his gratitude for her counsel. Baek describes Kong-woo as an admirable individual and expresses a desire to encounter more people of his kind in the future. Kong-woo acknowledges the praise but realizes that if there were more individuals like himself, the whole world would descend into turmoil. Subsequently, he observes Baek as she approaches to examine the next competitor. Subsequently, he contacts Taisu and requests to arrange a meeting with him. A couple of days later, he rendezvous with Taisu and Sayola at a cafe. Taisu finally has the opportunity to encounter Sayola and inquires whether she is the healer that Kong-woo mentioned. She acknowledges him yet pauses before clasping his enormous hands, apprehensive about the possibility of being crushed. Taisu begins gazing at them in a rather unsettling manner and remarks that she and Kong-woo make an attractive pair. Following their salutations, they settle in to converse, and Kong-woo informs Taisu of his desire to take Sayola and venture into D-rank gates for hunting. The dimwit readily consents, recognizing that having a medic will be advantageous for him as well. The scenario becomes uncomfortable when he refers to Sayola as his sister-in-law. She begins to flush like a young girl. However, Taisu reassures her not to be concerned and requests that she elaborate on her extraordinary talent thoroughly. In addition to restoration, her skill also enables her to enhance her allies' power, endurance, and agility. Taisu is rather impressed by this and wishes to inquire whether healing and enhancement can occur concurrently. Sayola claims she is capable of accomplishing both tasks, yet the sole issue lies in the feeble and ineffective nature of her assaults. Nevertheless, Taisu remains astounded. It is quite uncommon to encounter a practitioner capable of enhancing enhancing and safeguarding themselves simultaneously. Sayola subsequently expresses her gratitude for his kind remarks. She additionally mentions that she has no intentions of becoming a member of a guild at the moment. In the meantime, Kong-woo is gaping like an idiot because she didn't refute it when Taisu referred to her as sister-in-law. Regardless, Taisu begins to down his beverage like an intoxicated savage and discusses his intentions to forge a new narrative alongside Kong-woo. Sayola and Kong-woo can hardly fathom the sheer madness of this individual. Subsequently, Kong-woo inquires whether he has considered a prospect for a distributor. The simpleton informs him that he has two individuals in mind who have recently undergone their second awakening. He asserts that he possesses a keen sense of character assessment and insists that Kong-woo will undoubtedly appreciate them. Reflecting on their previous meeting, Kong-woo ponders his foolish assertions, while Taisu concedes that he occasionally errs. Taisu proposes to familiarize the group with them prior to their hunting expedition the following day, and they concur. Sayola confides in Kong-woo about her strong desire to advance so that she can be alongside him. He advises her to proceed at her own pace. Taisu is adeptly embodying the part of the extraneous companion, even though he gazes at them with an unsettling intensity, overwhelmed with joy at the sight of youthful affection. Subsequently, Taisu mentions that they will convene at East Inch the following day, to which Kong-woo inquires why the venue is so distant. The simpleton explains that he intends to pursue the trolls at the gate there, as an event occurred at the nearby closed gate. Kong-woo is astonished to discover that it is a novice-tier D-rank troll. They are more powerful than lizard folk and will assist in rapidly enhancing the development of both Taisu and Sayola. Kong-woo appreciates the concept and is pleased that Taisu isn't merely a stereotypical brute. Subsequently, Kong-woo gets ready to depart as he has additional matters to attend to. When Taisu inquires about it, he states that he is simply going to advance. At his present rank of 29, Kong-woo is mere moments away from reaching his fourth ascension. He proceeds towards the maritime rank entrance and employs his perceptive abilities to identify a few trolls. He discovers 8 of them and swiftly cuts through them in an instant. Before the trolls grasp the situation, the act is completed. They swiftly perish, and Kong-woo flicks the blood from his arm blades. Contemplating the number of others he must eliminate, he perceives an unusual aroma. It's not the aroma of beastly fluid, but that of human vitae. He swiftly bounds to identify the origin of the aroma. As he soars through the atmosphere, he asserts that the volume of blood originates from a minimum of 6 individuals, and he speculates whether a high-ranking party was annihilated instantly. The sole rationale he can devise is that there are some rogue players in the vicinity. Kong-woo ultimately arrives at the scene of the carnage and observes the deceased players. Each and every player has perished and appears to have been slain viciously. The infernal faction typically requires living offerings, prompting him to ponder who might have been responsible for their demise. The aroma of the blood remains vivid, indicating that the perpetrator is probably still nearby. Kong-woo unexpectedly encounters something that causes even him to tremble with dread. The creature's enormous and jagged fangs are stained with blood and continue to gnaw on the remnants of its prey. The fiendish being emits a piercing shriek, and Kong-woo ponders why a hellhound is present. The creature's piercing howl disturbs the atmosphere and makes the earth quake. It swiftly plunges toward Kong-woo in an effort to consume him. Trapped in a perilous circumstance, the malevolent sovereign swiftly unsheathes his arm blades and cleaves the creature. Regrettably, the hellhound's hide is excessively resilient, rendering this battle even more frustrating. He is taken by surprise once more as the creature lunges forward. A surge and propels it towards him. The assault detonates upon contact, yielding only devastation in its wake. The creature bides its time for the debris to settle to confirm that its adversary is lifeless. However, it still has a considerable journey ahead before vanquishing the demon monarch. Kong-woo springs into the sky and makes a choice to employ an alternative tool for this confrontation. He summons the ominous javelin and releases its might. The infernal creature gazes upward as Kong-woo conjures a tempest and casts the spear down upon it. The lance effortlessly penetrates the creature's flesh, eliciting a cry of anguish. Kong-woo subsequently descends back to the earth as the creature writhes in agony. He is pleased that he managed to vanquish the hellhound, yet that complicates the circumstances, prompting the creature to retreat and charge directly at him. Kong-woo successfully evades the assault and creates an opportunity for himself. He strikes the beast and utilizes the force of the blow to propel himself backward. He perceives yet another opportunity and harnesses the force of the earth just prior to the creature's endeavor to consume him. This prompts the earth to fracture beneath them, causing the creature to lose its balance. Seizing that chance, he summons his ominous lance once more and thrusts directly at the infernal beast's cranium. The creature fights to escape, yet Kong-woo exerts all his strength to restrain the creature. Upon their impact with the earth, the creature emerges from the chasm that was formed and propels Kong Wu through the air. He is capable of swiftly recuperating. However, this beast is demonstrating considerable obstinacy, and he is not pleased with this whatsoever. The infernal hound remains positioned in front of him, bearing its wounds, and gazes at him with wrathful eyes. On the contrary, Kong Wu is exhausted, and he realizes that he still has a considerable journey ahead of him. He recuperates slightly and steadies himself as the beast prepares to lunge at him again. The infernal beast steadfastly clutches the earth and envelopes itself in a fiercely crimson radiance. Fueled by that surge of energy, it swiftly accelerates towards the Dark Monarch. At this moment, Kong Wu is furious that a simple mongrel is creating such a significant nuisance for him. He unleashes the demon Baphomet's formidable strength of 1,000 immensely, enhancing his physical capabilities. Nonetheless, the creature persistently advances directly toward him. With this surge in strength, Kong Wu loses all rationality and is determined to annihilate the creature. He delivers a precise uppercut that propels the creature into the sky. The worthless dog somersaults through the sky and touches down once more, causing dust and sand to permeate the atmosphere. Kong Wu exhales with a sense of relief, leading one to believe that the ordeal has finally come to an end. Yet this tenacious mongrel continues to resist staying subdued. At this moment, Kong Wu desires the ability to wield two powers at once. Nevertheless, having previously pursued these creatures in the underworld, he is assured that he can conquer the Hellhound at his present capability. He gets ready for another assault as the creature emerges from the dunes, but in a peculiar twist of fate, it begins to submerge into the earth. At long last, it has truly come to an end. The system interface appears and informs him that he has triumphed over a C-rank cracks fragment. He advances to level 30 and ultimately unlocks his fourth awakening, acquiring a unique ability known as Ruler of Demonic Energy. This will allow him to wield demonic energy more swiftly and effortlessly, while also granting him the capability to mask his demonic energy from other entities. Kong Wu remembers that he has encountered the phrase core crack previously and contemplates whether it's what the system refers to as entities from the underworld. This also leads him to ponder how the infernal hound managed to navigate through hell. An increasing number of inquiries continue to arise in his mind, yet he fails to comprehend any of them. He pushes the notions aside until he can uncover hints and proceeds to examine the remaining system notifications. As he browses, something piques his interest. He realizes that his fourth awakening skill is classified as an A-rank capability. With this, he no longer needs to concern himself with trivial matters. He then begins to consume the carcass of the infernal hound and assimilate the malevolent energy. The idea of returning to his previous condition prior to the multitude of Demon Palace fills him with joy, as it signifies that he can become more powerful than he was in the abyss. Subsequently, he departs from the entrance and resolves to return to his residence. The only thing that remains to enhance his day is a pot of his cherished dish, and he cannot cease contemplating it. As he makes his exit, an individual shouts to him, and he notices Yeo Jun resting against a wall. Kong Wu is certainly displeased to encounter her and doesn't believe they share enough familiarity to offer salutations. She then presents herself to him, and he remembers that he learned her name from a few participants at the assistance center. She affirms it and declares that she is the leader of the Red Rose Guild. He ultimately comprehends the reason behind her remarkable strength and inquires about her intentions regarding him. She informs him that she conducted some research on him and begins divulging his life narrative as if she were an unsettling observer. She is also aware that he was absent for 5 years, and now he has unexpectedly signed up as a participant. Kong Wu perceives a sense of danger from this, yet acknowledges that all her statements are accurate. She is even aware of the precise date he was logged as a player. At that time, the support center classified his initial awakened ability as an F rank, but she doubts that he is truly that feeble. Kong Wu remains mute and persists in gazing at her with a vacant expression. Yunju even states that she assumed he was a felon, given the rapid advancement he has achieved. She further discloses that his fingerprints correspond with her documentation, and he inquires how she managed to obtain that. She informs him that his fingerprint was documented when he signed up for his permit. As a result, she can verify that he isn't employing a false persona. After examining her phone, she concludes that Kong Wu possesses remarkable skill and might even exceed her abilities. Not solely her, yet he might possess even more remarkable skill than Baek Kong Yoon. Kong Wu expresses his gratitude for her kind words, yet he remains eager to understand precisely what she desires. Yunju contemplates briefly and then informs him that she wishes to endorse him using her power as the Guild Master of Red Rose. That certainly is not what he anticipated to listen to, and she inquires what he had anticipated. Kong Wu expresses that he anticipated she would invite him to become a member of her guild, but she responds that she cannot permit someone so questionable to join her organization immediately. She further asserts that he wouldn't have concealed his abilities if he intended to affiliate with a guild, yet Kong Wu senses otherwise. Yunju then elaborates that she intends to provide him with monetary assistance and aid him in progressing more rapidly. Kong Wu begins to ridicule her by inquiring if she intends to assist him in the game they engaged in previously, causing her to utterly lose her composure. Fortunately, she soothes herself by recalling that she is a guild leader and not a maniacal sorceress. Kong Wu is merely teasing her, yet she has not absolved him for hindering her progress in the game. He continues to push the envelope by mentioning her low bronze tier, but she retorts that it's due to frequently being paired with inept newcomers. Putting humor aside, he subsequently inquires about her eagerness to support him, and she claims it's due to the fact that he will become more powerful. She is astonished by the rapid pace at which he has advanced, and how he has accomplished everything while foraging alone. Through her backing, he will receive a permit that enables him to access gates ranked A and lower without limitations. This is not only exceptionally beneficial for him, but he will also have the opportunity to assemble a team with her guild associates. Any gems he transacts via them will be exempt from taxation, and he will obtain the complete profit. Kong Wu is genuinely astonished, but it becomes even more remarkable. Additionally, he will have the opportunity to loan various distinctive items from the guild at no cost, and she will also provide him with a residence and vehicle if needed. Now it seems excessively favorable to be credible. Even Kong Wu is beginning to question why she is being so amiable towards him. Yanju claims it's a long-term investment, yet her proposal is exceedingly lavish. She additionally informs him that the guild will allocate various responsibilities for all of this, and he will need to fulfill them in exchange for the benefits. Kong Wu contemplates the matter and inquires about the specifics of the commission tasks. Regrettably, she is unable to disclose the details, and he opts not to inquire any deeper. He extends his hand to embrace her proposal and reassures himself that he can simply decline any absurd demand they present. With that accomplished, Kong Wu agrees to her proposal, and they seal the deal with a handshake. He perceives this as an invaluable chance he cannot forego, especially with the substantial backing he will receive from a premier guild. Yanju is equally pleased that he chose to accept her proposition. Following their handshake, Kong Wu inquires about the specifics of the assignment, but she replies that she will disclose the information when the appropriate moment arises. She doubts his capability to accomplish much at his present skill level, yet is perplexed when he informs her that circumstances are not as they appear. With a radiant assurance, he informs her that he possesses greater strength than his appearance suggests, yet she remains unfazed. Yanju subsequently chuckles and informs him that his vulnerability is not the cause for her inability to disclose the particulars of the assignment. The primary explanation is that she lacks sufficient proof at this moment, and she cannot address the matter until she acquires it. Kong Wu fails to comprehend her statement, yet she offers her phone and instructs him to enter his contact information. As he inputs his number, he inquires about when he can acquire the equipment, to which she responds that he can retrieve it at his convenience. Following this, therefore, he opts to seize the belongings without delay. The two of them proceed towards Yanju's guild abode, and she mentions that it is situated at Seoul Station. Subsequently, in the heart of the metropolis, the individuals strolling nearby are astonished upon spotting an exceptionally impressive sports car in close proximity. Even a young child pleads with his father to purchase the vehicle for him, yet he clearly lacks an understanding of how capitalism functions. It's the most pristine and elegantly designed vehicle they have ever encountered, and several of them are taken aback to find the model in Korea. Yanju strides over and enters the vehicle. Subsequently, she instructs Kong Wu to climb in, yet even he struggles to comprehend how magnificent the car appears. Upon entering, he inquires about the fare, but she struggles to recall. She informs him that it is likely approximately 10 million won. Kong Wu is dazzled when he learns of such a sum of money. His financially struggling situation can never comprehend it. He ponders how an individual attired so informally can finance such a costly item. As they set off, Kong Wu observes the seamlessness of the ride. Yanju subsequently inquires if he desires one, and she recollects to him that they can supply him with an automobile should he require it. Kong Wu abruptly begins referring to her as his elder sister, and it stirs a feeling of nausea within her. After that, he demands a comparable vehicle and instructs her to focus on the road. Conversely, Yanju is prepared to dispatch him to his end at any instant. They begin to bicker like brothers and sisters, and Kong Wu resolves to cease fooling around so she can concentrate on driving. Upon their arrival at the guild residence, Kong Wu is astonished by the immense and astonishing appearance of the establishment. The structure is as large as a resource center, and he he ponders whether this is the standard for all guilds. Upon entering, they encounter 2 members of the guild awaiting their arrival. Among them is Hyan Wu, and he extends a hand to welcome Kong Wu. Subsequently, they offer salutations. Kong Wu is introduced to another individual named Moon Yonho, who also holds the position of Commander-in-Chief. Yonho exudes a threatening presence and appears displeased to encounter Kong Wu. Hyan Wu endeavors to diffuse the tension by expressing gratitude for his acceptance of the guild leader's offer. Nevertheless, Yonho still appears poised to confront the Demon King. One might describe him as the dim-witted brawler of the guild. Hyan Wu volunteers to accompany Kong Wu to the supply shop, but Yanju insists she will take care of it since he has numerous other tasks to attend to. Yonho opts to accompany in his stead, however. The guild leader inquires about his motivations for wanting to. With a repulsed expression, he states that it is due to his desire to observe the type of individual Kong Wu is. She chooses to proceed with it as they will be encountering one another more frequently. They use the lift and reach the storage level. In that moment, Yanju informs Kong Wu that he is permitted to loan any object that is classified as up to an epic tier. She unfastens the entrances, and Kong Wu is astonished by the spectacle in front of him. Upon entering, she informs him that he may acquire the distinctive items provided he makes a deposit prior to retrieval. Kong Wu surveys the splendid arsenal in the storage, resembling a young child in a confectionery shop. He inquires about fabled and mythical artifacts, and Yanju informs him that the guild members utilize them. Kong Wu seeks to determine if she possesses objects surpassing legendary tiers, and she verifies that she does. Upon inquiring about the collateral required to loan such an item, she states it amounts to 50 million won. He is astonished to learn that this is a reduced rate, and this illustrates more distinctly the extent of his impoverishment. When he requests to examine the apparatus, Yonho slams his weapon onto the earth. Both of them become perplexed regarding his furious demeanor. He is positioned before them with an exceedingly formidable presence enveloping him. He then instructs Kong Wu to employ respectful language, his veins appearing as though they might burst. Kong Wu is completely bewildered by what this jerk is saying, and Yonho states that he ought to employ respectful language when speaking to their guild leader. His demeanor deteriorates, and he resembles a grotesque, frenzied wolf at this moment. Kong Wu simply grins and chooses to tease him by claiming that he has no desire to do so. The foolish savage subsequently elevates his armament to assault the infernal monarch, but halts when his name is called. Kong Wu, in contrast, is merely biding his time for the man to unleash his full potential. Yanju subsequently inquires of the fool what precisely he believes he is accomplishing. She loses her composure and is prepared to tear him apart. The guild leader insists on a response from her subordinate, yet he is too frightened to utter a word. Kong Wu observes quietly as she reprimands Yonho and instructs him to tend to his own affairs. He is taken aback by how effortlessly the tough individual manages to settle down. Subsequently, Yanju warns Kong Wu to exercise caution as Yonho has the potential to incapacitate him. He dismisses it nonchalantly like a petulant child, yet he recognizes the unwavering loyalty of her guild companions. In the meantime, Yonho is pouting in the corner like a coward. He overhears Kong Wu addressing the guild leader as Nuna, which makes it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Kong Wu concludes that he no longer desires the imported vehicle and inquires whether he might borrow a distinctive rank item. She responds that she is able to lend it to him, but solely after a private meeting. Then, unexpectedly, the burly individual interjects once more. He is furious that Kong Wu calls Yanju his elder sister and begins to collapse like an unhinged individual. He attempts to attack Kong Wu, leading to devastation throughout the entire space. Yonho appears utterly astonished once the debris settles, and he observes Yanju thwart his assault. She appears poised to dispatch him to the beyond, and Kong Wu cannot resist relishing the unfolding events. Yonho endeavors to clarify his position. However, she pushes his armament aside, causing him to stumble. Kong Wu wears a self-satisfied expression as he instructs the fool to leave. She additionally informs him that if he crosses his limits once again, he will receive a valuable lesson. Yonho subsequently expresses remorse for being an inconvenience. Having completed that, she expresses her regrets to Kong Wu regarding her associate's impolite conduct. As Yonho begins to depart, Kong Wu inquires of Yanju about a distinct type of armor that would allow for effortless mobility. While she contemplates it, Yonho returns and proposes to present Kong Wu with his armor if the Demon King triumphs over him. Yanju ultimately loses her patience and prepares to send this fool 6 feet below, as he fails to recognize when to cease his childish behavior. Kong Wu interrupts her and expresses that he believes it is a rather good suggestion. This leaves her perplexed, and she remains utterly unaware of what our main character is concocting standing in that wicked mind. She remembers that he possesses significant promise and will exceed her. However, concurrently, Yonho has reached level 67 and has additionally achieved his 6th awakening. She does not believe that Kang Woo possesses the capability to confront her commander-in-chief. She attempts to intervene between the two of them, but Kang Woo assures her that it's acceptable. The mischievous gleam in his gaze clearly indicates his strong desire to impart a lesson to this obstinate fool. Yonho is determined to confront him and ensure he never shows disrespect to his guild leader again. Yeonju is perplexed by Kang Woo's intentions, yet he is gradually beginning to prepare himself for the confrontation. Subsequently, we observe that Yonho is a worthless fool who was rescued by Yeonju quite some time ago. At this moment, he senses that Kang Woo is attempting to usurp his partner. In the meantime, Yeonju is extremely concerned about Kang Woo, yet the demon lord remains entirely indifferent. Subsequently, they proceed to the training area, where Kang Woo praises the excellent amenities. Yeonju attempts once more to convey to Kang Woo that this bout is absurd, yet he remains completely unperturbed. As he prepares, Yonho encourages him to commence at his convenience. This fool genuinely exudes overconfidence, boldly instructing Kang Woo to strike him however he wishes within the initial 3 seconds. Kang Woo questions whether he is earnest and urges him to cease his pretentious demeanor and take hold of his sword. Yonho disregards him, and he grants the fool yet another chance to wield his blade. Nonetheless, the leader asserts that he has no desire to exert his complete strength against an individual of that nature. Kang Woo chuckles at this and chooses to proceed, as that is what the individual desires. He begins to gather energy beneath his feet and dashes toward his adversary in the flash of an instant. He delivers a direct strike to Yonho's midsection, and the unfortunate individual is unable to respond quickly enough. Yonho is hurled into a wall, colliding forcefully upon impact. The breath is expelled from him, and his gaze becomes vacant. He drops back to his knees and moans due to the discomfort. Conversely, Yeonju is unable to fathom what she is observing. Yonho manages to stumble and rise, yet he remains oblivious to the nature of the assault that Kang Woo employed against him. With his visage contorted in agony, he realizes that the sole reason for his survival lies in the strength of his protective gear. Acknowledging that he has no alternative, he ultimately unveils his blade and prepares to confront Kang Woo. He remains perplexed about how an individual who has merely been a participant for 3 weeks can possess such strength. Kang Woo, with a derisive tone, gazes at him and recalls that he pledged to grant him the initial 3 seconds. Yonho inquires about what he has done to him, and Kang Woo asserts that he is simply far more powerful, yet the fool remains unconvinced. The man is gnawing on his lips and still attempting to recuperate from the agony, yet he can hardly maintain his balance. Kang Woo chuckles at him for believing he was inexperienced. He derides the individual for lamenting like a coward due to circumstances not unfolding as he intended. Following the derision of the simpleton, he informs him that the frivolities have concluded and resolves to adopt a more earnest approach. Yonho clenches his jaw in fury, yet that's essentially all he is capable of. He notices that the passion of his existence is observing and realizes that he cannot risk appearing foolish in her presence. He securely seizes his sword and unleashes the might of the weapon. A radiant illumination erupts from it, ascending like a shaft. He subsequently fixates on the infernal monarch, who refers to his talent as foolish and embarrassing. Kang Woo continues to instigate the individual, and Yonho continues to be enamored by it. Experiencing significant irritation and rage, Yonho sprints toward him wielding his sword. Kang Woo understands that he remains the supreme leader and not an adversary who can be easily defeated. He unleashes his dark abilities and prepares a snare for the guy. Yonho is completely oblivious when his foot treads upon the darkness. Yonho attempts to caution him, but Kang Woo has already captured the imbecile in his hold. As his blade descends, Kang Woo chuckles at his fruitless endeavor. Yonho hurries in to intervene as the demon monarch emerges from the edge of the darkness. At that moment, Yonho discerns that his adversary is no longer in his line of vision. Before he can respond, Kang Woo seizes his shoulder and informs him that he has been defeated. Our lad harnesses the force of a shockwave and propels the fellow into a wall, rendering him appear even more pitiable in the presence of Yonho. Yonho loses his awareness once more, collapsing to the floor. Yonho is rendered mute and glances at Kang Woo with trepidation in her gaze. The infernal monarch subsequently reminds her that he stated he possesses far greater strength than he realizes. This individual truly never passes up a chance to flaunt his prowess. Once the altercation concluded, several employees entered the chamber to tidy up the chaos and attend to Yonho's injuries. Yonho expresses regret for all that transpired and informs Kang Woo that she will be expelled from her guild. She will additionally caution the other guild guild members against any foolish actions. Kong Wu reassures her that it's acceptable, as he is simply content to possess the armor of the individual at this time. The protective gear is referred to as gargoyle armor, and it possesses a distinctive classification. It also possesses exceptionally impressive statistics that will be extremely beneficial to him. The idea of owning such an extraordinary object fills Kong Wu with elation. Although Yanju is exceedingly exasperated by the situation, he observes that her subordinate has proceeded to defy her commands. The idiot also risked something so invaluable and discarded it like a mere trifle. He contemplates whether this is the sensation of being engulfed by affection. He then informs Yanju that should a similar situation arise in the future, he will need to reevaluate their collaboration. She assures that her guild associates will regard him with esteem henceforth. Subsequently, he discusses the dimensions of the armor, and she informs him that she will have it adjusted and sent to him once it is complete. He sets it on the exhibition table and entrusts it to her supervision. Kong Wu subsequently departs to attend to other obligations, and she prompts him to submit his dimensions for the armor. Yanju exhales a breath of relief upon his departure, and she ponders whether he is truly human. She is deeply unsettled by the reality that a player with merely 3 weeks of experience can overcome her supreme leader. This leads her to consider the possibility that Kong Wu could genuinely be a global competitor. Presently, there are 8 global rankers spanning all nations, yet Korea lacks any. She claims that there were whispers about Baekong Hyun attaining that status, yet he ultimately did not prevail. As she remains absorbed in contemplation, Hyun Woo steps into the chamber to converse with her. She informs him that the grotesque armor now belongs to Kong Wu, and she intends to convene a gathering to expel Yongo. Hyun Woo feels disheartened to learn of this, yet she informs him that it is essential to prevent such behaviors from occurring again. Subsequently, she inquires about the details he possesses for her. Hyun Woo notifies her that the government has effectively inserted an infiltrator within the malevolent organization. With this, they will be capable of acquiring additional insights regarding the infernal organization. Yanju subsequently advises him to investigate further into this matter with greater specificity. In the meantime, Kong Wu is situated in the heart of the city, examining his statistics on the system interface. He observes that his infernal power is increasing in tandem with the others. If he can fortify his physique with the influence of the other attributes, he won't need to depend on the malevolent energy as heavily. He also lacks a requirement for intelligence and wisdom attributes, as they offer no assistance to his dull mind. The issue is, he is unable to acquire the statistics he desires. Following the second awakening, the metrics pertaining to his unique abilities are meant to increase. Nevertheless, the quantity of malevolent energy he possesses hasn't risen, yet the others continue to escalate. He is utterly perplexed by the reason behind this occurrence and contemplates whether it is due to the intensity of his infernal energy. Essentially, it surpasses the others by a considerable margin, and he possesses abilities that other elite players are unable to replicate. It appears that as the statistics increase, the values tend to decrease. This prompts him to conclude that the level 30 interval does not enhance the demonic energy condition. Recognizing that overthinking will not benefit him, he chooses to set it aside, stating that he still has ample opportunity to achieve his 5th enlightenment. He subsequently chooses to visit Sayola and Taisu. Upon arriving at East Incheon Gate, he observes Taisu shouting his name frantically like a madman. Kong Wu expresses his humiliation and informs him that he has completed his desired tasks. Taisu subsequently acquaints him with the 2 competitors he mentioned previously. The attractive Jagachat is Kim Sehun, while the young girl is Choi Yunbai. Kong Wu observes how charming Sehun appears, and even refers to the man as stunning. The somewhat suspicious, but will overlook it. Yunbai, conversely, begins to throw a fit after Taisu labels her a spoiled child, thereby reinforcing the assertion. She refers to the hulking figure as a man in his 40s, effectively shattering his resolve. Subsequently, she directs her gaze toward Kong Wu with immense enthusiasm twinkling in her eyes, declaring that she has heard much about him. Kong Wu then inquires about her ranking in special abilities within her classes. The little imp disregards him and shifts her focus to Sayola upon noticing her beauty. She begins to refer to Sayola as her sister and requests to take photographs together. Kong Wu glances at the young girl and contemplates whether he has just encountered the female counterpart of Taisu. Sehun then approaches Kong Wu with a more serene demeanor. He proclaims that he is a level 12 gamer. Additionally, he belongs to the warrior category with an A-grade unique skill. As Yunbai captures images, Sehun informs Kong Wu that she possesses a magical prowess categorized as B rank. Kong Wu expresses his gratitude and observes the cool and collected demeanor of Sehun. Furthermore, the individual possesses an A rank capability following his second awakening. awakening. This leads Kong Wu to believe that he is the protagonist of a manhwa. Taisu subsequently inquires about his opinion on the newcomers. Kong Wu grins and assures him that they are fine. In the meantime, Sehun is pulled into Yunbai's antics and compelled to capture a photograph of her and Sayola. The dullard begins to commend himself, but Kong Wu brings to his attention how his previous gathering almost transformed him into a shish kebab. Taisu turns it around by suggesting that the cosmos arranged it in such a manner that he would encounter Kong Wu. The demon monarch is at a loss for words regarding this individual's foolishness. Taisu shifts the conversation and inquires about his thoughts on the new group. Kong Wu responds that it's quite satisfactory, given that they possess the essential roles required for a team. It's the optimal arrangement for a quartet of individuals. Furthermore, however, 2 of the participants possess A-tier exceptional talents, and the remaining members possess B ranks. This renders it a quite respectable group for foraging. Kong Wu then mentions that he will accompany them in their pursuit for the day. He intends to observe them and inform them if there is anything they are missing or aspects they could enhance. Taisu expresses his gratitude in his boisterous, irritating tone, rendering Kong Wu increasingly weary of him. Kong Wu additionally informs them that he will only intervene when situations become perilous, urging them to remain vigilant. These individuals possess significant promise for development, and he does not intend to support them entirely. Subsequently, the focus transitions, and we witness a few grotesque trolls howling and charging towards the gathering. An increasing number emerge from the depths of the forest, but Taisu collides with them using his formidable shield. As the creatures soared in reverse, Taisu grins and mocks them. The unfortunate beings begin to quiver in terror. Then Yubin bolts outside and employs her electrical sorcery to incinerate them. She promptly gestures to Taisu, conveying him that an additional 5 trolls are situated behind them. The tank swiftly responds by hurrying to her side and promptly establishes his sols on the earth. The trolls are abruptly dazzled by a radiant glow emanating from Taisu's shield, and they attempt to shield their faces from the illumination. With their focus directed towards him, he urges them to approach him, offering Sayola the chance to enhance him with her luminous sorcery. He expresses his gratitude to her and manages to fend them off with relative ease. She subsequently conjures a luminous arrow and begins shooting at the creatures as Taisu obstructs them. Once her assaults cease, the savage strikes them with his shield with all his strength, propelling them through the air like bothersome insects. As the trolls attempt to regain their footing from their wounds, Cyan appears and cuts through them rapidly like a gust. He brings them all down in a single motion like the formidable individual he is. He pivots to witness Taisu praising his abilities and inquires whether he practiced kendo prior to his career as a player. Cyan replies that he engaged in it as a pastime, which explains his exceptional skill with a sword. Taking into account how effortlessly he sliced through the creatures, Taisu does not regard it as a typical pastime. Subsequently, they seek his perspective on their altercation. As he gazes down at them, an air of anxiety envelopes the group, and they ponder his forthcoming remarks. Kong Wu descends from the tree and remarks that he will highlight a few aspects to amend. They are all anxiously anticipating his arrival, yet he reassures himself that there is indeed much that requires attention. To begin with, he praises Taisu's keen instincts. However, he informs him that he squanders an excessive amount of his energy by attempting to manage everything single-handedly. He had been hurling the trolls from the very beginning, and it could pose a challenge if a formidable adversary were to appear unexpectedly. Kong Wu subsequently advises him to adhere to his duty of withstanding assaults. Following that is Sayola, and the unfortunate young woman is startled when she hears her name. He praises her for polishing the tank to augment his power, yet cautions her that it's unwise for healers to engage in combat. Utilizing the arrow of light isn't a prudent choice on her behalf. Sayola expresses remorse and experiences significant regret. However, Kong Wu asserts that they will rectify everything gradually. Following that, he confronts Yunbai and recalls her fear of the 5 trolls that appeared as she was concluding her battle with the other creatures. She then states that she can simply eliminate the creatures with a minor strike and allow Sehun to handle the primary damage infliction. Ultimately, but finally, he confronts Sehun. Kong Wu gazes at him momentarily and subsequently claims that he has nothing to rectify. Presently, he is executing his responsibilities impeccably. Kong Wu recognizes that he is remarkable and contemplates whether the individual is a prodigy. The fellow team members praise Sehun and express how remarkable he is too. Subsequently, Kong Wu proposes that they delve deeper into the forest. As they progress, he advises them to attempt to integrate the suggestions he provided during their forthcoming meeting. Shortly thereafter, we observe Tae-Su intercepting a troll and fulfilling his function as a shield. Seola is providing the essential assistance, and Yunbai is inflicting sufficient harm to incapacitate the creatures. Her electrical assaults are effortlessly scorching their minds, and Sihun leaps in to cut them apart and complete the task. Kangwoo observes them from a tree and is genuinely amazed by their remarkable performance. He believes they will be capable of trying C-rank gates within a month if they maintain their current momentum. After the skirmish concludes, Tae-Soo lowers his shield and inquires with Kangwoo about their progress following this confrontation. The demon sovereign prefers to avoid inflating egos, so he remarks that they aren't so terrible. Abruptly, they spot a creature lurking close by. Kangwoo's eyes widen in terror upon realizing that it is not a troll. The camera pivots, revealing a terrifying creature with jagged fangs and antlers barreling directly toward Tae-Soo and his group. Upon examining the fiendish eyes of the creature more intently, Kangwoo realizes that it is a demonic wolf. Tae-Soo lifts his shield to intercept the beast's infernal assault, yet it appears he may not be able to withstand it. Kangwoo endeavors to intervene upon noticing they are confronted by a malevolent beast, but he abruptly halts in his progress. He is taken aback when Sihun enters and begins to assault the creature ferociously. Sihun manages to craft a breach and instructs Tae-Soo to step aside. He cleaves the beast and evades its assault. Sihun envelopes his sword in a cerulean glow and persistently challenges the wolf. The duel is progressing favorably, however, he lacks the speed to thwart the wolf's retaliatory strike. The fiendish wolf strikes him aside and prepares to consume him. Just when it appears that the final act has concluded for his unfortunate existence, Kangwoo enters and demonstrates to the wolf what a genuine monster embodies. With his amplified abilities, he strikes the wolf into the earth, fracturing the surface. On the flip side, Sihun is astonished by Kangwoo's strength. As crimson flows from his hand, the interface appears with a notification, declaring that he has vanquished the beast and his rank has risen by 1. Kangwoo lifts Sihun as if he were a delicate princess and inquires if he is okay. The remaining members of the group hurried to the location to ensure that he is all right. Everyone is concerned for him and is greatly astonished by Kangwoo's ability to vanquish a creature with a single blow. Saitama now faces some rivalry. In any case, Seola begins to mend Sihun, while Tae-Soo praises him for his remarkable swordplay. In the meantime, Kangwoo is astonished that the individual can contend with a malevolent creature so effectively. To him, Sihun possesses an unusually formidable strength. Conversely, Tae-Soo is handling Sihun like a plaything, and the unfortunate fellow is pleading to be released. Kangwoo opts to serve as a prop for the individual, enabling him to progress on foot. With his hands resting upon Sihun's shoulders, he utilizes his all-knowing prowess to examine Sihun's capabilities. On the status panel, he observes that Sihun possesses a triple S classification and is also a descendant of the deity of martial arts. He glances at Sihun anxiously and contemplates exactly who this child is. Simultaneously, Tae-Soo is providing assistance to ensure he can progress effectively. Upon scrutinizing him more closely, Kangwoo comes to the realization that Sihun is the protagonist, and yet again, an individual more impressive than him has arrived to overshadow him. Kangwoo contemplates whether the source of his remarkable swordplay is linked to the deity of martial arts. Sihun has finally regained his ability to walk smoothly and expresses gratitude for the assistance. Yet Kangwoo senses that this boy could possibly pose a danger to him. As Yeonju exhibits warmth towards him, he chooses to reciprocate this friendliness with Sihun and foster a positive connection. Nevertheless, circumstances can still take a turn for the worse, so he cannot depend exclusively on amicable connections. Ultimately, Kangwoo does not believe that Sihun is the kind of individual to change suddenly, especially given that he plunged in to rescue Tae-Soo. Simultaneously, he perceives the child as a pitiable failure. In the meantime, Yunbai is striving to stimulate Sihun's mind with an electric massage. The uncertainty of how events will unfold causes Kangwoo to begin grinning like a lunatic. While entangled in his malevolent musings, Sihun brings him back to reality and inquires if he is okay. He assures her that he is well and sets his thoughts aside. The gathering begins to pose the crucial inquiries, like the reason a demonic wolf appeared in a downgraded portal. They express their gratitude to Kangwoo for preserving their lives, and Sihun informs him that he has significantly improved due to her treatment. Tae-Soo and Yunbai attempt to soothe Sihun to prevent him from becoming overly anxious. Kangwoo approaches him, and Sihun expresses that he feels significantly improved due to Sihun's support. Following this, upon hearing that, Kangwoo feels a sense of relief that the individual is safe. Sihun gazes at him with wide-eyed wonder, expressing his gratitude once more and marveling at his remarkable strength. Tae-Soo and Sihun begin to admire the Demon King with eyes full of longing, resembling abandoned pups, and Yunbai finds their pitiable appearance utterly intolerable. The tank proceeds to remark that he has never encountered anyone with a secondary awakening akin to Kangwoo. He subsequently inquires why Si-hoon has not affiliated himself with any of the major guilds thus far, as he believes that the individual could effortlessly gain entry into any of them. As Tae-soo proposes that he should become part of the Mere Guild, Si-hoon begins to shake slightly. He subsequently informs him that he has no desire to become a member of any association, particularly the Mere Guild. Tae-soo is perplexed and questions whether he has any problems with the Mere Guild. However, Si-hoon clutches his blade tightly and asserts that there's no cause for concern. Although he comes across as dull-witted, Tae-soo expresses remorse for intruding into his history. Si-hoon assures him that everything is fine and also expresses regret for being overly emotional regarding the issue. Subsequently, Kangwoo concludes that it's best for everyone to return home so that Si-hoon can take a break. The warrior attempts to assert that he remains capable of tracking prey, but Kangwoo advises him not to push himself too hard. Tae-soo subsequently inquires whether Kangwoo will accompany them for the hunt the following day, but the Demon Lord has no intention of being in the vicinity of his boisterous presence anytime soon. He feels disheartened to discover that the Demon Lord is not always able to care for them, and they must acquire the skills to hunt independently. Tae-soo chooses to concentrate on enhancing their skills, and they all begin to depart. As they exit through the gateway, Kangwoo informs Seola that an issue has arisen, requiring her to return home ahead of him. He glances at his phone to check for several missed calls and remarks that it is a matter of urgency. She inquires about his plans for dinner, and he responds that she should proceed and eat first, as he may be delayed. Seola isn't particularly pleased to learn that, but advises him to exercise caution, and he assures her that he will return home at the earliest opportunity. Subsequently, they exchange their goodbyes. As Seola strides away into the throng, he resolves to embark on whatever wild scheme he possesses. In the meantime, Si-hoon is perusing his phone while waiting at a transit station. As I perused the bus routes and contemplated the Mere Guild, Kangwoo advances toward him, indicating that he has a matter to converse about. With a grave expression, he states that it is something truly significant. He then proposes that they relocate to a more secluded location to converse about the issue. After some time, they arrive at a secluded pathway. When Si-hoon candidly inquires about the topic he wishes to discuss, Kangwoo abruptly strikes the man in the abdomen. Si-hoon experiences a sudden loss of breath. Following that, the main character seizes him by the neckline and hurls him to the earth. The unfortunate youth attempts to inquire of Kangwoo what his intentions are, but the demon sovereign descends to his knee on Si-hoon's torso and claims he intends to secure some insurance. While restraining him, Kangwoo informs Si-hoon that he aims to grow considerably stronger and desires for them to establish a cordial rapport. Kangwoo appears utterly deranged when he expresses his desire for them to become genuine allies. As Si-hoon grapples with his words, he inquires why he feels compelled to go to such lengths merely to establish a friendship. The malevolent overlord subsequently infuses him with a dose of infernal power. Si-hoon begins to grapple with discomfort, and his awareness gradually diminishes. Kangwoo harnesses the ability of domination to seize Si-hoon's heart in order to assert control over his physique. During this process, he asserts that the individual will not recall a solitary event that occurred to him and will return to his usual hunting routine. Abruptly, Si-hoon's heart morphs into an unusual demonic heart adorned with eyes and teeth. He is continuing to grapple with the agony as Kangwoo murmurs that he will become more formidable alongside Seola and Tae-soo, ultimately creating the mightiest team imaginable. Subsequently, the demon sovereign unveils his heart and proclaims that should Si-hoon become his underling, the individual will be capable of utilizing a fraction of his abilities. The unfortunate fellow merely reclines on the ground, scarcely aware of his surroundings after what he has recently endured. Conversely, with a malevolent expression on his visage, the demon sovereign declares that they shall become excellent allies. A short while later, Si-hoon finally regains his composure and hurriedly attempts to rise. He cannot recall what transpired and is completely unaware of how he ended up in the alleyway. The sole detail he recalls is that he had been anticipating the arrival of the bus earlier. He glances at the clock on his mobile device and remembers standing at the bus stop an hour earlier. Si-hoon attempts to recall the events that transpired afterward, but ultimately finds himself with excruciating migraine. Unable to recall anything further, he presumes he lost consciousness due to his confrontation with the infernal wolf. He scowls and clenches his jaw, sensing that he is exceedingly feeble. Si-hoon grapples with rising to his feet and reminds himself that he must become more resilient, acknowledging the considerable journey ahead of him. A moment flickers in his thoughts as he recalls Kim Young-hoon, the deputy leader of the Mere Guild. Upon viewing Young-hoon's visage, he shatters the barrier adjacent to him and swears declares that his sword must attain the vice master's neck. As he falters along the passage, Kangwoo observes him from the rooftop of a structure. The system generates a notification stating that the only dominance he exerted over Si-hoon was effective. He chooses to give directives at a later time as he now possesses the assurance he desires. He defers the orders and chooses to observe Si-hoon as he matures. Discuss a weirdo. Oblivious individual is merely scrolling through his device, completely unaware that he has been transformed into a submissive companion for a maniacal dark sovereign. Si-hoon successfully makes his way back to the bus terminal and hurries to board a bus. In the meantime, Kangwoo persists in observing and asserts that Si-hoon's skills will match Balak's in strength once they are enhanced. He intends to utilize his fresh subordinate to confront the infernal organization, as his multitude of demon stronghold remains partially confined. Like an unsettling observer, Kangwoo observes as Si-hoon steps onto the bus and expresses his intention to assist him to the fullest extent. That's how our main character is merely an unsettling oddball. Abruptly, he receives a call from Cho Deo-kyun. He answers, and Deo-kyun indicates that he possesses certain details to share with him. Deo-kyun is somewhat unsure, yet he informs Kangwoo that he discovered a residue of infernal energy. He further mentions that it was not produced by a human being. Kangwoo supposes it was carried out by a malevolent spirit and inquires about the location where he discovered the evidence. Deo-kyun informs him that he discovered it at the B-rank portal near Wajongbu, leading Kangwoo to conclude that yet another demon has emerged once more. Kangwoo remembers how the infernal hound and fiendish wolf materialized at the alternate entrances. He begins to feel exhilarated upon noticing the emergence of a more formidable demon, as it presents an opportunity for him to enhance his skills further. As he reviews his statistics, he believes this will assist him in attaining his fifth awakening sooner than he expected. The following day, a train reaches Wajongbu Station and he prepares to depart. He is gradually becoming weary of boarding the train as an annoying bystander and senses that he must acquire a vehicle soon. While perusing details regarding the types of creatures that will emerge through the portal, he catches wind of a fellow player remarking that there's something peculiar beyond the entrance. The individual claims that a kind of creature transformation has taken place, and as a result, no individual is permitted to enter, irrespective of the size of the group. We observe numerous participants gathered before the entrance to the gate, all expressing their dissatisfaction about being denied access. The sentinels attempt to clarify that the creature transformation has rendered the gate unreachable, yet the participants continue to voice their grievances. A proclamation emanates from the loudspeakers, notifying them that 10 participants have perished as a result of the bizarre event. Consequently, they will be limiting players' entry to the gate. Upon hearing this, the participants begin to feel anxious, as a loss of 10 players represents a significant casualty rate, even for a B-ranked portal. Conversely, Kangwoo is aware that the fiend is currently wreaking havoc within the portal. Nevertheless, he did not anticipate that it would lead to limitations for the players. The journalists subsequently request the sentinels to elaborate on the grotesque transformation. With the entrances obstructed, the reporters assert that they must possess some knowledge regarding what lies beyond the barrier. The sentinels then inform them that the creature bears a resemblance to a lion. Upon receiving this information, Kangwoo states that the animal is recognized as a beaver. The beaver ranks among the most formidable hunters from the second underworld. This creature resembles a lion, features 5 limbs, and possesses a distinctive characteristic referred to as a full stomach. Provided it devours 5 victims in a single day, it will become satiated and cease its proactive attacks. Reflecting on those experiences from the abyss makes Kangwoo feel nauseous. Nonetheless, if there are currently 10 casualties, it indicates that the beaver arrived at the entrance 2 days prior. Kangwoo then states that all he needs to do is throw 5 creatures into it and eliminate the beaver once it is satiated. Subsequently, he opts to place a call to Yeonju. She doesn't appear pleased to listen to him, and it's an inconvenient moment since she's exercising. Nevertheless, he requests her assistance in gaining entry to the B-ranked gate due to its current limitations. He informs her that she has the ability to bring it to fruition as she maintains a cordial rapport with the executives. Kangwoo perceives some clattering noises through the phone. Subsequently, she inquires whether he truly needs to enter the gate. Yeonju informs him that it will require a substantial amount, and he assures her that he will reimburse her completely once he has finished. She wishes he does not intend to be maimed by the creature. Subsequently, she instructs him to hand the phone to the guard. He then approaches the sentinel and informs him that Yeonju wishes to converse with him. The sentinel is taken aback and ponders why someone of her stature would want to engage with him. As the sentry answers the call, the others nearby begin to speculate about Kangwoo's identity and how he manages to reach Yeonju. The sentinel inhales deeply to steady himself, and he then informs Kangwoo that he is granted access to the portal as an investigator of the creature crisis. In exchange, he must supply details regarding the beast if he succeeds in vanquishing it. Kangwoo agrees to the conditions and vows to exert his utmost effort. Upon receiving this news, the journalists become exceedingly enthusiastic to discover his true identity. As they all rush towards him, an individual abruptly shouts for him to pause. Kangwoo glances over his shoulder to observe some peculiar individuals. The individual with azure hair is recognized as Kang Sung-soo, hailing from the Mir Guild. As Kangwoo has been granted the authority to probe, Sung-soo believes that his guild deserves equal privileges. He approaches Kangwoo and inquires if he is the individual that the Red Rose Guild has been supporting lately. Sung-soo verifies it upon observing Kangwoo's grotesque armor. Kangwoo begins to feel annoyed when this individual starts to interrogate the backing of the Red Rose Guild and disparaging it. He dismisses it with a chuckle and states that he favors solitude over being in a crowd. The remaining followers of the Mir Guild observe as their leader ridicules Kangwoo for believing that a B-rank gate will be as effortless as a C-rank one. Sung-soo proceeds to deride him, asserting that individuals of his kind are destined to perish swiftly. He believes Kangwoo aspires to attain notoriety by seizing the altered creature and inquires when participants with fourth awakenings are permitted to be so intrusive. This azure-haired fool persistently attempts to incite Kangwoo, yet the demon's sovereign stays quiet. A realization suddenly occurs to Kangwoo when Sung-soo presumes that he is frightened. The fool subsequently proposes that he should become a member of their gathering to avoid meeting a disgraceful end as he crosses the threshold. Kangwoo chooses to accept the proposal and attempts to feign innocence by expressing his fear of entering alone. With a malevolent glance in his eyes, he chooses to join Sung-soo and his group. Upon tallying the remaining 5 members of the gathering, he realizes he possesses the precise quantity required to satisfy the onlooker. Sung-soo is an additional participant, and he eagerly anticipates indulging in his amusement with the simpleton. Previously, Sung-soo receives a phone call from his deputy guild leader, Kim Young-hoon. The deputy instructs him to disgrace Kangwoo publicly to belittle the Red Rose Guild, and this directive has culminated in the current situation. The setting transitions to the current moment, and Sung-soo contemplates whether Kangwoo genuinely desires to join his group. His schemes to disgrace the demon lord before the journalists are not progressing favorably, and he dreads that he will begin to resemble the antagonist. Exasperation ensues as he remains clueless about how to proceed at this juncture. He chooses to collaborate with Kangwoo, leaving everyone astonished to witness the partnership between the Mir Guild and the Red Rose Guild. Sung-soo and his guild companions begin to feel somewhat uneasy as Kangwoo strides in front of them. Conversely, the journalists have a significant scoop at their disposal and cannot afford to overlook the chance to feature such a monumental story. As Kangwoo nears the entrance, Sung-soo perceives no reason to antagonize Kangwoo any further and regards him as a timid individual. Unbeknownst to him, Kangwoo intends for this to be the final partnership between the two factions. When, upon entering the gate, Kangwoo proposes that they combine their 2 strengths to apprehend the altered creature. Sung-soo hurls saliva onto the ground and inquires whether he possesses any self-worth. He contemplates whether Kangwoo is genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance. Kangwoo stays quiet while Sung-soo throws derogatory remarks, labeling him a miserable failure. The faction members commence disparaging Yeonju and the Red Rose Guild while extolling their own guild and their deputy guild master. Kangwoo takes a step back, eavesdropping on their conversation, and begins to contemplate the Mir Guild. The leader of the guild, Kim Jae-hyun, is likewise the proprietor of a firm called Mir Electronics. He roused as a participant alongside his son, Young-hoon, and utilized the funds from his enterprise to advance swiftly, ultimately establishing the Mir Guild. The group members persist in their dialogue, and Kangwoo contemplates how their guild must be affluent. The idea of pitting the 2 guilds against each other in order to seize the truce enters his thoughts. However, he concludes that he has reached his limit, and Yeonju remains quite advantageous to me. At the very least, with Yeonju, he has the opportunity to operate luxurious vehicles and utilize distinctive gear. This implies that the Mir Guild is the sole alternative for eliminating one of them. Following a period of wandering, Sung-soo begins to feel irritated as they have yet to locate the creature. Kangwoo proposes that they explore the vicinity, but they retort by labeling him a naive fool. The men begin to throw derogatory remarks at the Red Rose Guild and Yeonju once more, yet Kangwoo restrains himself from taking any extreme measures. As they persist in their stroll, Kangwoo employs his perceptive abilities to survey the surroundings. He swiftly identifies the creature concealed behind a barrier and observes that it has not yet attained its maximum satiety level. Following that, upon observing this, he begins implementing his malevolent schemes. He employs the allure of seduction on the party members, prompting them to perceive an unusual fragrance fragrance in the atmosphere. With this, Kangwoo observes as the bird gradually begins to draw near to them. The earth begins to quake as the creature approaches, and Sung-soo instructs his companions to ready themselves for combat. He pivots and instructs Kangwoo to remain in place, but Kangwoo retorts that he excels at setting ominous signs of doom. Sung-soo is incited by his remark. At that moment, Kangwoo cautions him that individuals like him are destined to perish swiftly. As Sung-soo engages in debate, one of his companions is pierced by the creature lurking behind him. He pivots to witness the dreadful spectacle. The whole squad is left in utter disbelief as they gaze at their companion, who has been pierced by the beast's talons. As the creature readies itself to engulf its initial prey, Kangwoo notes the initial one and chuckles at the fruitless efforts of the others. Sung-soo instructs the others to gather intelligence, and they commence their assault. As their projectiles and incantations converge upon the beast, it abruptly vanishes before they can strike. The strikes impacted the barrier, and they observe that the creature has rapidly evaded to the side. Sung-soo endeavors to maintain his team's stance. However, the creature swiftly grasps its subsequent prey in the flash of an instant. As soon as Sung-soo pivots, the creature has already begun to consume the hapless spirit. Kangwoo persists in maintaining the tally while the humble guild canine begins to unravel. He instructs the remainder of his team to commence an aggressive assault swiftly. He prepares a strike as the creature advances toward him, and pounds his staff upon the earth. The lightning hits the burr, providing the remaining members of the group a chance to eliminate it. They swiftly dash in to vanquish the creature. However, two individuals are swiftly eliminated. At this moment, Sung-soo is probably feeling extremely anxious as he grapples with the bewilderment of witnessing his team being defeated so effortlessly. Even after being struck by Sung-soo's complete assault, the burr continues to advance as though nothing occurred. The final surviving member of the group, apart from Sung-soo, realizes that all hope is lost and pleads for assistance from anyone who might rescue her. As Kangwoo revels in the pandemonium, Sung-soo attempts to persuade his final ally to maintain their stance. Experiencing exasperation, he clenches his jaw and resolves to confront the creature with his ultimate strike. Sung-soo soars upwards and channels all his strength into his lance. With all his strength, he brings his weapon down upon the creature, yet the creature strikes him aside as if the worthless failure that he is. Sung-soo crashes into a barrier and loses consciousness. His eyes widen as the creature draws near to him, and he begins to weep like a coward. Kangwoo tallies the fifth objective, and we observe that the creature has consumed its fifth victim, leaving Sung-soo toppled. Sung-soo moans in agony as the bird devours his final companion. As he gasps for air, he observes the fragments of flesh tumble from the creature's maw, and with that, the creature has attained its complete satiety. It is astonished when it witnesses Kangwoo descend upon the beast and inquires how this is feasible. The demon sovereign clarifies that once the creature devours 5 victims daily, it will remain stationary unless provoked by an assault. Subsequently, he begins to unleash the might of the spear alongside the force of hellfire simultaneously. This is intended to strike the creature with a blow capable of obliterating it in a single strike. As he merges the two forces, Sung-soo merely observes while sustaining his peculiar posture. Kangwoo endeavors to sustain his attention as he requires heightened concentration when wielding two abilities concurrently. After energizing them, the forces merge to create a blazing Biden. Consequently, the system alerts him that he has obtained the Biden skill, classified as an S-rank ability. Kangwoo hits the creature with it, and the Biden penetrates the creature's core. The burr emits a piercing scream and starts to unleash chaos. Sung-soo is tossed about amidst the turmoil. Eventually, the system informs Kangwoo that he has vanquished the creature, resulting in an elevation of his level by 6 points. As a result, he attains level 40 and activates his fifth awakening. His infernal energy attribute reaches 60, and he fulfills the criteria of a phenomenon referred to as extreme infernal postponement. Kangwoo observes the alert and ponders its meaning. Gazing at the system interface, he discovers a compilation of prerequisites that must be satisfied for him to ascend as a demonic deity. The primary requirement is that his infernal energy level must reach 60. Nevertheless, he perceives no pertinent details concerning the significant demonic lag, yet he presumes that it is something that will bestow upon him immense power. Having endured torment for countless years, this marks the initial occasion he has learned of this strength. Based on his theory, should he persist in advancing, he may surpass the strength he possessed during his reign as the demon monarch of the ninth circle of Inferno. The notion that he might ascend to a malevolent deity is even more exhilarating. Observing his countenance reveals that this lunatic is exceedingly ravenous for dominance. Subsequently, he begins to assimilate the burr to acquire additional infernal power. As an investigator, he He ought to safeguard the cadaver but cannot forego the opportunity to acquire additional authority. Kong-woo acquires additional infernal energy following the consumption of the creature, resulting in an enhancement of his statistics by 4 points. As he assimilates the creature, Sung-soo shouts to him, eager to discover precisely what Kong-woo is. Kong-woo revolves and recollects that there is still one more troublesome individual left. He begins to approach the man, and Sung-soo cautions him not to advance any further. With a trembling voice, Sung-soo subsequently inquires whether he intends to end his life. Kong-woo informs him that he still has a duty to complete, thus he is not permitted to perish just yet. He assures him not to be frightened as there are a few inquiries he wishes to pose initially. Sung-soo is rendered speechless when Kong-woo inquires about who issued the command to incite him. Observing the pitiable failure, he realizes that Sung-soo wouldn't behave so impulsively, and it seems his companions were already aware of him. Nevertheless, Sung-soo remains silent. Kong-woo subsequently propels the fool into the air and begins pummeling his face against the walls of the room. Upon inquiring once more, Sung-soo discloses that Kim Young-hoon issued the directives. Kong-woo subsequently inquires why their deputy guild leader has placed a bounty on him. It has come to light that Young-hoon previously proposed a date to Yenju, but she turned him down rather harshly. Since that moment, he has harbored a deep disdain for the Red Rose Guild due to his poor charm skills. In addition to that, Sung-soo expresses his desire to transform the perception of the mere guild and demonstrate that they are vastly more exceptional than the Red Rose Guild, considering that the individual is merely a despondent failure. Kong-woo requests an image of Young-hoon. Sung-soo transfers his mobile device, and Kong-woo observes that Young-hoon appears quite well. Unexpectedly, he notices Sehun in the photograph too and comments that they share a similarity. Kong-woo, I can hardly fathom his participation in such a futile endeavor, yet Sung-soo expresses remorse as he is merely adhering to directives. Nonetheless, the fool was genuinely enthusiastic about the concept. When he attempts to justify himself, Kong-woo is unwilling to listen. As long as he performs his duties effectively, Kong-woo will have no grievances. Sung-soo subsequently guarantees to fulfill any desires he may have. Kong-woo informs him that it's not particularly challenging and could potentially be beneficial for him. Subsequently, they exit the entrance and are welcomed by a throng of journalists capturing photographs. The photographers are eager to discover the fate of the other members of the group and whether they are the sole two remaining individuals. Kong-woo begins to speak in answer to their inquiries, but instead begins shouting for an ambulance to rescue Sung-soo. The unfortunate fellow's face appears utterly devastated. The journalists persist in snapping photographs and inquiring about his condition. Kong-woo informs them that the altered creature assaulted him and that he and Sung-soo are the sole survivors. Each of them accepts his tale of woe and attempts to notify the Warong Corps regarding the situation, but Kong-woo insists that it is unnecessary. He asserts that the altered creature has been vanquished while Sung-soo softly calls out for assistance. Instead of seeking recognition, Kong-woo asserts that Sung-soo triumphed over the beast and preserved his life. The purported savior doesn't truly resemble an individual who successfully vanquished a malevolent creature. In any case, the journalists proceed to inquire for additional information regarding the circumstances. Kong-woo starts to recount the occurrences that took place. He informs them that they detected a deadly intent as soon as they entered the dungeon. The creature was prowling around the threshold of the gateway, and they all recognized it as a lethal beast the moment they encountered it. They proceeded to confront the creature because Sung-soo warned that it would harm innocents if it escaped. Kong-woo informs them that the creature matched the government's portrayal precisely. The beast possessed a lion's head and 5 limbs. As a result of its lethal assaults, Sung-soo's companions were swiftly eliminated. As if he hasn't deceived enough, Kong-woo persists by claiming that Sung-soo advised him to flee when the circumstances became perilous and he confronted the creature solo. He states he was unable to flee, thus he remained there until the conclusion of the conflict. It was a serious and daunting conflict, and when it ultimately concluded, Sung-soo ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the creature and claimed triumph. Naturally, the oblivious reporters will remain unaware of the reality, so they proceed with Kangwa's absurd fabrications. He further embellishes the tale by claiming that Sung-soo kept reciting the names of his companions until he succumbed to unconsciousness. While Sung-soo attempts to cry for assistance, Kong-woo is stifling his voice to prevent anyone from hearing his words. He instructs the unfortunate individual to remain silent until the paramedics arrive. The journalists subsequently inquire of Kong-woo his thoughts regarding Sung-soo's prior hostile behavior towards him. With a sorrowful expression, he informs them that it was due to Sung-soo's worry for him and his desire for him to remain vigilant. Our main character manages to release a tear, thereby rendering his absurd tale more credible. He refers to Sung-soo as his rescuer and the genuine champion of this age. The publication Communications become saturated with reports on Sungsu's bravery, yet the unfortunate individual slips into a coma and lingers in a state of unresponsiveness. The following day, we observe Yeonju perusing the headlines, and she is certainly aware that Sungwoo was assaulted by someone else rather than the altered beast. She contemplates whether she is nurturing a tiger cub. Subsequently, another woman present with her remarks that her novice is rather charming. Her name is Jong Hyungju, and she serves as the leader of the Samurai Guild. She inquires about how Yeonju managed to discover someone like Kangwoo. Yeonju responds that he's no novice and questions when the elderly woman plans to depart. Hyungju loses her calm when Yeonju refers to her as an elderly woman, yet she chooses to overlook it. Yeonju abruptly halts when she inquires if the emergence of the mutated creature is attributed to the malevolent organization. Hyungju informs her that it's merely a question of time before individuals beyond the Big Five guilds become aware of the infernal organization. Tranquility was achieved solely after the formation of the Big Five guilds. Should individuals start to uncover the nefarious sect and their ritualistic offerings, society will descend into turmoil once more. She subsequently inquires about the Red Rose Guild's perspective on the matter, but Yeonju appears poised to dispatch the woman to oblivion. Unexpectedly, Kangwoo enters the chamber. Hyungju salutes him and mentions that she is an acquaintance of Yeonju. She opts to depart as Kangwoo enters the room, but he reassures her that he can return later once their conversation is finished. She claims it's acceptable since she's already engaged in her enterprise, but Kangwoo experiences guilt. To exacerbate the situation, she feels slighted that he would address her as a woman. This merely implies she's undoubtedly an elderly crone. Subsequently, she bids farewell but pauses at the entrance and reflects upon Yeonju. As she ultimately departs, Yeonju informs Kangwoo that the eccentric woman is merely her acquaintance. He then hands him a card and states that it's the S-rank gate authorization that he requested previously. Kangwoo praises the strength of her guild, as the card emerged more swiftly than he anticipated. She advises him to cease the flattery and cautions him against attempting to hunt in the S-rank gate. Kangwoo refrains from replying to that, but eventually remarks that he overheard the entire conversation she had with Hyungju. She serves him a cup of tea and conveys that they needed to notify him eventually, despite the confidential nature of the information. Kangwoo feigns ignorance regarding the sinister cult and inquires whether the cult is responsible for the monstrous transformations. Yeonju informs him that the sect comprises a collection of unhinged fanatics, and they have been notably active in recent times. She is unaware of when the institution was established or the scale of its operations. However, the associations and authorities are collaborating to uncover further information. She informs him that it is solely her association that is working alongside the authorities, even though the others are aware of the sect. He speculates whether the guild is attempting to enhance its reputation, but she replies that they aren't offering their services without compensation. In return for vanquishing the infernal faction, the administration has assured them a generous recompense, yet she insists it's not due to the incentive. Her spoon falls when she declares that the guild members who were probing the order have been offered up. As a lethal presence emanates from her, she informs Kangwoo that there is no possibility she could abandon them. A chilling perspiration begins to trickle down Kangwoo's brow, and he realizes that her faction has endured considerable harm. Simply by observing her, he can perceive her lethal intent, and at this moment, he grasps the essence of what a rancor genuinely embodies. The unfortunate girl is mourning, yet this imbecile can only fixate on how intensely her abilities provoke his desire to confront her. It's sufficient to elicit a sinister grin upon his visage. He then inquires about the appeal, which she desired his support with. Yeonju expresses her wish for him to aid in vanquishing the infernal organization. Nevertheless, she believes they cannot merely be labeled a straightforward sect, and informs him that possessing formidable individuals will not suffice. She gazes at him earnestly, stating that she won't prevent him from departing if that is his desire, then inquires if he is prepared to assist her with her appeal. Kangwoo hesitates for a moment. He then reassures her not to fret while displaying his S-rank authorization. He mentions that she has assisted him considerably, and it would only be just for him to honor his obligation. Yeonju gazes at him, then begins to flush like a young girl and expresses her gratitude to him. Unbeknownst to her, he is solely engaging in this for the quantity of infernal energy he will be able to assimilate. Yeonju then informs him that she might reach out to him in the future for urgent matters. Following this, she cautions him once more regarding the dangers of venturing into the S-rank gates. Subsequently, we witness an impressive vehicle racing out of the guild structure. At the helm is Kangwoo, and he experiences a significantly greater sense of ease while journeying by automobile. As he navigates, he chooses to examine his fifth awakening extraordinary skill. This skill allows him to invoke a demon demon from an alternate realm, and contingent upon the quantity of infernal energy expended, he can conjure a significantly formidable demon. Nevertheless, the incantation may only be utilized once every quarter. This implies he must call forth the mightiest demon possible in any circumstance he encounters. He deduces that the portal serves as a conduit to an alternate realm beyond Earth, and the greater the portal's potency, the mightier the creatures that emerge from it. The same principle applies to the fracture shards, indicating that he can invoke more formidable demons in portals of higher tiers as well. Kangwoo reaches his location and exits the vehicle. He is an obstinate simpleton, venturing into an S-rank portal to evaluate his newfound exceptional skill. The sentinels examine his badge and allow him to enter. He observes that the security at the entrance is exceedingly stringent. Without the assistance of the Red Rose Guild, he wouldn't even consider attempting to enter an S-rank gate. The portals swing open in front of him, and he ventures within. There, he observes a picturesque seascape and expansive meadows. He discovers an ideal place and takes a seat. Subsequently, he contemplates how magnificent it would be if he could evoke a Cerberus due to its elevated status. Kangwoo commences his meditation and initiates the ritual of invoking a demon. His capability is triggered, leading him to levitate, while a substantial amount of infernal energy begins to emanate from his form. The procedure takes a toll on his physique, yet he manages to withstand it. The system initiates the formation of a fissure to finalize the summoning. Kangwoo gazes at the fissure, perspiring heavily, and ultimately succeeds in forming it. A verdant glow radiates from the fissure, and the system informs him that a more profound fissure has formed as a result of the influence of the countless demon palace. He observes the verdant shade and remembers that all the other fractures he had encountered typically possess a bluish tint. Following that, at that moment, an additional notification appears, indicating that a dimensional portal to the land of Eleanor has been activated. Kangwoo contemplates the location of this continent and fears that this transition won't reverse, sending him back to the Inferno. He protects himself from the glaring illumination and searches for the location of the invoked demon. The fissure seals, yet he remains unaware that he is positioned within the grasp of the fiend. At last, he encounters the fiend, revealing it to be a dragon. This creature is referred to as Echidna and is the offspring of the demonic dragon, Kargath. Kangwoo is astonished to encounter a dragon, and, abruptly, the creature plummets to the earth after emerging from the fissure. He perceives an unfamiliar tongue and glances up to witness peculiar visages emerging from the crevice as well. The enigmatic individuals persist in conversing, but he is unable to discern which language they are conversing in. One of the individuals with fair hair glances back to communicate something to his companions, but Kangwoo is completely unaware of their actions. The unusual individuals advance to examine the dragon. Kangwoo subsequently unleashes an ability that enables him to comprehend those who do not share the same tongue. Through this, he overhears the fair-haired man instructing everyone to step back, while the female elf addresses him as Reynolds. The individual is attempting to emphasize that the dragon is gradually exhaling and appears as though it is on the brink of demise. The elf informs him that it will not be capable of inflicting harm on others, and he feels a sense of relief. Kangwoo then approaches them and inquires about their identities. Reynolds presents himself as Reynolds von Arnon, declaring that he is the third prince of the Arnon Empire. Kangwoo is completely oblivious to the existence of the Arnon Empire, and, upon closer inspection, he observes that an elf and a dwarf are present as well. He feels somewhat apprehensive about the entire situation and contemplates whether these individuals genuinely originated from a different realm. Kangwoo gazes upon the faltering dragon and resolves to restore its health. The others observe him to determine his next move. Armed with the ability of revival, he rests his hand on the dragon, and the demon's injuries begin to swiftly mend. Reynolds hastens to impede him, but is taken aback when they begin conversing. A young girl expresses her gratitude to Kangwoo for his kindness. Meanwhile, Reynolds remains completely oblivious to the situation. The dragon expresses regret for arriving in a disheveled condition, but Kangwoo reassures her that it's fine. Out of the blue, Reynolds presses a blade against his throat, while the elf targets him with her bow. In a wrathful mood, he inquires Kangwoo whether he is the dragon's sovereign. Kangwoo glances at him and inquires why he is attempting to eliminate a child. Reynolds loses his composure and begins to yell about Echidna being a malevolent dragon demon. He clarifies that a disaster has been unleashed by Echidna, resulting in a catastrophic epidemic, and as a consequence, numerous inhabitants of their realm have perished. Kangwoo subsequently informs him that a child claimed she did not partake in any of that. Moreover, if she possessed the ability to induce a drought, she would not have incurred such wounds, and no one would be capable of overcoming her. Reynolds hesitates briefly as he likely believes our main character has gone insane. He abruptly erupts in yet another fury, asserting that Echidna is unequivocally the source of all the calamity. He informs Kongwu that the dragon must perish to rescue the tormented inhabitants of the empire. Kongwu is exasperated with this conceited imbecile and resolves to impart a lesson to him. He strikes Reynolds with explosive force, propelling both him and his team away. They swiftly regain their composure from the enchantment and get ready to strike. Kongwu subsequently informs them that even if Echidna truly instigated all that devastation, she is now his companion, and that alone suffices as justification to dispatch them to their creator. A young child starts to weep as her guardian protects her and asserts that he has no intentions of abandoning her. Reynolds refers to him as an malevolent fiend. However, Kongwu informs him that he truly is one. Upon this revelation, Reynolds begins to scream like a lunatic once more, declaring that he was aware Kongwu was a fiend. He subsequently pledges in his honor to conquer Kongwu for the people of his realm. Conversely, the infernal sovereign is astounded by the absurdity of this royal and his entourage of sycophants. Reynolds hastily darts forward to slice him, and a detonation occurs upon collision. Nonetheless, Kongwu endures, yet he remarks that Reynolds' assault is not one he can effortlessly repel. As the prince hastens to deliver another strike, Kongwu strikes the earth with force and harnesses his energy to propel them into the sky. Subsequently, he employs a different skill to hurl molten boulders at them while they are suspended in the air. The formidable-looking individual employs his metallic barrier skill to shield his allies from the debris. Nevertheless, it is excessively taxing for him to endure. While concentrating on safeguarding the perspective ahead, he fails to notice the stones hurtling towards him from the rear. Once he pivots, he is struck mercilessly by them. Reynolds yells his name, Hans, as the detonations erupt. Amidst the haze, Kongwu emerges with his daggers to carve him apart. Irritation begins to surface as Reynolds realizes that it will not be a straightforward battle. The sorceress employs a sphere to shield herself while Kongwu dashes past the barriers and advances directly towards Reynolds. As he approaches his objective, the prince prepares to strike as well. Reynolds employs one of his abilities, generating numerous blade slashes that resemble a tempest. Nevertheless, Kongwu utilizes his formidable barrier ability to obstruct it and propels Reynolds, launching him into the ground. Kongwu expresses his gratitude to the individual for announcing his ability's name prior to launching an assault, despite considering it the most ridiculous thing he has ever witnessed. However, abruptly, Reynolds rises to his feet and lunges towards him as he touches down on the earth once more. Fortunately, Kongwu manages to evade it, yet the prince continues to assault him with a series of strikes. Reynolds persists in rotating, aspiring to conclude the Demon King's reign swiftly, yet Kongwu is remarkably agile with his reactions. The onslaught of assaults continues for a period, and Kongwu acknowledges that Reynolds possesses considerable strength. Had it not been for his fifth awakening, he would have found himself in a rather dire predicament. Feeling a sense of pride in his prowess, Reynolds starts to come across as arrogant. Nevertheless, he is excessively candid for his own benefit. Kongwu employs Reynolds' technique by vocalizing a skill title. Upon receiving this information, Reynolds raises his sword to deflect the assault. However, Kongwu surprises him by striking his knee. The prince flinches from the agony and contemplates why Kongwu refrained from executing his sword strike. This fool genuinely believes this is a noble duel. Kongwu chuckles at the fool and labels him as a simpleton for being so naive. Reynolds instructs his fellow teammates to flee when they attempt to assess his condition. He informs them that Kongwu possesses too much strength for them to confront. Believing himself to be the next superior contender, Kongwu grins smugly, fully aware that the battle concludes the moment he incapacitates Reynolds' leg. The sorcerer, resembling an aspiring damsel in peril, proclaims that they cannot simply flee and abandon him. Reynolds similarly shouts in response like the most stereotypical hero in gleaming armor, asserting that he's fine and that he's entrusting the Arnan Empire to their care. Kongwu propels him aside like refuse and labels him shameful. Reynolds curses his shattered limb as Kongwu advances to deliver the final blow. The infernal sovereign consistently battles in this manner. He possesses no compassion or leniency toward his adversaries. He exclusively takes lives to endure, for in the abyss, feelings are an excessive indulgence. The sorceress leaps forward to shield the prince. Kongwu gazes at the pitiable young woman as she pleads for compassion and requests that he take her life in place of Reynolds. The prince addresses her as Reina and attempts to persuade her to cease her erratic behavior. At that moment, tears begin to stream from her eyes as she reveals her affection for the prince. Reynolds is taken aback to learn this, and she expresses regret for revealing her emotions in such a critical circumstance. Reina pivots towards Kongwu and vows to do anything for him if he grants Reynolds mercy. Yet he declines. Reina is perplexed to discover that Kongwu is not an ordinary gentleman gentlemen with any semblance of gallantry. He informs them that their problems are unrelated to him, and he remains indifferent. Kangwoo advises them that they ought to be ready to perish the instant they raise their arms to slay. Reynolds and Raina are astonished by his utter ruthlessness. He subsequently advises them to transfer their dramatics to a melodrama. Reynolds labels Kangwoo a vile individual due to his demeanor, yet the demon lord lacks the power to clarify matters to him. As Kangwoo readies to dispatch them to the next realm, the system alerts him regarding other entities that have passed through the portal. The Gaia system begins to eliminate the trespassers, causing their forms to radiate light. They are collectively bewildered, pondering the unfolding events affecting them. Observing this, Nagwoo attempts to conclude matters swiftly before he misplaces them. He is determined to claim their apparatus as his prize by any means required due to its rarity. Just as he approaches Reynolds, the system eliminates them and he loses his opportunity to acquire new gear. Kangwoo laments his fortune, his gaze heavy with remorse. An overwhelming sense of dread abruptly engulfs him, and he glances to the side to confirm that his beloved dragon remains by his side. Fortunately, Echidna is still with him and hasn't been cast aside like the rest. As he contemplates the nature of the Gaia system and its applications, he leaps from the precipice to draw nearer to the dragon. He remembers observing something regarding the Gaia system while he was transitioning to Earth. Kangwoo suspects that the system could be linked to the creatures that have been emerging from the abyss over the last fortnight. Abruptly, he begins to feel anxious as a realization dawns upon him. A chill perspiration begins to trickle down his skin as he recalls the moment he transitioned, pondering that this is entirely his responsibility. As his thoughts race uncontrollably, Echidna beckons to him. She inquires about the location of Reynolds and his crew, and he informs her that they have departed. Kangwoo modestly acknowledges her gratitude for his assistance in rescuing her, stating that it was nothing significant. Subsequently, he instructs her to remain motionless as he tends to her and remedies the remainder of her injuries. Astonished by her enormity, Kangwoo inquires whether Echidna possesses the ability to modify her dimensions, to which she affirms. Subsequently, he poses a question regarding the continent of Eleanor. In the perspective of Echidna, it is a realm focused on the Arn and its dominion. They wield blades and sorcery, and inhabit various types of legendary beings such as dragons. Subsequently, the setting transitions to Kangwoo operating his vehicle with Echidna in a diminished guise. He ponders whether all creatures, apart from demons, originate from Eleanor. Echidna inquires about their destination, and he informs her that they are heading to a dwelling. She is uncertain about the term's meaning but presumes it refers to his sanctuary. Kangwoo embraces the notion and begins to daydream about residing in a nest alongside Sayola. Regardless, Echidna expresses her gratitude and mentions that it has been some time since she visited another's den. She confides that she has been solitary for quite a while. Initially, she resided with her father, but one day he vanished, leaving Echidna entirely alone. From that point on, her sole activity was perusing volumes in the den, and it proved to be an exceedingly solitary ordeal for her. Subsequently, unexpectedly, an individual unexpectedly entered her residence, and it was Reynolds. Echidna begins to tremble anxiously, and she asserts that she never instigated the aridity nor committed any wrongful acts. Regardless of how often she claimed her innocence, they remained skeptical. Kangwoo observes how intensely she is shivering and glances at the adorable dragon as she gazes at him, her eyes welling with tears. He remembers experiencing a similar condition as hers at one point in his life. He recalls his upbringing in a children's home where encountering his parents felt like a privilege. He was indifferent to their identities as long as they cherished him. All he desired was an individual to cherish and nurture him. Kangwoo chuckles at his own sentimentality and assures Echidna that regardless of the world's disapproval, he will always have faith in her. He caresses her soft coat and gently removes the tears from her eyes. Kangwoo gazes at her with fervent eyes, and as they depart, Echidna vows to always remember his name. Upon their return home, Sayola envelopes Echidna in affection and exclaims that the tiny dragon is incredibly adorable. Echidna is on the verge of being completely overwhelmed, yet Kangwoo is preoccupied with his meal to take notice. He never expected Sayola to embrace Echidna so readily, but she expresses that the companion is simply too charming to ignore. Sayola persists in overwhelming Echidna as the unfortunate dragon fights for her survival. Ultimately, Echidna manages to escape and dash back to her master's side, leaving Sayola feeling somewhat despondent. Kangwoo subsequently inquires about Sayola's progress in hunting, and she informs him that the team members are doing well and are advancing rapidly in their levels. Before long, they will have the opportunity to experience their third revitalization. He gazes at her as she expresses her gratitude for all that he has done. She experiences profound appreciation as she cannot cannot envision encountering remarkable companions or enjoying such a fulfilling existence without him. Saola subsequently expresses her gratitude once more, her cheeks flushed deeply. Kangwoo expresses to her that he ought to be the one expressing gratitude, and he ultimately experiences the sensation of what it means to be adored. Subsequently, Saola requests consent to share a bed with Echidna, and he yearns for it to be him experiencing that thrill. The following morning, Kangwoo remains in bed, grappling with the challenge of fully rousing himself. He feels excessively fatigued and unlike his typical self. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Saola welcomes him and observes that he has risen later than his customary hour. Kangwoo informs her that he feels oddly fatigued, and she ponders whether he is becoming ill. He assures her that he is all right and that she need not be concerned. Then, an unusual young girl next to him acknowledges him as she enjoys her morning meal. However, he observes that something is amiss. He swiftly comprehends that the young girl is Echidna, and he becomes unhinged. In the meantime, Saola behaves as though this is entirely usual. Echidna gazes at him with an endearing grin, and he inquires whether she is constantly able to alter her appearance. She informs him that she experienced an unusual feeling during slumber at night. By the moment she roused from slumber, her visage had unexpectedly transformed. Echidna relishes her feast while Kangwoo deduces that the peculiar occurrence is linked to his fatigue. He hopes she can still revert to her draconic form. He subsequently inquires whether she can revert to her initial shape. Echidna rises and starts reverting to her previous form. Her incisors begin to reveal themselves as a radiant emerald glow radiates from her form. Kangwoo gazes at her and comes to the realization that he might have erred. Her wings burst forth, and the tremendous force overturns the table, prompting the house to begin trembling. Echidna starts to bellow forcefully, and they implore her to cease before the entire area is left in ruins. The force of metamorphosis fractures the panes of the dwelling and instigates devastation everywhere. Shortly thereafter, they manage to halt her, and she expresses her remorse. Kangwoo discerns that transforming appearances isn't an issue for her either. Saola soothes the young girl and advises her against changing within the residence once more. Conversely, Kangwoo encourages her to acclimate to life as a human. Echidna proposes to fetch a rock to repair the gap in the dwelling, yet Saola advises her not to be concerned about it. Nevertheless, the young girl experiences profound sorrow regarding her deeds and laments them. Subsequently, Saola proposes that they acquire garments for Echidna. She might have offered her some of her previously worn garments, but they are no longer in good condition. She informs Kangwoo that there is a shop close by where she intends to bring Echidna. In the meantime, the young dragon is perplexed by their conversation. The two girls invite Kangwoo to join them, but he replies that it will be challenging for him. Saola contemplates whether he will engage in hunting once more, yet he conveys to her that it is not the case. Feeling extremely anxious, he informs them that he has a destination to reach, yet he refrains from revealing any specifics about the location. Subsequently, we observe his vehicle at the Red Rose Guild establishment. During this time, Yenju endeavors to verify his accounts regarding his companion and the individuals associated with Eleanor. Kangwoo verifies all that she echoes to him, and she inquires if that is the reason he seeks identification for his companion. Nevertheless, she appears to doubt the veracity of such an absurd tale. He is astonished that she can comprehend everything so swiftly, and this scornful action irritates her. Subsequently, Kangwoo inquires whether she has any knowledge regarding the Gaia system, to which she replies that this is the first instance she has encountered it. In the meantime, Kangwoo gazes at an adorable image of Echidna dressed in a dragon outfit. Yenju is astounded that he can conjure a dragon as his companion and ponders who exactly he is. Kangwoo dismisses her inquiry and persists in gazing at the image of his newborn. He subsequently informs her that it's too late to be posing such questions, prompting her to contemplate whether she erred in extending her assistance. Yenju then urges him to transmit a photo of Echidna so she can create the identification. He subsequently requests another favor, causing Yenju to grow increasingly exasperated with him. He is disrupted when a knock sounds at the door, and he identifies the voice. He gazes at the entrance and observes Baekwaen entering the chamber. She informs Yenju that she wishes to discuss a matter with her. She expresses regret for interrupting their dialogue, but Yenju replies that she has already concluded her discussion with Kangwoo. Our young man anxiously glances at the attractive woman as she inquires of Yenju whether he is the individual she is supporting. They both present themselves to one another, as Yenju informs Hwayun that her faction has been collaborating with Kangwoo. Hwayun recollects his name and reminisces about their meeting at the C-rank portal during their previous encounter. Yenju is astonished to discover that they have encountered one another previously and speculates whether Kangwoo assaulted a guard. However, Hwayun asserts that he is a courteous and virtuous individual, if only that assertion were genuinely sufficiently accurate. Upon listening to this, Yenju feels nauseated as she does not perceive Kangwoo as a courteous individual. She subsequently shifts the subject and inquires of Kangwoo what he wished to convey to her previously. The two ladies are astonished when he requests an official S-rank entry permit. In spite of their response, Kangwoo maintains a serene expression. He informs Yenju that if he brings along his companion, he can effortlessly engage in hunting, yet his absurd demands are causing her to feel increasingly frustrated. With a harsh expression adorning her visage, she inquires whether he is aware of what manifests at the Suwon S-rank gate. Kangwoo enumerates all the beings, including wyverns, colossal giants, enormous ogres, and a highly ominous being referred to as the El Cuero. Yenju subsequently cautions him to refrain from approaching the lake should he decide to pursue hunting in that area. Kangwoo reassures her that he will exercise caution, but Hwayun interjects to inquire about the subject of their conversation. She remembers that Kangwoo was pursuing prey at C-rank gates merely a few weeks prior, so his venture to an S-rank gate seems absurd to her. Yenju provides no crucial details and merely asserts that Kangwoo's skills are reliable. As Kangwoo revels in his celebrity status like an imbecile, Hwayun contemplates whether he concealed his genuine self during their initial encounter. Nonetheless, she concedes that Yenju possesses a truly commendable player under her guidance. Conversely, Yenju is uncertain if the situation is reversed, given the considerable challenges he presents to her. With that resolved, Kangwoo chooses to depart, and the guild master informs him that he will be permitted to pursue hunts at S-rank gates starting the following day. She cautions him to exercise caution and informs him that S-rank gates remain exceedingly perilous. Kangwoo vows to pay attention to her cautions. As he departs, Hwayun observes him with a wary gaze. Yenju subsequently greets her visitor and inquires about the purpose of her visit. Hwayun wears a profoundly grave expression when questioned about whether she has encountered the remnants of the sinister organization. She asserts that isn't the reason for her arrival and that there is something she is anticipating. Yenju contemplates what that might entail. Hwayun remembers that one of their associates managed to infiltrate the malevolent organization. She mentions that the operative will be able to provide a video recording containing proof at a designated rendezvous. Yenju inquires why the operative is unable to simply transmit it, and Hwayun informs her that it's a challenging circumstance and that they haven't established communication in the last few days. She indicates that they are scheduled to convene tomorrow, with the meeting location designated as Suwon Wazio Station. Upon hearing this, Yenju remembers that it is near the S-rank gate where Kangwoo previously went to hunt. The focus then transitions to a child leaping joyfully and inquiring Kangwoo about his opinion on her attire. He expresses to her how wonderful she appears in it, and she informs him that she purchased it at the local department store. The young girl expresses her gratitude to Sayola, who compliments her by saying she is very beautiful and will appear lovely in whatever she dons. Kangwoo and a young one prepare to embark on a hunting expedition, and Sayola advises them to exercise caution. As Kangwoo converses with a young one, Sayola begins contemplating the prospect of hunting alongside him. She desires to accompany him and eagerly anticipates reaching a sufficient level. Kangwoo brings her back to reality and inquires if she intends to go hunting too. He subsequently informs her that he will accompany her as he wishes to partake in a hunting expedition with her shortly. Upon hearing this, Sayola is overwhelmed with boundless delight and eagerly anticipates that occasion. Kangwoo grins at her as she flushes and becomes absorbed in contemplation about what it will be like to hunt alongside him. Subsequently, he and a child bid adieu to Sayola and departed. At the Suwon S-rank entrance, Kangwoo cautions Echidna against approaching the lake and advises her against shapeshifting to avoid drawing attention to themselves. With the guidelines established, he unleashes his all-knowing ability to survey the vicinity for creatures. Kangwoo discovers a colossal ogre and opts to commence his pursuit at a leisurely tempo. He unleashes the allure of seduction and sends it scattering into the breeze to draw in the beast. Subsequently, he gestures for Echidna to prepare. As she remains on alert, he unleashes Baphomet's thousandfold might, substantially augmenting his dimensions and athletic abilities. Kangwoo subsequently propels himself off the rock and confronts the enormous ogre. The intense confrontation commences as their hands collide, generating a tremendous shockwave that fractures the earth and makes the atmosphere quake brutally. The creature's immense power is sufficient evidence for Kangwoo to understand why it holds the designation of an S-rank monster. Kangwoo's physique is trembling significantly, and, notwithstanding the application of considerable physical strength, the colossal ogre remains completely unmoved. He subsequently deflects the creature's blow to the side, propelling it to collide with the earth. He rises from the debris, scaling the giant's hand with his shadowy lance, and thrusts his blade into the beast's throat. The creature clenches its jaws and withstands the agony. agony. He swiftly seizes Kangwoo and begins to constrict his form. Echidna subsequently aids Kangwoo by employing a skill referred to as Dark Storm. This results in piercing gusts of air to slash through the creature's form. This compels the creature to liberate Kangwoo from its hold. The malevolent overlord subsequently harnesses his electrical abilities and delivers a powerful jolt to the colossal ogre. The creature's mind is scorched, and its whole physique is overwhelmed by the surge of electricity. With this, the beast is vanquished and collapses to the earth. Kangwoo's rank also rises by 1 following the acquisition of experience from the combat. Because of the experience points acquired from vanquishing the creature, he understands why gamers typically pursue hunts in this location alongside individuals above level 65. A young girl then approaches him, inquiring if she is of assistance, and he assures her that she performed well. She informs him that she has become more resilient ever since he called upon her. Echidna begins to detect the aroma of the vanquished beast, and she experiences a strong desire to indulge in it. Abruptly, they perceive a piercing scream, and glance upward to behold a throng of wyverns soaring overhead. Kangwoo swiftly seizes Echidna and searches for an opportunity to withdraw, as there are an overwhelming number of wyverns. Recognizing that he cannot depend on misplacing them while sprinting on the ground, he ascends into the heavens with his wings and soars to a secure location. In spite of his rapidity, the wyverns manage to maintain pace with him and swiftly reduce the distance. He glances back and observes how near they are, yet successfully evades all their strikes in mid-flight. A child's eyes sparkle when the creatures rip her gown, and she gradually begins to unravel her poise. Kangwoo ponders what might be troubling her. It is more distressing for her since Kangwoo praised that garment. She succumbs to her fury and undergoes a metamorphosis while vanquishing several wyverns along the way. In the presence of her intimidating gaze and fearsome bellow, the wyverns become exceedingly frightened and attempt to flee. However, a child swiftly instructs them on the repercussions of infuriating a young girl. She crushes them individually as Kangwoo merely observes the turmoil unfold. He narrowly avoids her talons when she lunges for one of the creatures nearby. She persists in striking out impulsively for a period of time, and Kangwoo ponders whether she is the identical dragon that came close to perishing at the hands of Reynolds and his group. She is considerably more powerful and daunting than he anticipated, and this leaves him feeling uneasy as he contemplates whether she surpasses him in strength. Echidna emits a thunderous roar as she conquers the final beast. Time elapses, and she awakens in Kangwoo's embrace. He informs her that they remain within the portal and inquires about her well-being. A child grips him firmly, declaring that she has no energy remaining in her body. She exhausted an excessive amount of her energy in her dragon guise and fainted upon reverting to her original form. Fortunately, Kangwoo was present to support her as she collapsed. Nonetheless, she remains quite distressed about her gown, yet her mentor assures her that they can always purchase a replacement. This is how children turn into entitled nuisances. She attempts to voice her grievances once more. However, Kangwoo gazes at her with a mischievous expression and expresses his wish that she won't unexpectedly change in the future. In a severe manner, he informs her that he disapproves of individuals who are unable to manage their rage and behave irrationally. A child expresses remorse and assures that it will not happen again. She implores him not to forsake her, and Kangwoo asserts that he has no intention of doing that. He merely cautions her against repeating such an illogical action. As she weeps on his shoulder, he resolves that they ought to return and purchase additional attire for her. Recognizing that her illogical conduct can be detrimental, he reassures himself that his intervention is necessary to prevent her from engaging in it again. Nevertheless, it proves to be quite advantageous for him, and the system indicates that he has advanced considerably. Even though he is aware of her formidable strength in her dragon state, Kangwoo remains astonished that she managed to vanquish the swarm of wyverns on her own. As a result, his infernal energy diminished considerably. A child ultimately drifts off to slumber on her shoulder. Kangwoo persists in his internal monologue, reflecting that she gained her strength due to the malevolent energy she harvested from him. The greater the energy she expends, the more formidable the power she can command, and the more infernal energy he possesses, the more he can provide her. Nevertheless, he observes the significant strain it imposes on her physique. Kangwoo abruptly perceives a thunderous growl, and identifies it as belonging to a colossal ogre. He observes that there could be a pair of the creatures, and takes refuge beside a tree to ensure her safety. Confronting two behemoths in her absence will prove challenging for him, yet the exhilaration of the conflict ignites his enthusiasm, prompting him to turn and confront them. As he pivots, he observes two gamers who swiftly tackle the creatures. One of them resembles a brazen troublemaker, whereas the other resembles an aspiring killer. Kang-woo is completely bewildered by recent events and feels disoriented upon encountering them. The two men approach him, prompting him to adopt a protective posture. They inform him that he might have been in peril, yet Kang-woo's response leads them to question whether the creatures were intended to be his targets. Kang-woo feels discomfort as he observes them, and he identifies who they are. The composed individual clad in a hoodie serves as the guild master of the honorary guild, Shamanyak, while the other seemingly audacious troublemaker holds the position of guildmaster for Hanul and is recognized as the top-ranked player in Korea, Baek Kang-yoon. As Kang-yoon dons a warm grin, Kang-woo contemplates the likelihood of encountering two guild leaders simultaneously. Kang-woo remains quiet and watches over Echidna while the two guild leaders discuss how he resembles a novice visiting an S-rank gate for the first time. Kang-yoon informs him that he is fortunate to have encountered him and proposes to guide him back to the entrance. He also observes that a child appears fatigued, yet Kang-woo reassures him that they can manage on their own. The demon lord attempts to decline his proposition, and Minyak labels Kang-yoon a meddler for being intrusive. Minyak abruptly observes something that piques his interest. In the meantime, Kang-yoon continues to press Kang-woo to acknowledge his generosity. As the two engage in conversation, Minyak seizes an object from the creature's remains that resembles a crimson sphere. Kang-woo subsequently informs Kang-yoon that he prefers not to be a burden to them, assuring him that there is no need for concern regarding his well-being. He continues to strive for a subtle presence, which is causing him considerable anxiety in their company. Conversely, Minyak grips the object tightly in his hand while regarding them with skepticism. Eventually, Echidna awakens as she perceives her name being summoned. Kang-woo is transporting her, and he informs her that they have finally emerged into the open air, and they are going to purchase some garments before it becomes too late. He seizes his phone to activate the GPS and identifies the quickest path to reach the shopping center while examining the city map. As he encounters a desolate alley, he perceives that something is amiss. He presumes that there are not numerous individuals nearby due to his proximity to the S-ranked portal. A young child captures his focus, and trepidation seizes him when she remarks that she can detect the scent of blood emanating from the trail ahead. It isn't merely any blood, rather, the aroma of human blood wafts from the shadowy passage. The focus then transitions to the informant, who successfully penetrated the infernal organization under the guise of a devotee. Based on his observations, the malevolent faction's brutality surpasses individuals' anticipations. He is capable of obtaining a snippet of this information. However, he is unable to transmit it due to radio waves that are obstructing his ability to convey any information. After exerting himself to reach the headquarters, the command escalated their security measures as though they doubted him. Eventually, he was apprehended. We then observe the whistleblower appearing battered and fleeing for his life. He contemplates whether this signifies the conclusion of his journey. Yet, clutching the reminiscence in his grasp, he pledges to survive at all costs. The unfortunate fellow gasps for air and applies force to his injury while contemplating the necessity of delivering the memory card to Baekwan. Unfortunately, his legs falter, and he drags his knee across the unforgiving surface. His physique begins to shake, and he finds himself incapable of motion regardless of how much he exerts himself. His hands are smeared with crimson and trembling as he scrapes at the earth. He realizes that only one additional step remains to complete his task. The man battles against the agony, striving to approach the portal where the Hwarang core resides. Abruptly, Kang-woo and Echidna emerge from the shadows and discover him. While the man battles to inhale, he gazes upward at them and securely seizes Kang-woo's hand. Kang-woo gazes at his hand as the individual deposits a memory card into it, softly murmuring the word, "Please." Kang-woo is perplexed as he observes the recollection and ponders its purpose. The informant subsequently crumples to the earth. The demon sovereign attempts to extract information from him and persistently calls out to him, yet the unfortunate informant has already passed away. What remains is the peculiar memory card and the data it contains. Kang-woo resolves to delve deeper into the man's recollections. Exerting his all-knowing abilities, he perceives that the data has activated his sixth enlightenment. Upon reviewing the particulars, Kang-woo is convinced that the individual did not emerge from the portal, yet nothing else appears to be logical. The sole indication he possesses at this moment is the memory card. Thus, he plugs it into his phone to explore its contents. As the card initializes, he notices the video file on his mobile device. An abrupt epiphany hits Kang-woo as he gazes at his phone in dread. Echidna becomes anxious as she observes how his body is quaking significantly. Kang-woo's complexion flushes as he plays the video file and realizes it caters to lamentable miscreants. "You comprehend what I mean." Although he strives to appear repulsed, his expression reveals that he enjoys such content. Upon closer examination, he endeavors to determine if there is anything he has overlooked. However, all that exists is a heated encounter that tantalizes his desires. He concludes that it's not too dreadful since this is his initial experience. When Echidna inquires about what he is observing, he swiftly obscures the display and dismisses it by claiming that it's vital proof. Kangwa's perverse gratification abruptly halts as he perceives individuals nearing him. Two hooded individuals abruptly dash onto the scene and position themselves in front of him. One of them promptly confronts him for viewing adult material, and he attempts to feign ignorance regarding their discussion. Echidna, conversely, is utterly perplexed, and it is to be hoped that her innocence remains intact. The concealed individuals brandish their arms and inform him that he cannot be permitted to survive after witnessing the footage. Kangwu ponders whether a touch of depravity is truly so harmful, yet they do not trust his lack of knowledge. Noticing their efforts to retrieve the video clip, Kangwu discreetly slides his phone into his pocket. Following the horrific massacre, Kangwu brushes off his hands and approaches the lifeless informant sprawled on the ground. He gazes back at the graphic footage on his device and ponders why the malevolent organization was so eager to obtain it. Like the senseless reprobate he is, Kangwa's focus drifts as he observes the videos. Abruptly, he perceives Yeonju and Wei-in as they leap into the setting. His gaze fixates on Yeonju. A frigid sweat trickles down his back and trepidation seizes him. He swiftly conceals his phone in his pocket, wishing fervently that she remains oblivious to his screen. As she gazes down at them, Wei-in is astonished to find Kangwu present, and her anxiety intensifies further. Kangwu subsequently inquires of Yeonju regarding her presence, to which she responds that she is there for professional reasons. Wei-in swiftly leaps down and questions him if he has encountered the memory card containing a video file. He subsequently retrieves it from his phone and reveals it to them. Yeonju then requests it, stating that the card holds something truly significant. Kangwu begins to perspire profusely like a goat and is somewhat hesitant to relinquish it. She compels him to relinquish it promptly as she requires it without delay. Kangwu clearly misconstrues the situation, and inappropriate fantasies concerning her begin to overwhelm his thoughts. Yeonju grows weary of incessantly inquiring, and he ultimately relinquishes it. She ponders why he is behaving so anxious and peculiar. Conversely, Kangwu speculates that there is more beneath the surface, and that Yeonju is not the kind of person to seek inappropriate material. As if his thoughts aren't already tainted, she requests that he view the video alongside her, as it contains information he must grasp. However, upon absorbing that information, Kangwa's thoughts sink further into the abyss. As he indulges in daydreams of uncertain nature, Yeonju requests Wei-in to assess the status of the agent. Upon inspecting the man, she discovers that he has passed away. She gently shuts his eyes as a gesture of honoring him. Subsequently, Wei-in requests Kangwu to recount the events that transpired. He informs her that he doesn't fully reveal what occurred, but proceeds to describe his experience. He informs her that the malevolent faction began assaulting him following his acquisition of the card, and she presumes his participation is simply a trivial happenstance. Wei-in. She then proposes that he view the video alongside them, but she abruptly observes Yeonju behaving unusually. Yeonju subsequently presents them with the graphic material and inquires of Kangwu what in the world it is. Both of them have flushed faces, and Kangwu asserts his innocence while ensuring that a child doesn't get corrupted at such a tender age. Nevertheless, Wei-in remains unfazed and declares that it's a fabricated video. She clarifies that they will need to employ a decryptor at their central office to uncover the authentic video. Furthermore, their headquarters suggests utilizing explicit material as counterfeit videos. Perhaps the Hwarong Corps are the true addicts in this manhwa. As he attentively listens to them, Kangwu comes to the realization that the authentic footage is connected to the sinister organization. Consequently, Yeonju begins reprimanding Kangwu for having viewed the video without informing her about it. Echidna swiftly emerges to protect him and urges Yeonju to cease her unkindness towards her lord. Upon encountering the mischievous young one and inquiring about her identity, Kangwu informs her that Echidna is his companion. Echidna is not particularly pleased about encountering Yeonju and displays unkind expressions towards her. Nevertheless, Yeonju ponders how a small child could be Kangwa's companion, sensing that his demeanor aligns more with that of a menacing, terrifying creature. Wei-in interjects their discussion, stating that they must head to the headquarters right away to examine the footage. As dusk approaches, the focus shifts to a vast structure, identified as the Hwarong Central Headquarters. All personnel assume a position of readiness as Wei-in enters, and she inquires of a man named Park Jun-suk whether the nocturnal operations team is performing well. Jun-suk swiftly verifies that all are safe. She notifies them that the operative, Kang Dong-hoon, has perished and that they must commit even more to the objective to ensure his demise serves a greater purpose. As she discusses the indemnity personification of the bereaved family, Kang-woo observes her and appreciates her exceptional leadership abilities. Subsequently, she instructs Captain Jun-suk to commence deciphering the video and prepare it promptly. She asks to converse with General Chang Hyun-jae. However, she is made aware that he is examining an SS-ranked portal in Japan. Hyun-jae serves as her superior and holds the utmost power within Hwarong's primary division. The sole individual capable of confronting him throughout the entire country is Baek Kang-yoon. Having no alternative, she resolves to proceed to the inquiry chamber and await the deciphered footage. Once the video is deciphered, it is projected using a projector. In the footage, a malevolent acolyte engages in conversation with his cardinal. The acolyte informs him that the arrangements for their invocation will be completed in 3 weeks and that they have secured backing from a significant guild. The subordinate anticipates that if circumstances favor them, the command will grant them something considerably greater. The authority halts him and informs the minion that they are merely at the initial stage and reprimands him for his complacency. As he is trampled like refuse, the subordinate expresses remorse for his deeds. The prelate advises him that there remains a considerable journey ahead and that he ought to remain silent until the arrangements for the summons are finalized. Subsequently, he becomes aware of the surveillance camera observing them, and the footage concludes at that point. Hwayen, Hyun-jae, and Kang-woo are seated in the inquiry room as they observe the footage until its conclusion. Kang-woo notices that the cardinal is the individual enlisting members into the sinister organization and is convinced that there must be multiple operatives involved. Nonetheless, he is capable of inferring 3 conclusions after viewing the footage. To begin with, if the individual adorned with the starry mask is indeed the cardinal, then he is certain that there exists another entity of even greater authority to whom he is subordinate. Furthermore, the organization is getting ready to invoke something on the planet, and ultimately, one of the major factions is supporting them. He proposes that they must examine the major guilds, and Hwayen is eager to understand his rationale. Kang-woo informs her that with the spy apprehended, they will take every measure to conceal their strategies regarding the summons. This will complicate the search for proof pertaining to the primary directive. The only task remaining is to ascertain which guild is backing them, yet the Red Rose Guild is already an exception to this. Hwayen is greatly astonished by his reasoning abilities and praises him, leading him to feel like the most exceptional individual on the earth. Nevertheless, Yenju informs her that he is typically sharp-minded. She subsequently inquires about their approach to examining guilds, given that even the authorities struggle with this task. It is more probable to create tension if they engage with the major guilds. Kang-woo then suggests that they can lure the guilds. He brings to mind for Yenju how the malevolent organization focuses on elite players, which evokes memories of how she lost several newcomers from her guild. Kang-woo expresses regret for mentioning a delicate topic to her, yet she encourages him to continue with his discussion. He goes on to assert that the central focus of his strategy is the newcomers. Hwayen subsequently remembers that there have been an increased number of cow participants in lower-tier entrances and a rise in instances concerning vanished individuals. Kang-woo then proposes that they could initiate a speculation regarding this matter. With a self-satisfied expression, he recommends discussing an adept athlete within the lower-tier gates who is likely at S rank or above. If they do not comply, he recommends that they circulate gossip regarding the Crimson Rose Guild aiming at the specified player. This will prompt the Infernal Order to respond immediately, as they are keen to retain the player. Hwayen perceives it as a favorable notion, yet questions whether the organization is prepared to undertake such a reckless gamble. Kang-woo guarantees them that the organization will certainly proceed with it, and Yenju inquires about the basis of his certainty. He subsequently informs her that it is due to the infernal faction's inability to curb their insatiable thirst for dominance. Trembling with exhilaration, he reassures himself that the faction cannot possibly withstand such a lure, given that they have already embraced demonic vitality within their forms. With a more jovial demeanor, he also remarks that there is no chance they could conceal their actions. Hwayen further notes that in spite of the vigilant patrols, there has been no reduction in the quantity of cow players. Yenju concludes that the strategy is sound and seeks to identify who will serve as the lure. The majority of the lower-tier players possessing elevated skills are already affiliated with a prominent guild. She additionally informs them that her guild associates are no longer available. She harbors no intentions of dispatching her guild associates unless it pertains to a direct confrontation. Kang-woo informs her that he comprehends her perspective and continues to mention that he is acquainted with an individual who will serve as the ideal lure for their scheme. The unfortunate young man is none other than Sehun, whom we observe meandering sorrowfully through the avenues. He subsequently arrives home and kneels beside an elderly woman who appears to be unwell. Sehun's gaze is brimming with sheer fury and hopelessness, as though denouncing his destiny. As dawn arrives, arrives, he returns to bow beside the woman and clutches her hands with a rather somber expression. From an external perspective of the residence, we observe Kangwoo observing him from the summit of a neighboring rooftop. The main character begins to feel sentimental upon witnessing Sehun's nurturing of his mother, and he believes that the individual ought to assume the role of the host in this narrative. He retrieves his smartphone and starts browsing through several popular trending subjects. His entrapment strategy is progressing successfully, and Sehun's obscured visage is currently at the forefront of all the speculation lately. Even on the thoroughfares beneath, he observes a pair of individuals discussing Kim Sehun and how he's the most sought-after newcomer. His thoughts then pivot to the singular individual he recognizes who is adept at disseminating gossip swiftly and effectively. As he typed on the computer in front of him, it becomes evident that it is none other than Park Hyun-woo. Regarding Yeonju and Wei-yoon, they are excessively inflexible and direct, leading Kang-woo to believe that they will not succeed in accomplishing it. He gazes back at Sehun's residence and observes the individual exiting the main entrance. As Sehun prepares to commence his day, Kang-woo resolves to approach and trail behind him. At one of the C-ranked portals, Sehun encounters Tae-soo and the remainder of his team. Disregarding the throng surrounding them, he observes that Sayola appears unwell and inquires if something is troubling her. She expresses her concern about Kang-woo not returning home for more than a week, which has left her quite anxious. Simultaneously, an unusual participant clad in bulky armor observing them is halted by a peculiar individual fervently seeking to assemble a group. Sayola subsequently informs her companions that she has managed to reach Kang-woo, yet he perpetually has a justification for not returning home. It seems as though he abandoned his spouse and child without a second thought. So much for the notion of a joyful family. Her companions attempt to uplift her spirits and reassure her that nothing transpired with Kang-woo beyond the gate. They explain that he has his justifications for not returning home, yet her emotions and thoughts remain unsettled regarding the issue. Unfortunately, her spirits continue to decline. Yunbai observes as Sayola begins to presume that Kang-woo has grown weary of the meals she prepares for him. Her anguish intensifies as she begins to ponder that Kang-woo may have another woman he is drawn to. Yunbai jolts her back to the present and informs her that it might be the contrary explanation. When Sayola inquires about what that entails, the mischievous child claims that the Dark Overlord is at the height of his power, and it might prove challenging for him to restrain his debased impulses with her residing in the household. Sehun swiftly prevents the impudent one from uttering anything more foolish and advises Sayola to disregard her absurd remarks. He subsequently reminds Sayola that Kang-woo is a prominent player and likely possesses his justifications for being inaccessible at that moment. Nevertheless, he emphasizes that they must simply intensify their training and enhance their strength to qualify for joining Kang-woo. Upon hearing this, Sayola begins to redden significantly, yet she remains unable to dispel her concerns from her thoughts. She ultimately removes the sorrowful expression from her visage and prepares to embark on a hunt. The group advances through the entrance. Subsequently, the enigmatic participant from earlier notifies an individual that the group has passed through the gate. The individual is disclosed to be Kang-woo, and he feels immense joy that the celebration is progressing at a favorable rhythm. On the other hand, he isn't particularly content about being unable to see Sayola for nearly a week now. Witnessing her sorrow deeply affects him, and it's not solely about her. A child, akin to his younger offspring, is similarly enduring isolation as a result of his absence. Kang-woo hasn't had any adequate rest or nourishing meals in recent days, so he requires this to conclude as swiftly as possible. Shortly thereafter, we observe Tae-soo preparing to intercept the blow from a mindless ogre. The malevolent creature strikes down upon his shield, yet he manages to absorb the impact. Tae-soo notes the formidable strength of the creature as he grapples with the conflict. He subsequently destabilizes the troll by elevating his shield and forcefully striking it against the earth. This provides Cyan with an opportunity to dash towards the creature. Sayola provides him with a lift as he employs his concealed dragon blade skill to rapidly slice through the creature before it has the opportunity to react. The creature expels a glob of blood from its maw, yet it remains far from being vanquished. With rage in its gaze, it pivots to seize Cyan. However, a sudden electric strike penetrates from the rear and scorches its mind. Following that, as the troll is struck by electricity, it collapses to the earth, ultimately vanquished. Tae-soo expresses astonishment at their success in conquering the creature, yet Yunbai cautions him against tempting fate. Cyan verifies that the creature has perished and that they have already obtained the experience points from it. Nonetheless, Yunbai cautions them that they must remain vigilant. They all acknowledge the formidable strength of C-rank creatures. However, Cyan prompts them to remember that they have traveled a significant distance to be capable of pursuing such beasts in under under a month. Taisu informs the individual that their advancements are entirely attributable to him and his remarkable sword-fighting skills. Cyan graciously expresses his gratitude to them and praises Yunbai's enchantment as well. Subsequently, they resolve to begin gathering the magical stones from the vanquished creatures. As they converse about vending a portion of the troll's essence, Kongwu observes them quietly from the summit of a precipice. The demon sovereign is immensely pleased with himself and recognizes the significant improvement the group has made in their hunting skills. Every individual is now cognizant of their particular function, and they are executing it quite effectively with minimal mistakes. Consequently, he perceives no necessity to assist them once the group has finished gathering the stones. Taisu begins to discuss Cyan's increasing fame. With his strategy underway, Kongwu declares that the true enticement will soon commence. He anxiously recollects the high-ranking official from the infernal sect and ponders why they have yet to take any action for a week. He queries whether the organization is exercising utmost prudence regarding the actions. Gazing at them, he remembers the anguish he experienced in the abyss, realizing that it's challenging to discover an individual like Cyan. Kongwu places his binoculars aside and resolves to search for the order members, as they have not yet taken any action. He subsequently unleashes his all-knowing ability and starts to survey the surroundings for them. He observes two luminous orbs rapidly nearing a group of trolls, and in an instant, two combatants slice through the creatures and continue advancing. Upon encountering the duo of participants, he observes that their capabilities are sufficiently elevated to swiftly eliminate the trolls. Furthermore, the players are neglecting to gather the enchanted stones and are directly advancing towards Cyan. Upon witnessing this, Kongwu wears a sinister grin, confident that the infernal faction has finally fallen for the trap. Subsequently, another troll is defeated by Cyan's group. The group reconvenes, and Taisu narrates how impressive Cyan was in defeating the creature without requiring Yunbai's assistance. The young rascal worries she might be out of work if things continue this way and urges him to ease up. Cyan chuckles at her remark, yet unexpectedly perceives an unusual motion. He shouts to Sayola, who swivels to observe another troll advancing from behind her. As they attempt to align themselves, the troll is swiftly eliminated before their gaze. The group is astonished and contemplates who possesses the strength to swiftly dispatch a troll in such a manner. Cyan swiftly identifies the individual ridiculing him as he glances upward. Before him stands Kim Young-hoon, reveling in the creature's blood with great delight. Taisu and the others gaze at Cyan and inquire how he is acquainted with the deputy guildmaster of the Mir Guild. Young-hoon is the offspring of the leader of the Mir Guild and a pampered child who entered the world with the most lustrous silver spoon in all of South Korea. His skill is hardly commendable, yet he leverages his father's wealth to surpass other competitors and ascend to the summit. Cyan is curious about his presence, and Young-hoon explains that it's clearly for the purpose of hunting. His colleagues begin to feel somewhat unsettled when the two individuals commence their dispute. Cyan swiftly erupts with anger when Young-hoon calls them siblings. The favored son ridicules his fury, asserting that Cyan is the one with inferior blood coursing through his veins. The warrior becomes increasingly agitated and grasps his blade to strike at Young-hoon. The entitled child taunts him more, challenging him to attempt an assault if he is capable. Cyan can restrain himself briefly. Then, Young-hoon informs them that there have been whispers concerning his beloved sibling recently. Cyan is overwhelmed with dread upon overhearing his sibling discussing his extraordinary talent, which is said to be of S-rank caliber. Seething with rage, he inquires of Young-hoon the significance of his remark. Young-hoon gazes at him with a repulsed expression and remarks that he requires a sacrifice like him. He additionally perceives the remainder of his colleagues as valuable assets too. Upon receiving this information, Taisu believes he is a formidable player and instructs Sayola to position herself swiftly behind him. The hulking figure immediately takes a stance to protect Sayola, but Young-hoon informs them that he has additional nefarious intentions for the girl. Cyan ultimately loses his restraint and charges directly at Young-hoon. Nevertheless, his assault can be effortlessly countered with minimal exertion. The others endeavor to ensure that he is fine, and he successfully regains his footing after being thrust away. Cyan doesn't understand how his brother is able to counter his attacks so easily, and this makes him more frustrated. The imposing man in a formal suit attempts to enter the conflict, but Young-hoon instructs him to remain stationary. He engages the ultimate protection mode on his armament and springs into action. Advance to assault Cyan. The pampered child cackles wildly and ridicules Cyan for his excessive self-assurance when he attempted to strike. He unleashes a tempest of cuts, leaving Cyan in a precarious situation. The prodigious swordsman finds it challenging to deflect the barrage of strikes raining upon him, as his sibling persistently ridicules his ability. abilities. He is capable of deflecting a strike, leading Young-hoon to stumble. Cyan perceives a chance and elevates his blade to assault his unhinged sibling, yet Young-hoon manages to parry the blow. Seizing that opportunity, Young-hoon delivers a kick that propels him into a wall. Taisu and the others shout to Cyan, but for some inexplicable reason are unable to take any further action. As he endeavors to emerge from the heap of debris, Cyan ultimately comprehends the reason behind Young-hoon's capacity to thwart his strikes. Young-hoon's swordsmanship isn't executed by his own volition. Rather, the blade is directing his movements. Young-hoon's ultimate protective mechanism is a distinct system developed utilizing the resources of his father's enterprise. It employs a sensor that identifies the adversary's actions and adjusts the user's physique to autonomously provide defense. In the interim, on the combat zone, Young-hoon berates Cyan as an insolent pest and commands him to slither on the earth where he is suited. Following that, he dashes to deliver a fatal strike. However, Taisu intervenes at the perfect moment to deflect the weapon with his shield. As the weightlifter battles to maintain his guard, Young-hoon ponders just who on earth he is. Nevertheless, Taisu is exerting every bit of power within him to thwart Young-hoon's weapon. He promises not to allow Young-hoon to dominate Cyan as long as he draws breath. Subsequently, he gathers all his vigor and starts to propel Young-hoon away. As he persistently forces him back with his shield, he abruptly realizes that there is no reaction from his adversary. Taisu gazes over the barrier to observe Young-hoon encircled by a shield and impervious to his fruitless attempts. Young-hoon labels him a fool for having the audacity to confront him with such ineffective gear. He subsequently harnesses the infernal power from his protective attire and propels Taisu soaring into the distance. As the brick-headed individual collides with the earth, Young-hoon informs him that his meddling would not have altered the outcome in the end. With a disinterested demeanor, he then observes Cyan preparing to unleash an assault, while Sayola providing him with a lift as well. Cyan unleashes his concealed dragon skill once more and launches with astonishing swiftness to eliminate his sibling. The energy radiating from his sword manifests as a dragon as he executes his strike. Young-hoon swiftly intercepts the strike and their swords collide. As Cyan presses his blade downward, he grapples to adequately shield himself. Abruptly, Cyan alters the position of his weapon and penetrates his brother's guard. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, he propels his unhinged sibling into the adjacent wall. The masterful swordsman endeavors to regain his composure after exerting an immense amount of energy in that singular strike. Nevertheless, his brief interlude is abruptly interrupted when he catches Young-hoon conversing. Due to Young-hoon's protective gear, he surfaces from the debris unscathed. He shoves unfortunate Taisu aside while remarking that Cyan has never been one to easily concede. Cyan adopts a protective posture as they get ready to engage once more. Young-hoon remembers that his sibling consistently excelled. Whether it was in their academics, workouts, or even as a player, he was nothing but a pathetic loser in front of Cyan. He ignites his weapon and directs it towards his sibling, declaring that none of that is of consequence now. Cyan stands resolutely, bracing himself for whatever scheme his ineffectual brother intends to execute once more. Unfortunately, the result surpasses his anticipations, rendering him at a loss for words. Young-hoon imitates his previous strike with his weapon, asserting that he can consistently overpower him with sufficient wealth and influence. Young-hoon hurries towards Cyan, poised to eliminate his sibling using his own expertise. Cyan strives to obstruct the maneuver, but his sword fractures, and he's propelled into a barrier. Young-hoon cackles like a lunatic, reveling in his sense of superiority over Cyan. Sayola swiftly hurries to tend to the warriors, as Yunbai endeavors to protect them. Now they seek to behave as if they can offer assistance. Yunbai unleashes her electrical sorcery, yet it proves entirely ineffective against Young-hoon's fortifications. The rascal utterly disregards the assault and persists in ridiculing Cyan. He informs his sibling that regardless of his efforts, certain aspects will always elude his grasp. In the meantime, Sayola attempts to convey to Cyan that she cannot mend him beyond her current capabilities. Following the administration of initial medical assistance, she urges him to attempt to rise swiftly as she proceeds to aid Yunbai. Nevertheless, Cyan appears to have relinquished all optimism and confesses that he possesses no remaining strength in his physique. Young-hoon steadily approaches him, disregarding all the assaults that Yunbai and Sayola are launching. The two young ladies are exerting their utmost effort, yet it proves futile against Young-hoon's fortifications. Taesu remains unconscious on the ground and is unable to assist. Observing all of this, Cyan berates himself for being too feeble to safeguard his companions. With his thoughts shrouded in hopelessness, he hears an unusual voice addressing him, inquiring whether it is power he seeks. In the meantime, Kangwoo observes the turmoil from the summit of a precipice. Having observed all that transpired, he is convinced that the mere guild is linked to the infernal organization. He is equally astonished to discover that Cyan is the offspring of a secondary wife and has an elder sibling. Upon reaching out to the relevant individuals, Kangwoo resolves to assist them. Yet he abruptly halts upon hearing Cyan shout that he yearns for power. An abrupt influx of strength starts to course through the prodigious youth as he declares his wish for the ability to conquer his adversaries. As though Kangwoo lacked sufficient narrative protection, this individual draws forth strength from an unknown source. With this extraordinary might, he unleashes his hidden technique once more. The system subsequently reveals to Kangwoo that Cyan has embraced the might of the celestial deity. Cyan assimilates a fragment of this power and gains additional abilities with his newfound strength. The system generates further notifications, indicating that Kangwoo has obtained one of the hints for transformation. At this juncture, he genuinely hopes that Cyan could simply assume the role of the protagonist. Cyan dominates his sibling as they confront each other once more. He channels all of his recently acquired power into his assault. The two siblings ascend into the heavens as the battle persists, and Yang-hoon continues to struggle to match the onslaught. Cyan ultimately succeeds in breaching Yang-hoon's impenetrable shield and plunges into a senseless slaughter mode. Yang-hoon endeavors to counter with his sibling's method, yet Cyan evades it. Cyan, who truly possesses that drive within him at this moment, unleashes his newfound power and effortlessly surpasses his sibling. Yang-hoon struggles to keep pace and contemplates how Cyan manages to possess such immense power and swiftness during such a formidable period. Notwithstanding the disparity in strength, this fool remains convinced that he possesses greater strength. Yet again, Cyan pierces through the barrier and strikes him. Realizing that there is no chance of escape, he attempts to create some separation between himself and Cyan. By the moment Yang-hoon engages his impenetrable shield, all prospects of salvation have vanished. Cyan's blade is poised to penetrate the fool. However, Yang-hoon's ally suddenly appears and intercepts the assault. The colossal figure swings his axe, propelling Cyan backward. Yang-hoon shouts at the man, addressing him as Cheon Myung-ho and expressing his frustration that he failed to arrive sooner to rescue his miserable behind. Cyan has endured significant harm from exerting excessive energy and appears unable to endure much longer. As beads of icy perspiration trickle down his forehead, he gazes at Myung-ho, who approaches him and urges him to acknowledge that he cannot outshine his sibling. Myung-ho asserts that if he acquiesces to their demands, he will merely forfeit one of his arms. As Cyan instructs the behemoth to cease its foolish chatter, the massive individual strikes forcefully with the base of his axe, resulting in additional internal harm to him. Myung-ho swiftly halts on Cyan's palm, compelling him to concede that his ineffectual sibling possesses greater strength. Cyan grapples with the anguish, yet his physique has diminished completely. As Myung-ho lifts his axe to sever our gifted one's limb, he informs him that the feeble are solely entitled to endure pain. As Cyan endeavors to summon a trace of vigor, he remembers how his mother expressed regret for bringing him into the world. In that instant, he expresses to his mother that he can persevere and that he has always wished to show his gratitude for bringing him into the world. Cyan loses all optimism and starts to weep like a coward, expressing regret to everyone for his fragility. Yunbai attempts to assist, but she has exhausted all her mana, and Sayola is preoccupied with tending to Taesu's wounds. Cyan subsequently embraces his destiny and shuts his eyes as the axe descends toward him. Abruptly, his eyelids flutter open upon recognizing a well-known voice. He swivels to find Kangwoo, who is obstructing Myung-go's axe, despite the immense force the giant is exerting. As his arm blades shatter the hefty man's weapon, he informs Myung-ho that he concurs with his perspective regarding the feeble. He shoves the man aside, while Yang-hoon is cowering like a coward and observing from a distance. Kangwoo cheerfully informs the brute that he will assist him in completely asserting his privileges as a subordinate. Cyan subsequently inquires of Kangwoo how he arrived at that location, and the Dark Overlord chooses to provide him with the particulars at a later time. Kangwoo instructs Yunbai and Sayola to escort him and ensure he is cared for in a secure location. Myung-ho manages to rise again and inquires if Kangwoo is affiliated with the Hwarang Corps. If he were associated with the group, he would not have arrived alone. He subsequently advises the savage to cease his antics and confront him, allowing him to conclude the battle swiftly. Myung-ho becomes enraged by Kangwoo's triviality and hurries towards him, yet he finds it hard to accept when the demon sovereign effortlessly shatters his axe and recalls to him how the feeble alone are entitled to endure anguish. Myung-ho endeavors to liberate his armament, yet his power pales in comparison to that of a genuine demon sovereign. An icy dread envelopes him as he stares at Kangwoo and contemplates decides who on earth he is confronting. Young-hoon shouts at him and urges him to harness his infernal energy. Myung-ho pauses momentarily, intensifying Young-hoon's anger as he commands him to harness the infernal energy before succumbing. As the misguided individual persists in shouting commands, Myung-ho subsequently relinquishes his arms and chooses to offer himself up. Myung-ho gradually begins to emit the malevolent energy within him. As he metamorphoses, Kang-woo anticipates what his future holds. The man's complexion begins to flush crimson, and horns emerge from his brow. His teeth elongate and sharpen, while wings unfurl from his back. Confronted by the fearsome creature Myung-ho has transformed into, Kang-woo maintains his composure, remaining unfazed. In the meantime, father's child is cackling like a madman and informs Myung-ho that he can triumph with his sinister gaze. With his gaze brimming with terror and insanity, Young-hoon commands his associate to eliminate Kang-woo. Myung-ho swiftly steps in to subdue Kang-woo, yet our lad is still preserving complete poise. Kang-woo unleashes his impenetrable barrier ability alongside the strength of 1,000 and delivers a powerful punch to Myung-ho that sends his glasses flying off his face. The malevolent fiend expels blood as a gaping wound is blasted through his torso. Young-hoon trembles with dread as he observes his ally being effortlessly eliminated. As Myung-ho's physique rests on the earth, Kang-woo pivots to confront his subsequent objective. He gazes at Kang-woo's frenzied countenance and ponders whether he is a rancor. It's the sole method he can rationalize Myung-ho's swift defeat. Confronted with a dire situation, Young-hoon resolves to flee and attempt to reach out to his father. He produces a communication sphere that will enable him to converse with his father while within the portal. Unfortunately for him, Kang-woo suddenly appears beside his shoulder and inquires of the coward where he believes he is fleeing to. The infernal sovereign strikes the man to the earth without delay. As Young-hoon endeavors to rise again, he inquires of Kang-woo regarding his identity, but the demon lord crushes the fool's skull beneath his foot. Kang-woo observes that all his adversaries consistently pose the identical inquiry and contemplates whether it is something that is imparted within the infernal organization. He notices the sphere in Young-hoon's grasp and instantly deduces that the individual is attempting to reach out to his father. Young-hoon attempts to fabricate an excuse, but Kang-woo advises the pampered youth to reach out to his father. This will undoubtedly add to the intrigue for him. We observe Jae-hyun positioned in his workspace when his orb illuminates. Anticipating that his son was on the other side of the call, he is taken aback when he suddenly hears Kang-woo's voice and insists on discovering his identity. Kang-woo informs Jae-hyun that his child is being confined against their will. Then Jae-hyun perceives his ineffective son's cry for assistance. Jae-hyun stays quiet while Kang-woo persists in tormenting Young-hoon and ridiculing his upbringing. At last, he answers, and Kang-woo realizes that the individual does have some concern for his miserable progeny. Young-hoon is battered severely and bound with Kang-woo's shackles. Jae-hyun then inquires of Kang-woo what his desires are. The demon monarch instructs him to arrive at the Mokdong C rank portal forthwith if he wishes to rescue his offspring. He bursts into laughter at Jae-hyun when the guildmaster presumes that he needs to arrive unaccompanied. He is already aware of Jae-hyun's potential, so he advises him to arrive fully equipped while allowing him to listen to his son's cries. As the elder begins to grumble, Kang-woo advises him to refrain from creating a commotion and to arrive solo without exception. Sensing enraged, the elderly man menaces Kang-woo, asserting that he cannot evade the consequences of his actions as he is part of an alliance collaborating with the authorities. Nevertheless, Kang-woo informs him that he has no connections to the government. When inquired if he is solitary, the Demon King derisively responds that he remains unattached. This individual simply relishes seeking out conflict at every chance. Jae-hyun ultimately loses his composure and questions where our lad found the audacity to commit such an act. Nonetheless, Kang-woo is completely indifferent to any of it. He proceeds to taunt Jae-hyun even more by asserting that he is completely unaware of whom he is confronting. He persistently torments Young-hoon throughout the ordeal and informs the elderly man that he requires some wisdom pounded into him. Kang-woo forcefully drives Young-hoon's skull against the orb, abandoning the lad on the edge of demise. The unfortunate individual is experiencing significant anguish and yearns for his torment to cease. His father subsequently informs Kang-woo that it suffices. The Demon King grants him 20 minutes to arrive, and should he fail to do so, Jae-hyun will be unable to fathom the consequences that will ensue. Kang-woo attentively hears the elderly man inform him that if he undertook all of this to secure a bounty, then it is already too late for him. Jae-hyun vows to locate him by whatever means required and tear him apart. Nevertheless, Kang-woo extends his best wishes and then proceeds to shatter the orb against Young-hoon's head. With that resolved, he chooses to proceed to the subsequent task. He unexpectedly perceives Young Young-hoon's distant voice, requesting assistance and imploring to be rescued. The unfortunate individual promises to provide Kang-woo with any amount of money he desires in exchange for his salvation. Nevertheless, Kang-woo delivers a kick and asserts that wealth is not his current desire. Eager for rescue, Young-hoon inquires about his desires, and Kang-woo expresses his desire for tranquility and abundance for all the kimchi soup across the globe. The favored son senses that the Demon King isn't taking things earnestly. If he only understood the significance of that dinner to Kang-woo. As he attempts to urge Kang-woo to adopt a more earnest demeanor, the Demon King seizes his face and silences him. His eyes suddenly gleam with excitement upon learning that Kang-woo is getting ready for a conference with his father. In his mind, he believes that his dad will rescue him by any means necessary. Nonetheless, Kang-woo exerts his influence over Young-hoon and expresses his delight that Jae-hyun cares for his son deeply. Before Young-hoon can utter a word, Kang-woo wields his infernal abilities to torment his psyche. Subsequently, Kang-woo departs the entrance alongside Sayola and her group. As he speaks to them regarding their next steps, he perceives an individual summoning him. He pivots to glimpse Yeonju and Wei-in. Yeonju informs him that she has assembled all the forces he requested, yet she senses there was no necessity for the troops. Sayola and the others are astonished that he is acquainted with the two renowned young women, but he informs them that it's not a beneficial connection. Yeonju is prepared to unleash her fury over that remark, but she sets it aside. She proceeds to inquire about his companions, and Sayola presents herself. Yeonju evaluates her appearance and promptly begins to experience envy over her assets. She subsequently inquires of Sayola about her connection with Kang-woo, yet Sayola counters the inquiry. Just as a confrontation is about to erupt, Kang-woo intervenes to pacify them, suggesting they postpone their introductions for another time. He instructs Sayola to gather her three companions and depart for the time being. Wei-in then inquires of Kang-woo whether the object he is pulling along the ground is intended to serve as the lure. He elevates the shackles and reveals Young-hoon's nearly lifeless visage. The soldiers and other participants in the situation begin to feel anxious upon witnessing Young-hoon's treatment. They are all aware of how Jae-hyun will respond to this, but Kang-woo has already anticipated it. Yeonju resolves to confront Jae-hyun directly as the Mirror Guild is connected to the infernal organization. Wei-in informs Kang-woo that it may be a challenging struggle given their numbers, as they are not equipped to confront Jae-hyun directly. She believes they are acting too swiftly, yet Kang-woo reassures her that all is well. He informs her that the confrontation will be effortless against an individual who has forfeited their reasoning. As he strikes Young-hoon's head, he conveys to them that a father's affection for his child is boundless. Nonetheless, Yeonju is not convinced that Jae-hyun will falter so readily, yet she remains unaware that Kang-woo has adeptly caused the elder to completely lose his composure. Nevertheless, he is aware of his intentions and eagerly anticipates the outcome. Numerous dark vehicles abruptly arrive at the location and Jae-hyun gradually emerges. He reveals that he was aware Yeonju and Wei-in were responsible for everything. The two young women then assume a protective position in front of Kang-woo and prepare to confront the elderly man. Jae-hyun derides their scant presence and ponders whether they genuinely believed that capturing his son as a hostage would resolve the issue. His ominous presence begins to emanate as he insists on discovering who conversed with him regarding the orb previously. His gaze turns to Kang-woo as the demon gestures and approaches him, remarking that he appears significantly better in reality. Observing Kang-woo nonchalantly pulling his son along the ground causes Jae-hyun's irritation to escalate further. He expresses his gratitude to Kang-woo for remaining by his side as the Dark Overlord hurls his ineffectual offspring towards him. The Sentinels hurry to apprehend Young-hoon and attempt to ascertain whether he is fine. The elderly man is taken aback when Kang-woo effortlessly surrenders his son. Even Yeonju and Wei-in ponder what Kang-woo is contemplating by returning their captive. Upon witnessing this, Jae-hyun senses that there is more to the situation and inquires with Kang-woo about his scheme. Nevertheless, Kang-woo persists in behaving as if he is blameless and claims that he is merely returning Young-hoon, considering the elderly gentleman is likely concerned. At this juncture, the elderly gentleman begins to feel anxious as he cradles his nearly lifeless offspring. As he begins to call out for his child, Kang-woo starts to chuckle and relish the performance. Jae-hyun endeavors to ensure that Young-hoon is okay. He gazes anxiously at his child, hoping for a response. The trepidation and anxiety in his gaze intensify and Young-hoon ultimately poses a startling inquiry. The unfortunate boy gazes up at his father and inquires about his identity. Upon receiving this news, Jae-hyun's heart is fractured. Young-hoon poses the identical inquiry once more, and his father attempts to jog his memory that he is indeed his parent. However, as he fervently shakes Young-hoon, the boy cries out in anguish, village, pleading with his father to cease inflicting pain upon him. Young-hoon distances himself from his father as the guards attempt to soothe him. Witnessing his own kin reject him leaves Jae-hyun at a loss for words. Conflicting emotions begin to swell within him, and he finds himself unsure of how to respond to this situation. In the meantime, Kang-woo is savoring every moment of this while Young-hoon persistently cries out for his father to release him. Jae-hyun's fury can no longer be restrained, and it ultimately erupts upon witnessing the condition of his child. Young-hoon advances to protect her forces and instructs them to retreat at once. Jae-hyun, in his overwhelming fury, demands to find out what Kang-woo has inflicted upon his child. In an instant, he surges towards the fiendish lord, yet Young-hoon prepares to confront the elderly man. She energizes her abilities as well, and the two guild leaders engage in conflict. Jae-hyun discloses his 9th extraordinary awakening talent as Young-hoon engages her ravenous chain in an attempt to confine him. Both of them roar with rage in their gaze as their abilities are on the verge of colliding. Jae-hyun instructs Young-hoon to step aside, and a detonation erupts as his fists strike her. Fortunately, she's capable of evading and maneuvering her restraints to ensnare him in a snare. The restraints encircle Jae-hyun, pinning him in place. He fights to escape, yet the shackles persist in constricting him further. Nonetheless, to Yeonju's immense astonishment, the elderly gentleman remains capable of escaping the confinement. He fractures the earth below them, propelling Yeonju into the sky. While she endeavors to evade, he instructs her to step aside once more. Just prior to delivering another strike, Wei-in leaps into the conflict to aid Yeonju. She harnesses her tempestuous abilities to seize control of Jae-hyun, and the powerful blasts of wind propel him backward. The assault tears his garments and results in markings on his physique, yet Jae-hyun is distant from experiencing defeat. Conversely, the girls are gradually becoming fatigued, while Kang-woo is relishing the conflict from the rear lines. Jae-hyun's anger is intensifying, and he is weary of coping with interruptions. He thrusts his fist upward and strikes the earth once more, resulting in Wei-in and Yeonju losing their stability. They be propelled as the fragments of rockles soar through the atmosphere, and the elderly man emits a thunderous cry. With Wei-in eliminated from contention, he dashes toward Yeonju. However, she is not inclined to step aside just yet. Jae-hyun shouts at her to move aside once more, yet she swiftly lunges at him to employ her chains once more. On this occasion, she wields them like javelins, penetrating Jae-hyun's form and inflicting additional wounds upon him. Nonetheless, the elderly gentleman remains undeterred by her trivial ploys, and he propels her away in a heartbeat. Yeonju believes the man is insane and did not anticipate him maneuvering through her spears recklessly. Nonetheless, with the chain still linked to his form, she entwines it around him and pulls on it to secure him in position. As Jae-hyun remains equally resentful as she is, Yeonju intends to continue inflicting harm upon him until he can no longer withstand it. However, she fails to recognize the extent of Jae-hyun's desire to eliminate Kang-woo. While he endeavors to shatter her restraint, she contemplates how they can deliver a decisive blow against him. Just as Wei-in falters in her attempt to rise, Jae-hyun liberates himself from Yeonju's shackles, rendering the Crimson Rose Guildmaster speechless. Upon liberating herself from her confinement, he extracts the projectiles from his flesh and hurls them to the earth. At this moment, he is finally confronted with Kang-woo, yet he is significantly wounded. Observing Kang-woo's jubilant grin inspires Jae-hyun, teetering on the edge of complete insanity. He thoughtlessly sprints toward the malevolent sovereign and prepares to deliver a powerful punch to our friend. Unfortunately, he remains unaware when a dagger is plunged into his form. The assault takes him by surprise, and he expels a copious amount of blood. He gradually pivots and discovers that Wei-in is the individual who pierced him. She maintains her stance with a fatigued look upon her visage. In the meantime, Jae-hyun's sentinels are astounded as they struggle to restrain Young-hoon. Wei-in withdraws her blade from the elderly man's form, yet he anchors his stance resolutely on the earth, declining to be vanquished. Though quaking and grappling with the agony, he gradually approaches Kang-woo, the young woman's timepiece, as the elderly gentleman perseveres in his unsteady progress. Jae-hyun is ultimately within close proximity to Kang-woo's visage, and he elevates his hand to strike the individual. Nevertheless, Kang-woo wears a malevolent grin as Jae-hyun's hand scarcely grazes him. The elderly gentleman ultimately collapses to the ground when his physique succumbs. Kang-woo seizes him by his locks and mocks the elderly gentleman for claiming that he would end his life. He subsequently inquires of Jae-hyun whether he understands exactly who he is. Subsequently, at the central base of Hwarang, Yeonju instructs Kang-woo to clarify his actions and inquires about what precisely he did to Young-hoon. She is astonished to learn that Kang-woo Kangwoo has the ability to modify an individual's memories. He begins to boast about his diverse skills, convinced he is the greatest thing to have ever existed. Yeonju gazes at him with a solemn demeanor and urges him to cease the nonsense. She is eager to understand who or what he truly is. However, Kangwoo informs her that it isn't necessary for her to comprehend or grasp everything. What truly counts is that she is assisting him, and he is reciprocating in kind. Yeonju tightens her fist in frustration when Kangwoo inquires whether tidying up the malevolent organization isn't sufficient for her. She is seething with anger as he extends his hand towards her and proposes to maintain their collaboration. As he exhaled a deep breath, Yeonju senses that she erred in extending her assistance to Kangwoo from the outset, yet she grips his hand and consents, aware that it is too late for her to harbor any remorse. In spite of her apprehensions, she resolves to continue collaborating with Kangwoo. Subsequently, we observe Jaehyun in a dimly lit chamber, constrained with various bindings affixed to his physique. Hwiang enters to pose a few inquiries and begins by asking when he commenced his association with the infernal organization. Yeonju and Kangwoo are present in the chamber as well, and Kangwoo inquires of the elderly gentleman about the meaning of a summon. Amidst the incessant questioning, Jaehyun grins and stays mute. In a fit of rage, Hwiang bangs the table and demands that the old man respond to her inquiries. Jaehyun's grin fades away when she informs him that he is no longer the leader of the mere guild or the director of his enterprise. At this moment, he is merely a felon who assisted a lunatic sect. He subsequently retorts by inquiring if she genuinely believes he will provide answers to her inquiries. He labels the Warren Corps as the government's lapdogs, regarding them as nothing more. Hwiang does not consider his comments amusing, yet he menaces her by declaring that he holds their fates in his grasp. As he strikes out, Yeonju's javelin strikes him and silences him. Having restrained the elderly man, she resolves to assume control of the questioning. Jaehyun winces from the discomfort, and Yeonju stamps her foot on him and insists on a response from the elderly man. Hwiang endeavors to soothe her and asserts that they cannot afford for Jaehyun to be deceased until they obtain what they require. Jaehyun merely chuckles at them and informs them that they will inevitably be defeated, as they are completely unaware of the sinister plans the malevolent faction is orchestrating. Yeonju ultimately becomes increasingly irate. However, Kangwoo interjects and instructs them to withdraw. He opts to assume control of the questioning and engage in a brief conversation with Jaehyun. The moment the elderly gentleman lays eyes on Kangwoo, he experiences an overwhelming urge to sever the Demon King's head. He informs Kangwoo that his intervention will not alter anything, yet Kangwoo is confident that he can extract words from the old man. Jaehyun is skeptical, yet his demeanor shifts when Kangwoo informs him that he will transform young Hoon and render him ordinary. Capitalizing on the elderly gentleman's affection for his child, he instructs Jaehyun to provide him with all the information he requires. Jaehyun looks up at Kangwoo and perceives him as nothing more than a wicked individual. Instead of responding to the inquiries, he erupts into laughter like a lunatic, as though his sanity has been completely abandoned. Yeonju and Hwiang begin regarding the elderly gentleman with compassion, rendered too unsettled to utter a word. Nonetheless, Jaehyun vows that Kangwoo will plunge into the abyss of damnation. The unfortunate individual is entirely unaware that he is essentially conversing with the sovereign of the underworld. Kangwoo does not perceive his remarks as a menace at all. Reluctantly, Jaehyun begins to respond to their inquiries. He reveals that he encountered a man 8 months prior, and they verify that this individual is the cult's cardinal adorned with a scarlet mask. However, he remains unaware of the genuine identity of the man behind the crimson mask. Kangwoo urges him to continue with his narrative and persist in speaking. Jaehyun subsequently informs them that the cloaked individual proposed to transform him into a demon if he supplied the faction with materials for their ritual. Yeonju believes he's foolish for having accepted such a proposal. However, Jaehyun informs her that she lacks knowledge regarding demons. He asserts that demons can exist indefinitely if their necks remain unbroken and their hearts do not rupture. Hwiang subsequently inquires why he was convinced that he would attain immortality, explaining that the organization has been in existence for more than a millennium. Both the girls are astonished upon hearing this, and even Kangwoo finds it hard to trust his own senses. As per Jaehyun, the organization has been in existence for a considerably longer duration than that, and they have been augmenting their troops while concealing themselves across the globe. It has only been in recent times that they have become highly engaged. Upon hearing this, Kangwoo understands that the malevolent organization likely has far more profound origins, which will complicate efforts to confront them. Jaehyun subsequently confesses that he abducted individuals in pursuit of achieving immortality. Yeonju gazes at him with a look of revulsion and labels the elderly man as a madman Jaehyun for engaging in such wicked behavior. Nevertheless, Jaehyun chuckles at her and asserts that she truly lacks any understanding. He clarifies that the corporeal form of a demon preserves the intellect, yet she still perceives it as an inadequate justification for his malevolent actions. He informs them that with a demonic physique, one can sustain their vitality and achieve immortality. Yet Yeonju remains unconvinced that anything so absurd could actually occur. The elderly gentleman reassures her that it is indeed feasible, claiming he would never wager on something that lacks certainty. This merely serves to infuriate Yeonju further. Nonetheless, upon witnessing Jaehyun's self-assured demeanor, Kang-woo realizes the manner in which the infernal organization is augmenting its strength. The contemplation of existence filled with an intense, insatiable yearning brings to mind his dreadful times in torment and how he was compelled to consume the corpses of fiends. He maintains his attention fixed on Jaehyun, who proceeds to express that several of his guild associates embraced infernal energy during the cult rituals. Wei-in inquires whether demonic energy resembles mana, and Jaehyun clarifies that while it shares similarities, there are also distinctions. Upon learning that Jaehyun possesses no infernal energy, Yeonju inquires why he chose not to embrace it. He informs her that the cloaked figure stated they required additional arrangements to fully convert him into a true fiend. Should one embrace infernal power, it could metamorphose them into a mindless beast. When Yeonju inquires as to why he allowed his guild associates to accept it, and he responds that it serves a purpose for expendable pieces. Wei-in then interjects and questions what the malevolent faction aims to conjure. They are astonished upon learning that it's a demon, and even Kang-woo begins to quiver upon hearing this. Nonetheless, Jaehyun is uncertain about how or where they will accomplish it, yet he claims that the malevolent organization informed him that the dimensional barrier preventing them from invoking the demon has begun to weaken. Upon listening to this, Kang-woo feels increasingly uneasy and anxious. In the meantime, Yeonju inquires of Jaehyun about the nature of the dimensional barrier and when it began to deteriorate. The aged gentleman informs her that it began to deteriorate approximately a month prior, which in turn heightens Kangwoo's anxiety and leaves him drenched in cold perspiration trickling down his back. At that instant, he understands that this entire turmoil stems from his actions. The cause of the infernal faction's heightened activity is attributed to his disruption of the Gaia framework during his return to Earth. Kang-woo endeavors to stay composed, yet Yeonju observes that there's something amiss with him. He believes the system will restore itself organically. However, those aspirations are dashed when Jaehyun reveals that the dimensional barrier is gradually deteriorating. At this pace, every soul in the underworld, including those from Eleanor, could potentially transition to Earth. Kangwoo's thoughts are in turmoil, yet he appears remarkably composed on the surface. With no immediate actions available to him, he opts to concentrate on the infernal decree for the moment. He subsequently inquires about the location of the central command of the malevolent organization. Jaehyun informs them that the site he is familiar with is inconsequential, as the order may have already completed their arrangements for the summoning. Yeonju. He then inquires why they sought to seize Sehun, as they believed it was to employ the swordsman as a sacrifice, but Jaehyun claims to have no knowledge of that. His statements are incomprehensible to Yeonju since if his organization is supplying contributions, it is illogical for him to be unaware of whether the sect has sufficient resources. He then informs her that his guild operates on a performance-oriented basis. Upon receiving this information, Kang-woo comprehends that the circumstances are more dire than they had anticipated. His concerns intensify as he reveals to them that it's not merely the guild collaborating with the infernal faction. This indicates that their struggle is far from concluded. In the interim, within what appears to be the infernal organization's headquarters, the crimson-masked figure notifies his adherents regarding the apprehension of Jaehyun. He feels disheartened that Jaehyun was vanquished effortlessly. However, one of his adherents informs him that there will be no postponement to their arrangements as they continue to receive contributions from additional guilds. Nonetheless, the concealed leader remains perplexed regarding why Jaehyun engaged directly. As I gazed at the sphere, he spots Kang-woo and instantly identifies him. He chooses to verify a few other matters concerning himself and inquires about the supplementary assistance from the mandate. The adherents affirm that it has been received and, additionally, inform the cardinal that they have acquired a gem that harbors contained infernal energy. This will suffice to enhance the cloaked individual's abilities and complete their scheme. Finally, they inform him that there have been no directives from the organization. The cardinal presumes it is due to the organization expecting them to manage their affairs. He subsequently informs his adherents that the strategy will advance as planned and they ought to commence with El Cuero. Subsequently, outside the Hwarang main headquarters, Yeonju feels exasperated as they find themselves at a standstill, while Wei-in makes an effort to uplift her spirits. Wei-in subsequently informs Kang-woo that the authorities are set to grant him extra incentives. motives. It's a manner of expressing gratitude for his endeavors in uncovering the guild's affiliations and apprehending Jaehyun effortlessly. Kang-woo aspires to receive something of value rather than mere decorations and accolades. Subsequently, Wei-in informs him that she will reach out to him later concerning the honors. Given her enthusiasm for the prize, Kang-woo anticipates it to be something he will genuinely enjoy. Following an extended period, Kang-woo at last arrives back to Sayola and Echidna. They shout his name the moment they catch sight of him. Echidna begins to weep as she finally reunites with her master after such a lengthy separation. The young girl breaks into tears and inquires where her master has been all this while. He expresses remorse for his absence and informs her that he has certain matters to attend to. Echidna believes that Kang-woo departed due to her misstep, and she desperately wishes for him to stay with her. She vows to improve and implores her owner not to abandon her. Kang-woo reassures the adorable young girl and confirms that she hasn't made any mistakes. He assures her not to be concerned and vows to remain by her side, regardless of the circumstances. He feels guilt for forsaking the unfortunate girl and neglecting her for an entire week. While holding her, he assures Sayola that all matters have been resolved and expresses remorse for not providing her with a more thorough explanation previously. Sayola responds that it's fine because she understands the depth of his concern for them, and she is confident he will share everything with them when the moment is right. Kang-woo gazes at her with empathy, and then his eyes abruptly brighten when Sayola presents him with his cherished dish, as is customary. Undoubtedly, he consents to consume it while she heats a pot of the kimchi soup on the burner. The following day, Kang-woo, Sayola, and the remaining members of her group visit the hospital to see Sehun. In that moment, Kang-woo elucidates that he had been observing the fighters in eager expectation of the malevolent faction when whispers about him began circulating. When Sehun inquires about the origin of the gossip, Kang-woo explains that such chatter is inevitable given the skilled athletes in their group. Deep within, he understands that the speculation and this entire predicament stem from his own actions, yet he has no intention of revealing the reality. Nonetheless, Sayola regrets not informing them about the circumstances beforehand. She informs him that she is aware he is concealing truths for their welfare, yet the more he does so, the more estranged she feels from him. He promptly expresses remorse for causing her anxiety. She concedes her fault for overstepping boundaries, yet Kang-woo informs her that she is entirely justified in feeling distressed. Her eyes sparkle, and she begins to flush like a youthful girl when Kang-woo categorizes her as kin. As he assures her of his commitment to improve, she begins trembling anxiously regarding what he just referred to her as following, which she gathers the bravery to request that he converse with her casually. As Kang-woo regards her as kin and already communicates casually with Yeonju, Sayola believes it is only fitting that he extends the same familiarity to her. In the meantime, Tae-soo and the others are savoring the charming display of affection from the enamored couple. During that passionate instant, their fingertips succeed in nearing and making contact with one another. Kang-woo subsequently instructs Sayola to address him informally as well. She begins to flush more intensely. However, Echidna interjects and disrupts the romantic atmosphere. The petulant child then requests her guardian to peel an orange for her, so much for being a well-behaved little one. As Kang-woo tends to her, Sehun draws his focus to an issue. The swordsman expresses regret for disrupting the cheerful atmosphere, yet he is preoccupied with a concern. He subsequently inquires of Kang-woo regarding the fate of Young-hoon and their father. Without a trace of sorrow, the demon monarch informs him that his sibling and progenitor are destined to decay in prison for eternity. There is no prospect of their liberation, and they are unable to secure their release through financial means. The modest electronics firm is also facing significant challenges due to the legal issues surrounding its founder. Sehun's demeanor grows quite somber when Kang-woo brings up his financial obligations. Nevertheless, the demon monarch informs him that he will receive monetary restitution for that, and his ailing mother will likewise be moved to a superior establishment. Sehun expresses his gratitude to Kang-woo as tears begin to stream down his face. Even Tae-soo and Yoonbai begin to feel sentimental upon witnessing his response. In that poignant instance, Sehun refers to Kang-woo as his rescuer and expresses that he feels incredibly fortunate to have encountered him. If only he realized what the fiendish sovereign had inflicted upon him. Sehun resolves to refer to Kang-woo as his brother as well and to attend to him. However, this merely intensifies Kang-woo's remorse regarding his malevolent actions. Nevertheless, Kang-woo resolves to embrace the circumstances and begin conversing with the swordsman informally. Both he and Sayola are captivated when Sehun mentions that he has something sincere to share. Yoonbai and Tae-soo are also intrigued when he reveals that he has been concealing something from everyone. Sehun subsequently discloses his SSS tier capability to them, although he is unable to utilize it to its full potential potential due to his inadequate level. Nonetheless, this ability enables him to harness the powers of the martial arts deity, Qion Te Huang. They are all astonished to learn that he acquired such an impressive skill during his initial awakening. As everyone bombards him with inquiries regarding his ability, Kangwoo remains unfazed, as he is already aware of it. However, his demeanor shifts when Sehun reveals that he was chosen as a guardian because of the failure of the Gaia system. It's rather astonishing that Sehun is aware of the Gaia system when even Yeonju is unfamiliar with it. Kangwoo subsequently inquires about the date he emerged as a player. When Sehun reveals this information, Sayola recollects that it was the identical day she encountered Kangwoo for the initial time. This merely indicates that Sehun emerged as a participant due to the harm Kangwoo inflicted on the Gaia system. Kangwoo subsequently concludes that the genius is the crucial element for restoring the system. Meanwhile, Yunbai begins to make him feel uncomfortable by referring to him as the savior of the universe. Nonetheless, Kangwoo now perceives that Sehun could very well be the central figure and holds a more significant position than himself. This fills him with even greater joy that he succeeded in making Sehun his subordinate. As Kangwoo prepares to depart, he advises the swordsman to recuperate thoroughly until he is entirely healed. Sehun swiftly seizes his shirt and restrains him. He begins to gaze at Kangwoo as if he has become infatuated, and abruptly, this no longer seems like a typical action manhwa. It abruptly dawns on Kangwoo that Sehun's conduct could be attributed to the manner in which subordinates interact with their superiors. Simultaneously, Echidna inquires of her superior whether she may accompany him. Nonetheless, our young man is anxious that he might have merely obtained the unsuitable kind of partner. He promptly leaps through the window to escape from the man as swiftly as he can. Subsequently, we observe two colossal ogres charging towards Echidna. The tiny dragon wields her shadowy tempest abilities to promptly cut them into pieces and return them. As the creatures continue to contend with the anguish, Kangwoo springs forth wielding a colossal axe to complete the task. He resolutely clutches it and infuses the blade with the essence of ice. At that instant, he acquires a novel ability referred to as Leviathan, and rapidly cleaves the beast with his armament. The colossal creature begins to bellow but swiftly transforms into ice and fractures. With that accomplished, Kangwoo attains a new tier in his standing. As he wipes the perspiration from his forehead, he remarks that the conflict isn't simple for him. Nonetheless, he activates his sixth awakening and acquires a fresh, unique capability. Like a child with a gleaming new plaything, he hurries over to discover what the skill entails. However, the system informs him that once he attains the ultimate demonic delay, the specifics of his special abilities will be disclosed. Kangwoo's demeanor instantly plummets as he remains clueless about the criteria for the ultimate demonic delay. Echidna seeks to reassure her, urging her not to be concerned about it. He retrieves a communication sphere from his pocket and perceives Sayola summoning him from the opposite end. She informs him that they are close to completing their relocation arrangements, so he must return home shortly. Her mother is remaining behind to perform some additional tidying up, so Sayola will be hailing a taxi initially. Subsequently, Kangwoo promptly makes his way to the residence. They arrive at their new residence, which is more spacious and significantly improved. Noticing the beauty of this location, Sayola inquires whether it's truly feasible for them to reside there. Kangwoo reminds her that they are relatives, and he prefers not to dwell alone. That's the way our young man chose to cohabit with his love and her mother. He promptly complicates matters by mentioning that the Crimson Rose Guild assisted him in purchasing the property. Sayola discovers that Yeonju is entangled, and although she attempts to appear unfazed, she is wounded internally. She realizes that Yeonju is able to provide extravagant items for Kangwoo, leaving her with no means to rival that. The disparity in their status is glaring, yet Kangwoo is too oblivious to comprehend the reason for her distress. Echidna dashes over to Kangwoo and inquires about the agenda for the following day, but he informs her that no arrangements have been made thus far. Echidna then anxiously requests a favor from him, and he consents to join her for some playtime the following day. The moment Sayola hears this, she understands that she's not merely contending with Yeonju, but with an insufferable child as well. She promptly resolves to accompany him to ensure she keeps her partner. The following day, they venture to an expansive shopping center where the Echidna experiments with various adorable outfits. As Sayola captures a photograph of the young girl, Kangwoo is delightfully content to be alongside his family. He feels fortunate that the partner of his dreams and his young child are nearby and maintain a harmonious relationship. Echidna persists in trying on garments while Sayola indulges her with an assortment of sugary confections. The two connect like a mother and her child, which brings Kangwoo joy that Echidna has another individual she can rely on besides him. Certainly, he swiftly comes to understand how tiresome it can be to shop alongside women. The two girls incessantly continue to unload an increasing number of shopping bags onto him. His countenance brightens noticeably when they arrive at a dining area where he has the freedom to indulge in whatever he desires. As Kangwoo begins to salivate at the idea of various dishes, Sayola informs him that it isn't particularly an extraordinary location. She contemplates whether he has never visited a food court previously. The glimpse of various types of dishes being concocted evokes a sense of being in paradise or, in his situation, damnation. He can at last savor an assortment of exquisite dishes after enduring numerous repulsive meals in torment. He chooses to request every single dish he encounters, but Sayola advises him to take a breath. Eventually, their table is set with an abundant banquet, and they begin to indulge. Kangwoo begins with a kimchi broth, and he concedes that it doesn't savor as delightful as the one Sayola prepares. He subsequently seizes a piece of pizza and immerses it in the broth, leading Sayola to believe that he has gone insane. Nevertheless, it ultimately pleases his palate considerably, prompting him to combine an assortment of dishes. Sayola shields a child with his gaze and safeguards her from the horrors that Kangwoo is perpetrating at this time. As the infernal sovereign relishes his banquet, Sayola advises the young girl never to attempt such concoctions throughout her life. Following the enjoyment of his feast, Kangwoo observes an individual approaching him. A chill of apprehension washes over him as beads of perspiration trickle down his visage upon identifying the person's features. And it is none other than Kangyoon. The leader of the Hanul Guild remarks that it has been some time since their last encounter. Kangwoo is curious about what Kangyoon is occupied with over there, but the man advises him to forego the formalities. Kangyoon informs him that he possesses favorable news, allowing them to converse informally. He mentions that Kangwoo is affiliated with the Red Rose Guild, and the Demon King acknowledges that he is merely collaborating with them. Upon hearing this, Kangyoon seizes his shoulder and urges Kangwoo to become a member of his guild. He proposes an offer of 5 billion won along with a vehicle and a residence, in addition to numerous other incentives. Sayola is astonished that someone can present such an array of items without a hint of hesitation. Kangyoon additionally informs him that he will grant him a leadership role within the Hanul Guild. Nevertheless, our lad informs the gentleman that his proposal is significantly insufficient. Kangyoon cannot trust what he hears, and he almost loses his composure. He refers to Kangwoo as an amusing individual because of his remarks. However, the demon monarch is not jesting. Following that, Kangwoo informs Kangyoon that he currently has no intention of being subordinate to anyone. In response, Kangyoon chooses to enhance his proposal, prompting Kangwoo to pay close attention. The Go-Lucky Guildmaster proposes to bestow upon Kangwoo a singular piece of mythical gear at no cost, should he agree. Mythical gear is exceedingly scarce and cannot be acquired through financial means. Typically, they are crafted using components from creatures that emerge from S-rank portals and above, and they establish a connection with the proprietor once the apparatus has been utilized extensively. Moreover, there exists a possibility that the apparatus may disavow the proprietor if specific criteria are not fulfilled. With such an alluring proposition, Kangwoo confesses that he finds it intriguing. Nonetheless, he continues to decline Kangyoon's proposal. Following this, Kangyoon agrees and chooses to withdraw. Nevertheless, he provides his business card in the event that Kangwoo opts to reconsider. Following that, he incorporates an additional ingredient into Kangwoo's kimchi stew and remarks that it will enhance the taste. Echidna observes this, but Sayola attempts to shield her eyes from the dreadful scene once more. Kangyoon subsequently departs and offers them his goodbyes. Kangwoo makes an effort to scoop a spoonful of the concoction, but he appears to have lost interest in the dish. Subsequently, he encounters Yeonju, who inquires why he declined such an alluring proposal. He responds that he prefers not to be subordinate to anyone at this time, and she labels him an oddball. Conversely, Kangwoo is confident that even if he chooses not to affiliate with the Hanul Guild, he will continue to acquire exceptional gear from the accolades he earns by safeguarding fellow players. Upon reaching an elevator, Yeonju informs him that she has encountered Kangyoon, as they are both leaders of their respective guilds. She informs him that the individual is quite surprising, and he inquires whether there have been any speculations regarding him. Yeonju subsequently recounts the occasion when Kangyoon was infuriated. Throughout the world ranker assessments, Kangyoon was defeated by a Japanese contender, resulting in his disqualification. The individual's name was Fujimoto Ryoma, and he wielded an legendary artifact referred to as Susanoo's Eye. Consequently, the press was not supportive of Kangyoon. Yeonju informs Kangwoo that this is everything she is aware of regarding Kangyoon. In the meantime, he wishes that he won't lament rejecting the man's proposal. She guarantees him that Kangyoon is the kind of person who simply brushes it aside with laughter. Subsequently, they encounter encounter Weian. The leader of the Warang Corps instructs Kang Woo to enter the chamber as they have been anticipating his arrival. They enter a laboratory, and she informs them that they discovered a unique artifact during their exploration of the Mir Guild. Yeonju notes that Weian must have endured a considerable amount, and the commander adds that even her superiors were opposed to it. Kang Woo gazes at the unique object and observes that it's a mythical artifact. It's an impressive-looking garment with excellent attributes, and fortunately, the item has yet to form a connection with anyone. Yeonju emphasizes that the item's impacts do not appear to be particularly impressive, and Weian agrees with her. When they contemplate the intrinsic attributes and unique effects, the coat is truly remarkable, yet she is unaware of any gamers possessing intrinsic attributes. Nevertheless, she glances at Kang Woo and observes a disturbing yet exhilarated look upon his visage. Yeonju is astonished when she discovers that he possesses an innate ability to use statistics. Given that he has such a characteristic, the coat is undoubtedly the finest choice for him among all legendary tier gear. Kang Woo admires the coat fervently and expresses his affection for it. The gratitude to Weian for this, along with a commitment to strive diligently to overcome the infernal faction. Subsequently, he seizes the jacket, and Yeonju instructs him to don it in the same manner he adorns the gargoyle armor. Our lad dons the trench coat and instantly appears like a fortune. It's time for Sayola to elevate her performance. As the system informs him that the garment has identified him as its proprietor, energy starts to flow through his physique. It evaluates his intrinsic attributes and boosts his infernal energy by 5 units. As a result, the coat effectively engraves itself upon him and has now forged a connection with him. Yeonju inquires about his experience with the new apparatus. Kang Woo promptly asks for an additional 10. Weian then informs him that he can only adorn a maximum of 5 items, irrespective of the class. Should additional items be introduced beyond the 5th, the impacts will be rendered null. Kang Woo acknowledges this and remarks that possessing 5 items will continue to be advantageous for him. He begins flaunting his appearance and discussing his admiration for iconic class gear. Subsequently, Yeonju requests him to assess the extent of his increased strength. He pivots towards her, and she demands to confront him. They enter the battle chamber, where Weian assures them that it's permissible to be aggressive with it. As Kang Woo engages in his warm-up, Yeonju contemplates the extent of his newfound strength. She recalls how he dominated Youngho and understands that it was primarily attributed to his statistics. She intends to seize this chance to discern what makes Kang Woo so remarkable. Concurrently, Kang Woo has been eager to assess his prowess as well, and he regards her as the ideal adversary for this. Weian serves as the adjudicator as they prepare, and she instructs them to commence the game. In an instant, Kang Woo springs directly towards Yeonju, yet she skillfully evades his punch. She pivots to deliver a retaliatory strike, and Kang Woo evades too. She traps him with additional assaults, yet he deflects them. He notices that she is employing hand-to-hand combat as a beginning tactic, and the entire situation begins to irritate him. Kang Woo deflects her hand and attempts to retaliate, yet she avoids the strike. He swiftly snatches her cap and informs her that she is undervaluing him. He employs the cap to obstruct her sight and tries to deliver a strike, but she shatters the cap with her unique chains. Kang Woo is pleased that she has finally become earnest and inquires if she is attempting to end his life. While persisting with her assaults, she informs him that he isn't an ordinary participant. Kang Woo sidesteps the shackles, which ultimately devastates the boundaries of the chamber. Before he can respond, she advances towards him and launches another strike. Kang Woo escapes at the last moment with his wings and activates his trainer's unique skill, referred to as Kraken's Fury. This enhances his attributes and contributes an extra 5 points to his infernal energy. In spite of his escalating abilities, Yeonju remains undeterred. She persists in her onslaught of assaults, yet Kang Woo continues to soar about to avoid capture. In the meantime, Weian is concerned about the potential consequences if Yeonju continues her destructive behavior. Nevertheless, Kang Woo persistently sidesteps the ravenous shackles to the best of his ability. As the restraints ultimately draw near to him, he swats them aside, allowing him the opportunity to soar straight towards Yeonju. Trapped in a constricted predicament, she extends the restraints in his direction, yet he deflects them and continues pursuing his objective. Once the javelins are within a specific proximity, Kang Woo harnesses explosive energy to detonate them and propel Yeonju backward. She fights against the force of the blast. As she pivots, she observes that Kang Woo has positioned himself within an advantageous distance. He promptly harnesses the force of audio, transmitting unsettling auditory vibrations throughout the space. The young women attempt to cover their ears to shield themselves from the ear-piercing noise. Seizing this chance, Kang Woo narrows the distance and employs his might of 1,000 and force of annihilation to shatter the earth. Realizing she cannot thwart every attempt, Yeonju finds herself in a difficult situation. Left with no alternative, she constructs a shield with her chains encircling herself for safeguard. Yet confronted with Kangwoo's immense strength, she feels utterly helpless. The infernal sovereign breaches her safeguards and fractures the barrier perilously near her visage. Wayne observes this but finds it hard to accept that the main character possesses such strength. Yeonju collapses onto the floor and starts to chuckle at her own predicament, all the while her body quakes with terror. The camera zooms out, revealing that Kangwoo has created a colossal breach in the wall, prompting Yeonju to label him a beast. At that instant, the Kraken's fury capability expires, and the system informs Kangwoo that it will be accessible within the next 2 hours. Kangwoo gazes down at her, appreciating the immense strength he has acquired from his mythical cloak. Yeonju chuckles as she gradually pulls her ravenous chains back into her armored glove. Kangwoo reaches out his hand to assist her as she grapples to regain her breath. He informs her that his strength is entirely attributed to his new gear, but she counters by reminding him that she possesses legendary artifacts too. Kangwoo wears a menacing expression as she inquires whether he is truly human. He guarantees her that, at the very least, he isn't her adversary, yet she still perceives him as untrustworthy. The pair then directs their attention to Wayan, who admonishes them for ruining the room and states that it amounts to billions in construction expenses. Kangwoo and Yeonju begin to experience remorse and express their regret for their thoughtless outburst. Nevertheless, Wayan is fuming with fury as she finds herself entangled with 2 deranged individuals who lack any sense of restraint. As they dispute over the harm they inflicted, Wayan informs her team that access to the training center will be restricted until it can be repaired. Yeonju believes they ought to have battled within the entrance, regardless of how bothersome it might have been. In the meantime, Kangwoo is contemplating how to finance the expense with colossal ogre enchanted stones, yet he perceives it as a squander. Yeonju verifies that elite boss monsters yield materials for legendary gear when questioned about it. Subsequently, he proposes that they should venture forth to conquer the creature, El Cuero. Wayan requests him to confirm that he is referring to the creature at the S-rank entrance, to which he replies that it is indeed the very same. They elucidate to him that the creature's dwelling is the primary factor preventing anyone from vanquishing it. As it remains submerged, close-range assaults are rendered ineffective, and it often conceals itself beneath the surface when provoked, rendering long-range strikes futile as well. In addition to the difficulty in vanquishing the beast, Yeonju also points out that there is no assurance that it will yield extraordinary gear. Nonetheless, Kangwoo informs her that it could still decrease if fortune favors them. He believes this will be the crucial factor in breaking through his level limitation, having activated his 6th awakening power. Typically, as a gamer advances in levels, they encounter 2 challenges referred to as the conclusion of their endeavors, which arises at level 59, and the conclusion of your skill at tier 89. The sole method to surmount these hurdles is to confront a formidable beast. Recognizing that she has reached the limit of her abilities, Yeonju perceives this as a valuable chance to transcend it. Subsequently, she comes to the conclusion that she has been defeated by an individual of significantly inferior status, leaving her feeling utterly dejected. Following this, after careful consideration, she resolves to assist Kangwoo with his endeavors. She cautions him that the conflict will be overwhelming for the 2 of them. Kangwoo then informs her that he has devised a strategy while regarding Wayan with a wicked glint in his eye. He reveals that his plan necessitates a team with exceptional melee combat skills. Following that, upon hearing this, Wayan volunteers to accompany him in his scheme. She considers it a means to compensate for the harm inflicted on the establishment, having allowed them to utilize it. Yeonju respects Wayan for her principled methods, in contrast to Kangwoo, who is a source of annoyance for her. Wayan is also intrigued by Kangwoo's strategy to pursue El Cuero. Aside from the trio of them, Kangwoo mentions that Echidna will also be accompanying them. He also aims to incorporate an additional melee class and contemplates who would be appropriate for this. Wayan attracts his focus and informs him that she is acquainted with an individual proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Subsequently, the setting transitions to the S-rank portal, where Kangwoo is vanquishing a colossal ogre with Echidna. Subsequent to delivering the fatal strike, his rank increases to 59. The mechanism subsequently limits his rank and will incorporate any further experience once the limitation is lifted. Kangwoo realizes that the level constraint is indeed a genuine phenomenon, and he is not an exception to this principle. In the meantime, Yeonju perceives that he is expending an excessive amount of energy, but he informs her that he didn't squander too much. He also notices Wayan along with the newcomer whom she presents to him. The individual identifies himself as Ku Hyunmo, the 2nd Corps commander of the Hwarang. Disregarding his position, he resembles an ordinary, clueless simpleton. Kangwoo exchanges pleasantries with him and observes that the individual is a dual-blade combatant. Hyunmo refers to Kangwoo as a novice and questions his motives for seeking out ogres. He also ponders the reason a young one is accompanying him, and Kangwoo informs him that Echidna is his companion. This only perplexes the individual further, but Wayan mentions that he can discover additional information about it at a later time. Hyunmo is perplexed when Wayan informs him that Kangwoo possesses strength comparable to Yeonju. He contemplates how an individual who has been competing for merely 2 months can be on par with a nationally ranked player. In the meantime, Kangwoo informs Wayan that Hyunmo appears impressive, and she expresses her satisfaction that he has a favorable opinion of the guy. Upon witnessing them converse, he swiftly beckons Kangwoo aside to pose an inquiry. He subsequently inquires of the Demon King regarding the nature of his bond with Wayan. The unfortunate fellow is attempting to determine whether Kangwoo poses a challenge in his pursuit of affection. Kangwoo informs him that there isn't anything significant happening between him and the third corps leader. Wayan subsequently urges Hyunmo to terminate the conversation as their time is limited. Kangwoo and Yeonju quickly realize that Hyunmo is completely infatuated with Wayan. Subsequently, Kangwoo informs them that they will commence at their current site and relocation is unnecessary. Yeonju contemplates why he would choose the area inhabited by the colossal stone figures. Kangwoo subsequently informs them that the behemoths will participate in the battle against El Cuero, and they are essential to their hunting tactics. He promptly updates them on the strategy, and they commence. Upon collecting a few chains, Hyunmo informs him that everything is prepared. With that arranged, Kangwoo wades into the water and invigorates his energy for the pursuit. He utilizes the force of acoustics to create a significant disruption in the profound depths of the ocean. The waters remain tranquil for an instant until a colossal roar abruptly commences. Kangwoo observes that the being is approaching and readies himself. As El Cuero advances towards him, he gestures to his teammates to prepare themselves. The water gradually ascends, and El Cuero rises from the ocean with a thunderous bellow. Its acute horn and lethal gaze render it exceptionally fearsome. The creature unfurls its wings and ascends over the ocean. Out of nowhere, it reveals venomous spines from its fins and launches them at Kangwoo and his companions. As soon as he observes this, Kangwoo gestures to a child to fulfill her role. The young girl erects a malevolent barrier, yet she struggles to maintain pace with the needles. Kangwoo urges her to persevere for a bit more time. As Hyunmo and Hwayun begin their tasks with the chains, he approaches them and instructs them to grasp firmly as he unfurls his wings. Kangwoo ascends into the air and begins soaring at an astonishing velocity. As they ascend over the aquatic beast, it lets them fall, and Hyunmo begins to cry out in desperation for his wretched existence. They plunge directly downward and succeed in reaching the creature securely. Owing to the slickness of El Cuero's physique, it's challenging for them to maintain their grip. Kangwoo offers them additional chains and instructs them to secure each flank of the creature. They must act swiftly before the beast plunges back into the sea. They fasten the links of the chain to the creature's form, prompting it to wail in anguish. The creature begins to writhe and twist, complicating their ability to maintain their grip, yet they still succeed in clinging firmly. The Cuero emits an unusual bellow, which Kangwoo promptly observes. He advises them to grip firmly as it is on the verge of taking off. Subsequent to flinging its form with great ferocity, the Cuero ascends into the air and an unusual electrical design appears on its surface. Kangwoo and the others exert their utmost effort to maintain their grip as they observe the creature attempting to plunge into the depths below. Kangwoo steps forward to intercept the beast, instructing the others to secure the remaining chains. He plunges into the water and unleashes the force of annihilation along with the energy of countless powers at once. He thrusts his arm through the water as El Cuero approaches, hindering the creature from entering. Hwayun and Hyunmo grapple to maintain their grip due to the shockwave generated by Kangwoo's assault. Nevertheless, Kangwoo's assault is diminished due to the fact that he executed it from beneath the water's surface. He observes that the assault merely propelled the creature back into the sky. In an attempt to harm the beast further, he observes El Cuero's gill structures. Kangwoo unfurls his wings and soars to strike the creature at its vulnerable point. The being wails in agony as the infernal monarch carves it apart. Abruptly, he perceives golden glimmers encircling him. Upon witnessing it as well, Hwayun identifies it as the essence of El Cuero. Conversely, Echidna summons her master and engages her protective shield. With all the restraints secured, Hwayun concludes that it's time for them to disembark. She informs Hyunmo that Kangwoo is more formidable than they are, and they simply need to ensure that they do not obstruct his path. They succeed in leaping away promptly just as the creature emits its electrical discharges. As she plunges downward, Hwayun glances glances back at the creature and contemplates whether Kangwoo resides within it. We then observe Kangwoo encircled by Echidna's shield while within the creature. He believes that the young girl safeguarded him when she perceived her owner in peril. Nevertheless, establishing a barrier from such a distance is affecting Echidna adversely. Kangwoo tightens his hand into a fist and forces his way out of the creature's form. Owing to his companion, he experiences a sense of empowerment. Upon slicing through, he succeeds in driving El Cuero to the earth. He retrieves the chains and shouts for Yanju. She perceives his indication from a distance while she remains atop the colossal boulders. She subsequently begins assaulting the rock titans to draw their focus. Yanju persists in taunting the behemoths, and she adores every aspect of it. Like a frenzied woman, she begins cackling like a lunatic while assaulting them with her chains. The creatures commence pursuing her, causing the chains linked to them to haul El Cuero from the ocean. Kangwoo utilizes his abilities to maintain the links tethered to the ocean creature. It's just a few additional strides until it arrives at shore, allowing them to effectively confront the creature. Abruptly, El Cuero begins to wrestle with the shackles, resulting in the stone behemoths being retracted as well. Kangwoo fights to maintain distance from the beast as it appears to show no signs of diminishing in strength whatsoever. In spite of its wounds, El Cuero successfully situates himself in the appropriate location. As it confronts the stony titans, it unleashes toxic spines towards them, yet Echidna deflects the missiles with her shield. The circumstances are critical at this moment, and Kangwoo contemplates whether he misjudged the aquatic creature. As Echidna battles to sustain the shield, he attempts to devise a method to undermine El Cuero. Kangwoo perceives few alternatives. Thus, he instructs Yanju to reveal the prickles. She attempts to caution him against becoming entangled in, yet he shouts at her to expedite. Yanju is irate, yet she has no alternative but to comply with his instructions. Utilizing her arm supports, she triggers her unique power, energy absorption. Upon experiencing the impact, Kangwoo triggers the petrifying power of the gargoyle armor. Even with possessing a distinctive item, he struggles to withstand the onslaught of Yanju's extraordinary power. However, as long as he can diminish the creature, he is content with it. The Cuero persists in its fury and turmoil, but it gradually becomes frail until it can scarcely stir. Subsequently, Yanju sets the stone colossi back into motion, inciting them to exercise their authority. The colossal beings possess a distinctive characteristic referred to as resilient hide. It allows them to incur minimal to no harm from pointed assaults. The behemoths begin to stir once more, resulting in El Cuero being pulled from the ocean. The creature persists in howling, yet there is little it can accomplish in response. Ultimately, its carcass is pulled onto the shore. Kangwoo subsequently severs the shackles from his physique and feels a sense of relief that they have triumphed. Echidna promptly rushes to inquire after her guardian without hesitation. Kangwoo shouts that it isn't secure for her yet as El Cuero attempts to strike. Fortunately, Wayan arrives to safeguard the young girl. Hyunmoo maneuvers Echidna aside. The creature subsequently prepares to strike following Wayan's assault. Kangwoo subsequently advances with his companions to eradicate the creature once and for all. Echidna observes that Kangwoo is unharmed, yet her purported master immediately sets her to task by instructing her to manage the stone giants. In the meantime, Yanju is enjoying herself, treating the stone giants as though they were a team of beasts of burden. Kangwoo urges her to cease her mistreatment of the creatures and to unite with them. However, she retorts and claims she is following his instructions. Wayan and Hyunmoo swiftly advance to impart a lesson to El Cuero. As they are not required to engage in combat beneath the surface, both have the opportunity to exert their full potential. They simultaneously struck the creature, inflicting significant harm upon it. El Cuero's blood is splattered widely. However, the assaults directed at it are unlikely to cease in the near future. The two principal commanders strike relentlessly at the creature's form while maintaining flawless harmony with one another. Yanju ultimately becomes part of the gathering and pierces the creature with her ravenous lances. The Cuero bellows in agony, generating a shockwave that propels them backward. Its thunderous growls are beginning to annoy Kangwoo and his companions. Despite the reality that the creature has emerged from the depths, Kangwoo acknowledges that it remains a formidable boss monster. He gazes introspectively into his countless infernal fortress and observes 3 closed portals. He doesn't perceive the necessity to venture as far as unblocking them. Thus, he chooses to quench his thirst from the waters enveloping him. Accompanied by this, his physique feels rejuvenated with immense strength. The infernal sovereign wields his abilities to summon his trident, yet it falls short. He channels additional strength into it by employing the Kraken's Fury ability. Kangwoo also incorporates the ability to fracture, and when everything amalgamates into the spear, he acquires a lethal armament and a new newfound ability referred to as the gay bulk. Terror seizes his party associates as they witness the formidable force he commands. He instructs them to evade as he dashes directly toward the sea creature. Once he approaches close enough, he thrusts the spear into the creature's flesh. Confronted with insurmountable force, the creature's form begins to quiver, and it cries out in despair. Yeonju and the others find it challenging to maintain their footing due to the blast from Kangwa's strike. They are all astonished by Kangwa's exhibition of strength and ponder whether this is what a sixth awakening capability can achieve. Kangwoo confronts the creature as it endures the flames and anticipates what lies ahead. His hands bear marks from the might of the spear, and the system informs him that he has fulfilled the second criterion for intense demonic postponement by merging 3 abilities. Kangwoo peruses the alert as his hands continue to tremble. As he tightens his hands into fists, he remembers that in the depths of hell, this would have posed no challenge for him. However, he now feels utterly exhausted from exerting his abilities. He acknowledges that he has a considerable journey ahead, and he craves for additional authority. Before he becomes engulfed in himself, his companions urge him to regain his composure. They inquire about the nature of the strength he wielded and why he refrained from employing it at the onset of their battle. However, he claims this is his initial attempt at it. He reveals his quivering hands to Yeonju, who merely perceives it as a chance to contend with him once more and emerge victorious. In the meantime, Echidna approaches to inform him that she has finished with the stone giants. She envelopes him in a hearty embrace as he praises her for a task completed successfully. It is only at that moment that he abruptly comprehends that the system has not notified him about El Cuero's downfall. The creature continues to exist and exhale, determined not to succumb. He subsequently advises his colleagues to stay ready. As the conflict is still ongoing, they examine the status display and observe that, indeed, the creature remains unbeaten. Circumstances appear bleak for Kangwoo, and he cannot fathom how El Cuero remains alive. In the depths of torment, Gay Bull can effortlessly conquer a fiend from the 7th circle. Thus it seems illogical how a gate creature withstood such an onslaught. The group stands firm as the creature emits a piercing shriek. Kangwoo subsequently observes something unusual emerging from El Cuero. Upon closer inspection, he perceives that it is malevolent energy. The Cuero begins to emerge long, repulsive appendages from its injuries. With its newly formed appendages, the creature begins to propel itself back into the ocean. Wayun and the others observe this. Thus, Yeonju retrieves her chains and endeavors to restrain El Cuero. Yet she is unable to restrain it with the scant power she possesses, and the creature commences pulling her forward. Her companions instruct her to cast her chain behind as well. When she performs this action, they grasp the bonds, and they all engage in a contest of strength with El Cuero. In spite of their collective attempts, they continue to struggle with keeping the beast from returning to the depths. Kangwoo possesses minimal demonic energy remaining after merging 3 of his abilities, and he fears they may ultimately fail despite all their endeavors. In this critical circumstance, Echidna metamorphoses into a complete dragon and instructs her master to entrust matters to her. Yeonju and the others instantly panic upon spotting a dragon, but Kangwoo reassures them that it is Echidna. The grand dragon descends and restrains the beast with its keen talons. Echidna's talons effortlessly penetrate the creature's flesh. In an effort to subdue the beast, the dragon inflicts further harm on El Cuero. Yeonju and his companions are incredulous at the absurdity of the situation, as Echidna hoists the creature into the sky and flings it back down to the earth. Following an intense struggle, Echidna emerges triumphant over her vanquished adversary. She then happily inquires of her superior whether she performed satisfactorily. El Cuero is ultimately vanquished, and Kangwoo receives the majority of the experience points due to his significant contribution. Nevertheless, his level limitation remains in effect, preventing him from advancing right away. Echidna reverts to her human shape and rushes back to her mentor. In the meantime, Yeonju and her companions eventually grasp the reason behind the young girl being Kangwa's companion. She subsequently inquires about the appendages that emerged from El Cuero's form, but Hwayen informs her that it's the first occasion she's observed anything like it. Kangwoo treads on it and informs them that it isn't a distinctive trait. He claims he has encountered something akin to this previously and informs them that it bears a resemblance to the appearance of the infernal order during their metamorphosis into fiends. Yeonju believes it was triggered by malevolent energy, but he assures her that they will confirm it after conducting an examination. They all ascend onto El Cuero's form and begin examining the surroundings. Kangwoo discovers the origin of the tentacle growth and delves within to search for indications. Unexpectedly, he discovers something within the creature, and his colleagues are astonished that there is indeed something present. He presents it and discloses a precious stone to them. Hyunmo perceives perceives it as distinct from enchanted stones, while Huayan speculates whether this is the reason behind El Cuero's unusual conduct. Kongwu informs them that he is uncertain, yet he is already aware that the gemstone holds significant quantities of infernal energy. In contrast to the organic appearance of a magic stone, the gemstone's exterior appears distinctly synthetic. Recognizing that this was deliberately fashioned, Kongwu suspects it is the handiwork of the veiled cardinal. He comprehends the situation and informs his fellow players that the malevolent organization is probably the responsible party in this matter. Yanju displays a concerned expression upon hearing this. Kongwu subsequently instructs them to examine the appearance of the gemstone and its position within the creature's anatomy. It is evident that the precious stone was interred within El Cuero, and it spiraled out of control because of the malevolent energy contained within it. The sole institution capable of executing such a feat is probably the Infernal Consortium. It's merely a conjecture, yet Huayan starts to grasp Kangwu's perspective. As Kongwu reflects on the stone, Huayan instructs Hyunmo to commence the inquiry into the malevolent organization from Pohong. In the meantime, Kongwu starts to drool upon witnessing that the infernal faction is capable of generating substantial quantities of demonic energy. Yanju desires to capture an image of the jewel, but Kongwu employs his electrical abilities to delicately provoke the creature. As El Cuero creates a commotion, he peacefully takes in the essence of the gem when no one is observing. When Yanju pivots to request the jewel, she realizes that it has vanished from his grasp. Kongwu begins to feign ignorance regarding the situation as she vents her frustration towards him. He wears an unknowing expression, regardless of the anxiety bubbling within him. Simultaneously, he opts to review his statistics and he observes that his infernal power has increased by 3 tiers. His elation is limitless upon witnessing this, as the statistic remained unchanged following his pursuit of more than 100 ogres in the last 3 days. Echidna subsequently pivots to him to inquire if it is the moment for them to depart. She feels somewhat anxious when he fails to reply, and as she pivots, she observes a twisted manifestation on her superior's countenance. Subsequently, they reach the Warang Core Central Office, and Echidna is slumbering peacefully, untroubled in the globe. They proceed indoors, and Huayan provides them with the remaining funds from the renovations. Being that it is El Cuero's inaugural capture, they successfully gather a substantial amount of cash. She additionally intends to explore the gemstone alongside Hyunmo's group and determine whether analogous incidents have transpired in other portals. She states that they must exert significant effort to seize the stone without anyone coming into contact with it. This is entirely due to their ignorance of the fact that Kongwu is the mastermind behind the vanishing of the initial gemstone. Yanju and Kongwu become intrigued when Huayan informs them that she possesses some favorable news. The leader informs them that segments of El Cuero's physique can be utilized to forge mythical gear, and a blade will be crafted from the creature's tailbone. Their anxiety intensifies when she reveals that she possesses details regarding the projected specifications. Unfortunately, their aspirations plummet to the earth when Huayan informs them that the armament will either enhance power or agility. Nevertheless, Huayan expresses that she is unable to utilize it as well due to the overly intricate awakening requirements. Only an individual possessing internal chi will have the capability to wield the mythical sword. It is an uncommon characteristic typically observed among martial player enthusiasts, with the majority of them predominantly located in China. Yanju proposes that they vend the armament to China, yet Kongwu informs them that he intends to retain the weapon. If the armament requires an internal chi practitioner, then he is aware of the ideal individual suited for that role. The focus transitions to Sehun and his group, and we observe them delving into the depths of a B-ranked portal. In spite of it being a maze-like dungeon, they succeed in uncovering a fresh route within. Taisu inquires with Sehun if he perceives anything, and the swordsman responds that he is merely experiencing a sense of unease regarding something. Sehun promptly perceives something and instructs his faction to prepare for combat. From the shadowy route before them, an injured minotaur abruptly bursts forth. The creature is swiftly ensnared by an alternative minotaur that appears even more lethal. Sehun and his faction are astonished when the creature is shredded to fragments in front of their gaze. Taisu subsequently advances with his shield to absorb the forthcoming strike. Sehun pulls him aside just before the creature almost smashed Taisu into the earth. He advises the brawny individual against rushing in so impulsively. Upon examining the creature more closely, they observe that its characteristics are distinct from those of an ordinary minotaur. Sehun subsequently advises Taisu to attempt to create an opportunity after obtaining enhancements from Sayola. Yunbi endeavors to divert the creature's attention so that their tank can acquire the necessary boost. She employs her electric sorcery to assault the creature, yet it swiftly recuperates and unscathed. Sehun approaches to attempt and capture the creature's focus, and the Minotaur observes him with its lethal gaze. Sayola subsequently bestows the enhancement upon Taisu, and he shifts into position. Taisu begins to surge ahead while mocking the creature, prompting it to rush directly towards him. Sayola persists in offering enhancements, and he expresses his gratitude for her incredible assistance. As the Minotaur lifts its arms to obliterate the tank, Sehun rushes in from its unseen area unaware. Fixated on his objective, he employs his unique power to rapidly sever the creature's head. With the beast vanquished, they all begin to admire Sehun and his remarkable talents. They pivot to examine the Minotaur's remains, and Sehun remarks that there is no data regarding the savage creature in the player manuals. Upon closer inspection, Sehun is astonished by what he observes. A lustrous crimson object emanates light from the spot where the creature was beheaded, and he contemplates whether the artifact is indeed what he suspects it to be. The following day, Kong Wu is greeted at the Hwarang Central Headquarters. He enters to acquire the new mythical sword crafted from El Cuero's tailbone. Examining the impressive attributes of the weapon more closely, we discover that it also grants the wielder the ability to traverse water. Thus, not only is Sehun poised to be the next premier main character, but he is also set to emulate Jesus. Kong Wu examines the sword and informs them that he would have relished the opportunity to wield it if circumstances permitted. Huayan explains that the challenging aspect of acquiring legendary gear lies in sourcing the necessary components. Once the resources are procured, it doesn't require much time to craft the apparatus. Yenju concerns herself with the expense of creating the armament, yet Huayan reassures her not to be concerned about it. As per the commander, both Yenju and Kong Wu are demonstrating significantly superior outcomes compared to what the Hwarang Corps can provide. Yenju begins to revel in her acclaim following praise, yet all Kong Wu can contemplate is the extent of dark energy he yearns to assimilate. Huayan subsequently informs him that she has an additional matter to communicate. Anticipating something significant, Kong Wu is astonished when she inquires whether it isn't the appropriate moment for him to begin speaking to her casually. Given his casual demeanor with Yenju, she finds it uncomfortable for them to maintain such formality with one another, particularly now that they are equal allies. Huayan feels delighted when he resolves to become more amiable towards her. Sayola's contests continue to expand with each passing day. When Kong Wu inquires about the investigation on the gemstone, she informs him that there have not been any satisfactory outcomes thus far. Even Yenju's faction has been unable to produce anything worthwhile. Kong Wu finds it bizarre as he presumes the malevolent marvel won't solely deposit the jewels in El Cuero. In the interim, the cloaked cardinal learns of El Cuero's downfall. His adherents inform him that they have merely discovered remnants of combat and are still attempting to ascertain how the creature was vanquished. He shatters the table in fury when they reveal that they have not located any indications of the infernal crystal either. The cloaked figure subsequently demolishes the table and inquires to receive a briefing regarding the remaining creatures. The adherents convey to him that the majority of the beasts are still in good condition and that they believe their adversaries have yet to become aware of their scheme. Nonetheless, the announcement of El Cuero's loss renders the cardinal quite uneasy. As a result of the occurrence, they inform him that their strategy has likewise been postponed. The cardinal subsequently proposes that they employ an alternative approach. However, his adherents caution him that the dangers may be excessively significant. Should they choose to advance promptly with the aforementioned approach, their strategy will continue. However, they believe it is excessively imprudent to employ such tactics. They further assert that the global contenders will not remain passive if they are to undertake such an action. The cloaked cardinal becomes increasingly exasperated and inquires of his adherents regarding the global rankings. Given his current rage, he isn't particularly concerned about the actions of the global rankings. He begins to inundate them with his malevolent presence and asserts that he has no trepidation towards the global elite. The unfortunate adherents express remorse as they endure the terrifying and lethal disposition of their leader. The cardinal successfully regains his composure and he then inquires whether they possess any infernal crystals remaining. Upon receiving confirmation from his disciples, he commands them to embed it within additional creatures. Should their scheme be postponed any further, they may bid farewell to their modest existence. Subsequently, one among them informs him that Yongju is the individual who vanquished El Cuero. The cardinal attempts to soothe his seething fury once again, as he recalls that Yongju is the very individual who meddled with Jaehyun. Recognizing that she poses a significant threat to them, he instructs his supporters to ready the darkness to confront her. His subordinates inform him that Yongju possesses significant power and that it will be challenging to eradicate her solely with the shadows. He subsequently informs them that the aim isn't Yongju, but he intends to exploit the darkness against Kong Kangwoo. He truly chose the least favorable alternative. He intends to seize Kangwoo and hold him as a captive. In the meantime, the Dark Lord is gleefully savoring a journey in his vehicle. Subsequently, Si-hoon and his companions are observed departing from the B-rank portal, expressing their gratitude to the prodigy for his contributions. As they exit, Kangwoo gestures towards them. The MC appears as stylish as always in his smooth trench coat. The group is delighted to encounter him after quite some time, and he notices that they are thriving in their pursuits. He then informs Si-hoon that he has a surprise present for him, but they all presume that the gift is intended for Seola until he instructs Si-hoon to accept it. He presents the weapon to the swordsman, as Seola adds yet another name to her list of targets. The group members are utterly perplexed when Kangwoo asserts that the sword is a mythical artifact. Tae-soo longs to be the recipient of such an incredible treasure. Si-hoon believes he doesn't deserve such a present, yet Kangwoo asserts that he will determine that. The Infernal Monarch informs him that he is on the verge of gaining significant strength and will soon be capable of contending with elite competitors. Upon receiving such encouraging remarks, Si-hoon begins to feel overwhelmed with emotion. He expresses his heartfelt gratitude to Kangwoo. Kangwoo begins to experience anxiety when Si-hoon mentions that he detected considerable opposition during their initial encounter. The circumstance becomes increasingly uncomfortable when he expresses that he senses a connection between their souls. As if that weren't already mortifying, Si-hoon seizes his hands and descends to one knee as if presenting a proposal to our son. Subsequently, he vows in his name to dedicate his entire life to serving him. At this moment, Seola is prepared to tear this man's head off. Kangwoo politely requests him to release his grip, but Si-hoon replies that he has something for Kangwoo too. He delves into his pocket and retrieves the jewel he obtained from vanquishing a creature. He deduces that Kangwoo might have some knowledge regarding it and passes it to him. Kangwoo swiftly seizes it, his hands, and begins gazing at him like a bewildered puppy. Suddenly, he wishes for them to remain united eternally. He subsequently inquires of the swordsman regarding the acquisition of the jewel. Si-hoon begins recounting how he experienced an odd sensation while they were pursuing their quarry within the gate. Kangwoo is astonished to learn that the sensation resembles the resistance Si-hoon experienced during their initial encounter. Si-hoon proceeds by stating that he located the formidable minotaur and discovered the gem following his conquest of the beast. Kangwoo contemplates whether this talent is able to sense infernal energy. He subsequently inquires if Si-hoon experienced any sensations upon encountering Echidna at the medical facility. Si-hoon reminisces about the incident but informs him that he didn't experience any unusual opposition at that time. Kangwoo stares at the precious stone while attempting to discern what similarities he shares with the formidable minotaur. He ultimately comprehends that everything pertains to the fracture in the Gaia system. As Si-hoon is the guardian, he possesses the ability to sense entities emerging from the fissure. Upon discovering this, he seizes Si-hoon's shoulder and eerily implies that they engage in an activity together. Subsequently, Tae-soo and Yeonbi are observed napping within a coach while Si-hoon is gazing out the window. In the meantime, Kangwoo and Seola are strolling side by side. He informs her that she will need to forage exclusively with Yeonbi and Tae-soo while he and Cyan will be searching for portals together. Given their ability to improve sufficiently, he believes the three of them can manage without the swordsman. Seola stays quiet, searching for the right words to express her thoughts to him. Subsequently, she contacts him and inquires whether she and the group can accompany him the following day when he visits the gates. She believes they will be capable of advancing more swiftly and providing him with assistance as well. Nevertheless, Kangwoo informs her that they will be heading to A-rank portals and the creature present will be far more powerful than the minotaur she encountered. He inquires whether she possesses sufficient confidence to avoid being a burden, but Seola merely expresses remorse for having spoken up. Furthermore, he informs her that the malevolent faction will be pursuing them and the situation will become increasingly perilous. Seola's spirit is shattered, yet she becomes frightened when Kangwoo extends his arm in front of her for her protection. He then observes a group of malevolent enforcers who have arrived in search of conflict. Kangwoo inquires whether they belong to the organization, yet they do not perceive a duty to respond to him, and they instruct him to comply with their directives. Kangwoo chuckles and informs them to stop the nonsense and move away from his vehicle. The simpletons swiftly dart towards him, proclaiming that he is not as exceptional as he believes. Kangwoo positions himself to shield Seola as the adversaries encircle them. He doesn't even pay them any attention, but rather unfurls his wings and soars with his partner cradled in his embrace. He arrives at a secure location and instructs her to distance herself as much as she can while he deals with the thugs. Feeling quite agitated at the present time, she assists by providing him with a boost. first. Kangwoo recognizes the value of her skill as she advises him to avoid injury. He subsequently reassures her that there is no chance he will get harmed. Before Sayola has the opportunity to act, the thugs are already near them, menacingly threatening to tear Kangwoo apart. Kangwoo plunges into the conflict and informs them that he has no intentions of fleeing from individuals like them. He swiftly evades their arms, yet they return to confront him from the rear. Kangwoo observes their motions while evading their lengthy chain strikes. Regardless of how fervently the cult minions are flinging their shackles about, he observes that none of the chains are becoming intertwined. This merely signifies that he is interacting with exceptionally adept individuals. However, in comparison to Yenju, this poses no challenge for him. A bluish hue begins to accumulate in his hands, and he releases his Zhenhan Bo Neng Li. This propels the chains away from him, and driving his adversaries away as well. The zealots abruptly comprehend that they have taken on more than they can handle and choose to notify their bishop without delay. Regrettably for them, Kangwoo immobilizes their legs, hindering any chance of escape. They all become ensnared in ice, and Kangwoo begins to approach them gradually. In the meantime, Sayola observes the turmoil from a secure position behind a barrier. The fiend draws near to his initial victim and chooses to engage in a brief conversation with the hapless individual. He removes the man's mask, exposing his frightened and quivering visage. Subsequently, he unleashes the force of fear, commands the man to talk, and inquires if it was the cardinal who instigated this. The individual transitions from terrified shrieks to frenzied cackling. Kangwoo peers intently and questions whether the individual is putting up a struggle. The unhinged devotee bestows honor upon his sect. Prior to detonating an explosive in his mouth, he clenches his tongue, resulting in a massive detonation in the surrounding area. Sayola shields herself from the force and glances over to check if her partner is okay. Fortunately, she observes that he has already shielded himself with a safeguard. As Kangwoo lowers the obstruction, he vows to extract the cardinal from whichever small crevice it is concealed within. Subsequently, the veiled cardinal obtains a notification regarding the demise of the phantoms. The devotee informs him that there's a strong possibility that Yanju was the individual responsible for their demise. He laments the loss of valuable soldiers. When he inquires about the shattered remnants, the devotee informs him that they have assembled 30% of them. The prelate subsequently sends away his servant thereafter. As the disciple departs, the cloaked figure reassures himself that there is no necessity for haste. Upon removing his disguise, the cardinal is uncovered to be Kang Hyun. He is convinced that time remains in his favor and that everything is proceeding as intended. Returning to the metropolis, Sayola rushes toward Kangwoo to inquire about his well-being following the detonation. He disregards and retrieves his phone to contact Sehun. Kangwoo informs the individual that they will exert great effort to gather all the hellish crystals and that they ought to convene at the entrance by 6 in the morning. Sayola anxiously embraces herself due to the anxiety he is causing her. He then faces her and restates what he had been conveying. Given that he is unaware of the demon faction's intentions, he believes it is necessary to maintain a distance from her while pursuing his quest. She refers to him as a thoughtful individual for being mindful of her emotions following the recent disagreement. She vows to compensate him for all his contributions, but in order to achieve that, she must enhance her strength. Thus, she joyfully informs him to hold on and assures him that he will be astonished by the strength she will attain. Kangwoo is captivated by Sayola's appearance and swiftly averts her gaze before she perceives the crimson hue of his complexion, yet he ultimately heads in the incorrect direction. 10 days afterwards, at one of the entrances, Kangwoo is grasping a pair of precious stones following his expedition with Sehun. The weary swordsman is fatigued, and Kangwoo informs him that their session has concluded for the day. He abruptly begins gazing at Kangwoo with the adoration of a puppy when the Demon King praises his assistance. Kangwoo volunteers to give him a ride, but he replies that he has to visit his mother at the medical facility. Subsequently, Kangwoo returns home by himself. Upon his arrival, Echidna dashes towards him like a youngster who has yearned for her father throughout the day. He presents her with the ice cream he purchased, but she is completely unaware of what it is. As Echidna buries her visage in a dish of frozen dessert, Kangwoo ponders why the malevolent faction has yet to take action, despite his possession of numerous hellish gemstones. He is quite distressed by their quietness and wishes that they aren't creating issues elsewhere. Unexpectedly, he receives a phone call from Wayun. Reaches for the telephone to respond. Wayun informs him that there has been dubious conduct at the S-rank entrance in Pohang. She notifies him that it is the infernal decree and that they are preparing for a conjuration. Yanju and her clan are already en route to the location. Wayun mentions that she will be be departing shortly via helicopter. She extends an invitation for him to join her on the flight, and he contemplates whether this mode of transportation will provide a more pleasant journey. He opts to decline her offer, stating that he will proceed alone. Hwa-yoon attempts to convey that his presence is required there without delay. As he gently strokes Echidna's hair, Kang-woo informs the commander that he possesses his own helicopter as well. Consequently, he sees no reason to request anyone else's. Subsequently, he ventures towards a clear area accompanied by his companion. He subsequently captures her focus and proposes that they soar to Pohang in her dragon guise. Echidna promptly consents and transforms into her dragon shape. As he mounts, she requests that he procure additional ice cream once they complete their task. Echidna becomes excessively enthusiastic, but he advises her to settle down. To hinder anyone from perceiving them, he renders her clear and clarifies that it will hinder her from distinguishing herself. Echidna subsequently ascends into the air and proceeds towards their objective. In the meantime, Kang-woo is concerned that he lacks knowledge about the number of individuals within the infernal faction and ponders the extent of the cult's reach. The most unfortunate aspect is that he remains unaware of the faction that has deceived them. They ultimately arrive at Pohang, and Kang-woo highlights an ideal location for Echidna to descend. They successfully touch down well away from the entrance, allowing Echidna to reappear. Following that, he instructs her to revert to her human guise. As she does so, her tail inadvertently strikes an object, and they hear a voice. Kang-woo swiftly pivots and prepares to strike the unseen individual. The man implores him not to strike, and ponders whether he is genuinely gazing at a true dragon. Conversely, Kang-woo observes a hellish crystal nestled in the man's pocket. They both gaze into each other's eyes, and Kang-woo identifies the individual as Minhyuk, the leader of Onuri's guild. Minhyuk informs him that he is trailing a dubious silhouette. Prior to him completing his inquiry, Kang-woo instructs him to be silent. Minhyuk attempts to clarify the circumstances, but Kang-woo has no intention of heeding him. Kang-woo brandishes his weaponized daggers and attempts to comprehend the circumstances. It's disconcerting for him to observe a guild master prowling in the vicinity. Thus, he resolves to uncover precisely what Minhyuk is engaged in. Minhyuk brandishes a blade as confidently and presumes that Kang-woo will not listen to him. He resolves to compel Kang-woo to heed him against his will. As the pair diminishes the distance between one another, they immediately spring towards one another. Employing his swiftness and swords, Kang-woo engages in combat with Minhyuk's weaponry. Nonetheless, his power is excessive for Minhyuk to manage. The leader of the guild springs backward, and with trepidation in his gaze, he ponders how Kang-woo possesses such strength. Conversely, Kang-woo perceives the individual as a pitiful coward in comparison to his own strength. As Minhyuk grapples to regain his breath, Kang-woo begins to consider the possibility that the individual lacks any connections to the infernal organization. He chooses to inform Minhyuk that Yeongju and the Warring Corps will be arriving shortly. He states that he will pay attention to the individual if he maintains simplicity and explains his reason for visiting Pohang. Minhyuk considers it absurd for Kang-woo to harbor doubts about him, asserting that Kang-woo is the one who has been behaving suspiciously. He lets one blade fall to the earth and securely clasps the alternative one. He swiftly darts towards Kang-woo with his whirling blade assault, yet has faith that the demon monarch will perceive this as mere trifling. Kang-woo effortlessly dodges him and inquires whether it is customary for robbers to engage in one-on-one confrontations. Subsequently, he gets a notification on his mobile indicating that Yeongju and Wayne will arrive in 10 minutes. He approaches a coffee dispenser and purchases one for Minhyuk, subsequent to him seizing all of the unfortunate individual's wealth in precious stones. As he pours himself another cup, he instructs the guildmaster to provide a swift explanation, as his patience is wearing thin. When he inquires of Minhyuk the reason for his presence in Pohang, the individual informs him that the Onuri Guild is examining the infernal organization autonomously. He brings to mind for Kang-woo the phrase "thieves only bandage" and claims that individuals like him are regarded as the least valuable contributors to the team. Nonetheless, robbers generally catch wind of gossip swiftly, and Minhyuk mentions that they have been aware of the demon faction for a considerable period. A fleeting recollection reveals him conversing with a few of his guild associates and fellow brigands. He subsequently informs Kang-woo that they opted to probe into the faction independently from the authorities and the Red Rose Guild to demonstrate that thieves possess abilities beyond merely tending to injuries. Subsequently, he states that he perceived Kang-woo behaving oddly, which prompted him to trail him. He believes that the demon sovereign would not trust someone as pitiable as he is. However, Kang-woo asserts that he has faith in the individual. As Kang-woo sips his coffee, he fails to comprehend why Minhyuk appears so astonished. Subsequently, he hurls his cup up into the waste bin and extends his best wishes to the guildmaster for his clandestine endeavors. Experiencing perplexity, Minhyuk advises him to pause. He strides over to him, declaring that Kangwoo is considerably more powerful than the 5 guild leaders of Korea. He subsequently inquires why Kangwoo is assisting the authorities in pursuing the malevolent faction. Kangwoo gazes at the inept individual for a moment and replies that they are essentially alike. Minhyuk fails to comprehend. Kangwoo inquires whether he requires a justification to strive for global harmony. Deep down, he is truly referring to kimchi stew, yet he makes every effort to conceal his frenzied desires. As Kangwoo gracefully pivots to depart, Minhyuk realizes that the main character embodies a greater sense of virtue than he initially perceived. In the meantime, Kangwoo is simply relieved to have finished with the pitiful individual. The sole motive for his allegiance to the administration and Yeonju is the infernal power he can acquire. At the very least, he is confident that the band of thieves is entirely unrelated to the infernal faction. The guild leaders he currently holds in the highest suspicion are the guildmaster of Samurai and Baek Kang-hyun. Subsequently, we observe Kang-hyun donning his mask and interacting with an individual via a sphere. Within a sinister cavern, he converses with an individual referred to as Yu Tae-suk, inquiring whether he is prepared for the ceremony. This marks the initial phase of their elaborate plan, and they must prevail through any available means. He informs Tae-suk that they need to procure additional offerings if required. Subsequently, Tae-suk lowers his hood and honors the infernal hierarchy. A follower present there informs him that all the blood from the offerings has been dispersed everywhere. With an unsettling expression on his face, Tae-suk treads upon the infernal insignia. Upon examining the blood, he informs them that additional samples are required. He summons one of the adherents to step forward. The unfortunate fellow approaches him, merely to be pierced, and his lifeblood is scattered all around. The surviving adherents recoil in shock at the dreadful spectacle of their vanquished comrades, and they insist on understanding the reason behind Tae-suk's actions. The deranged Tae-suk informs them that there is an insufficient quantity of blood, and they ought to attribute their failure to a lack of adequate offerings. He starts to massacre them indiscriminately, unleashing their blood everywhere. As their lifeless forms rest on the earth in utter vulnerability, Tae-suk once more extols the demon faction. Considering that he possesses an ample supply of blood, he strikes his palms against the emblem and commences chanting a spell. The setting transitions back to Yeonju, who has reached Pohang. Kangwoo subsequently inquires of both her and Hwayoon whether they are able to access the S-rank gate at this moment. Hwayoon informs him that the situation inside the gate appears rather grim. She claims that a member of the demon faction is concealed within the entrance, but there are an excessive number of caverns for her to pinpoint the precise location where he is lurking. She also learned that individuals experience a strange feeling upon crossing the threshold. The sound of footsteps begins to draw near, and they spot Hyunmo, who appears delighted to see them. He conveys to Hwayoon that they detected a loud blast within the gate earlier. Echidna subsequently pulls on Kangwoo's jacket. With a terrified look, she informs him that the entrance is saturated with the stench of blood. In the meantime, Tae-suk accomplishes his ceremony, and a fissure emerges at the location. He gazes upward at anything that materializes and implores it to disclose its formidable abilities to. A colossal fiend abruptly emerges from the fissure. It identifies itself as Oriax from the 7th circle of the Inferno and inquires who has the audacity to invoke it. Tae-suk bows before the formidable demon like the serf he is. He then joyfully informs Oriax that he was the one who called for him. When inquired about a justification, Tae-suk claims it is due to his craving for the extermination of inconsequential beings. As he pledges unwavering allegiance to the fiend, a covert observer lingers in the darkness. The man swiftly produces a walkie-talkie. He communicates via walkie-talkie and instructs Hyunmo to arrive without delay, as he has discovered something dubious. When Hyunmo seeks a clear clarification regarding the situation, he receives no reply. Kangwoo informs them that they must commence and refrain from squandering time. As they advance toward the entrance, they detect the repugnant odor of blood. Within the entrance, a pair of contestants observe Oriax erupting from the cavern. Instead of fleeing, the fools remain where they are until Oriax notices them. The fiend descends in front of them and asserts that they will serve as worthy offerings for his butchery. The athletes resolve to hold their position and refuse to be daunted. They assault the beast with everything at their disposal, yet their endeavors prove as futile as their intellect. Nonetheless, Oriax is satisfied with their fruitless endeavors. The fiend annihilates them all with a single stroke of his armament. Hyunmo and the others arrive at the location and behold the gruesome spectacle of players being slaughtered. In the meantime, Tae-suk trembles at the extent of authority he has acquired with his inaugural summoning. As the dimensional portal diminishes in strength, he will be able to call forth more formidable demons, and the realm will succumb to the dominion of the demon faction. Conversely, Auriax is discontent with the extent of his slaughters. His wicked demeanor causes the players to be quite wary about approaching him. They perceive Hyunmo's voice urging them to pause, and he rushes in to assist them. Auriax brandishes his sickle at the leader who successfully to obstruct the armament. However, the impact propels him backward. The sorceress successfully ensnares him with her enchantment and begins discussing how he consistently gets pushed around. Hyunmo is pleased to encounter his associates, and he encourages them to remain resilient. Kangwoo, conversely, is utterly rendered speechless upon witnessing this. Yeonju longs for the presence of her guild companions, but Wayan advises her to be thankful that the demon has not breached the portal. As they become exhilarated about confronting the creature, Kangwoo remains perplexed by the entire situation. Taesuk subsequently arrives to apply another layer to the demon, and Auriax informs him that he is already intending to impart a lesson to the mortals. The fiend glances toward Hyunmo and conveys that he is not a formidable opponent. Auriax insists on battling a more powerful human. Subsequently, he observes an individual among the group. He observes Kangwoo attempting to feign ignorance about his identity. Auriax is still attempting to comprehend what his eyes are witnessing. Concurrently, Kangwoo senses he is in dire straits as a genuine demon has appeared. Auriax hails from the 7th circle of the Inferno, while Kangwoo originates from the 9th circle. The 9th circle is the dwelling to the individual recognized as the timeless victor, who is none other than the Dark Sovereign himself. Auriax ultimately realizes the identity of the person before him and erupts into a scream. He questions why, of all locations, the Demon King is present there. Meanwhile, Kangwoo is attempting to conceal his visage and uphold his utmost poise. Among all the fiends that could make an appearance, it had to be the one familiar with Kangwoo's genuine identity. Taesuk gazes at Auriax, trembling like a frightened canine, and ponders what is happening. The fiend swiftly shifts to him and insists on being dismissed immediately. Auriax seizes the simpleton and informs him that he has no desire to battle Kangwoo. He merely wishes to be returned to the underworld without delay. Taesuk responds that he is unable to fulfill that request, but reassures him that Kangwoo's group consists of insignificant beings. Auriax is unable to comprehend the foolish remarks emanating from this fool's lips. He ponders why anyone would perceive Kangwoo as a feeble individual. He brands Taesuk an imbecile and informs him that he is entirely unaware of who Kangwoo is or the deeds he has accomplished. In the meantime, Kangwoo's group is perplexed as to why the demon and Taesuk are squabbling like bothersome siblings. Kangwoo advances in front of them and declares that he will handle the predicament. He claims the demon has misinterpreted an aspect of his character, thus he intends to leverage it to their benefit. Kangwoo subsequently launches a missile towards them to capture Auriax's focus. He summons Auriax and conveys thoughts to the demon mentally and instructs him to articulate solely in a manner that he can perceive. Auriax is overcome with terror and has no option but to comply with his sovereign. He declares his name and inquires of Kangwoo what he is doing on the planet. Taking into account, Auriax is terrified to the core, and Kangwoo opts to go along with it. He informs the demon that it is presently obstructing his schemes, which produces greater tremors along the demon's spine. When the fiend inquires about his intentions, Kangwoo scowls at him for having the audacity to challenge his monarch. Auriax expresses his regret without delay, seeking to prevent further deterioration of his situation. Kangwoo subsequently expresses his readiness to offer the demon an opportunity to atone for his bothersome existence. Given that Auriax possesses no self-esteem, he modestly consents to fulfill any request his sovereign desires. Kangwoo capitalizes on the moment and proposes to elevate the demon to one of his followers if it complies diligently. Upon receiving this information, Auriax's eyes gleam with excitement. This signifies that he can be on par with Balak and will have the capability to harness a fragment of the demon monarch's abilities. Once he consents, Kangwoo instructs him to relinquish his arms and confront his comrades. In doing so, he can evaluate Auriax to assess his prowess. Without a second's pause, the demon discards his weapon. However, Yeonju and Wayan are puzzled by Auriax's peculiar behavior. Nonetheless, Wayan perceives it as an opportunity to vanquish the creature. She unleashes her power and directs her weapon towards the creature. As Auriax approaches her, she springs directly towards him. With a stroke of her sword, she inflicts immense suffering upon the demon. Auriax becomes enraged and begins pounding the earth in a frenzy while hurling insults at them. Yeonju becomes infuriated by this and brandishes her chains. She impales Auriax with them and propels them with maximum strength. The shackles encircle Auriax and begin to rip apart his form. He acknowledges acknowledges that Yeonju possesses immense strength and that confronting her, even armed, will prove challenging. Nonetheless, he breaks the bonds to avoid appearing like a failure before his sovereign. Wei-in and Hyunmo assault him in unison, cutting into his form with astonishing swiftness before he has a chance to protect himself. Auriax understands that the conflict will be challenging since he hasn't engaged in combat without his scythe for quite some time. He believes this is likely a component of the trial that the demon sovereign entrusted to him. He subsequently observes Kangwoo approaching him while grasping his scythe. Auriax, in his folly, presumes that Kangwoo intends to imbue the scythe with his infernal energy and return it to him. Regrettably, for him, his cherished monarch deceives him and wields his own armament against him. Overcome by bewilderment and anguish, Auriax expels a clot of blood as he gazes at his sovereign. Kangwoo instructs him to hold onto any resentments as he cleaves the demon's form in two. The Dark Sovereign reproaches Auriax for succumbing to such a petty ruse. The system alerts him of Auriax's downfall and grants him a substantial amount of experience points. Nonetheless, Kangwoo's level limitation remains in effect. In the meantime, Kangyoon observes all events unfolding through his enchanted crystal. At the entrance, Kangwoo feels disheartened by his inability to lift his level cap following his victory over Auriax. Yeonju and the others rush towards him, inquiring about what transpired. As he pivots to inform them that it has perished, he covertly employs his force of excess on the fiend's physique. Yeonju observes the fire engulfing the corpse. Subsequently, Kangwoo's infernal energy escalates by 3 points. He isn't particularly pleased about merely acquiring 3 points, yet he understands the difficulty of advancing at elevated tiers. He also becomes aware that the barrier on his countless infernal fortress has significantly diminished, and he can sense an enhancement in the caliber of his sorcery. As his comrades approach, they ponder whether demon corpses typically vanish in such a manner following their defeat. Hyunmu subsequently restrains Taesik and presents him to Wei-in. He inquires whether Taesik is the cloaked cardinal, and she informs him that the individual is merely an underling. Hyunmu is aspiring to eliminate the madman. However, the fiendish faction members are rather difficult to apprehend. He instructs Taesik to brace himself for a grueling interrogation, yet Taesik vows that he will not divulge any details. Hyunmu gazes down at him with fierce murderous intent, informing Taesik that battering him senseless will not suffice for the atrocities the madman inflicted upon his allies. Nonetheless, Wei-in wishes to confer with Hyunmu to ensure that their detainee is conveyed securely. He informs her that they have vehicles and helicopters prepared for transit. Simultaneously, Taesik laments his capture, believing his strategy would have succeeded if Auriax hadn't chosen to behave so cowardly. He abruptly begins to choke, and a noxious atmosphere envelopes his physique. Kangwoo urges Hyunmu to swiftly distance himself from the captive, yet the leader fails to comprehend. As Taesik regurgitates a mass of blood, Kangwoo clarifies that he has been subjected to an excessive amount of infernal energy. At that instant, Taesik starts to metamorphose into a dreadful beast. Hyunju swiftly descends to address the issue. She draws forth her essence, bonds and restrains the altered captive with them. Hyunju subsequently hurls him into the atmosphere and hurls him back to the earth. Once the dust has cleared, Taesik's physique is absent from sight. Irritation begins to overwhelm her, and she ponders when they will succeed in apprehending the chief of the infernal faction. She acknowledges that her fury overwhelmed her in this circumstance, and regrets not having simply incapacitated the man to interrogate him afterwards. Nevertheless, Kangwoo contradicts her perspective. He advises her not to be overly critical of herself and assures her that there will be another opportunity. It's apparent that she appreciates his praise, yet she doesn't explicitly express it. Kangwoo subsequently proceeds to examine his status window. While examining, he encounters something extremely startling. The mechanism indicates that the initial phase of ascending to demon deity has been attained. It subsequently reveals that the key to the ultimate requirement is for him to create a substantial hellish crystal. Returning to the infernal sect's lair, the adherents applaud Kangyoon for his triumphant invocation. As a result, they inform him that the organization has committed to providing extra assistance. They will be capable of executing their primary strategy now, yet Kangyoon is far from satisfied. The reality that the conjured demon was dispatched effortlessly is quite disheartening for him. When he inquires about the assistance the order intends to provide him, they inform him that it will consist of additional infernal crystals. It will suffice to implement their strategy and simultaneously enhance the cardinal's authority. Notwithstanding, in this instance, Kangyoon finds himself pondering why the fiend was vanquished with such ease. He believes it is connected to Kangwoo. Kangyoon is perplexed by Auriac's peculiar behavior towards Kangwoo, as he perceives the demon monarch as merely an oblivious youth. One of the acolytes Thoughts interjects, declaring that they possess additional information for him. Kangyun's demeanor turns serious upon hearing that global contenders such as Fujimoto Ryoma are beginning to partner with the Japanese authorities. Kangwoo promptly rises from his chair and annihilates the informant in a flash. He begins shouting at them for delivering such news as if it were inconsequential. He inquires whether they believe that all the obstacles that have arisen are the concerns of others. Kangyun informs them that they will be transitioning to a different approach without delay, and one of them attempts to raise an objection. The subordinate is troubled that they might incite the entire globe to oppose them. Kangyun approaches the simpleton and begins to suffocate him. He emphasizes his awareness of the danger and instructs them not to force him to reiterate. Subsequently, he instructs them to make arrangements for the matter at ISU Station. A couple of days later at ISU Station, as the populace engages in their daily activities, they abruptly perceive a vivid violet glow. As they gaze, they observe a fissure developing at the center of the station. In the meantime, Kangwoo is relishing tranquility and solitude in his residence. During a game with Echidna, he perceives that circumstances are genuinely quite tranquil. Following the event in Pohang, the infernal sect has remained remarkably quiet, and all he has managed to do is gather demon crystals alongside Cyan. As he journeys in the vehicle alongside Sinhu, he receives a phone call from Yeonju. Simultaneously, a system window emerges before Cyan. He promptly notifies Kangwoo, and they both begin to fret. As they attempt to decipher what the system is conveying, Yeonju is scolding Kangwoo for failing to answer her calls. She subsequently notifies him that a portal has manifested in the center of ISU Station. Infernal creatures begin to surge forth from the portal, instigating chaos and devastation among the nearby inhabitants. The structures are ablaze, and individuals are being massacred everywhere. A woman and her child are racing to safety when the Shalnurhai stumbles upon a small stone. As the mother pivots to reach for her daughter, the fiends swiftly encircle them, instilling dread in the woman. She clings firmly to her young daughter as their destiny is on the verge of being determined. Fortunately, Cyan arrives punctually to vanquish the creatures. He instructs the mother and her daughter to swiftly position themselves behind him while he safeguards them. Cyan confronts the fiends, observing that the individuals have transformed into monstrous entities as a result of the infernal essence seeping from the fissure. He slays the creatures, offering optimism and redemption to the inhabitants who believed their existence had come to an end. Yet the greater his slayings, the more of them continue to appear. Realizing that these malevolent creatures were once ordinary humans, Cyan struggles to continue exterminating them. He subsequently remembers that Kangwoo stated that ordinary individuals perish when they encounter malevolent energy. Once a human transforms into a demonic creature, they cannot revert to their human form. Thus, Kangwoo advises him to perceive them as senseless creatures. To rescue the surviving individuals, he must act without hesitation. Upon recalling this, Cyan dashes ahead to confront the swarm of infernal creatures. Abruptly, the system displays a notification for. It creates a protector's mission for him, instructing him to eliminate all the infernal creatures and retrieve the fissure fragment. He will accumulate additional experience points if he undertakes this with a group, and the system cautions him against allowing a larger catastrophe to occur. Cyan begins with the initial creature positioned before him. As he brandishes his blade, he tallies the mission number and observes that nearly 3,000 individuals have transformed into malevolent beings. He brushes the idea away and proceeds to eliminate the foes in front of him individually. Luckily, they are not particularly robust, which simplifies matters for him. Bearing this in consideration, he tranquilizes his thoughts and activates his unique power, the Cloud Dragon's Ray. Cyan commences to carve his way through the creatures at an astonishing pace. With a resolute emphasis, he compels himself to accelerate increasingly. As he engages in that activity, the audience applauds him enthusiastically. Ultimately, he slips into a state of deep concentration, and the system informs him that he has acquired a distinctive trait referred to as swordman unity. It additionally reveals that he has met one of the prerequisites for metamorphosis. Cyan peruses the messages, yet the circumstances remain bleak for him. The infernal creatures continue to multiply, and he comes to the realization that he cannot face this challenge solo. Out of the blue, Taisu shouts his name, and he gazes toward the tank. There, he observes his fellow party members, accompanied by Yenju and Huayen. He inquires of them how they managed to arrive so swiftly. Sayola subsequently informs him that Echidna transported them. Yenju strolls over to. He inquires about the location of Kangwoo. Cyan displays a sorrowful demeanor. His expression when he informs her that Kangwoo has gone to the fissure. Beneath the fissure, Kanghyun can be observed surveying the lifeless corpses scattered around. He abruptly abruptly appears, rises and notices Kangwoo approaching him. He ponders whether Kangwoo has seen the report, and he informs him that they have endured significant human casualties. Nevertheless, Kangwoo stays quiet and merely fixates his gaze upon him. Kanghyun expresses his delight at encountering the main character and then informs him that they must attend to the creatures and remove the bodies. Unexpectedly, the demon monarch assaults him, yet Kanghyun manages to intercept it just in time. He doesn't even attempt to refute it and proceeds to inquire of Kangwoo when he realized it. Before his meeting with Kanghyun, Kangwoo informed Cyan that he had other commitments to attend to. As Cyan dashes away, Kangwoo relocates to a new region in search of the individual responsible for initiating this entire commotion. With an abundance of malevolent energy surrounding him, he realized the individual must be nearby. With his keen perceptive abilities, he surveys the surroundings and discovers Minyak battling against the malevolent creatures. He is astonished by the rapid arrival of the Onuri Guildmaster and is astonished by his information system. Noticing that Minyak is moving in a direct path, he chooses to pursue him. Minyak adheres to a monitoring system, gadget through his mobile, and identifies the offender near the fissure. He observes Kanghyun employing infernal energy to take a life that affirms his doubts. Nevertheless, Kanghyun swiftly perceives his presence and is aware that Minyak had been feigning friendship the entire time. Prior to Minyak's escape, Kanghyun seizes him by the throat. When he inquires about how Kanghyun discovered the information, the malevolent cardinal informs him that the route of wickedness leads to authority far beyond his understanding. Kanghyun informs him that he ought to have recognized his role and refrained from attempting to play the savior. Minyak informs Kanghyun that he too is inebriated and prompts the individual to recall how he was defeated by Fujimoto Ryoma. He states that Kanghyun is failing to succeed due to his inability to achieve a global ranking. Upon receiving this information, Kanghyun abruptly breaks Minyak's collar and flings his frame to the earth. He instantly begins to feel remorse and hopes that he had inflicted greater pain on the burglar. That is when Kanghyun springs into the scene and assaults Kanghyun. When Kanghyun inquires about the duration of his awareness, Kanghyun raises his middle finger and declares that he won't squander time conversing with rubbish. This incites Kanghyun, and he emanates a substantial quantity of infernal energy from his hands. Kanghyun brandishes his shadowy armament, and the two dash towards one another. As they prepare to engage, he infuses the icy energy and activates his Leviathan technique. Kanghyun's hands begin to stiffen. However, he succeeds in thwarting Kangwoo's assault. He grapples to surpass his adversary and comes to the realization that Kangwoo is more formidable than he anticipated. The fiendish monarch unsheathes his arm daggers and begins to slash in every direction, yet his opponent retains a protective position. In the interim, Sayola and the others witness a massive detonation erupting in the distance due to the confrontation. Kanghyun subsequently raises a lorry and hurls it at the fiendish monarch. As the vehicle accelerates directly towards Kangwoo, he cleaves it in half just as it is about to collide. Kanghyun materializes from the expanse he sliced through, and he refers to him as a Kangwoo springs into the sky as well and begins unleashing a multitude of abilities simultaneously. Harnessing his celestial strength and annihilative abyss, he launches his fist towards Kanghyun. As their assaults collide, a massive detonation erupts, obliterating sections of the metropolis. The collision propels Kanghyun backward with substantial strength. As Kangwoo approaches him, he ultimately comprehends that it wasn't Hyunju who was obstructing his schemes. He subsequently requests Kangwoo to reveal his authentic self. The demon monarch pretends to be unaware and inquires about the significance of Kanghyun. Although Hyunju ranks among the most formidable in South Korea, Kanghyun finds it peculiar that she could exert such influence independently. Once more, he inquires of Kangwoo to reveal his genuine identity. Kangwoo grins with a wild expression and states that he has already provided his response. He brandishes his scythe once more and informs Kanghyun that he is unworthy of his attention. Yet Kanghyun understands that he is not going to make this straightforward for him. Kangwoo dashes over to him and their ruinous clash persists. Every confrontation inflicts tremendous destruction across the surroundings. Kangwoo successfully subdues Kanghyun with his sickle, nicking the individual's shoulder in the process. As Kanghyun gazes at him, he perceives the likeness of Fujimoto Ryoma, who previously triumphed over him. Finding himself in an embarrassing situation once more, he chuckles at his own expense. Kanghyun concludes that this will be advantageous and believes Kangwoo will serve as an excellent subject for experimentation. Kangwoo observes quietly. As Kanghyun lifts his hands to invoke something, the malevolent cardinal gazes at the angler, remarking that the quantity of fissure shards is sufficient. Within the fissure, a precious stone fractures. appears, and malevolent cackling echoes from within. Kangwoo observes that the form of the angler is gradually transforming. Abruptly, all the malevolent energy in the surrounding area begins to advance toward Kanghyun. By the moment Kangwoo comprehends the situation, it is already too late to intervene. As Kanghyun takes in an increasing amount of the infernal energy, his physique begins to undergo a metamorphosis into something entirely different. Wings emerge from his back, and he develops a tail. Antlers protrude from his brow, and he begins to take on the appearance of a genuine demon. Kangwoo is utterly astonished. Upon witnessing that Kanghyun has effectively invoked a demon within his physique, he presumes it could be multiple spirits that the individual conjured. In that moment, Kanghyun's strike barely evades him, and utterly obliterates the structure situated behind the malevolent sovereign. Kangwoo is rendered mute in the presence of the abomination in front of him. In the meantime, Kanghyun experiences a sense of fulfillment from the energy coursing through his physique. His intimidating presence looms over Kangwoo, and he is poised to resume their battle once more. Kangwoo laments the predicament he is caught in and cannot comprehend how Kanghyun's outrageous scheme succeeded without a hitch. The malevolent Kanghyun leaps at him without a moment's hesitation. Postpone. With his unattractive and frightening appearance, he seeks to evoke dread in his adversary. Nevertheless, Kangwoo stays composed and quiet, unperturbed by the grotesque creature before him. He takes off immediately as the assault strikes, prompting Kanghyun to crash onto the ground. As I gaze down at the creature, he pledges to eliminate Kanghyun in under a minute. Harnessing the amalgamated forces of his Kraken fury and celestial might, he sprints toward the malevolent creature and strikes. Although struck, the demon remains unaffected by the assault, and Kangwoo ponders whether his strikes are so futile. The lethal conflict persists as additional detonations erupt in their vicinity. Kangwoo channels an immense amount of infernal energy into his subsequent strike, yet it still fails to impact the fiendish creature. Kanghyun erupts into laughter at his adversary for such a lamentable exhibition. He seizes Kangwoo's hands, prompting the demon sovereign's armament to vanish immediately. Kangwoo senses his infernal power diminishing and wonders what is happening. Nevertheless, Kanghyun persists in taunting him and asserts that he is aware the demon lord will succumb to his ruse. He revels in his abilities, claiming them to be the genuine might of a demon. As he continues to grasp Kangwoo, he employs the ability of confinement on him. Upon hearing this, trepidation and bewilderment begin to infiltrate Kangwoo's mind. This indicates that his abilities as a competitor are being confined. However, it's not solely that. He is also unable to sense any infernal energy within his being. He battles to escape the beast's hold, but it is futile. Kanghyun subsequently positions himself resolutely and hurls the sovereign of demons against a barrier. Kangwoo's predicament is more critical than ever, and the consequences of the ceiling have resulted in a growth on his arm. Kanghyun derides the unfortunate predicament of his rival and asserts that he is quite familiar with boorish individuals like Kangwoo. He perceives that people like Kangwoo believe the universe is theirs to command and contends that they possess no ethical principles. Gazing at Kangwoo, he perceives the likeness of Ryoma, intensifying his anger. Following a lengthy discourse, he seizes the countenance of the Dark Lord, declaring that the moment has come for him to face the consequences. He begins to compress Kangwoo's visage with all his might. Unexpectedly, Echidna bursts in to rescue her owner. Kangwoo is apprehensive about the young girl when she arrives, yet she remains his sole beacon of hope. She gathers her energy for an assault to propel Kanghyun away from her mentor, yet her abilities abruptly vanish. Due to Kangwoo's malevolent energy being confined, she is unable to utilize any of her abilities as well. Kanghyun identifies the mischievous youngster and notices that she is quite near to Kangwoo. He chooses to abandon Kangwoo and pursue the mischievous youngster. Kanghyun swiftly seizes the girl to observe the type of response Kangwoo will exhibit. Conversely, Kangwoo retrieves a dagger from the earth and urges the malevolent creature to hurry. Echidna can scarcely comprehend what her cherished mentor is expressing. Nevertheless, Kangwoo directs the weapon at Kanghyun and urges him to cease his embarrassing behavior. With his abilities restrained, the fiend is convinced that there is nothing Kangwoo can accomplish. To their astonishment, Kangwoo lifts his sword and severs his tainted limb. As he bleeds profusely, he resolves to finally reveal his true identity to Kanghyun. Witnessing Kangwoo sever his own arm sends chills racing down Kanghyun's spine. He never anticipated that Kangwoo would take such an extreme action. With his limbs severed, the malevolent force begins to ravage Kangwoo's physique once more. Nevertheless, he has exerted excessive abilities and has now sacrificed an arm, which continues to leave him at a disadvantage. Kanghyun tosses Echidna aside and inquires of Kangwoo whether he genuinely believes he can accomplish anything. Considering the severity of the circumstances, Kangwoo Kang-woo resolves to utilize the one option he had wished to avoid. As his injury exudes blood, he gazes into his countless infernal fortress and resolves to wield the power of conquest. He glances towards the location of the trio of doors and takes steps to initiate the inaugural one. As he quietly unveils it, his corporeal form begins to transform and become enveloped in a dense ebony substance. While Kang-hyun endeavors to comprehend what he is observing, Kang-woo transforms into a dark silhouette before his gaze. Nonetheless, he does not perceive any danger as his gauntlet has restored itself. He hurries towards his adversary and crushes the silhouette's cranium. He chuckles at Kang-woo's metamorphosis and ponders whether the demon monarch has turned into a pitiful ooze. Conversely, Echidna calls out to her owner. Kang-hyun quickly becomes aware that he is in a profound chaos when Kang-woo's head restores itself. He gazes at his hands to observe the inky, viscous material enveloping him. And within a few moments, it begins to develop mouths all over his form. The dark ooze begins to engulf him, traumatizing a child with such a horrific spectacle. Kang-hyun discovers himself engulfed in Kang-woo's diverse infernal stronghold and summons the infernal entity for assistance. He instructs the fiend to leave the premises as he cannot permit matters to conclude so swiftly. The fiend observes that Kang-hyun has been cornered and requests consent to dominate his awareness. Kang-hyun consents, notwithstanding the peril of surrendering his physical form. The fiend peers through the gaze of its conjurer and howls. Exits upon encountering the demon monarch. He inquires Kang-hyun about his reasons for battling such a behemoth and asserts that it would have been preferable for him to confront Satan instead. Kang-hyun is perplexed and inquires whether Kang-woo possesses greater strength than one of the 7 archdukes. The fiend labels him a clumsy fool and informs him that the 7 archdukes have ceased to exist. He informs Kang-hyun that the dukes were consumed by Kang-woo, the lord of demons. Kang-hyun is astounded to learn this and cannot fathom that the demon monarch would truly be on Earth. In spite of feeling incredulous, Kang-woo descends in front of him and proceeds to consume his unfortunate essence. Ultimately, even Kang-woo starts to submerge in the ocean of his own strength. As he succumbs to the depths of the ocean, he fails to recollect anything at all. He glances back and observes Kang-hyun being consumed by his hunting prowess. Noticing that the man is scarcely aware, he attempts to depart from that place swiftly, yet as he approaches the entrance, he begins to doubt everything. Abruptly, the murky hands clutch onto him and begin pulling him beneath the surface. He has forgotten his identity and wonders why he must endure such hardship. He thinks everything would be simpler if he simply surrendered. As he drifts into contemplation, he finds himself encircled by obscured hands. Abruptly, he perceives his name and battles his way out of the abyssal waters. Upon his emergence, his gaze unveils, and he observes his companions shouting to him and weeping profoundly. Kang-woo grapples to clarify his thoughts. Then, he informs them that it's acceptable and states that it's typical to risk your life for the sake of appearing impressive. Nonetheless, Echidna, who serves as his companion, is aware that he was on the verge of vanishing. He expresses remorse for almost forsaking her once more and allowing her to feel desolate. He exhales a deep breath, realizing that he was tempting fate by unlocking one of those doors. Unlocking the gates is a technique employed to compel the 10,000 demon core to detonate. This is a strategy he refrained from utilizing in the underworld, as he could be consumed by it if he isn't cautious. As he reassures Echidna and consoles her, he vows to refrain from repeating the act until he is certain he can manage it. Additionally, he cannot perish and abandon his cherished family. He pledges to safeguard them at any expense. Subsequently, the system informs him of the vanquishing of the demon from the 8th Inferno. Although his level remains limited, his demonic energy attribute rises by 5, and he also acquires the power of the ceiling. Kang-woo casts a fleeting look at the notification and observes that his infernal energy attribute has exceeded 100 points. The baseline criterion for attaining world rank is 100 points. Nevertheless, Echidna has succeeded in instilling some reason into him for causing her such concern. Sayola rests her hand on his dressing and applies her restorative sorcery to his injuries. Kang-woo witnesses the astonishing results of her power, and she informs him that she has attained her 5th ascension. 3 days subsequent to the ISU station occurrence, Kang-woo is relishing a much-earned respite. Due to resting for 4 consecutive days, his physique successfully recuperated. Echidna leaps with delight upon seeing him step into the kitchen. Sayola and Yeonju also notice him upon his entrance, and she inquires if he is all right. He informs her that the rest was sufficient for him to recuperate and inquires about what Yeonju is doing in their residence. Sayola subsequently informs Kang-woo that she has been coming by daily to ensure that he is doing well. Nonetheless, Yeonju attempts to refute the extent of her feelings for him. Subsequently, Sayola recommends that he take a little extra time to relax, but he insists that he is perfectly well. Yeonju informs him that the Onal Guild was dissolved during his prolonged slumber. She further mentions that they apprehended the demon cultists, yet they transformed into demons before she could intervene. Since that moment, there has been no activity from the demon faction. As per global accounts, it appears that the majority of the national demon worshippers have been eradicated. Yeonju also informs Kangwoo that the harm inflicted in Korea by these cultists is substantial, and they are still in the process of rectifying it. Kangwoo grabs his mobile device to look at the headlines and observes individuals discussing extensively about the infernal sect and how Sehun is regarded as a champion. Subsequently, Yeonju inquires whether Kangwoo is disregarding the demon cult matter following the incident. He chuckles at her inquiry and declares he won't cease until every member of the cult is buried 6 feet deep. Yeonju feels relieved that he remains genuinely invested in the issue. She subsequently advises him against harassing Sehun, as the prodigy has turned into a popular sensation. She introduces additional information by informing him that a delegate from the World Rankers Guild has arrived in Korea. The individual hails from a Chinese association called Thousand Sword Gate, and they arrived to assess Sehun. Kangwoo contemplates how the Gaia system is perpetually diminishing in energy, and is utterly unaware of the forthcoming attempts by the infernal sect. His irritation amplifies as he recalls that he remains under a level limitation. Unable to advance in rank, he begins to contemplate the most efficient methods to hone his skills. He then recollects Sehun and contemplates whether he can gain from the offspring of the martial deity. Subsequently, at the Red Rose Guild central office, Sehun is delighted to encounter him when they reunite. As they engage in conversation, a group of Sehun's devoted admirers are utterly going wild over. Sehun informs Kangwoo that the throng has rendered it challenging for him to pursue hunting lately. He also expresses his dissatisfaction with how events have unfolded. Sehun believes he is unworthy of the hero designation, recognizing that it was Kangwoo who addressed the ISU station incident. Nonetheless, Kangwoo desires him to revel in the fame, as he prefers not to be the focal point of admiration. He informs Sehun that garnering attention is merely bothersome when there's no benefit to be derived from it. Subsequently, our newly emerged protagonist inquires of Kangwoo the reason behind his summons. Kangwoo then expresses his desire to study martial arts under the expert. They swiftly depart to a training facility to commence the instruction. When Sehun inquires about his primary weapon, Kangwoo informs him that he typically employs whatever suits the circumstance. Kangwoo subsequently unveils his arm blades and inquires if they will suffice. Sehun dismisses this and presents him with a sword instead, as the majority of his combat skills are centered around the use of a sword. He subsequently retrieves the blade from him. Sehun begins by demonstrating the fundamental techniques of the slumbering dragon sword technique. He sprints ahead and brandishes his blade, releasing the 8th variation of draconic blade technique. The assault triggers a detonation and fractures the barrier of the practice chamber. Once the debris clears, Sehun informs Kangwoo that he exhibited the 8th form to pique his curiosity. His unaware disposition becomes evident when he informs Kangwoo that the method is exceedingly simple. Subsequently, he instructs the demon monarch to merely imitate his actions, yet Kangwoo remains completely perplexed about how that is intended to function. Nevertheless, Sehun motivates him, assuring that he will undoubtedly succeed. Kangwoo believes the individual is unconventional yet proceeds to experiment with the method. Sehun informs him that he's exerting excessive force and endeavors to adjust his technique. Nevertheless, Kangwoo is merely flailing his blade thoughtlessly like a fool. Upon depleting his energy, he inquires of Sehun whether he has found it effortless to grasp all of this. When Sehun affirms that it was simple for him, Kangwoo comes to understand how foolish he was to attempt to acquire knowledge from a prodigy. In a fit of exasperation, he hurls his blade to the earth and abandons his pursuit of combat skills. Sehun seizes Kangwoo and implores him not to resign. However, the demon lord is unable to tolerate the reality that this individual is far too oblivious to comprehend the situation. Sehun believes he lacks adequacy, but Kangwoo assures him that the reality is quite the contrary. As Kangwoo struggles with the sword technique, the talent proposes to instruct him in the Psyche style, believing it will be more manageable. Kangwoo examines Sehun's physique with his omniscient gaze and concludes that he can attempt this. He settles in to engage in contemplation and commences to channel the malevolent power residing within him. During this procedure, he triggers the power of the sovereign of infernal energy and enhances his mastery over infernal energy. Subsequently, the system informs him that he has acquired the celestial dragon's psychological technique. During the act of meditation, he succeeds in generating generating an infernal energy gem, and acquires an indication concerning the final prerequisite for the ultimate malevolent energy form. When Kangwoo observes this, he gazes at Sehun, yet the swordsman fails to comprehend what is causing his exhilaration. Filled with elation, he confides in the swordsman that he holds deep affection for him. Sehun's expression then brightens like that of a puppy. The system interface subsequently reveals that the final clue is for Kangwoo to forge a malevolent gem of his own. He is astonished to discover this, and he ponders whether the rock is of the same type utilized by the malevolent sect. He examines the vitality emanating from the rock and observes that the focused authority differs somewhat from that of the infernal hierarchy. To him, they resemble an Americano and espresso, albeit with comparable amounts. He glances at the test mannequins and resolves to experiment with his abilities on them. As he strides forward, he advances, throws a punch, and releases it on the practice dummies. His strength thoroughly controls the mannequins and decimates their heads. Sehun is utterly perplexed upon witnessing this and ponders how Kangwoo manages to wield the psyche style with such proficiency. Upon examining his capabilities, Kangwoo discovers that executing an assault consumes approximately 1/3 of the infernal energy crystal. Sehun rushes over to praise him, and he informs the Wunderkind that the mental technique is significantly simpler to grasp. Kangwoo explains to him how the method proved to be immensely beneficial. Despite his dissatisfaction with the dimensions of the infernal gem that has emerged, Kangwoo is confident that its size will increase if he continues to refine this method. He begins utilizing it once more while on his feet. However, Sehun becomes anxious and attempts to alert him regarding this. Nonetheless, Kangwoo is entirely unharmed. This perplexes the swordsman, because he learned that one may experience chi overflow if the technique is employed without appropriate posture. Nonetheless, Kangwoo is fine, and utilizing this is far simpler for him than managing the 10,000 demon core. With this, he joyfully reflects on his desire to concentrate on enhancing his collection of demon stones. Sehun informs him that this is the most effective approach he is aware of at the moment, although he has the option to integrate additional strength from the martial deity and explore alternative methods. Kangwoo informs him that they have accomplished sufficient tasks for the day and proposes that they visit an S-tier portal during their next outing. Subsequently, they exit the training area and make their way outdoors. Sehun attempts to board the train, yet the demon monarch instructs him to enter the vehicle. While as they depart, Kangwoo proposes to procure a vehicle for Sehun. The swordsman modestly declines it, as Kangwoo is already contributing significantly by assisting with his mother's medical expenses. Nevertheless, Kangwoo wishes to purchase a vehicle for him, as it would be more practical for both parties. Upon hearing this, Sehun becomes sentimental and gazes at Kangwoo with an unsettling intensity. Abruptly, Kangwoo senses an unusual force beyond. He then observes two stout men positioned outside a structure. He swiftly exits his vehicle alongside Sehun, and the swordsman inquires about the identities of the individuals. The individual bearing a scarred eye presents himself as Nam Gungjin of the Thousand Sword Sect. He informs Sehun that the sword monarch wishes to meet with him and commands him to accompany them. The fencer is taken aback by this and inquires whether the individual is referring to Cheon Mujin. As soon as Gungjin becomes aware of the Sword King's name, he cautions Sehun against uttering it so casually. Subsequently, he instructs the prodigy to be quiet and accompany him. He then notifies Sehun that an aircraft is prepared to take him. Kangwoo promptly halts his subordinate and approaches to challenge the bald menace. He inquires of Gungjin where he acquired his proficiency in Korean. The individual instantly experiences rage upon encountering Kangwoo. Nevertheless, the demon monarch cautions him against speaking so casually. In a boiling fury, Gungjin insists that Kangwoo reveal his identity. When Kangwoo refers to himself as Sehun's sibling, the brute begins to believe he is young Hoon. However, Kangwoo clarifies that certain connections are more profound than mere blood ties. This strikes a tender chord in Sehun's heart. Subsequently, Gungjin instructs Kangwoo to step aside as he possesses no interest in him. Kangwoo incites the individual further by asserting that he likewise has no fascination with his sword monarch. The savage begins to emanate a formidable energy and cautions the infernal monarch to be mindful of his words. He subsequently instructs Sehun to hasten if he wishes to prevent Kangwoo from being harmed. Unexpectedly, this infuriated Sehun, and he cautions Gungjin against addressing his sibling in that manner. Upon realizing he is confronting two obstinate individuals, Gungjin resolves to impart a lesson to them. Prior to drawing his sword, Kangwoo halts him and cautions him against attempting it. The main character informs the individual that if he proceeds in that manner, he will be unable to return. Nevertheless, Gungjin becomes increasingly agitated as he observes that he is being relegated relegated. As Kangwoo retreats, the man unsheathes his blade in rage. He addresses the protagonist merely as a participant from a minor nation, yet he is on the verge of regretting his statement. Kangwoo swiftly sprints over and begins to smash the man's hands. As Gungjin howls in agony, he comprehends that he too can be rendered to shudder in terror. Meanwhile, Kangwoo observes the Thousand Sword Gate Guild's title. Subsequently, he inquires of Sehun whether there is a favorable location nearby to enjoy kimchi stew. He determines that he will have Gungjin enjoy a delectable meal before parting ways amicably. They make their way to an eatery where Kangwoo requests 10 servings of kimchi soup. Following a thorough confrontation with the Chinese players, he instructs them to relish their meal and mentions that he is allowing them to leave due to his cheerful disposition. Nonetheless, Gungjin experiences humiliation at being regarded like a dog by a Korean competitor. The server subsequently emerges with a bubbling vessel of cuisine. She places the scrumptious feast before them, and Gungjin is intrigued about what this dish entails. Subsequently, Gungjin returns to the Sword King in a lamentable condition and conveys the events that transpired in Korea. The Sword King gazes down at him and emphasizes that Gungjin battled alongside Sehun's faction despite having requested the dim-witted oaf to be courteous. Gungjin promptly expresses his regret for his inadequacy, yet he never anticipated that Kangwoo would be an authentic fiend. His existence came perilously close to conclusion due to Kangwoo's response to his comments regarding the kimchi soup. An unusual girl emerges from behind the sword, the monarch's seat, as Gungjin begins to cackle uncontrollably. Subsequently, he sends Gungjin flying and propels the man into the wall. He promptly dismisses the savage from the guild, asserting that they have no use for an individual lacking proper combat decorum. The peculiar young woman, who happens to be Gungjin's offspring, inquires of her father whether he plans to travel to South Korea. The man subsequently informs his daughter that it is only fitting for him to attend, as he has received an invitation. In Korea, Kangwoo is engaged in a hunt alongside Sehun and his companions. Subsequent to their period of respite, Sayola is incredibly eager to return to the pursuit of hunting. Nevertheless, Yunbai desires to take a little more time to relax. Echidna subsequently begins leaping around Kangwoo, seeking her master's notice. She advises him not to exhaust himself and suggests that he should inform her if there's anything she can assist with. Kangwoo then beams at the child. He informs them that they will set off once they identify a target. He successfully locates an individual loitering nearby. He promptly gestures to Echidna, and she proceeds to capture the creature's focus. Kangwoo patiently awaits her arrival, recognizing that it would be most advantageous to avoid attracting the notice of a throng. He employs his abilities to render her footsteps utterly noiseless. Echidna stealthily approaches the creature from behind and utilizes her abilities to dissect the creature's form. As the giant's lifeblood splashes onto the earth, the other creatures observe its dispatch. As the giant creature charges in to strike, Kangwoo gestures for the remainder of the group to proceed. Taisu swiftly intervenes and deflects the ogre's strike with his shield. Meanwhile, Echidna is attempting to garner praise from her master. Sayola begins to establish enhancements for Yunbi. The young sorcerer begins reciting a few spells. Prior to unleashing her electrifying assault with Sayola's assistance, the giant is struck by the assault and becomes immobilized. Sehun subsequently leaps in and utilizes the fifth technique of his dragon blade arts to vanquish the creature. The confrontation concludes, and the team members are astonished by the difficulty of combating the creature. Sayola and her companions rejoice in their achievements and are thrilled that they managed to defeat a creature of S rank. Kangwoo believes the squad must acquire hands-on experience in addition to advancing their skills. Conversely, Sehun appears completely unfazed by the conflict. Sayola commences the restoration of Taisu while the group prepares to advance towards their subsequent objective. Kangwoo abruptly perceives the noise of nearby creatures. As he pivots, he glimpses 3 ogres barreling towards them, and he deduces that they are drawn by the aroma of blood. The trio of creatures is quite overwhelming for them to manage simultaneously. Thus, Kangwoo summons his shadowy lance and resolves to address the issue independently. Prior to, he can spring into action as he abruptly spots a brilliant shaft of illumination. The illumination penetrates the beasts, swiftly vanquishing them. Kangwoo then spots 3 silhouettes in the far-off distance, and one of them remarks that they've been searching for him. His demeanor turns exceptionally grave when he realizes their identities. The trio unveils themselves as Mu Jin from the Thousand Sword Gate, his daughter, and an aide who appears to be on the verge of losing control. Mu Jin subsequently expresses regret regarding their previous encounter with Gong Jin. Sehun and Sayola are left speechless upon encountering the Chinese competitors. Mu Jin presumes they are unable to comprehend Chinese, so he instructs his aide to interpret for him. Nevertheless, Kang Wu advises him to carry on speaking, utilizing his abilities to convey Mu Jin's remarks. He subsequently informs the Sword King that expressing remorse verbally is a skill accessible to anyone. Once more, Mu Jin expresses his regrets to him for the impolite conduct of his associate. To demonstrate his earnestness, Mu Jin inclines his head to Kang Wu, his offspring and aide, as they witness such an action from the Blade Monarch. Even Sayola and the others are astonished that Mu Jin would take such an extreme step. Kang Wu feels somewhat anxious upon learning that Mu Jin has ousted Gong Jin from the guild due to his impulsive behavior. The Sword King subsequently vows to ensure that such an occurrence never transpires again. Kang Wu, sporting his mischievous smirk, promptly acknowledges Mu Jin's commitment. As Mu Jin reiterates once more, Kang Wu offers a malevolent grin. Subsequently, Kang Wu acknowledges his statements and chooses not to exhibit animosity towards a possible ally. Mu Jin subsequently informs him that they arrived to encounter Sehun after witnessing his battle at the issue station. The Demon Monarch inquires why he is so eager to encounter Sehun. The Sword King responds by stating that he is curious about how the swordsman managed to acquire the combat techniques of the martial deity. Echidna subsequently pulls on Kang Wu's garments and inquires about the nature of a martial deity. Her mentor ponders how she has acquired comprehension of the Chinese language. She subsequently informs him that she is employing enchantment to convey her thoughts, much like she does with the Korean language. Echidna also affirms that she is capable of employing the enchantment on others. Subsequently, Sehun requests her to apply it to himself and the others. Mu Jin subsequently begins to comprehend what Sehun and the others are expressing. However, Echidna informs him that it is due to her sorcery, which allows individuals to converse without any linguistic obstacles. Mu Jin begins to tease his interpreter, as the unfortunate individual is utterly ineffective at this moment. As everyone is now capable of comprehending themselves, Mu Jin resolves to reiterate his inquiry. Sehun is taken aback when the Sword King inquires about the martial deity, and Kang Wu is equally curious about how Mu Jin manages to discern this information. Mu Jin subsequently discloses to them that he is a lineage of the martial deity, Qion Te Huang. Upon listening to this, Kang Wu contemplates whether Te Huang is an individual who once resided on Earth. He also discovers that Mu Jin possessed martial skills prior to awakening as a participant. For Kang Wu, it resembles the manner in which the sinister sect existed prior to the players beginning to awaken. He subsequently inquires of Mu Jin regarding his intentions once Sehun discloses how he acquired the skills. He believes the Sword King may have a scheme to eliminate Sehun in order to safeguard the integrity of the technique's vision. Mu Jin chuckles at his foolish notions and informs Kang Wu that he has consumed an excess of martial arts literature. Conversely, Kang Wu believes the Sword King resembles precisely one of those figures from the stories. The Sword King then advances to propose an agreement, stating that numerous techniques of their martial arts have been forsaken with the progression of each generation. Should the Dragon Sword, Sehun, assist him in completely revitalizing the Cloud Dragon Sword technique, he proposes to personally instruct Sehun in martial arts. Kang Wu then directs his attention to Sehun and inquires about his opinion on the proposal. The Dragon Blade aspires to gain greater strength, to prevent occurrences similar to that of the ISU station from transpiring in the future. Kang Wu observes his subordinate's demeanor and instructs him to visit and converse with the Sword Monarch. He is already aware that Sehun desires to become more powerful and meet his aspirations. The two of them begin gazing at one another as if they were estranged soulmates, which compels Sayola to prepare to incinerate the entire location. Subsequently, Mu Jin journeys homeward with his daughter. He is pleased that the agreement was able to conclude positively. At that time, Sehun concurred with him. Kang Wu mentioned that the instruction and revival of the methodology would occur in South Korea. Noticing that he must remain in South Korea for an extended period, he inquires with his daughter, Soi Eon, whether she is comfortable with this arrangement. Soi Eon responds to her father that it is perfectly acceptable since she is eager to explore the nation. Mu Jin becomes agitated when she informs him that a man has piqued her curiosity. Soi Eon previously stated that she had no interest in anyone deemed less formidable than her father, yet now there's a man who has her eagerly anticipating. Mu Jin presumes she is referring to Sehun and remarks that he is a pleasant individual. With the martial deity's essence residing within the Dragon Sword, Mu Jin is astonished by Sehun's ability to adeptly execute the Cloud Dragon Sword technique. He even holds the belief that Sehun is akin to what is referred to as the Sacrum. He proposes to arrange a meeting between Soi Eon and Sehun to facilitate their acquaintance. Unexpectedly, she reveals that the one who captured her interest is our lad, Kang Wu. At this moment, Sayola is going to require infernal stones rounds to fend off all these individuals from her partner. Mu Jin is taken aback when his daughter utters this. She remembers how Kangwoo compelled her father to express regret, and it ignited a sensation within her. Regrettably, Mu Jin senses that this will interfere with his intentions. He believes Sehun will surpass Kangwoo in just a few years, and by that time it will be too late for Soyeon to approach the dragon sword. The issue greatly distresses him as he wishes to witness his daughter wed before his passing. Mu Jin attempts to sway Soyeon towards Sehun, but she interrupts him by emphasizing that she has no interest in anyone less formidable than him. He acquiesces to her request and resolves to assess the true strength of Kangwoo. The following day at the Crimson Blossom Guild, Kangwoo and Sehun are disrupted during their practice session. Abruptly, Mu Jin and Soyeon enter, and the elderly gentleman expresses his desire to engage in a duel with the demon monarch. When Kangwoo inquires about the reason, Mu Jin expresses his desire to assess the abilities of the demon king. In exchange, he proposes to grant Kangwoo a favor on behalf of the Thousand Sword Gate. Kangwoo perceives this as an advantageous chance to assess the strength of his novel infernal energy crystals. He agrees to the offer and requests that they commence the battle without delay. Without hesitation, the battle commences with a tremendous confrontation in the training chamber. The demon king wields his Leviathan spear, yet Mu Jin deflects the onslaught with his blade. Nevertheless, the blade monarch observes that his armament is gradually succumbing to frost. Thus, he swiftly thrusts Kangwoo aside prior to any further harm being inflicted. Accomplished. As Kangwoo is propelled backward, Mu Jin swiftly narrows the distance between them. Kangwoo is astonished by the velocity of his adversary, yet he manages to dodge Mu Jin's blade lunge. As the blade monarch lunges for another strike, Kangwoo grins and emerges a javelin amidst them. Mu Jin successfully dodges at the last moment, avoiding becoming impaled. The earth detonates, and fragments of rock are propelled throughout the chamber. Kangwoo acknowledges that it was somewhat perilous. Nevertheless, the malevolent energy gem is functioning exceptionally. As he utilizes his Biden, he becomes aware that the pace at which he can exercise his powers has accelerated. Kangwoo clutches his spear tightly and cements his stance to propel the projectile akin to a javelin. He additionally discovers that he can adjust more effectively without relying on physical enhancement abilities. He tosses the javelin directly at Mu Jin, who serenely elevates his blade and reveals a cerulean dragon technique. He halts the spear halfway through with this capability and fractures the armament. Nonetheless, Kangwoo swiftly clicks his finger, resulting in the fragments of the dart to detonate around Mu Jin. This is likewise a consequence of his augmented destructive abilities. Sehun and Soyeon urgently summon the Sword King, their voices laced with distress following the recent detonation. Nevertheless, Mu Jin shouts for them to cease and begins to emit an even more potent presence. Kangwoo perceives malevolent intentions emanating from the elderly man, and the intensity is sufficient to send shivers coursing down his spine. He perceives the authentic power of a world-class contender at last. Concurrently, Mu Jin declares that he will now approach matters with earnestness. This merely serves to heighten the Demon King's exhilaration as he unsheathes his blades and harnesses the might of hellfire. He further incorporates the influence of slaughter into the equation, prompting him to summon an enormous blade referred to as Gram. The atmosphere starts to tremble intensely as the two of them unleash their abilities. Mu Jin inquires of Kangwoo precisely who he is. However, the Demon Sovereign informs him that whatever he has heard is likely accurate. Thus, the Sword Sovereign should simply approach him. Just as the two are on the verge of clashing, Kangwoo's phone begins to ring. He halts their altercation upon noticing that the call is from Yeonju. Upon picking up the phone, Yeonju begins shouting at him for not remaining at the guild entrance and inquires why he hasn't emerged yet. As she seethes with anger, she informs him that Captain Hyunjae has just come back from Japan, and she requires him to transport her to the Warang Squad's headquarters. Yeonju warns that she will confiscate his vehicle, leaving him with no alternative but to comply with her demand. Noticing the Demon King is in a difficult predicament, Mu Jin encourages him to proceed, assuring that they will handle the consequences of their clash afterwards. As Kangwoo departs, the Sword King is discontented due to their inability to conclude their battle. Nevertheless, Soyeon and Sehun cannot fathom how powerful Kangwoo is. Mu Jin opts to postpone his intentions until he can ascertain Kangwoo's genuine identity. The unsettling sensation he experienced from the Demon King resembled a foreboding ocean poised to consume all. Subsequently, at the Warang Squad Command Center, Kangwoo begins to experience a chill of perspiration on his forehead upon learning of a succubus. During a conference with Yeonju and Hwayen, Captain Hyunjae informs them that Japan's demon order is attempting to evoke a succubus. He further verifies that the demon is known as none other than Lilith. Upon listening to this, Kangwoo reminisces about some exceedingly distressing recollections of that grotesque creature. Several moments before their gathering, Hyun-jae presented himself as the inaugural captain of Hwarang's First Division. They offer salutations to each other before settling down to initiate their discussion. As Kangwoo takes a seat, he observes Hyun-jae, who is allegedly comparable to Kang-yoon. Simultaneously, the captain expresses remorse for his absence during the occurrence in South Korea. Yeonju subsequently informs him that Kangwoo successfully managed to settle the situation, and Hyun-jae expresses his gratitude. Following that, the captain declares that he has updates for them. When he indicates that it pertains to the demon cult, Yeonju experiences a chilly tremor throughout her body. He subsequently informs them about the intentions of the demon cult in Japan. Yeonju verifies that she has heard the Japanese demon cult is significantly larger. Hyun-jae conveys to Yen that the Japanese authorities have requested assistance due to the deteriorating circumstances. Yeonju ponders whether the administration genuinely requires their assistance, taking into account that they have an individual such as Fujimoto Ryoma. Nonetheless, Japan lacks exceptional athletes apart from Ryoma. Yeonju is fatigued as she has not yet recuperated from the ISU station event, and the demon cult is in the process of invoking another demon. Conversely, Kangwoo is thrilled by this and speculates on which demon the cult intends to invoke. Given that his infernal energy level has not risen in some time, he perceives this as an ideal chance to pursue a demon and consume it. Naturally, his demeanor shifts upon learning that it is Lilith they intend to invoke. Kangwoo promptly loses his composure and frightens Yeonju. He promptly pledges to halt the conjuration by any means essential. The final thing he desires is a manic female demon on his trail. In the depths of the inferno, Lilith was among the most trusted companions, together with Balak. Although Balak represented might, Lilith expertly commanded the Demon King's forces with her exceptional intellect. Additionally, she held the title of the Demon King's legitimate spouse. His group was previously annihilated in a confrontation with an archduke, and he surmounted the predicament with Lilith's assistance. Subsequently, he found himself wed to her. From that moment forward, Lilith would attempt to engage in some tentacle antics with him, and he would need to flee each evening. Kangwoo pledges to never endure such an occurrence again. He informs Yeonju and the others that they must put an end to the summoning of demons at any expense. Yeonju is perplexed by his abrupt and strange demeanor. The Demon King subsequently requests Hyun-jae to inform him about the present circumstances in Japan. Hyun-jae cautions them against disclosing this to anyone. He subsequently informs them that a young woman referred to as Kurosaki Yuri has been abducted by the demon sect. The young women instantly become overwhelmed upon hearing this and inquire if it is genuinely accurate. Nevertheless, Kangwoo softly inquires of Yeonju about Yuri's identity. She informs him that 5 years prior, on the occasion of the cataclysm, an SS-tier portal emerged at Sapporo Station. As creatures surfaced and claimed the lives of numerous Japanese inhabitants, the nation teetered on the brink of devastation. Kurosaki Yuri, often referred to as the Sky Maiden, arrived to assist them. She is additionally the granddaughter of the Japanese emperor, and she bestowed enhancements upon the Japanese players, empowering them to repel the creatures back to Hokkaido. To this day, Hokkaido remains unreachable, yet Yuri emerged as Japan's cornerstone following her extraordinary assistance. Yeonju additionally asserts that Yuri possesses a remarkable talent. She has the capacity to summon Japanese mythological deities to inhabit her form, and this is the manner in which Ryoma's Sunzano eyes were created. Kangwoo senses that there must be a motive for the sect to abduct someone so invaluable. He subsequently remembers that the titles of the 7 archdukes are associated with the 7 deadly sins. If he is correct, he presumes that Yuri's capability entails summoning the strength of an individual from an alternate dimension. This indicates that the demon cult is attempting to invoke Lilith to harness her abilities of deception and control. Hyun-jae subsequently informs him that they can transfer a maximum of 7 individuals, as Japan wishes to maintain confidentiality regarding the abduction incident. With Hyunmo included in the count of individuals present, there are presently 5 individuals in the room, allowing space for 2 additional people. Hyun-jae informs him that there is a strategy at the airport prepared to transport the individuals. Kangwoo suggests they should utilize Echidna instead, but he is unaware of who that is. Subsequently, we observe Echidna breaking through the clouds at an astonishing velocity. A violet obstruction adorns her back, and within it are Kangwoo and the others. Yeonju inspects the obstruction and inquires with Kangwoo about when he conceived such an idea. He informs her that he created it while considering how he could travel alongside everyone. In the meantime, Hyunmo is feeling slightly queasy and is making every effort to keep it under control. Echidna warns she will discard him if he risks retching on her backside. Seola, who who is unexpectedly present at the gathering, captures Kangwoo's notice and inquires if it would be wise for her to accompany him in place of Sihun or Taesu. He subsequently informs her that she will be more advantageous than the others, prompting her to flush with embarrassment. He intends to harness her formidable abilities to enhance his infernal energy characteristic. After a while, Echidna notifies her master that they have reached their goal. Sayola's gaze is imbued with an apprehensive demeanor. Upon observing the condition of Sapporo Station, the whole area is in disarray with various types of malevolent creatures prowling the vicinity. At the heart of the abandoned metropolis looms the SS tier portal that remains unresolved. Kangwoo surveys his surroundings and observes that there's malevolent energy permeating the station. He inquires of Hyunjae whether the demon invocation is occurring at the station, and the captain informs him that this is the belief held by the Japanese government. Recognizing their limited time, Kangwoo concludes that they ought to affiliate with the Japanese contingent below. At the Sapporo facility, a contingent of troops is safeguarding a helicopter touchdown area. An elderly gentleman and a more youthful individual glance upward to behold Kangwoo and his crew arriving at the helicopter landing pad. The troops start to become frantic and aim their firearms at the Korean athletes, demanding that they reveal their identities. Nevertheless, the elderly gentleman swiftly identifies Captain Hyunjae. The captain addresses the man as Prime Minister Yamada and informs him that it is only customary for them to offer support to Japan. Kangwoo subsequently instructs Echidna to employ her linguistic enchantment on all of them. Subsequently, Hyunjae presents his colleagues to Yamada and ensures their potency in assisting with the demon cult suppression. The youthful-looking individual then approaches and requests consent to acknowledge the captain as well. He extends his hand in salutation and discloses his identity as Ryoma. As he converses with Hyunjae, Kangwoo questions whether he is genuinely observing Ryoma. He instantly observes the eye of Ryoma's Susanoo. Subsequently, the animosity arrives to welcome him. However, he advises the individual to set the formalities aside. Kangwoo proceeds directly to the matter at hand by inquiring further about the strategy, as they remain uncertain about the location of the summoning. A digital map materializes behind Ryoma, and he starts to elucidate the strategy to them. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of infernal creatures is observed wreaking chaos in the vicinity. Echidna subsequently harnesses her sorcery and assaults the creatures. The fiendish creatures gradually collapse to the earth, gasping for air. Kangwoo and his companions linger at the edge and observe the remainder of the squad confront the creatures. Amidst the beasts, he spots a demon golem hailing from the second inferno, and a Kerberos from the infernal abyss. As the creatures are confronted, he contemplates the method by which the fiendish sect manages to dominate the beasts. Hyunjae subsequently contacts him and inquires why he is abandoning them to handle the unpleasant tasks. Sayola subsequently employs her enhancement spells on him at his solicitation, and it greatly enhances his statistics. As Kangwoo anticipated, the enhancement proved to be highly impactful. He promptly merges the capabilities of two authorities to evaluate it. He unleashes an enormous blast of flames at the creatures, and almost scorches his fellow team members in the course of action. While the creature is being consumed by flames, Hyunjae protects herself from the effects of Kangwoo's devastating abilities, but that isn't what she believes she ought to be experiencing. She subsequently pivots to the enamored couple and inquires if they have lost their senses. Nonetheless, Kangwoo disregards her concerns and assures his beloved that this is precisely why she is ideal for the position. Sayola senses that they will be capable of eliminating the creatures using Kangwoo's devastating abilities. Nevertheless, he has been experiencing a sense of discomfort. He remembers Ryota's elucidation of the strategy when the ranked competitor informed them that they would be dividing into two factions to confront the malevolent creatures. Given that the demonic forces will be perplexed by the presence of the Korean participants, he informs them that they will leverage their benefit to discreetly insert an individual into the organization's event. When Hyunjae inquires whether the individual will be entering solo, Ryoma affirms and states that he will not assign the captain such a perilous duty. Rather, Ryoma will assume that responsibility personally. As a result, Kangwoo perceives that the individual is attempting to play the hero. He remains oblivious to Sayola's efforts to caution him about Yeonju nearing them. Abruptly, a detonation erupts atop the roof of a nearby structure. Yeonju panics upon witnessing this, while Kangwoo criticizes Ryoma for being overly ostentatious with his looks. The demonic monarch subsequently unleashes his perceptive abilities to identify Ryoma. He swiftly identifies the rancor and contemplates if that is the venue for the ceremony. As Ryoma sprints about and eliminates the creatures, Kangwoo finds it peculiar that they have yet to come across any members of the demon cult amidst the turmoil occurring. occurring. He swiftly comprehends the situation and discovers the location of the demon conjuration. Yeonju and Sayola subsequently request him to clarify his statements. Kangwoo merges two of his powers and strikes the earth forcefully. Yeonju erupts at him and inquires what the lunatic is up to. As they monitor him, two silhouettes are observed on the ground beneath. With their disguises reveal that they are undoubtedly affiliates of the infernal sect. They swiftly draw their arms and inquire of Kangwoo how he located them. Nevertheless, our protagonist and his two companions appear far more menacing than genuine fiends the moment they lay eyes on their foes. The subsequent scene reveals the splatter of blood and the masks worn by the members of the demonic cult. These individuals were exceedingly feeble, far too feeble to even pose a threat to the demon monarch. Subsequently, Yeonju and Sayola hurried towards him like maidens in peril. After he successfully located the hiding place of the cult members, they both choose to accompany him. Regrettably, he shatters their spirits by informing them that they cannot accompany him. He informs them that they must assist in diverting the creatures that continue to cause chaos overhead. Echidna subsequently appears and informs him that he must not replicate what transpired previously. She compels him to vow that it will not occur, and Kangwoo assures her. He is also confident that he won't require the strength of 10,000 demon cores. Subsequently, he unfurls his wings and speeds toward the location of the event. A few of the cult followers notice the demon monarch advancing directly towards them and position themselves in an attempt to obstruct his path. Kangwoo unfurls his arm daggers and cuts through them rapidly. He observes that these zealots are significantly less formidable than those in Korea. Reflecting on them, he contemplates why they are so eager to hinder him. As he soars through the area, he perceives a boisterous incantation, noise emanating from an opening in the wall. It is disclosed that these zealots possess an unhealthy fixation on Lilith. They likely desire to have her appendages enveloping them. Their chief is conducting the ritual with Yuri's form, proclaiming to his disciples that the moment to worship their deity has arrived. They all begin to chant alongside him, proclaiming that their convictions will surpass this realm. As infernal force spills forth from the fissure, one of the devotees observes an unusual individual. As soon as he spots Kangwoo, he notifies the cardinal about the trespasser. Kangwoo instructs them to proceed while he attempts to comprehend what he is witnessing. The cultists ready themselves to assault him, but the patterns on their garments make it difficult for Kangwoo to regard them with any seriousness. Even their armaments feature charming keychains of Lilith affixed to them. Nevertheless, the cardinal declines to remain stationary and inactive when an outsider has disrupted them. Kangwoo's demeanor deteriorates as the cardinal draws nearer. As anticipated from a degenerate enthusiast, Cardinal Ichiro resembles an ordinary unemployed individual with a hefty physique. The demon sovereign endeavors to comprehend their motive for wishing to invoke the succubus monarch. Ichiro subsequently unveils his corrupted yearnings and asserts that it applies equally to all males. Kangwoo begins to appear somber as he observes that these fools merely perceive a succubus as a mere instrument of their corrupted yearnings. Before Ichiro can utter another word, Kangwoo hurries towards him and crushes the hefty individual's mask with his knee. The cardinal is dispatched like an irritating insect, and Kangwoo refers to them as individuals who solely operate with their baser instincts. The remaining cult members are astonished to witness their cardinal being eliminated so effortlessly. Kangwoo subsequently cautions them against underestimating hell, asserting that it is beyond the grasp of their limited intellects. Nevertheless, the devotees surge toward him in an attempt to overpower him. He swiftly extracts them, yet they persist in advancing while safeguarding their leader. Nevertheless, Ichiro advises his followers to flee as they are unable to confront the demon monarch. He chooses to purchase time for them, yet they decline to desert him. The cardinal assures them not to fret, for their convictions and desires will endure eternally. Although they are all affected by his poignant remarks, Kangwoo cannot tolerate how pitiful these individuals are. He deems their performances worthless due to their continued involvement in abducing individuals and exploiting them as sacrifices. Ichiro shouts in response, urging him not to demean their convictions. As Kangwoo materializes his gram blade, he informs the simpleton that if his convictions hold such significance, then he may perish for them. The demon sovereign hurls his blade directly at the angler, and Ichiro swiftly intervenes to halt him. The cardinal ultimately finds himself pierced by the blade, resulting in him expelling blood from his mouth. A few admirers attempt to inquire about Ichiro, as one individual opts to confront Kangwoo and stall for the others. However, Kangwoo employs his intimidating stare to drive them off. As the defeated flee, he advances toward the fishermen. He would have relished the opportunity to eliminate every one of them. However, keeping Lilith from making an appearance is his foremost concern. The fiend monarch subsequently amalgamates amalgamates the energies of the infernal gem and the dominion of celestial might to mend the fissure. He seizes the angler and commences, consolidating efforts to finalize. As everything unfolds as intended, a tentacle unexpectedly slithers, emerges from the fissure and seizes his arm. It subsequently secures him tightly, and Kangwoo instantly identifies this feeling. Additional tentacles emerge from the fissure, and Lilith announces that she is making her way towards him. Kangwoo is filled with dread and pleads with her to keep her distance from him. As she struggles against her tendrils, the power within the infernal gem starts to diminish swiftly. He contemplates utilizing the abyssal energy ocean, yet recalls his vow to Echidna. Although he is reluctant to encounter Lilith once more, he believes that jeopardizing his life is not worthwhile. Nonetheless, the circumstances necessitate radical actions. Kangwoo engages his predatory powers, thereby that he can utilize it to assimilate the malevolent energy of the fissure and create another infernal energy gem. Fortunately, he also fulfills the final requirement, which necessitates him to create a stone of a specific dimension. With that, he satisfies the 3 criteria for the ultimate demonic energy form. The system subsequently informs him that his physique is beginning to undergo a transformation. Kangwoo is dissatisfied with this situation. However, he chooses to leverage this to exploit the circumstances. He focuses the surging power from the energy gem to seal the fissure. Upon achieving this, the force propels him to the earth. The infernal sovereign sprawls on the earth, gasping laboriously following that harrowing experience. Upon the completion of his bodily transformations, the system informs him that his attributes have risen by 5 points. Nonetheless, Kangwoo perceives no notable alterations in his physique. The system interface appears with an additional notification, informing him that he has achieved his 6th awakening attribute. Kangwoo is thrilled by this, as he will at last have the opportunity to observe the specifics of the 6th awakening characteristic. Upon gazing at his status window, he discovers that the capability is an SS rank proficiency, granting him the power to forge gear with the strength of an authority. To craft equipment of mythical caliber, he must supply a component of comparable rank. However, the most superior item he possesses at present is a legendary piece of gear. He glances back at Yuri while contemplating an item classified as mythical. He approaches the table and contemplates whether she can fabricate such an object using her manipulation skill. Kangwoo remembers that she was the individual responsible for crafting Ryoma's Susanoo's gaze. He resolves to save her for the time being and determine the details afterward. Abruptly, the ceiling bursts apart, and Ryoma descends gracefully. He subsequently inquires of Kangwoo about the events that transpired and the reason for his presence, as the location was not designated for the Korean competitors. Cradling Yuri in his embrace, Kangwoo informs him that he has arrived to rescue the abducted damsel. Ryoma assumes that he departed from his territory without authorization, but the demon monarch informs him that it's all integral to the tumult he was instructed to instigate. The evaluator is not pleased with Kangwoo's demeanor and believes he ought to have been notified prior to the Demon King's intervention. Nonetheless, Kangwoo informs him that he was not inclined to reach out to the ranker based solely on an instinct he experienced. He apologizes and makes his way back to the top. As he emerges, Ryoma listens as Kangwoo contemplates the number of myth-tier items he can request as a prize. Kangwoo abruptly halts in his movements as Ryoma begins to shout about the predicament being critical. He observes the individual conversing through a sphere and informing his followers that Kangwoo is affiliated with the demonic sect. He even informs them that Kangwoo is attempting to abduct the maiden and proceeds to disclose their whereabouts. The Demon King is taken aback by this unexpected move. Shortly thereafter, Kangwoo is confined in a Tokyo penitentiary with an enchanted binding apparatus on his hands. Ryoma informs him that he will be confined until the moment of the hearing, which is set to occur the following day. Kangwoo is facing allegations of attempting to abduct the young woman and being affiliated with the infernal sect. The evaluator advises him to engage any attorney of his choice, yet he doubts that Kangwoo will succeed in securing representation. Just as he is on the verge of departing, Kangwoo captures his focus and informs Ryoma that he has committed 5 errors. Ryoma senses his deception and informs the demon sovereign that he is spouting absurdities after being cornered. He subsequently departs and anticipates how Kangwoo will maintain the facade throughout the hearing. Kangwoo reminds himself that he must devise a solution promptly. Prior to his incarceration, Sayola and Yenju were astounded when he was identified as a member of a demonic sect. The remainder of his squad attempts to clarify that it isn't feasible, but Ryoma informs them that their associate attempted to abduct Yuri. Even Yamada was participating in the deceit too. Nevertheless, Kangwoo was entirely unfazed by the entire situation. In a fit of rage, Yenju tries to assault them for uttering muttering absurdities. However, Kangwoo advises her to relax as he will return shortly. He reassures Sayola that situations tend to resolve favorably whenever he makes that promise. Conversely, Sayola and Echidna are quite anxious and wish that he returns swiftly. Kangwoo assures Sayola that he will come back and instructs her to care for Echidna during his absence. Within the confines of the penitentiary, he employs his abilities to extend his spirit beyond his physical form. His spirit glides away and he successfully manifests his entire form beyond the confines of the prison. As magical energy and demonic energy are inherently distinct, the magical restraint apparatus fails to inhibit his abilities. As I hovered over the metropolis, he resolves to act swiftly to recompense Ryoma for his malevolent actions. The following day at the Tokyo courthouse, the Korean athletes and Japanese citizens gather for Kangwoo's hearing. Ryoma is positioned with an annoyed expression, as he hadn't anticipated the hearing to take place at such a tardy hour. Nonetheless, he aspires to emerge as the champion once this concludes and wed the damsel. The so-called world achiever is merely another despairing and misguided idealist. He glances toward the opposite side and observes Kangwoo's companions who aspire to tear him to shreds. Nevertheless, he senses they will be incapable of achieving anything. Ryoma glances at the adjudicator, mentioning that he compensated the individual generously to oversee the proceedings. The magistrate's name is Wakabe Nobuhito, and he is quaking significantly, as though he has just encountered a specter. Subsequently, the initial prosecutor is summoned to provide his account regarding Kangwoo. The moment the individual begins fabricating falsehoods regarding the events that transpired during the operation, Yeonju promptly loses her composure and begins instilling fear in everyone present in the courtroom. Hyunjae gently pulls her away before she can engage in any further outrageous behavior. Simultaneously, the judge inquires of Kangwoo if he has any statements to present in his defense. With a bright grin, Kangwoo assures him that he is not affiliated with a demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Ryoma exerts himself to stifle his amusement. As the observers request to present their accounts, Ryoma dons a malevolent grin, confident of his triumph. Regarding the events that transpired in the subterranean corridor, he is assured that the observers will corroborate his account. The initial witness, Prime Minister Yamada, is summoned, yet the individual quivers as though his existence hangs in the balance. Ryoma presumes that Yamada and the magistrate are influenced by their advanced years, thus he doesn't dwell extensively on their peculiar conduct. He is taken aback when the Prime Minister chooses to disclose a secret that he has been concealing. In a startling twist of circumstances, Yamada informs the tribunal that Ryoma has been intimidating him. The whole courtroom bursts into ceaseless clamor upon hearing Yamada. Ryoma pounds the table in frustration and inquires of the Prime Minister the significance of all his statements. In reply, Yamada subsequently informs the court that Ryoma is an adherent of a demonic sect. The courtroom spirals into chaos as individuals pose additional inquiries to the Prime Minister. Yamada elaborates, asserting that he concealed the reality due to Ryoma's intimidation, threatening to use his family for sinister sacrifices. He further informs everyone that it was Kangwoo who genuinely rescued the damsel. Ryoma swiftly interrupts him and informs everyone that Yamada lacks proof for his assertions. Nonetheless, the malcontent is astonished to learn that there is proof against him. Yamada presents a sinister energy crystal to the court and explains its nature. He subsequently informs them that this rock was discovered in Ryoma's residence and is an artifact that can solely be crafted and utilized by the demonic sect. Ryoma subsequently inquires of the Prime Minister how he can demonstrate that the stone originated from his residence. As he endeavors to refute Yamada's assertions, Soyeon abruptly materializes in the courtroom and informs everyone that she has been responsible for examining Ryoma's connection to the demon sect. She subsequently mentions that she conducted an inquiry into Ryoma's residence at the behest of the Prime Minister. A man positioned behind her subsequently opens a container brimming with infernal energy gemstones and blades. Soyeon subsequently informs the tribunal that this is the proof discovered in Ryoma's dwelling. She subsequently vows by the name of the Thousand Sword Gate that Ryoma is affiliated with the sect. The circumstance appears dire for the global animosity, yet he abruptly begins to chuckle at the entire situation. With a frenzied demeanor, he seeks to understand the purpose of all these allegations. He begins shouting and informing everyone that this is a component of the Thousand Sword Gate scheme to dominate Japan. In an effort to delay for his own benefit, the young woman next to Soyeon removes her cloak and unveils herself as Kurosaki Yuri. The journalists present are astonished by the young woman's unexpected arrival. Yuri subsequently prepares to express her thoughts. Even though she cannot recall every detail of that day, she guarantees the tribunal that the individual who rescued her was none other than our lad, Kong Wu. Subsequently, she expresses her regrets for being abducted and causing concern among the populace, yet they assure her that it was not her responsibility. Soyeon then addresses the magistrate and requests that Ryoma be placed under arrest. As the magistrate issues the decree, Ryoma gradually begins to chuckle and descend into madness. His frenzied demeanor is intertwined with apprehension and bewilderment. He holds the conviction that all these allegations were arranged by an individual as he gazes towards Kong Wu's position. Upon understanding that this was orchestrated in a single day, Kong Wu grins at him with a wicked and malevolent expression. The animosity gradually elevates from his chair and rushes out of the courtroom without delay. Kong Wu's associates begin seeking methods to apprehend the offender before he eludes capture entirely. Yenju glances at Kong Wu and suggests that they should participate in the pursuit. Yet she abruptly notices his shattered restraints, and the demon monarch is absent from view. In the meantime, Ryoma soars across the luminous nocturnal skyline of the metropolis, lamenting his tumultuous predicament. Contemplating his escape from Japan, a vivid blaze materializes beside his visage, and he is propelled from the heavens. Kong Wu observes as the thief plummets and ignites. As the embers extinguish, Ryoma ponders who would have the audacity to assault him. As he gazes upward, he observes Kong Wu grasping a fire in his palms. The demon monarch subsequently inquires of Ryoma whether he has finally comprehended the 5 errors he committed. In an intense fury, Ryoma concedes that his strategy might have been hasty, yet he is skeptical that he committed as many as 5 errors. Kong Wu subsequently informs him that the initial blunder is that his attempt to detain was unsuccessful since magical confinement tools are ineffective against the demon monarch. As he extinguishes the fire in his grasp, he further discloses that he is able to produce the infernal energy crystals independently. Ryoma's 3rd error is that he selected ordinary individuals as the observers and adjudicators. Kong Wu informs him that these individuals are not invulnerable to abilities. This clarifies why those elderly men were terrified for their fragile existence. He informs Ryoma that it is foolish to depend on ordinary individuals who lack skills or talents. His 4th error was assuming that Kong Wu was an insignificant player without any backing. Nevertheless, this presented an ideal opportunity to summon the Sword Sovereign and request a boon. Finally, Kong Wu informs him that his 5th error is that he was oblivious to the distinction between a canine and a fiend. With the animosity brimming with fury, Ryoma starts to levitate in the atmosphere. Subsequently, he harnesses the force of the breeze to assault Kong Wu and pledges to tear the Dark Overlord to shreds. Nonetheless, Kong Wu remains undeterred by Ryoma's trivial whirlwind antics. As the assault occurs, a detonation erupts in that section of the metropolis. Ryoma believes he has triumphed and asserts that he ought to have taken this course of action from the outset. Nonetheless, his demeanor shifts when he observes that Kong Wu is not even marked. Kong Wu employs his defensive abilities to effortlessly repel the assault, while simultaneously expressing his disillusionment with the resentment directed at him. Ryoma is perplexed by his statements and inquires about their meaning. Kong Wu then reveals that he appears to be a pleasant individual on the surface, yet he manipulates others behind the scenes. He informs the animosity that his disguise came off effortlessly and his strategies were overly simplistic. As Kong Wu endeavors to clarify matters to the animosity, Ryoma is preparing to unleash another offensive. He invests greater vigor into his abilities as Kong Wu refers to him as a foolish youth. Ryoma then unleashes another whirlwind while admonishing the Demon King not to evaluate him. Following that assault, he is fatigued from expending so much stamina. Nevertheless, Kong Wu emerges from behind him and persists in explaining to the animosity how evident his responses are. The rogue disregards Kong Wu's remarks and charges at him recklessly. Kong Wu also dashes toward the imbecile, and the two competitors collide, resulting in a massive detonation. They continue to collide as they traverse the atmosphere at breakneck velocity. It resembles observing a battle sequence from Dragon Ball Z. As their conflict continues, they navigate around a spire until they reach the summit. Kong Wu, who is not treating the battle with gravity, inquires of his adversary whether there are any excellent sushi establishments in the vicinity. Ryoma does not take pleasure in his ridicule and contemplates the extent to which the Demon King intends to make a fool of him. He summons forth multiple twisters and dispatches them all towards Kong Wu. As he vows to inflict the most deplorable demise upon his adversary, Kong Wu effortlessly dodges the assaults and chuckles at him. He concedes that Ryoma surpasses all the other adversaries he has encountered thus far. He keeps sidestepping the gales and vows to channel his frustration into enjoying sushi once their bout concludes. Subsequently, Kong Wu successfully positions himself behind the individual. However, just as he is poised to deliver a blow, Ryoma engages his Susanoo's vision. A dazzling illumination abruptly materializes behind Kong Woo, propels him into the earth. As the debris settles and Kong Woo recuperates, he states that he never envisioned reaching an age where he would witness a deity. Before him looms the likeness of the deity Susanoo. On the contrary, Ryoma can sustain this power for merely 1 minute, necessitating that he defeat Kong Woo before his time expires. He subsequently commands Susanoo to eliminate the demon monarch. As Susanoo gazes down at Kong Woo, he perceives the vitality within himself and acknowledges himself as the entity that had been referenced by someone. Kong Woo fails to comprehend a single word the deity is uttering and contemplates whether he ought to employ his translation abilities. Susanoo subsequently elevates his, extends hands and summons a colossal spear from the heavens. With this, he intends to assess the capabilities of the infernal ocean dwelling within the Dark Sovereign. Observing this, Kong Woo starts to summon his personal armament. He understands that even a flamboyant bulk will not suffice. Thus, he invests additional energy to create an armament that will possess sufficient strength. Nonetheless, Ryoma encircles him in a tempest and starts to chuckle at the demon monarch for ridiculing him earlier. He vows that Kong Woo will perish today, yet he abruptly observes that the tempests surrounding Kong Woo are becoming increasingly fierce. Kong Woo chooses to incorporate the might of the tempests alongside the others he is currently harnessing concurrently. By amalgamating all these abilities, he creates a formidable spear referred to as Gungnir. Susanoo is impressed by the strength he observes in Kong Woo and proceeds to assault with his celestial lance. Kong Woo dashes toward the deity and arms collide with one another. The force results in a massive detonation and a dazzling illumination to radiate throughout the whole metropolis. Kong Woo's companions arrive at the location and observe the exceptionally radiant light in the atmosphere. In the meantime, Kong Woo is battling to match the power of a proficient opponent, and he is incurring additional wounds with every fleeting moment. As his lifeblood flows out, he observes that it possesses a dark hue. He speculates whether the malevolent force merged with his blood when he acquired the ultimate demonic energy physique. Noticing the energy is intensely focused, he chooses to detonate it. During the course of events, he starts to dominate the deity and shatter his celestial lance. Susanoo is overwhelmed by dread and proclaims that the prediction was accurate. The infernal monarch subsequently penetrates the deity and conquers it. Subsequently, Ryoma plummets to the earth and starts to scream for assistance. He abruptly appears as an elderly individual, and his physique is gradually diminishing as Susanoo has siphoned his life force and magical energy. As he seeks to rejuvenate his vigor through Yuri, Kong Woo hovers above the simpleton. He evokes in Ryoma the substantial cost of invoking a deity and revels in the vulnerability of the defenseless individual. While Ryoma disparages, he incinerates the simpleton's hand. Kong Woo subsequently informs him that everything would have been fine had he not attempted to take the life of an innocent individual. Observing the situation, he resolves to seize Ryoma's mythic tier artifact. Ryoma pleads for his survival and vows to request Yuri to bestow a legendary item upon Kong Woo. As Kong Woo's fingers approach his eye, he vows to never present himself before the demon lord again if he shows mercy and spares him. Nonetheless, Kong Woo disregards Ryoma and claims the prize for himself. Subsequently, the malevolence's form gradually disintegrates into particles, and he confronts the demon lord for ridiculing him in his final moments. The system interface appears, informing Kong Woo that he is unable to utilize Susanoo's eye. He contemplates the deity and speculates whether additional deities will emerge as Gaia's framework persists in its deterioration. As he contemplates strategies for self-defense upon the god's arrival, the system interface displays an additional notification. It reveals 2 enigmatic prerequisites and states that they represent the subsequent phase in attaining the status of a demon deity. In light of this, Kong Woo contemplates whether it is essential to ascend to divinity in order to contend with other deities. As he leaps from the edifice, he delegates the tidying task to Mujin and Soyeon. The Sword Sovereign ponders whether Kong Woo truly revealed his complete abilities during their prior battle. Noticing the prowess of the Demon Sovereign, he proposes to facilitate a union between Soyeon and Kong Woo, yet his daughter declines and states her intention to return to China. Upon being inquired about her motivation, she informs her father that she aspires to undergo training. She aims to occupy the void where Kong Woo is deficient in martial arts skill. As she observes the affection of her existence descend, she remarks that infiltrating would be challenging at this moment. Kong Woo subsequently encounters his companions, who begin inquiring about his whereabouts. Yeonju is clearly seething with rage due to his failure to disclose his whereabouts. She also reprimands him for not revealing that Ryoma was affiliated with the demon sect. In an attempt to evade her piercing gaze, existence. He claims that he has only recently learned of it. However, the truth is that Ryoma was never involved with the cult. Kangwoo attempts to convey to Yeonju that all has been resolved, yet this merely infuriates her further. Sayola attempts to pacify the frantic woman before she incinerates the entire establishment with her fury. Nevertheless, she conveys to Kangwoo that they were quite terrified about the situation taking a turn for the worse. Kangwoo grows anxious as he observes how distressed Sayola appears. The unfortunate girl seems ready to weep uncontrollably. Her eyes sparkle when Kangwoo unexpectedly embraces her and affectionately refers to her as his darling. Her whole visage flushes crimson in that delightful instant. He expresses to her his desire to return and savor his preferred dish. As they engage in a delightful exchange, Yeonju teeters on the brink of insanity. In the meantime, the amorous couple is overwhelming the unfortunate echidna ensnared between them. As our young man embraces his partner firmly, a notion flits through his mind. He contemplates why Yuri assisted him despite not having utilized his abilities on her. Furthermore, it seems illogical that the maiden claimed to have regained awareness, as he would have recognized if she had. Nevertheless, his reverie is abruptly interrupted when Yeonju squeezes his cheeks. She instructs him to accompany her, as she is aware of a great spot where they can enjoy sushi in the interim. While Kangwoo grapples with the discomfort, she pulls him away and instructs the others to accompany her. Meanwhile, Yuri observes the entire scene from a distance. When her aide arrives to escort her back to her abode, as she returns, she claims she will continue observing Kangwoo from afar and will make a personal call on him shortly. As I strolled back, her silhouette assumes the guise of a particular fiend who is infatuated with our lad. A week later, Kangwoo returns home accompanied by his relatives and companions. Although he and the echidna are thrilled, Yeonju is eager to finally have some relaxation after the entire taxing experience in Japan. Sayola advises her to be cautious on her journey home, yet Yeonju can hardly walk steadily. She and Kangwoo are deeply worried about the Red Rose Guildmaster. Kangwoo feels sympathy for her, reflecting on the challenges they faced in Japan. Japan mourned its champion following the revelation that he and Mujin were responsible for attending to Ryoma. As a result, a significant amount of animosity was aimed at Korea, and Yeonju bore all the resentment on behalf of Kangwoo. As he wanders in contemplation, Sayola draws his focus so they can return together. Instead of remaining with his partner, this individual instructs her to return home first as he has matters to attend to. They have only just returned, and he is already distancing himself from the household. He permits the echidna to accompany him at her invitation and informs her that they are heading to a serene location. When she inquires about the motive, he informs her that it is of no significance. He subsequently reveals Susano's eyes and declares his intention to create a device. Subsequently, they proceed to an extensive meadow, domain and territory there. They survey the vicinity for a moment to ensure that there are no creatures lurking in the shadows. Subsequently, Kangwoo retrieves his status interface to review specifics regarding his ability. He observes specifics regarding his sixth awakening characteristic, which enables him to forge gear imbued with the strength of an authority. The greater the number of authorities he employs, the more potent the equipment will become. Kangwoo reminisces about the moment he developed Gungnir and affirms that his maximum capacity is 4 powers concurrently. When he employs 2 powers simultaneously, the necessary quantity of infernal energy increases exponentially with each additional power. 2 powers will demand 4 times the energy, while 4 will necessitate 16 times the amount. As he is not engaged in a confrontation, Kangwoo is confident that he can utilize as many as 5. Echidna subsequently reaches out to him and inquires if there is anything she can assist with. He subsequently instructs her to ensure that neither individuals nor creatures approach, allowing him to concentrate. Echidna then joyfully dashes over to establish a barricade. Subsequently, Kangwoo opts to engage in some practice and begin with what he knows best. He initiates the infernal craft of creation ability. The surroundings erupt in dark fire, adorned with various markings on the ground. The inferno converges at a singular location, forming a malleable forge. Devoid of any components, Kangwoo endeavors to fabricate a device utilizing solely his abilities. Armed with the influence of 3 entities, he produces the homosexual contour spare, yet this one possesses a distinctive classification. Nonetheless, Kangwoo observes that the spear lacks the potency of the one he crafts with his powers. He proceeds to experiment with it on a nearby rock formation. Upon shattering the rock, he remarks that the spear holds 20% of the initial energy. Nonetheless, he can augment the absent strength with his physique-amplifying capabilities. Echidna then appears and inquires about what gear he wishes to create, but he is uncertain. He contemplates creating a primary weapon similar to Sehun, yet it restricts him from altering his weaponry and modifying his assaults. Unexpectedly, Eventually, Echidna comes up with a brilliant notion and proposes that he create an armament capable of altering forms. As Kong-woo contemplates this, twilight descends. Sayola is then present on the field alongside him, and he signals her to commence. She employs her elegant luminous ability to enhance him, and he incorporates the enhancement from Kraken's fury. Subsequently, he engages the crafting ability and employs Susanu's eye as a component. As he incorporates the power of tempests into it, he remembers when Echidna informed him that he would be capable of executing a diverse range of assaults with a weapon that can transform its form. Kong-woo incorporates a fifth entity into the procedure and satisfies all the requirements necessary. The system subsequently informs him that a legendary tier item will be generated in 10 seconds. As Kong-woo exerts himself to endure until the conclusion of the countdown, he contemplates whether the legendary rank is the pinnacle. He ponders whether he could craft something akin to the dimensional tear he formed utilizing the apparatus of the Archdukes. As the countdown approaches its final moment, Kong-woo injects additional energy and introduces the dominance of exploitation, subsequently altering the circumstances. Sayola and Echidna feel uneasy about the energy radiating from his position. Simultaneously, the system informs him that a superior-grade apparatus is under development. A dazzling brilliance illuminates the meadow, and the young women shout to Kong-woo while protecting their vision. The illumination glimmers vividly across the meadows, until it subsides and ceases. The young women gaze upwards in astonishment, and Kong-woo likewise observes his new gear. Above the waters hovers an enigmatic artifact, and the system refers to it as the key to the abyss of malevolent energy. Various notifications begin to emerge. They indicate that he has attained the pinnacle of the infernal craft of creation, and he can no longer utilize the ability. Furthermore, his demonic energy attribute has increased by 2 points. As Kong-woo approaches to grasp the key, the inscription procedure is executed. From the status panel, he observes that this object will become more potent once specific criteria have been met. Additionally, there are other unique effects that have not yet been activated. Kong-woo is astonished by all these impacts. The initial effect, referred to as invulnerable, asserts that it cannot be obliterated by any type of assault. The subsequent effect, identified as metamorphosis, indicates that it is capable of transforming into any armament cataloged as a skill and can utilize up to 34% of the power of those armaments. From his demeanor, one can ascertain that he is already infatuated with. Kong-woo subsequently utilizes the transformation capability of the object to transform it into a trident. The two-pronged spear appears impressive and possesses comparable strength to the vibrant chalice he crafted recently. Subsequently, he metamorphoses it into the enchanted blade Graham. The pace of the key's transformation is akin to the velocity with which he can harness the infernal energy gem. Ultimately, he endeavors to reshape it into Gungnir. However, it is ineffective. The system informs him that the key can solely metamorphose into armaments crafted with a maximum of 4 powers. Kong-woo is not particularly pleased with this and eagerly anticipates how the item will develop. Subsequently, Sayola captures his focus and inquires whether the development of the armament was successful. He responds affirmatively, stating that it was indeed, converts the pivotal item into a band for her to observe. Meanwhile, Kong-woo believes it will be more convenient to transport. Sayola appears as though she is on the verge of losing her composure due to the ring. After completing the procedure, they return to their residence. A week afterward, in their residence, Kong-woo continues to grapple with his rank limitations. Even though he has acquired the key to the infernal energy ocean, his level limitation remains unchanged. He exhales a deep sigh of disillusionment, overwhelmed by irritation. As he contemplates his ring, he ponders how he might advance his level and acquire an additional attribute to diminish the seal on the infernal energy ocean. He contemplates profoundly on this matter, and he questions whether he ought to relinquish his efforts and seek an alternative path for personal development. He contemplates visiting the infernal sect in Russia and consuming some of the fiends from that region, yet it will prove challenging for him to locate them. His abdomen begins to rumble, and he becomes aware that he hasn't been nourishing himself adequately. He opts to venture out and indulge in his preferred kimchi simmer, but abruptly notices Lilith's tendrils in the cauldron. Kong-woo almost experiences a cardiac event upon witnessing this, but comes to understand that it's merely a figment of his imagination. Nonetheless, the kimchi stew indeed contains some octopus appendages. He expresses regret for believing that a being as divine as Sayola would bestow upon him something so dreadful. Surveying the space, he fails to spot Sayola and observes some baggage next to the couch. Echidna informs him that Sayola has ventured to pursue a hunt in an A-rank gateway with her group. She additionally states that the octopus and suitcase were delivered by Yeonju the prior evening. Yesterday evening, Sayola and Echidna encountered Yanju at the entrance. The guild leader informed them that Yuri had dispatched some items along with $30 million. As per Yuri's statement, she expressed a desire to make amends for the occurrence in Japan and proposed to assist Kong-woo with anything he required. Yanju is astonished that the young woman has feelings for Kong-woo. However, she is even more astonished upon witnessing Sayola's response. Even Echidna was unable to comprehend the ghastly look on Sayola's countenance. Nevertheless, Kong-woo believes the sum of money is excessively high merely for rescuing the maiden. In addition to that, the notion of the octopus continues to leave him feeling extremely uneasy and unnerved. Abruptly, he notices on the news that a globally ranked individual, Alec Osborne, renowned as the Sword of Justice, is arriving in South Korea. The report additionally indicates that Osborne is arriving to meet Si-hoon following his exhibition during the ISU station event. Kong-woo subsequently scrolls through his phone to gather further details regarding the globally ranked competitor. Alec Osborne is a noble champion recognized for consistently aiding the vulnerable. 2 months subsequent to the ISU station occurrence, Osborne disclosed that he had also been combating the demon sect for a considerable time. A month prior, certain occult practices were identified in Europe and he thwarted their plans. Remarkably, there were no fatalities throughout the event. Kong-woo perceives that the individual is the type of person who would harmonize exceptionally well with Si-hoon. Subsequently, he begins to contemplate the pairing of the two in the most misguided manner imaginable. Subsequently, he dons his coat to venture out and verify Sayola's whereabouts with Echidna. He subsequently informs her that he intends to pursue the Golden Sun, and she eagerly inquires if she can join him. Subsequently, in a coffee house, Taisu gestures toward Kong-woo from his seat. Kong-woo informs the gathering that they might have persisted in their pursuit, but Taisu counters that they could not proceed once they learned he was approaching. They begin discussing Alec Osborne, and Taisu informs him that they learned about the individual from a few players who identified Si-hoon. Conversely, Kong-woo casts a sidelong look at Si-hoon and ponders why the individual appears so elated. Si-hoon subsequently discloses that he is pleased because he never anticipated the Sword of Justice would arrive in Korea solely to meet him. As he demonstrates his unwavering admiration, Si-hoon expresses to them that Osborne is an incredibly impressive individual. Kong-woo attempts to disregard the reality that his junior is fixating on someone else and proceeds to inquire about Si-hoon's progress in leveling up. Kong-woo is astonished when the swordsman informs him that he has attained level 60. Sayola discloses that Si-hoon faced no kind of tier limitation while the others were impeded by. Upon receiving this information, Kong-woo experiences a profound sense of inadequacy as his presumed subordinate is effortlessly ascending through levels without any limitations. Si-hoon subsequently inquires whether he ought to head to the airport to greet Alec. As Kong-woo informs him that it is unnecessary, an individual enters the cafe and Si-hoon promptly identifies the individual as the embodiment of justice. As Si-hoon approaches to acknowledge the globally ranked competitor, Kong-woo glances back and evaluates Alec's essence and disposition. Upon Alec's salutation, the demon monarch is confident that this individual surpasses Ryoma in strength. Si-hoon graciously acknowledges Alec's salutations with great enthusiasm. Conversely, Kong-woo experiences feelings of regret because the Blade Master wasn't nearly as elated during their initial encounter. Alec eventually acknowledges the demon monarch when he inquires about what has compelled him to travel to Korea. Si-hoon enters and graciously presents Kong-woo as his sibling. Alec also observes the women, yet it is solely Sayola who makes an attempt to acknowledge his presence. When he requests an introduction, Kong-woo interjects and queries why Alec journeyed so far to meet Si-hoon. With Alec's gaze diverted from the Demon King's companion, he concedes that it is understandable for Kong-woo to be cautious of him since he has not disclosed his intentions. He subsequently glances at Si-hoon and inquires whether he is familiar with the entities referred to as guardians. Kong-woo and Si-hoon grow increasingly inquisitive upon hearing the term protector. Kong-woo remembers that Si-hoon mentioned the Gaia system selected him as a protector. Alec subsequently discloses that he is likewise one of these protectors, indicating that there exists more than a single one of them. Kong-woo subsequently inquires of Alec whether he approached Si-hoon to assist in rescuing the world alongside his fellow protectors. The Blade of Righteousness acknowledges that he possesses a strategy to enlist Si-hoon into a group referred to as. Despite not being renowned, Alec assures that they represent the optimism of mankind. He reassures Si-hoon that he will not experience any hopelessness if he becomes a part of their group. He is alluding to the emotions experienced by the warriors when vanquishing the malevolent beasts at ISU Station. Reflecting on the fact that those creatures were once human, Si-hoon felt a sense of helplessness and sorrow during that moment. Alec is confident that if they can attain sufficient strength, they will be capable of rescuing everyone. He asserts that they will gain enough power to control them without causing any harm. When Si-hoon inquires how this could be achievable, the evaluator informs him that protectors possess the capability to augment the power of their fellow guardians. Kang-woo ultimately comprehends how Alec managed to conquer the demonic sect in Europe. He gazes at Si-hoon to ascertain how the swordsman will react to this urgent plea. Si-hoon feels somewhat anxious and at a loss for words when approached to become a protector. As he glances at the ranked individual to deliver his response, the setting transitions to Alec strolling down a narrow passage, engulfed in an overwhelming sense of despair. He discloses that Si-hoon declined his proposal, yet he remains resolute in his efforts to persuade him. In the meantime, Kang-woo is observing him from a distance and is astonished by the man's tenacity. Before Alec faced rejection, Si-hoon was on the verge of accepting the proposal when Kang-woo intervened with his abilities. The malevolent sovereign seized control of his underling spirit, leading Si-hoon to suspect that Alec could be misleading him. As a result, Si-hoon found himself unable to reach a conclusive determination. Alec advised him to proceed at his own pace, given that the rancor would remain in Korea for some time longer. Kang-woo observes Alec departing and vows that he will prevent Si-hoon from becoming as misguided as the ranked individual. He resolves to keep them from encountering each other again. Unexpectedly, Alec hails a covert agent from the darkness, and Kang-woo presumes that he has been discovered. Nevertheless, an adherent of the cult springs from the rooftop and plunges downward to launch an assault on Alec. The devotee elongates his fingernails into lengthy talons. Talons as the evaluator draws his blade. As they confront one another, Alec inquires whether the cult pursued him all the way from Europe. He urges his adversary to surrender, yet the cultist is eager to tear him apart. The battle becomes exceedingly fierce and savage, with neither faction relenting. In the meantime, Kang-woo quietly observes from a distance, striving to remain inconspicuous. In spite of the devotee's attempts, the battle concludes swiftly, as his power pales in comparison to that of a protector. The devotee requests to be slain. However, Alec states that he is unable to accomplish that. This benevolent gesture begins to annoy Kang-woo, and he questions why on earth this individual is rambling. Nonetheless, Alec advises the cult adherent to atone and embrace a fresh existence. Observing that he is contending with a morally upright individual, the sect follower ignites a smoke bomb, explosive device, and attempts to flee. Alec attempts to halt him when he observes the adherent approaching directly towards an unsuspecting bystander. The man collides with the woman and sends her hurtling against the wall. Following a brief survey of his environment, he escapes the area and abandons Alec to handle the injured girl. As the protector hurries to her side, his hands begin to tremble upon realizing that she is lifeless. He begins to wail and inquire why an event like this was necessary. The foolish individual could have prevented it had he simply eliminated the cursed cultist. Out of the blue, he perceives a voice inquiring about his activities. He swivels around to find Kang-woo wearing a furious demeanor, and the demon monarch inquires why he refrained from eliminating the cultist. He clarifies that it is fundamentally his responsibility for the girl's demise, as he failed to eliminate the cultist. Alec attempts to clarify, but Kang-woo informs him that his misguided convictions are the cause of the young girl's untimely demise. Kang-woo is startled when Alec remarks that nobody was injured regardless. Instantly, the girl's form begins to evaporate, and all that remains are her garments and Alec's grasp. Kang-woo subsequently comes to the conclusion that this individual is utterly deranged. Nevertheless, the protector persists in behaving as though nothing transpired. Kang-woo subsequently contacts him, and with a menacing glare in his gaze, he inquires if Alec intends to relinquish Si-hoon. The unhinged protector informs him that he has no intentions of relinquishing his pursuit of the swordsman. He claims that Si-hoon is fated for a more significant purpose, yet the Demon King chuckles at his statements. With great fervor, he elucidates to Kang-woo that Si-hoon is designed to safeguard numerous lives. Subsequently, he bids farewell, and encourages Kang-woo to persuade Si-hoon to become a member of the Guardians. Nonetheless, Kang-woo is aware that it's all nonsense, and Alec merely aims to drive Si-hoon as insane as himself. He realizes he cannot hinder his subordinate indefinitely due to the profound respect he holds for the Sword of Righteousness. An idea abruptly emerges in Kang-woo's mind when he remembers that Alec desires Si-hoon to develop. He subsequently begins devising something malevolent. Subsequently, in the evening, Alec is perched in his chamber, engrossed in his musings. He recalls Kang-woo's remarks and begins to experience remorse. He subsequently reassures himself by stating that Kang-woo wouldn't comprehend since he isn't a protector. He believes that the demon monarch will ultimately comprehend him. For the time being, he focuses his efforts on persuading Sihun to become part of his establishment. He abruptly perceives a piercing shriek and swiftly rises to locate the source of the sound. The cry for assistance resonates, and Alec observes that the individual is atop the building. He hurries to the terrace and touches down on. The scenario resembles a stereotypical superhero. As he gazes upward, he encounters a devotee who is anticipating his arrival. The zealot discloses that he is the individual whom Alec met merely hours earlier. When Alec inquires about the voice he perceived, the zealot discloses that he was the source of those cries. Alec comes to understand that he has been misled. The infernal devotee subsequently inquires concerning the female he took the life of previously during his flight. When Alec recalls the moment, his expression turns quite somber. The sentinel pretends to be oblivious and behaves as if no one perished during that time. The zealot starts to chuckle at him and derides the supposed blade of righteousness for overlooking the demise of an innocent individual. As he is ridiculed, Alec unsheathes his blade and declares that he will force the cultist to atone for eternity. Nonetheless, the adherent remains aware of the circumstance that the protector omitted any reference to eliminating him. However, Alec believes that the fanatic will never grasp the reason behind his unwillingness to take lives. He holds the conviction that rescuing every individual is a worthy endeavor. This perspective comes from the same fool who essentially obliterates individuals. Regardless, Alec rushes ahead to confront the demon worshipper. Yet, the zealot gestures towards his throat as though urging Alec to take his best attempt. Ultimately, Alec is incapable of taking his life and instead shatters the wall. During the course of altering his assault path, Alec ultimately sustains an injury to his arm. While feigning a miss with his strike, the cultist readies to deliver a powerful blow. The adherent strikes the protector's abdomen and propels him away for behaving so foolishly. Prior to Alec's arrival, he is besieged by a multitude of fireballs. The whole rooftop bursts into fire, yet Alec succeeds in enduring. As he endeavors to understand how his adversary attained such formidable strength in under a day, the zealot is on the verge of descending upon him with a hatchet. He attempts to thwart the assault, yet the cultist's armament abruptly vanishes. Before he can alter the course of his strike, the adversary delivers a blow to his visage. Alec is propelled rolling over the earth. As he cradles his battered visage, he contemplates the possibility that he might not be contending with the identical malevolent cultist. However, it could be someone else. Nonetheless, he reminisces about how fiendish sect members often become more robust and presumes that his adversary is a fiend. The hooded devotee remains quiet and merely gazes at him. While their struggle persists, every confrontation generates a brilliant illumination that radiates throughout. The warriors are advancing with astonishing swiftness as they engage in battle, and Alec is exerting every effort to overpower his adversary. He instructs the fiend to concede surrender. However, the zealot is becoming weary of the futile struggle. As he anticipated, Alec is unworthy of the privilege to be a protector. Before their confrontation, we observe the demon worshipper situated in a solitary spot. While he devises a strategy to surprise Alec once more, the barrier adjacent to him detonates. Assuming it's Alec, he rises and readies himself for a confrontation, yet he is astonished upon encountering Kongwu. The infernal monarch is perplexed when the zealot presumes that he belongs to the protectors. Kongwu chooses to inquire the individual regarding the protectors, yet the zealot is not inclined to divulge the details readily. He subsequently alters his ring into a sinister glove and gets ready to extract the responses from the individual. Kongwu rushes towards the man and delivers a blow that pierces straight through his torso. Nevertheless, the devotee believes Kongwu is foolish for entering his strike zone. When he attempts to utilize his talons, his hands abruptly return to their usual state, and he realizes that his infernal energy is dissipating. He glances downward and observes that Kongwu is draining the malevolent energy with his talons. Subsequently, Kongwu inquires if the individual is prepared to converse. The zealot remains obstinate. Thus, the infernal monarch thrusts his hand into the man's mouth and employs the force of subjugation upon him. Notwithstanding this, the zealot still succeeds in thwarting the power. In the absence of alternatives, he ignites the man's innards with the force of infernal flames. Subsequently, he releases the cultist's crimson-stained lips. The man collapses to the earth and cries out in agony. Subsequently, he ultimately chooses to speak. Kongwu subsequently inquires for all the information he possesses regarding the protectors. The zealot presumes that Kongwu should be more informed, prompting the malevolent ruler to once more endanger his unfortunate existence. In addition to being recognized as the protector, the individual states that there are fewer than 10 participants. He additionally states that the chief is a female, and her talent lies in discovering other protectors around the globe. This clarifies how Alec managed manage to locate Sehun. When Kangwoo inquires about the remaining guardians, the cultist replies that he is unaware of anyone else apart from Alec. Following the revelation of the details, the man pleads for his existence to be preserved. The demon sovereign proposes to restore the man's life in return for an alternative sacrifice. With trepidation glimmering in his eyes, the man gazes upward as Kangwoo inquires what he might provide. Fearful for his existence, he resolves to disclose to Kangwoo every detail he possesses. Subsequently, he begins to share the specifics as the demon sovereign attentively observes. After conversing for a bit, Kangwoo expresses that his insights are not particularly novel, yet he extends his gratitude. The unfortunate fellow then inquires whether his life will be spared, but is astonished when the demon monarch informs him that there is no necessity for such an act. As his existence rapidly unfolds before him, he comes to understand that this is what the main character intended from the outset. The final image that confronts him is the champion igniting him in flames. Subsequently, Kangwoo exits the inferno while donning the garb of the cultists. With this, he has obtained what he desires and moves forward to concoct his nefarious schemes. The focus returns to the confrontation between him and Alec, and at this moment, he fully comprehends the nature of the Guardian. Abruptly, he resolves to cease his battle with Alec. He disarms Alec and remarks on how unexciting it is to battle him. The infernal monarch subsequently seizes the man's neck and begins to suffocate him in midair. Alec fights to liberate himself, but he's too feeble in the face of Kangwoo. The main character contemplates why there isn't a standard world contender like Cheonmujin. Kangwoo comprehends that Alec may possess a tragic narrative as an explanation for refraining from taking a life, yet he remains indifferent to it. Alec is infuriated when the protagonist starts to challenge his principles and inquires if matters disappear when he looks away. The custodian finds it difficult to articulate as Kangwoo brings to mind the cadaver he disposed of earlier that day. This ultimately prompts Alec to shout at him, yet the protagonist finds joy in witnessing his fury. The Guardian's seething anger becomes increasingly apparent as the hero declares that his deeds are merely for personal gain. Alec attempts to convey to him that he is entirely uninformed, but Kangwoo clenches his throat more firmly. Abruptly, the entrance to the terrace erupts with a detonation. Sehun arrives, prepared to rescue Alec and confront the adversary. He subsequently insists on discovering the identity of the hooded cult member. Kangwoo swiftly alters his tone and commences to refer to himself by various appellations. At last, he reveals his identity as Satan to the warrior. Upon hearing his name, Sehun deduces that the adversary is likewise a fiend. Kangwoo constricts his grip on Alec and reiterates to the swordsman that he has more pressing matters to confront. He observes as Sehun begins to perspire anxiously while attempting to maintain his poise. The young lad clutches his blade resolutely and declines to answer any inquiries posed by the demon monarch. He remembers receiving a phone call from Kangwoo, who informed him that Alec was under assault from the malevolent order. Kangwoo fabricates a story about being injured and abruptly ends the call, leaving the swordsman in a state of alarm. Sehun questions whether someone like him can overcome an adversary that even the protector was unable to conquer. Nonetheless, he sprints toward the foe to demonstrate his worth. As he narrows the distance between them, he executes his dragon sword maneuver. Nevertheless, the demon monarch effortlessly deflects his assaults with minimal exertion. Sehun clenches his jaw in fury as his adversary comments on his perceived frailty. Nevertheless, he pushes forward with yet another dragon sword technique. Prior to him being able to complete articulating the ability, Kangwoo strikes him, propelling him into a barrier. A wicked violet halo envelopes his form, and he scowls at the fighter, questioning why he fails to perceive the disparity in their powers. Sehun persists in his efforts and attempts to launch another assault. Kangwoo inquires why the youth is exerting himself so much when Alec is unrelated to him. Sehun persists in unleashing his full force. Kangwoo is relishing every moment of the battle. His wicked presence protects him from Sehun's weapon, and he recognizes that his subordinate vastly outmatches the unhinged protector. Sehun is not restraining himself and is attempting to overpower his adversary. Instead, every blow is intended to eliminate his rival. At last, he succeeds in brushing against Kangwoo's skin and shattering his mask. Kangwoo subsequently utilizes the violet material beneath his feet to propel Sehun away. He then assaults the unperturbed swordsman. However, Sehun dodges just as the spears are on the verge of impaling him. The prodigious youth attempts to strike within Kangwoo's field of invisibility, yet the demon monarch effortlessly deflects the assault. He persistently prowls and attacks without cessation, yet Kangwoo's fortifications exceed his capacity to confront. As he deflects each incoming strike, Kangwoo becomes preoccupied with contemplating the one attribute that his subordinate is deficient in. Sehun possesses positions himself before Kangwu to deliver yet another blow, but the demon monarch effortlessly dominates him. Kangwu seizes the individuals, confronts and hurls him against a wall. The force results in Sehun spitting blood, and his eyes become vacant. Subsequently, Kangwu informs Sehun that his endeavors are commendable and proceeds to insult the individual. Sehun is weary of his futile conversation, yet his anxiety only intensifies when Kangwu expresses his desire to prolong their struggle. The fiendish monarch gradually begins draining the vitality from Alec as, praising Sehun's resolve and combative spirit. Alec manages to murmur Sehun's name and urges the boy to flee. Subsequently, he is annihilated right before the warrior's gaze. As Sehun observes this dreadful occurrence, a part of him ultimately fractures. With a quavering tone, he hastens toward the individual he recognizes as Satan to seek retribution for his ally. His gaze is resolutely set on vanquishing the fiend, yet his physique surrenders and he collapses to the earth. All he can manage is to clench his jaw and stare at his adversary, as Kangwu urges him to fight fervently and keep him in mind. As he drifts away from awareness, Kangwu advises him to channel his fury and bitterness to develop and gain strength. Upon witnessing Sehun collapse, the demon sovereign removes his mask. He almost retches at the recollection of his awkward portrayal as Satan. Nevertheless, he aspires that this encounter will enable Sehun to exceed his boundaries and become more resilient. Since Young-hoon and Jae-hyun were incarcerated, Sehun has lacked inspiration from anything. Simultaneously, Kangwu is uncertain whether the guardians are friends or foes. Should the others resemble Alec, he will be compelled to eliminate his adversaries personally. Kangwu then notices the system interface appear with a notification as he contemplates ways to enhance his strength. As a result of having slain a protector, the system abolishes his level constraint, capping it at 69. Subsequently, his level escalates by 10 points, leading him to achieve his 7th awakening. Kangwu realizes that eliminating a protector is essential for him to lift the limitation. However, the limitation imposed at level 69 astonishes him. Typically, participants do not encounter another level constraint until reaching level 89. Recognizing that the sole method to elevate this is to eliminate a protector, he casts a downward look at Sehun with a tentative gaze. While observing the swordsman, he ponders whether he must eliminate the guardians individually. Nevertheless, he dismisses the notion and removes his cultist attire. He chooses not to decrease the quantity of protectors due to uncertainty regarding the types of dangers that the planet might encounter in the future. Subsequently, he proceeds to examine his 7th awakening characteristic. From the status panel, he observes that the capability is titled Reaper of Souls, and it holds an SS rank classification. The specifics indicate that this skill is linked to his dominion over predation, enabling him to assimilate the souls of demons and enhance the caliber of his own essence. The dominion of predation siphons a target's vitality, demonic energy, and additional abilities. However, Kangwu reflects on its tendency to be quite inefficient. He subsequently gazes out the window, revealing the next phase of ascending to a demon deity, yet the prerequisites remain unclear. Nevertheless, he senses that this power is intrinsically linked to the enigmatic requirements, similarly to the way he utilized his 6th awakening ability to forge the key to the infernal energy ocean. The notion of pursuing a few fiends brings a profound grin to his visage. He also realizes that he must inconvenience Yeonju, and we observe her trembling in bed because of a chill. Kangwu begins to meditate and immerses himself in his infernal energy ocean. As a result of his 7th resurgence, the barrier on the 10,000 demon core is compromised. He subsequently employs the celestial dragon's mental approach to concentrate a portion of infernal energy. With his formidable infernal energy form, he can assimilate substances more effectively. He persists in absorbing the infernal energy and observes that the quality remains subpar. The infernal sovereign continually delves further, jeopardizing the possibility of his whole being transforming into the 10,000 demon core. As he delves further and further, he ultimately halts at the appropriate moment before the energy overwhelms him. The battle to escape the allure exacts a price on him. However, he successfully elevates his infernal energy attribute by 8 points. He is pleased to witness this. However, when he examines the status window, he observes that the points are incorrect. He is believed to possess 121 units of infernal energy, yet he observes merely 120 units. He subsequently comes to understand that it could be attributed to the influence of his jacket. The system subsequently displays a notification indicating that his extraordinary gear is inadequate to elevate his demonic energy attribute beyond 120. Kangwu gazes at his jacket and contemplates why such crucial details were not disclosed sooner. Nonetheless, he understands that it is likely due to the fact that no one has ever elevated a statistic magic to this level before. He subsequently glances towards Alex's form and assigns it to spheres. As he contemplates returning home, he acknowledges that it required him 6 months to attain his present stature. He casts a look back toward the charred figure, observing the smoke rising into the sky. Several days subsequently at the Crimson Blossom Guild, an intense confrontation is occurring in the practice chamber. Si-hoon and Mujin are embroiled in a fierce confrontation, yet it appears to be lopsided. Nevertheless, Mujin emerges victorious in this. By swatting Si-hoon's sword from his grasp, he subsequently informs the prodigy that they ought to halt for the day. He dismisses Si-hoon's claim that he can continue. Si-hoon appears utterly battered and drained, yet he remains determined to persevere. With a fierce glare in his gaze, he informs the Sword King that he must grow more formidable. Mujin observes that Si-hoon's combat skills are advancing, yet he remains apprehensive about him. He subsequently informs Kong-woo of his intention to go hunting with Si-hoon. Kong-woo appears troubled when the Sword King brings up that it will take place in Shanghai. The location features an SS-rated portal similar to the one in Hokkaido, and he believes it is premature. Nevertheless, Mujin asserts that it would be advantageous for Si-hoon to confront creatures and gain additional practical experience. Kong-woo sees that it's basically going to be a closed training, and it will be the most efficient method for his subordinate to develop. Conversely, Si-hoon is still attempting to regain his composure. Kong-woo subsequently approaches him to offer a measure of encouragement. He seizes the man and, putting on a sorrowful performance, holds himself accountable for failing to rescue Alec Osborne. He informs Si-hoon that they must strive to enhance their strength and seek retribution for the lost protector. His remarks strike a tender chord in Si-hoon's heart, and the swordsman pledges to grow more formidable. In an instant, Kangwa's malevolent scheme unfolds as intended. Subsequently, Si-hoon departs for Shanghai alongside Mujin while Kong-woo is languishing on his sofa. Abruptly, he perceives his phone vibrating. Upon answering, he listens to Yongju instructing him to turn on the television. Kong-woo dons it and ponders what all the commotion is about. He is at a loss for words upon witnessing reports concerning the demon cult orchestrating a massive demon summoning. The sect successfully invokes thousands of malevolent spirits, and they are unleashing chaos throughout the nation. As others tremble in fear for their existence, the demon monarch eagerly anticipates this sight. All he recognizes is that this is the ideal banquet he has long anticipated. The following day at the Crimson Bloom Society, Yongju is entering her workspace when she notices an individual enter. It's Kong-woo and his delightful family, and he inquires about what is happening. He informs her that during his commute to the workplace, he noticed everyone in an agitated state. Yongju reveals to him that a significant demon summoning event occurred in Vladivostok, Russia. Nevertheless, they are uncertain about the precise quantity of demons that were conjured. Yongju approximates that more than 100 fiends were conjured, and malevolent creatures were additionally invoked. Conversely, Kong-woo endeavors his most advantageous to conceal his delight and craving to indulge in the demons. Kong-woo and Sayola subsequently settle down, as Yongju informs them that there have been relatively few non-combatant fatalities. Sayola deduces that the primary concern is that the malevolent creatures are in motion, and Yongju affirms this. The creatures are advancing across Manchuria. However, Yongju is apprehensive that a widespread conflict may erupt if the creatures invade South Korea. Kong-woo subsequently inquires about the latest developments concerning the Chinese. She informs him that they reached out to South Korea for a partnership, and they aim to resolve matters in Manchuria before the losses escalate. A strategic assembly is set to take place in Harbin, necessitating the participation of every guild. Consequently, her guild members are working to secure flights to arrive there ahead of time. She subsequently inquires if Kong-woo will accompany Echidna. She also contemplates whether it will suffice with merely him and Sayola. Kong-woo informs her that Cyan is currently in training, and he intentionally left the others behind. He believes it will be excessively perilous as they will be confronting demons. He attempts to revel in his self-sufficiency, but Yongju perceives him as repulsive. Shortly thereafter, they proceed to the athlete management office in China. As they enter, they are guided by Soyeon. Kong-woo subsequently expresses his gratitude for her assistance during the Ryoma situation. Soyeon flushes at his praises and informs him that she has a commitment to honor. As her father is currently participating in personal training, she acknowledges that she is quite occupied, having to handle all the tasks intended for him. Nevertheless, she expresses concern for her uncle. Her uncle is recognized as Swordmaster Cheon Muyen. She claims that Mujin eclipsed him, which is the reason for his lack of fame. Nevertheless, Muyen serves as the deputy leader of the Thousand Sword Gate. However, regrettably, he holds a negative view of South Korea. Kong-woo reassures Soyeon that everything will turn out fine, and she remains hopeful. They abruptly observe two individuals being obstructed by an enormous figure ahead of them. Upon closer inspection, we discern that the two individuals are Minjong from the Onuri Guild and Hyunju from the Samurai Guild. Hyunju appears astonished at the sight of Yongju, who inquires as to why she has yet to step inside. Yongju loses her composure upon learning that they are prohibited from attending the meeting. She instructs the towering sentinel to step aside. However, the individual informs them that they will be updated regarding the outcomes of the gathering at a later time. He warns that should they fail to comply with Muyin's directives, the deputy leader may reassess the China-Korea coalition. At this moment, Yongju is prepared to leave, but Soyeon urges her to relax. Soyeon asserts authority and instructs the towering individual to relocate, yet the individual persists in his obstinacy, asserting that her uncle's directives take precedence in the absence of her father. As the women bicker with the sentry, Kangwoo gradually approaches and attempts to manage the situation. He jovially requests consent to enter, but the gigantic individual echoes the same phrase back to him. Kangwoo subsequently intimidates with the intention of entering regardless, and the sentinel attempts to assault him. The entrance to the conference room abruptly detonates, causing all the guild leaders present to become frantic. Kangwoo then joyfully strides into the chamber as the guard lies powerless upon the ground. One of the chiefs springs from his seat and attempts to assail Kangwoo for disrupting their assembly. Kangwoo seizes the hairless individual and forcefully collides his cranium with the earth. The remaining leaders are astonished to witness the bald individual get effortlessly defeated. Kangwoo believes he ought to have remained in his seat, given that he has already shed all his hair. He subsequently perches on the hairless individual and politely instructs the remainder of the room to proceed with the gathering. Positioned opposite him is Muyin, who suggests that the Koreans are unnecessary. Kangwoo retorts sharply to his remark, and he refers to the demon monarch as a brazen fellow. He is already irked with the deputy leader, so he resolves to reveal to everyone what sort of person Muyin truly is. Kangwoo begins discussing an envious younger sibling who can never outshine his gifted older brother. When a monstrous incursion transpires and the elder sibling is absent, the younger one seizes the chance to demonstrate his worth. During the conversation, he tosses a pen towards the map situated behind Muyin, lightly brushing against his cheek, and claims that the younger sibling is attempting to position additional influences behind, thus their accomplishments will be limited. Kangwoo depicts Muyin as a fool attempting to break free from the influence of his brother. This declaration resonates deeply with the deputy leader, and he informs Kangwoo that he possesses no knowledge whatsoever. Nevertheless, the demon monarch reveals to Muyin that he quickly discerned his nature as soon as he began to speak and remarks that individuals of his kind fail to capture his interest. At that instant, he realizes the deputy leader is genuinely furious and cannot suppress the impulse to assail him. He instructs Muyin to proceed and cease squandering everyone's time. Shortly thereafter, we observe a group of soldiers assembled outside. Yeonju is on the verge of speaking to them. Kangwoo ponders why she appears so anxious, and she erupts, declaring that it's entirely his responsibility. At that time, when he incited Muyin to assault him, the deputy commander lunged at the Dark Sovereign and vowed to silence him permanently. He vowed to slay Kangwoo, yet before his blade could strike, the malevolent sovereign hurled a pen aimed at his visage and propelled him into the table. Recognizing their inability to collaborate, Kangwoo declares that both parties will contend independently and will part ways. Muyin lies insensible on the ground, devoid of any means to respond. Yeonju expresses her dissatisfaction regarding the situation as she believes he should have seen it through. At this point, she is at a loss on how to effectively lead such a large group of individuals. Conversely, Minjong is endeavoring to elevate the spirits of his faction, while Hyunju is unable to tolerate the dispute that Yeonju is engaged in. Even the Hwarang team captain is weary of hearing them quarrel like exasperating siblings. Kangwoo informs Yeonju that he has other commitments, and she inquires what could possibly be more significant. He informs her it's a mystery since he wishes to keep his intentions to consume demons concealed. They abruptly halt when someone informs them that the fiends have emerged. They glance over and observe a swarm of creatures charging in their direction. Scores of senseless, vicious creatures are swiftly advancing to unleash destruction and disorder. Their overwhelming presence induces panic among the players, leaving them at a loss on how to manage the predicament. Fortunately, Yeonju swiftly assumes control and rouses them from their stupor. She reassures them that they possess the fortitude to battle the creatures. She subsequently instructs the sorcerers to get ready to unleash their incantations, while the guardians will intercept the creatures rushing towards them. Nevertheless, the participants experience a decline in their spirits when her instructions become overly intricate to comprehend. She begins to feel self-conscious, yet Kangwoo encourages her. her. Nevertheless, she expresses that leadership is not fitting for her and entrusts the responsibility to Hyunju to take the lead. With the weight alleviated from her burdens, she proceeds to speak to the athletes once again. She advises them not to dwell on the altercation excessively and that they ought to perceive it as a chance to accumulate as many experience points as feasible. The participants are all enthusiastic after listening to her, and they are no longer in a state of panic. And ultimately, Hyunju remains silent without needing to say anything at all. He observes how Yeonju inspired everyone with merely a handful of phrases. Yeonju brandishes her sanguine chains and instructs everyone to engage in combat with 3 principles in focus. To begin with, no individual should be harmed, and furthermore, no one should perish. Finally, she asserts that the entire experience is hers, as they all charge directly at the beasts. As both parties are on the verge of colliding with one another, a sign emerges within the gaze of the colossal beast, and the follower witnesses the unfolding events through the creature's vision. The instigator behind all of this has finally been uncovered, and he is recognized as the Herald of Malevolence, Anton Siderovich. As the Gaia system has diminished in strength, Anton claims that the demons have become more formidable. As he is absorbed in contemplation, a fiend draws near to him, and he informs the creature that the moment for its emergence has not yet arrived. The fiend is disclosed to be a malevolent entity from the 5th Inferno identified as Uter. Uter attempts to convey to Anton that his subordinates are eager for a confrontation, and he disapproves of the notion of retreating. He intends to demonstrate that humanity does not pose dangers, yet Anton advises him to postpone it. As I gazed at a poster of Kangwoo, Anton informs Uter that there is an individual they must encounter. Subsequent to Anton witnessing the occurrences involving the Japanese demon cult, he perceived the malevolent glints in Kangwoo's eyes and inferred that they were identical. He believes he understands Kangwoo's aspirations and feels confident that he can persuade him to join the cult of demons. Anton begins to conjure another malevolent entity from his palms and instructs Uter to restrain himself until he can reach out to Kangwoo. Nevertheless, Uter dislikes the elder's hubris and advises Anton not to give him commands. Anton expresses remorse and implores him to refrain from making impulsive decisions, yet the demon perceives the old man as nothing more than an ordinary mortal. His fury intensifies when Anton advises him to refrain from taking any actions that would contradict the desires of the demon cult. Uter perceives these remarks as an affront and strives to overpower the elderly gentleman, yet the ominous force that Anton invoked restrains his hands. Additional hands ascend and restrain him, forcing the immense fiend to the earth. Anton subsequently inquires whether he is prepared to heed, yet Uter swears at him. Anton subsequently shuts his tome and permits the nebulous hands to shred Uter into fragments. The fiend's minions observe as their leader is obliterated. They anxiously glance at the elderly gentleman who draws their focus and counsels them to listen to his messages. Once again on the front lines, the feared fiends show no signs of relenting. Nevertheless, Yeonju effortlessly tears through them and persists in pushing forward with her sanguine bonds. A fiend stealthily approaches to strike her from the rear, yet Hwayun cleaves the creature and rescues her. She informs Yeonju that she and Hunmo arrive to assist, so she shouldn't feel too disheartened. Yunma is significantly troubled as it appears there is no respite from the multitude of fiends they are confronting. Hwayun believes that matters would be simpler with Kangwoo, yet Yeonju declines to acknowledge that she requires assistance from our lad. Nonetheless, Kangwoo remains on the front lines, yet he is unnoticed by all others. He observes that the participants are performing exceptionally to their benefit. Sayola and the Seinrai Guild are providing adequate assistance, while the others are managing the fiendish creatures adequately. Kangwoo believes they will effortlessly triumph in this manner. However, the issue lies in the fact that he has not observed the alleged multitude of demons that were conjured. He ponders what additional motives they might possess and why they have yet to emerge. Something unexpectedly captures his attention. He then summons Echidna to proceed to the Seinrai Guild and safeguard Sayola. The young girl pledges to ensure that no one harms her master's child. He informs her that his intentions have shifted upon observing an unexpected influx of malevolent energy on the ground. A hand emerges from the settles down and begins to compose something. The communication indicates that the individual wishes to converse with Kangwoo. The Infernal Sovereign is thrilled by this and believes that he has at last received an invitation to a banquet. Anaten subsequently verifies that Kangwoo has obtained the message. He reassures the demon accompanying him not to be concerned, as they will likely encounter the Demon King following the conflict. The fiend becomes enraged by this since he detests the notion of remaining idle and biding his time. With a menacing glare in his eyes, the elderly man gazes at the despicable fiend and reminds him of who holds authority in this place. Terrified for his scant existence, the demon hastily expresses remorse. Anton absolves him and inquires if any of the other demons would care to advance. They all refuse his appeal to protect themselves from unexpected situations. With the fiends completely subdued, the elderly gentleman ponders the most effective method to summon Kangwu. He concludes that abducting Sayola will be the most advantageous course of action, if only he were aware of the consequences he was about to inflict upon himself. Regardless, he chooses to conclude matters for. Currently, however, observes something unsettling. He gazes across the skyline and observes that Kangwu is advancing directly toward him. When the demon sovereign arrives at the location, the elderly gentleman senses he can eliminate him should he decline the offer. Anton shields his nose to evade all the debris and inquires of Kangwu whether he is able to communicate in Russian. The malevolent sovereign encounters no difficulties in conversing with him but redirects his focus to the lesser-ranked demons. He perceives that the majority of them originate from the fifth inferno, while the more esteemed individuals hail from the sixth inferno. Upon verifying that none of the fiends recognize him, he inquires of Anton regarding the topic he wishes to discuss. The elderly gentleman subsequently alludes to the advantages associated with being a demon, and this piques Kangwu's curiosity. Anton informs him that humans ultimately perish, whereas demons remain immortal. The elderly gentleman attempts to convince Kangwu by stating that fiends. There is no necessity for sustenance or hydration, and there are no limitations on lifespan. He clearly remains unaware of the joy that kimchi stew offers. Kangwu urges him to get to the essence of the matter. Anton then reveals that the demonic cult possesses the ability to transform humans into demons, and proposes to grant Kangwu immortality. He naively attempts to entice the demon monarch by asserting that Kangwu has the potential to become an everlasting entity and will not decay like mortals. He subsequently offers a hand and invites Kangwu to become part of the sect. Anton asserts that he is familiar with individuals like Kangwu and that he alone can comprehend him. Kangwu can no longer contain it. Thus, he erupts in laughter at the elderly simpleton and his futile remarks. The fiends are astonished when he derides the elderly gentleman and ridicules his statements. Anton is at a loss for words when he observes Kangwu ridiculing him. Following a period of relishing his laughter, Kangwu changes his demeanor and instructs the elderly man not to pretend as though he is familiar with him. He emphasizes that Anton lacks any notion of his own identity. Utilizing his strength, Kangwu starts to fracture the earth below them. The fiends attempt to flee for their existence as the earth begins to fracture, but they ultimately descend into the abyss of the planet. As columns erupt from the earth, terror seizes the fiends and Anton alike. The elderly gentleman is anxious and contemplates what is happening. Yeonju and her companions are taken aback as the earth on the battleground begins to tremble ferociously. She then observes the foreboding edifice that Kangwu constructed, and her frustration intensifies. Nonetheless, she is worried about Kangwu and wishes for his well-being. Anton observes how Kangwu converts the location into a nightmarish setting. As he gazes at it, he inquires whether this genuinely represents the prowess of an ordinary individual.